Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1901 to Chapter 1984. Celestial City was always so prosperous. As the #1 holy land of Primordial Mountain, countless powerhouses gathered there. The platform where the sword of Celestial Emperor was located had lost its former liveliness. Since Lu Ming pulled out the sword of Celestial Emperor, this place gradually became deserted. Above the platform, a young man stood in the air. This young man was dressed in snow white, his clothes were snow white, and his shoes and socks were also snow white. His black hair was scattered, and his 2 eyes were as dazzling as 2 stars. At this time, this young man exuded a terrifying aura as his eyes stared at the platform. The sword of Celestial Emperor was pulled out. When did it happen? The young man asked with a cold voice. Beside the young man, there was an old man with a gloomy look in his eyes, and said, "About 5 months ago." "Who is it?" The young man continued to ask. "This person controls the law of primal chaos. He is a very young genius. We have sent someone to investigate. He is the genius of Primordial Mountain Academy, and his name is Lu Ming." The old man replied. "The law of primal chaos. Lu Ming, how dare you take away my Xianxia sword, you really don't know what's good for you." The young man said, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. It turned out that he was the #1 genius on the Sage King board, the Eternal Sun, Xianxia. But that kid is also smart. After taking away the sword of Celestial Emperor, he disappeared. We have used various methods to inquire, and that kid is not in Primordial Mountain Academy during this period of time. He should be out training," the old man said. Unless he never returns to Primordial Mountain Academy, my sword will always be mine." Xianxia snorted coldly, then turned around and left. In a citadel outside Celestial City, Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and Luo Xiang stepped out of the teleportation array. It took them half a month to reach the nearest teleportation area, and then through the teleportation array, they returned to the citadel of Celestial City. Out of the teleportation array, they rose into the air and flew towards Celestial City. Not long after, they returned to Primordial Mountain Academy. Of course, Luo Xiang was not a disciple of Primordial Mountain Academy, so he was naturally stopped, but with his talent, he easily passed the test and became a member of Primordial Mountain Academy. As soon as he entered the Yuan Mountain Holy Court, Lu Ming discovered that the Holy Court was much more lively than before. In the past, many people were in closed-door seclusion in the various cultivation grounds of the Sacred Academy. But now, it seemed that many people have exited their seclusion. Lu Ming was surprised. Not long after, they arrived at the King's Sage Board. "The number of people on the King's Sage Board has increased," Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded his head. Previously, there were only about 40 people on the King's Sage Board. Now, there were more than 80 people on the board. The number had doubled. It was obvious that many people had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm during this period of time. They were improving, and so were others. Therefore, in the competition between geniuses, once one stagnated, one would quickly be surpassed by others. So many paragon geniuses. Luo Xiang's eyes glowed with battle intent. The 3 of them didn't stay for long. After taking a glance, they flew back to their residence. When he returned to his residence, he found that everyone was there. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others gathered together. "None of you are cultivating in seclusion?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Lu Ming, you came back just in time. Tomorrow is the Great Emperor's lecture. If you came back a day later, you wouldn't be able to make it," Huang Ling said with a smile. "The Great Emperor's lecture. Looks like I'm in luck." Lu Ming smiled. "Miss Autumn Moon, has her memory recovered?" Huang Ling looked at Miss Autumn Moon with a complicated expression. "Yes, I'm in luck this time. I found the materials I needed and refined the soul recovery pill. Miss Autumn Moon's memory has been recovered," Lu Ming said. Everyone came forward to congratulate him. Then, Lu Ming introduced Luo Xiang to everyone. "Lu Ming, I heard that you pulled out the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Is that true?" Long Chen suddenly asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "You have to be careful. Some time ago, the Heng family has been sending people to inquire about you. I heard that Xianxia has already said that the sword of the Heavenly Emperor will be his sword. Now that the Great Emperor's lecture is coming out, many skyprides have come out, including Xianxia. Long Chen frowned. You're afraid that Xianxia will find trouble with me. It doesn't matter. At most, I'll put the sword of the Heavenly Emperor back and see if he can pull it out. Lu Ming laughed. Good idea, ha ha ha. Huang Li also laughed. Everyone was either in seclusion or traveling. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, they had a lot of topics to talk about. Some even fought on the spot. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day was the day of the Great Emperor's lecture. The Great Emperor's lecture was set 2 months ago. During this time, almost all the skyprides came out of seclusion. It could be said that it was the busiest day of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Lu Ming and the others flew to the highest mountain in the depths of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The Great Emperor's lecture was at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat land. It was very open. On the flat land, there were tens of thousands of praying mats. At the front of the flat land, there was an old man in a gray robe. He looked very ordinary. He was sitting there with his eyes closed. On the praying mats, many people had already taken their seats, but there was no sound at all. Everyone was holding their breath. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they looked at the old man and their hearts trembled. The old man looked very ordinary, but the seat he was sitting on was the seat for the lecture. The one giving the lecture today was the Great Emperor. Needless to say, that old man was a great emperor. The Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard was founded by 3 great emperors, but the great emperors were elusive. After joining the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, they had not seen a great emperor. Now, they finally saw one. Lu Ming and the others also held their breath and sat down on some praying mats. Next, more and more skyprides arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a cold aura shrouding him. He looked back and saw a group of skyprides walking in the air. Among them, he saw Luo Pokong, but Luo Pokong was not at the front. In front of Luo Pokong, there was a young man. That person's face was cold, and there was a faint arrogance in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. Young master, that's Luo Xianxia. Autumn Moon transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Luo Xianxia? A trace of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Kid, Autumn Moon is mine. You'd better get lost if you know what's good for you. If you don't, you will die a horrible death. Luo Xianxia's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Of course, he was transmitting his voice. With the great emperor here, no matter how lawless Luo Xianxia was, he would not dare to make a noise. You think too highly of yourself. Lu Ming replied indifferently, showing a faint disdain. Whoosh, suddenly, a white light flashed past, attracting everyone's attention. A young man in a snow-white robe flew directly to the front seat and sat down. That's Xianxia. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and remembered that person. He had a feeling that he and Xianxia would have a battle sooner or later. More and more skyprides arrived, and the number of people on the mountain peak continued to increase. In the end, nearly 10,000 people had arrived. However, there were nearly 10,000 people sitting there, but there was no sound at all. No one spoke, and the mountain peak was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The old man did not speak either. He had been resting with his eyes closed. After half an hour, no one came. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes. When the old man opened his eyes, everyone had the illusion that they had suddenly arrived in the starry sky of the universe. But in the next moment, this illusion disappeared without a trace. Alright, almost everyone is here. If there's still anyone who hasn't arrived, we won't wait any longer. Today, I will preach. The old man spoke with a gentle voice that sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. This old man was indeed a great emperor. According to legend, the 3 great emperors who founded the Yuan Mountain Academy were called Heavenly Fire Emperor, Heavenly Chaos Emperor, and Wuxiang Emperor. Which one of the 3 great emperors was this great emperor? I'm Wuxiang. From now on, you can call me Dean Wuxiang. The old man smiled slightly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this person was Emperor Wuxiang. He was the pinnacle existence in the entire Yuan mountain. He stood at the top of all living beings and had lived for an unknown number of years. Now, let the preaching begin. Emperor Wuxiang's voice sounded, and everyone focused their attention. At that moment, a small bell appeared in Emperor Wuxiang's hand. The small bell flew into the sky and rapidly expanded. Dong, the small bell vibrated and rang. When everyone heard the bell ring, they immediately felt their minds sharpen and their thoughts become more focused. What a wonderful bell! Lu Ming discovered that the effect of this bell was similar to that of the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. Then, rays of multicolored light spread out from the small bell. When everyone was enveloped by this multicolored light, their thoughts seemed to become more focused. This is the Bodhi bell. This old man has spent several years absorbing the Bodhi bell's Bodhi chi. The Bodhi chi and the Bodhi bell can greatly increase the speed and efficiency of your Tao comprehension. Emperor Wuxiang explained. Emperor Wuxiang really made ample preparations for this lecture. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. No wonder almost all the prodigies in the land of Primordial Mountain gathered at the Primordial Mountain Holy Courtyard. Where else could such treatment be found? The Tao that this old man is talking about is not biased towards a particular law, but the Great Tao. There are countless laws in the world, but the Great Tao is one. Any law can be comprehended from the Great Tao. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own perception. As soon as he finished speaking, his body seemed to have changed. His silhouette disappeared, and he transformed into a world of his own. Boundless sounds could be heard from the world, and boundless light enveloped everyone. This was the most fundamental Great Tao, infinitely mysterious. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that when he participated in the Hunyuan sex assessment, there was a stage called the Abyss of Tao Comprehension. It was very similar to Emperor Wuxiang's lecture. Both were great Taos that pointed directly to the origin. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes and quietly comprehended the Tao. Emperor Wuxiang's lecture lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights, Emperor Wuxiang stopped. However, no one woke up. They were all immersed in a deep level of Tao comprehension. Emperor Wuxiang revealed a gentle smile and closed his eyes again. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Boom, a powerful aura rose from one person's body. This person actually made a breakthrough. Not long after, this person opened his eyes. Haha, my cultivation has broken through from the great mastery of the bright sage realm to the peak of the bright sage realm. This person was ecstatic. He had been stuck at the great mastery of the bright sage realm for some time and couldn't break through. However, this time, the great emperor's lecture allowed him to break through. Then, he looked around. In the next moment, his face turned ugly. The others were still comprehending the Tao. He was the first person to wake up. The earlier one woke up, the worse one's comprehension was and the less they comprehended. The young man's excitement from breaking through disappeared without a trace. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Since you've finished comprehending the Tao, you may leave. A voice sounded in the young man's mind. It was Emperor Wuxiang's voice. The young man's heart trembled. He hurriedly got up, bowed to the great emperor, and left. However, he didn't go far. He stood in the void far away and watched from afar. He was very curious about who among so many geniuses was the last to wake up. After this young man, more and more people woke up and made breakthroughs in their cultivation. The great emperor's lecture was indeed very effective with the support of the Bodhi bell. However, most of the people who broke through were in the bright sage realm. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. It wasn't that easy to break through in the great sage realm, let alone those above the absolute sage realm. On the 20th day, half of the people had woken up and finished comprehending the Tao. Everyone had gained something. The longer they comprehended the Tao, the greater their gains. Like the first young man, those who finished comprehending the Tao left the mountain and watched from afar. Boom, at that moment, a powerful aura erupted from another person's body. A great sage prodigy had made a breakthrough. After that, there were a few other great sage chosen who achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. Of course, the great sage prodigies were able to break through because they were already at the limit of a certain realm and were about to break through. Therefore, when the great emperor gave his lecture, they all broke through their limits and stepped into a higher realm. If they had just broken through a certain realm, it would be difficult for them to break through so quickly. A month later, there were less than 1,000 people left. A month and a half later, there were only about 200 people left. 2 months later, there were only a few dozen people left who were still comprehending the Tao. These last few dozen people could be said to be the ones with the best talent. Most of them had the monarch body and had mastered the monarch Tao. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, Autumn Moon, and the others were still comprehending the Tao. The monarch body is really amazing. He can actually comprehend it for 2 months. How much can he gain from comprehending the Tao for 2 months? Many people were envious, especially those who finished comprehending the Tao in less than 10 days. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. One of the young men surged with holy power, and his aura grew stronger. He's a paragon saint. Someone exclaimed. Someone with a king body had become a paragon saint. In fact, someone had already become a paragon saint before this, but it wasn't a king body. Some people had been at the peak of the great saint realm for a long time and had accumulated enough. Now that they had comprehended something during the great emperor's lecture, they directly broke through. However, he was the first to become a paragon saint with a king body. That person took out a large number of origin stones and began to absorb origin chi to improve his cultivation. Breaking through to the paragon saint realm caused a huge commotion, but the remaining people were protected by the great emperor's energy, so they weren't disturbed at all. A few days later, the person who had broken through retracted his aura and opened his eyes. There was joy in his eyes. He had a king body, and now that he had become a paragon saint, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. He could be considered one of the strongest people in the Origin Mountain Academy. He glanced at the remaining people, and his expression darkened. Among the many king bodies, he was the first to finish comprehending. Could it be that his talent was the worst among the king bodies? Impossible, he couldn't accept this. He thought that he had finished comprehending early because of his breakthrough. I'd like to see who will be the last to finish comprehending. Will it be Xianxia, Deathblade, or Lu Ming? His gaze swept across Xianxia, Deathblade, and Lu Ming. He then took a step forward and left the place, watching from afar. After this person, every day, there would be another person with a king body waking up. The cultivation of these king bodies was very high. Some were paragon saints, some were great saints, and the weakest was peak great saints. Many people with king bodies at the Supreme Saint realm had broken through to the next level, but very few absolute saints had broken through to the next level. Boom. Boom, 2.5 months later, a shocking aura erupted from Long Chen's body. He had also broken through from the peak of the Great Saint realm to the Paragon Saint realm. On the second day, a powerful aura also erupted from Huang Ling's body. She had also begun to break through. They had been at the peak of the Great Saint realm for a long time, and had been cultivating in the Origin Mountain Academy. The geniuses of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect were overjoyed to see the two of them break through one after another. After Huang Ling and Long Chen woke up, Autumn Moon, Luo Xiang, and Huang Li also woke up. Autumn Moon had just become a supreme saint not long ago, so he couldn't break through so quickly. However, he had gained a lot. His cultivation was much closer to the great success of the Supreme Saint realm, and his divine powers had improved a lot. As for Luo Xiang, due to his lack of accumulation, he hadn't broken through to the Absolute Saint stage. However, he had reached the limit of the complete Supreme Saint stage. As for Desolate Force, he had reached the level of Absolute Saint 5 months ago. However, he hadn't broken through yet, but he had reached the limit of Absolute Saint Small Success. He wasn't far from Absolute Saint Large Success. Every one of them had gained a great deal. As time passed, the remaining king bodies woke up one by one. Suddenly, one of the remaining people who were comprehending the Tao erupted with a shocking aura. Another person made a breakthrough. It was Luo Xiangqiong. Haha, my elder brother, Luo Xiangqiong, has made a breakthrough. He's now a perfected absolute saint. Luo Pokong was ecstatic. He had actually reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Many people were shocked. Luo Xianxia was already very powerful. He was ranked 10th on the King's Sage board. Of course, the King's Sage board wasn't necessarily accurate, but it was still significant. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he was undoubtedly stronger. Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others didn't look too good. Luo Xianxia was destined to be their enemy. His breakthrough was disadvantageous to them. Soon, Luo Xianxia woke up. Humph. After waking up, Luo Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, who was still comprehending the Tao. Cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming, but he didn't dare to do so when he saw Emperor Wu Xiang sitting there cross-legged. If he offended a great emperor, even his grandfather wouldn't be able to protect him. It won't be too late to kill you when you wake up, Luo Xianxia muttered. He then left and watched from afar. 3 months later, only 3 people were still comprehending the Tao. Xianxia, Death Blade, and Lu Ming. As expected, the 3 of them stayed until the end. The Elysian children are indeed extraordinary. Someone exclaimed. Humph, it's just that they have been comprehending the Tao for a longer time. It doesn't mean anything. No one can predict their future achievements. A martial monarch flesh harumphed. That's right, even though the Elysian children are strong, their advantage is no longer as obvious after achieving the martial monarch realm. Besides, their future achievements might not be as outstanding as the martial monarch flesh. In history, many people with martial monarch flesh ended up surpassing the Elysian children. That's right, even those without martial monarch flesh managed to reach the peak and surpass the Elysian children. The others blurted out. Those standing here were all geniuses with their pride. How could they submit to others so easily? Being in the lead now didn't necessarily mean they would be in the lead in the future. Anything was possible after achieving the martial monarch realm. Another 10 days were gone. On this day, Xianxia and Death Blade both finished comprehending the Tao and opened their eyes. Their cultivations had yet to rank up, as it was said that they had just had a breakthrough before the martial monarch's lecture. They exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flickered coldly before they glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still comprehending the Tao. Death Blade's eyes flickered as he thought of something, before he left the place with a flicker. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyes flickered sharply. He had initially thought he would be the last one to finish comprehending the Tao. He did not expect someone to last longer than him. So you're Lu Ming? Hee hee. Xianxia sneered and took a step forward, flying into the distant sky. Lu Ming was the only one who was still comprehending the Tao. Everyone's gaze landed on Lu Ming's figure. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would last longer than Xianxia and Death Blade? How shocking. Could it be that his talent is higher than Xianxia and Death Blade's? Some discussed among themselves. Humph, who knows if he's just pretending. He's already woken up, but he's still pretending to be comprehending the Tao. Luo Pokong spoke with a jealous look. Are you doubting martial monarch Wu Xiang's judgment? For you to say such words, it really makes you look very stupid. Autumn Moon glanced at Luo Pokong and mocked. Autumn Moon had returned to her usual self in front of Lu Ming, obedient. However, in front of others, she behaved completely differently, just like before she lost her memory. Perhaps it was related to her experience during Autumn Moon's time. Luo Pokong's face turned dark, but he couldn't refute. At this moment, Lu Ming felt like he was in the middle of a galaxy. He moved around in the galaxy like lightning. At the same time, he kept pointing his finger. Giant chaos fingers were formed and pointed at the stars in the distance. The primal chaos tribulation finger was even larger than a star. Every time it pointed at a star, that star would explode like fireworks, blooming in the universe. It was a spectacular sight. A moment later, Lu Ming stopped. The chaos ring is 90% complete. Lu Ming smiled. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, he had been using the martial monarch's lectures as an excuse to comprehend the chaotic tribulation finger. The chaos fingers had improved from 80% to 90%. The higher the level of a divine skill, the harder it was to improve it. The difficulty kept increasing. It would take a long time to improve from 80% to 90% under normal circumstances. However, with the help of the great emperor's teachings, Lu Ming managed to do it. The chaos fingers had improved from 80% to 90%, and its power was greatly reduced. Of course, it would be even more difficult to improve from 90% to the perfection stage. It would take a lot of effort to improve it. My cultivation is about to have a breakthrough too. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the perfection stage of the Supreme Saint realm. He only needed an opportunity to have a breakthrough. Although he had been focusing on comprehending the chaos fingers, his cultivation had also improved. He had finally reached the critical point. In the 4th month, a shocking aura burst out of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming is about to have a breakthrough. He's about to reach the Supreme Saint realm. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's strength was already shocking when he was at the perfection stage of the Supreme Saint realm. He could even suppress Luo Pokong, who was at the lesser success stage of the Supreme Saint realm. How strong would he be after reaching the Supreme Saint realm? Many people were looking forward to it. Lu Ming is finally about to have a breakthrough. The eyes of Huang Ling, Qiu Yu, Long Chen, and the others glittered. Humph, so what if he has a breakthrough? It's more interesting to kill him now. Luo Xianxia sneered as his killing intent intensified. As time passed, Lu Ming's aura grew stronger and stronger. With a wave of his hand, a large number of origin stones appeared. His devouring power erupted, and these origin stones turned into rolling origin chi, which he devoured and converted into saint power. A few days later, Lu Ming withdrew all of his aura. He'd officially become an absolute saint. Meanwhile, martial monarch Wuxiang, who had been sitting with his legs crossed, opened his eyes and said, "All right, the comprehension is over. The next lecture will be held in 3 years. Another martial monarch will be here then." After saying that, Emperor Wuxiang's figure vanished into thin air. No one saw how Emperor Wuxiang disappeared. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared at Autumn Moon, where Huang Ling and the others were. He looked around and smiled. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Di, congratulations on achieving a breakthrough and becoming a paragon saint. He realized that Huang Ling and Long Chen weren't the only ones who had broken through. A few people from the desolate race had also broken through and entered the paragon saint realm. Most of the 9 youths who had followed Lu Ming were at the great saint realm and had been there for a long time. This time, with the help of the martial monarch's lecture, their cultivation levels had all broken through. Although these people didn't have keen bodies, the desolate race was strong to begin with. Furthermore, they had superior heaven spiritual bodies, so they weren't weak. As a result, there were quite a number of paragon saints on their side. Lu Ming, you've also broken through. I really don't know how powerful a pervert like you is. Long Chen laughed. The others laughed as well. Indeed, Lu Ming was so strong when he was at the great saint realm. Now that he had become a paragon saint, how strong would he be? They were all very curious. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Everyone's expression changed as they looked in one direction. Luo Xianxia stepped forward. The terrifying aura came from Luo Xianxia. Behind him, Luo Pokong and the other elites of the Daluo Heaven sect followed. Autumn Moon, come here. Come to my side. Luo Xianxia looked at Autumn Moon and spoke in a domineering tone as if he was giving an order. Luo Xianxia, stop pestering me. I've already said that I have no feelings for you. Autumn Moon said. Come here. Luo Xianxia's voice was heavy and domineering. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and ignored Luo Xianxia. Stop right there, Lu Ming. How dare you touch my woman? Be careful or I'll exterminate your whole family. Luo Xianxia's voice was like thunder as it rang in Lu Ming's ears. In the surroundings, many of the geniuses who were about to leave stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. Was there going to be a conflict after the Enlightenment? And it was between Luo Xianxia and Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to it. Your woman? Haha, how ridiculous. Autumn Moon grew up with me. Since when did she become your woman? Moreover, Autumn Moon has already said that she has no feelings for you and asked you to stop pestering her. You're really shameless. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Luo Zongqiong coldly as he spoke in disdain. Do you know who you're talking to? Because of what you said, you'll implicate your family and friends. They'll all die because of you. Luo Zongqiong said coldly as he glanced at Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. He didn't hide his murderous intent at all. Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, I'll chop you into pieces first. Huang Li yelled and revealed his murderous intent. Lu Ming also revealed a cold murderous intent in his eyes. He hated it when others used his family and friends to threaten him. Luo Zongqiong, let me tell you. Lu Ming is my young master. I once said that I'll serve him for the rest of my life. I have no feelings for you. What's the point of pestering him? Autumn Moon said. Bitch, shut up. If I say you're mine, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Do you understand? Luo Zongqiong shouted coldly. His grandfather was a great emperor, one of the top experts in the world. Since he was young, there was nothing he couldn't get. It was the same for women. Haha, how ridiculous. Autumn Moon doesn't like you, so you used the law of deprivation to deprive Autumn Moon of her memories. Unfortunately, Autumn Moon still has no feelings for you. Such a ridiculous and despicable person still has the face to stay in Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and call himself a genius. How ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered as his voice spread across the entire place. Many people suddenly realized that this was the case. Luo Zongqiong couldn't get Autumn Moon's heart, so he used the law of deprivation to deprive Autumn Moon of her memories. Such behavior was indeed shameless. So what? Luo Zongqiong spoke and his gaze turned even colder. It seems that you have recovered your memory. I'll deprive you of your memory again. This time, I'll deprive you of all your memory. Lu Ming, I'll cripple your cultivation and make you watch helplessly as Qiuyu becomes my woman. Boom. 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 Luo Zongqiong was incomparably domineering. So what if others knew that he had taken away Mid-Autumn Moon's memories? He was the grandson of the great emperor. Who would dare to speak ill of him in front of him? Each and every one of them had to fawn over him. And now, he wanted to take away Mid-Autumn Moon's memories in front of everyone and obtain Mid-Autumn Moon. Luo Zongqiong stepped towards Lu Ming and Mid-Autumn Moon. Heaven and earth rumbled. He raised a palm and clenched it. Between heaven and earth, endless energy gathered towards Luo Zongqiong's palm. No, it couldn't be said that it was gathered. It was completely taken away by him. Yuan Qi and various elemental energies between heaven and earth were taken away by Luo Zongqiong. They were compressed together, forming a huge palm that pressed down on Lu Ming and Mid-Autumn Moon. At this moment, the law of yin and yang circulated around Mid-Autumn Moon's body. Two scimitars flew out, intending to face Luo Zongqiong head-on. Mid-Autumn Moon, let me do it. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Then, he took a step forward. Light spots lit up on his body. There were more than 200 light spots, and a sacred weapon flew out from each light spot. On the way back to Celestial City, Lu Ming had cultivated the myriad weapon art. He had sealed a large number of sacred weapons in his acupoints. Among them, there were 18 supreme sacred weapons, 108 great sacred weapons, and the number of supreme sacred weapons remained unchanged. There were also 108 supreme sacred weapons. Altogether, there were 234 supreme sacred weapons. So many sacred weapons appeared, floating around Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming stepped on the sacred weapons and casually grabbed a supreme sacred weapon. The sacred weapon's aura gathered, and with a slash, a boundless sword chi cut through the void, cutting Luo Zongqiong's huge palm in half. Let's see how many moves you can take from me. Luo Zongqiong shouted. He waved his hands continuously, and the law of deprivation circulated. The law of deprivation absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying attack that attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the midst of the saint weapon, stepping on it as he moved forward. His battle sword slashed out unceasingly, breaking apart the opponent's attacks. The attacks of the two were extremely violent and powerful. The surrounding people were forced to retreat continuously. Autumn Moon stood behind Lu Ming. Her two scimitars danced in the air, and she did not retreat at all. If the situation changed, she would not hesitate to take action. Back in the Burning Sun Empire, she was too weak to help Lu Ming. Now that she was strong enough, she would stay by Lu Ming's side and protect him. The cry of a phoenix rang out. The phoenix spirit was bathed in the undying flames. She stepped forward and stood side by side with Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon looked at Huang Ling and smiled kindly. Huang Ling was stunned and smiled back. Then, Long Chen and Huang Li stepped forward. Lu Ming and Luo Zongqiong have started fighting. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lu Ming has just become an absolute saint, but Luo Zongqiong's cultivation has already reached the complete absolute saint realm. Although Lu Ming was able to suppress Luo Pokong, who was in the initial absolute saint realm, and his combat strength is amazing, Luo Zongqiong is not Luo Pokong. That's right. There are strong and weak people even with king bodies. Luo Zongqiong's combat strength is terrifying. His law of deprivation is extremely powerful. Even if it's not as powerful as the 10 ultimate laws, it's still one of the top King Wei laws. The Son of Chaos cannot be measured by common sense. It's hard to say who will win in this battle. The spectators were all guessing who would win, but they could not say for sure. Some people thought that Luo Zongqiong was stronger. After all, his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, and his law of deprivation was extremely terrifying. His combat strength was definitely above Lu Ming's. However, some people speculated that Lu Ming might not be weaker than Luo Zongqiong based on Lu Ming's previous battle results. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Blade of Deprivation. Luo Zongqiong did not continue to deprive the world of energy. Instead, he used the law of deprivation to form a huge saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming's mind stirred and the sacred weapons gathered together. The aura of the combat weapons burst forth and blasted toward Luo Zongqiong. However, his expression changed slightly when he collided with Luo Zongqiong's saber. This was because he felt that there was a terrifying power of deprivation in Luo Zongqiong's battle saber. It wanted to deprive him of the aura of the battle weapon. It even wanted to deprive Lu Ming of the spiritual consciousness that was attached to the sacred weapon. Even the spirituality of the sacred weapon itself would be deprived and it would turn into scrap metal. After depriving Lu Ming of the energy of his sacred weapon, the power of Luo Zongqiong's saber increased greatly. With a shake, it forced everyone's sacred weapons back. Whoosh! 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 More than 200 sacred weapons gathered behind Lu Ming and formed a pair of huge wings. The sacred weapons. Qi gathered on the saber in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming took a step forward and slashed at Luo Zongqiong with his saber. Boom! The saber collided with Luo Zongqiong's saber. Deprive. Luo Zongqiong used the law of deprivation to deprive Lu Ming of his power of law and even his sacred power. However, in the next moment, Luo Zongqiong's expression changed drastically. His body shook and he could not help but retreat a few thousand meters in the void. Can you deprive me of the law of chaos? Lu Ming said coldly and continued to attack Luo Zongqiong. Just now, he had covered his saber with a layer of the law of chaos. The law of chaos was one of the 10 strongest laws. Although the law of deprivation was overbearing, it could not deprive him of the law of chaos. Blade of Deprivation. Luo Zongqiong's face was gloomy. He waved his hands and 9 sabers were formed. They charged at Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming put away all his sacred weapons and fought back with a suppressing hell skill. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out 9 punches in a row. 9 suppressing hell steels appeared and collided with the 9 blades of deprivation. Deprive! Deprive! Luo Zongqiong shouted, trying to deprive Lu Ming of his sacred power. However, the suppressing hell skill was supported by the law of chaos. Moreover, the power of the suppressing hell skill was very strange. Lu Ming felt that even without the law of chaos, his opponent could not deprive him of the power of the suppressing hell skill. The suppressing hell steel's shadow suppressed the heavens and the earth and knocked away Luo Zongqiong's 9 blades of deprivation. Luo Zongqiong's law is restrained. The law of chaos is the emperor of all laws. The law of deprivation can't affect it at all. Luo Zongqiong is in danger in this battle. Some people discussed and expressed their opinions. Luo Zongqiong's law of deprivation was extremely overbearing. It could deprive everything, including other laws. An ordinary monarch body would be restricted by Luo Zongqiong and be greatly affected by the law of deprivation. However, Luo Zongqiong's law of deprivation could not exert its advantage against Lu Ming. Since I can't deprive you, I'll crush you with absolute power and deprive you of the divine seal. Luo Zongqiong waved his hand and the 9 blades of deprivation collapsed. Then, Luo Zongqiong formed a seal with his palms and turned into a large seal. The divine seal of deprivation was Luo Zongqiong's superpower. It could deprive all the energy in the world, including the power of other laws. When combined, it would form a terrifying attack. All the energy around the divine seal of deprivation seemed to have been stripped away, forming a void space. Sizzle, all kinds of energy gathered on the divine seal of deprivation, making ear-piercing sounds. It turned into the size of a mountain and blasted toward Lu Ming. Go to hell! Luo Zongqiong shouted, his murderous intent thick. Since he could not deprive Lu Ming of the chaotic law, he would use his absolute power to suppress Lu Ming. His divine ability had already reached 90% mastery, and its power was terrifying enough to seize the world. Moreover, it was a superpower formed by the divine seal of deprivation, and its power was far beyond ordinary laws. He had full confidence in his superpower. At his age, there were very few people who could cultivate a superpower to 90% mastery. So what if Lu Ming's chaotic law was strong? Luo Zongqiong's superpower was far weaker than his, and he would still be crushed. What a terrifying superpower. Luo Zongqiong's superpower has probably reached 90% mastery. He is indeed a peerless genius to be able to cultivate a superpower to 90% mastery at such a young age. His ranking on the King's Sage board is not undeserved. Luo Zongqiong's superpower shocked many geniuses. More people looked solemn as they felt a strong pressure. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The chaotic law burst forth as he pointed his finger out. A huge finger surrounded by the color of primal chaos shot toward the divine seal of deprivation. Boom, the divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic calamity finger collided in the air, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Whoosh, terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker geniuses could not even stand properly and were forced to retreat. The divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic calamity finger were in a stalemate. Deprive. Luo Zongqiong roared as he activated all the power in his body. The divine seal of deprivation was unleashed in a frenzy. Luo Zongqiong, is this all you have? Is this all you got? Lu Ming sneered. The chaotic law was activated crazily, entangled with the saint power, and surged toward the chaotic calamity finger. Boom, the chaotic finger of calamity vibrated, and its power grew even stronger. The terrifying power caused the divine seal of deprivation to vibrate violently. Luo Zongqiong's expression changed drastically. He felt that the divine seal of deprivation was about to collapse. How was this possible? His divine seal of deprivation had already reached 90% completion, and it was a divine ability condensed from the law of deprivation. How could Lu Ming's divine ability be stronger than his? Lu Ming had just broken through to the Saint Realm, and he cultivated the law of primal chaos. How could Lu Ming's mastery of divine ability compare to his? He was not the only one. The people around him also found it hard to believe. Luo Zongqiong's divine ability technique was terrifying, but he was at a disadvantage in the confrontation of divine ability techniques. Lu Ming's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Luo Zongqiong, I really can't figure it out. With your strength, why do you still look so superior? Where does your confidence come from? Lu Ming continued. The power of the primal chaos tribulation finger was fully unleashed. Kacha! Bam, the divine seal of deprivation cracked, and finally exploded with a bang. Luo Zongqiong groaned, and his body frantically retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Luo Zongqiong's divine ability had reached 90% completion, Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger had also reached 90% completion. Divine ability techniques of the same level were invincible unless they were also of the top 10 laws. Many people were shocked. Luo Zongqiong was injured, and he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped into the air, closing in on Luo Zongqiong. His voice continued to ring out, "Didn't you want to cripple me? Come on, this little bit of strength is still not enough." After saying that, Lu Ming pointed out again. A chaotic calamity finger crushed toward Luo Sanqiong. Luo Sanqiong's face was extremely ugly. He roared and used the divine seal of deprivation again. However, under his injury, it was more difficult for him to resist Lu Ming's attack. In an instant, the divine seal of deprivation was defeated. Luo Sanqiong screamed, and his body was blasted tens of thousands of meters away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His injury was even more serious. Not far away, Luo Pokong and the other talents of the Daluo Heaven sect were pale. Even Luo Sanqiong was no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to help, but they dared not go forward, fearing that they would be crushed by Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming did not stop. He stepped into the void and stepped toward Luo Sanqiong. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I will let you die without a burial place. I mean it. Luo Sanqiong roared, his eyes full of crazy killing intent. Rely on you or the power behind you. Well, trash like you can only rely on the power behind you. Lu Ming sneered, full of sarcasm. In other words, Luo Sanqiong was no match for Lu Ming at all with his own strength. He had to rely on the power behind him. You forgot one thing. Now, the power behind you is not here. I have the advantage. You should not threaten me. Lu Ming said. Coldly. He did not hide his killing intent. He took a step and flew toward Luo Sanqiong like lightning. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and the divine sword technique erupted. Two dark sword lights burst out from his eyes and rushed toward Luo Sanqiong. At the same time, his right hand pointed out again. The terrible chaotic calamity finger crushed toward Luo Sanqiong. Lu Ming wants to kill Luo Sanqiong? How dare he? He is simply lawless. Many people gasped in shock. Killing was not allowed in the Yuan Mountain sacred courtyard. This was the rule set by the great emperor. But now, Lu Ming did not hide his killing intent. His eyes were cold and he did not show any mercy. He was obviously going to kill Luo Sanqiong. Luo Sanqiong was known as lawless and unscrupulous, but he did not dare to go against the order of the great emperor. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill Luo Sanqiong in the Yuan Mountain sacred courtyard. This was the true definition of lawlessness. How dare you? Luo Sanqiong roared. He did not expect Lu Ming to dare to kill him here. He fought back, but there was no doubt that he was once again blasted away by Lu Ming. Half of his body was almost smashed. His breath was weak and his injuries were extremely serious. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly and used the chaotic calamity finger again. Luo Sanqiong's eyes finally showed fear. Lu Ming was crazy. He wanted to kill him. Was he not afraid of being punished by the great emperor? He wanted to perish together with him. He frantically retreated, but he could not escape from Lu Ming's lock. The terrifying aura of the chaotic calamity finger firmly shrouded him. No, help! Luo Sanqiong shouted in horror. It was a world of difference from his previous arrogant look. Whoosh! At this moment, a palm print pierced through the sky and blasted toward Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger at an astonishing speed. With a boom, the chaotic calamity finger exploded and the remaining power of the palm print continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming exerted the heaven-suppressing art and threw out a punch with all his might. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared in front of him. But when the palm print hit, the phantom of the prison-suppressing monument exploded. Lu Ming's body was pushed back for tens of thousands of meters before he stopped in the air with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. A young figure in white with long black hair stepped in front of Luo Sanqiong. Xianxia. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Many people were also shocked. The one who attacked just now was Xianxia, the peerless genius who ranked first on the King's Sage board. He had sent Lu Ming flying and injured Lu Ming with just one move. Was he going to attack Lu Ming? Brother Heng, Luo Sanqiong was overjoyed. At the same time, he stuffed pills into his mouth to heal his injuries. Lu Ming stared at Xianxia and said, "You want to intervene?" Luo Sanqiong is the grandson of the great emperor. How can he be bullied by you? Xianxia said. Lu Ming sneered. According to Xianxia, the grandson of the great emperor could bully others without them being able to retaliate. What a joke. At this time, Xianxia continued, "Besides, I have other things to discuss with you. You were the one who pulled out the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. That belongs to the Heng family. Now, hand it over to me." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, Xianxia had intervened for this matter. The other geniuses around were shocked. It turned out that Xianxia's real purpose was to get the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Saving Luo Zongqiong was just a matter of convenience. The news of Lu Ming pulling out the sword of the Heavenly Emperor had spread like wildfire in Celestial City. Now that Lu Ming had returned, the Heng family was indeed looking for Lu Ming. How should Lu Ming deal with it? Should he hand it over or not? Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. Legend has it that the sword of the Heavenly Emperor was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. But that is just a legend after all. You said that the sword belongs to the Heng family. Do you have any evidence? Maybe it was left behind by another peerless expert. Lu Ming responded. Although it was rumored that the sword belonged to the Celestial Empyrean and was left behind by the Celestial Empyrean who founded Celestial City, it was only a legend. Could the Heng clan take out any proof? Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he said, "Everyone in the Celestial City knows that the sword was left behind by the Celestial Emperor. And the Heng family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Is there a need to prove this? Since you, Xianxia, are the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor, why can't you pull out that sword?" Lu Ming's voice was sonorous and forceful, spreading throughout the audience. Xianxia's face instantly darkened. Lu Ming was mocking him for not being able to pull out the Celestial large sword. "I will pull out the sword of the Celestial Emperor sooner or later," Stellar River said coldly. "Hee, could it be that drawing the sword has something to do with one's cultivation?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. Lu Ming was mocking Stellar River. Everyone knew that pulling out the Celestial Emperor's sword had nothing to do with one's cultivation. There was once a martial emperor powerhouse who couldn't even pull out 1 foot. And there were those who had just started cultivating who could pull out 5 feet. Xianxia had once pulled out 9 feet, but it was estimated that he would only be able to pull out 9 feet in his lifetime. The probability of pulling out the sword would not increase with the increase of one's cultivation. But Xianxia said that he would pull it out sooner or later. Lu Ming's rhetorical question was a blatant mockery of Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned even uglier. The sharpness in his eyes was even more intense, like 2 divine swords. Moreover, even if that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and your Heng family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, why didn't the Celestial Emperor directly leave the sword to your Heng family? Instead, he stuck it on that platform and sealed it for ages. Obviously, the Celestial Emperor wanted to find someone who could pull out the sword. Only the person who can pull out the sword is qualified to wield that sword. This is the Celestial Emperor's intention. And your Heng family, if you are really the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, you should respect the Celestial Emperor's intention and not go against the will of your ancestors. Lu Ming continued to speak. His sonorous and powerful voice made many people ponder. That's right. If that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, why didn't he just leave it for the Heng family? Why did he stick it on that platform and let others pull it out? In other words, only the person who pulled it out was qualified to wield the Celestial Emperor's sword. This was the Celestial Emperor's true intention. You have a glib tongue and you are distorting the truth. Lu Ming, with your cultivation, I didn't want to bully you. But today, since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish. Xianxia shouted and then took a step forward. Boom, a terrifying aura blossomed from his body. A mysterious and terrifying law revolved around his body. It was one of the 10 strongest laws, the Eternal Law. Eternal, immortal, eternal. The Eternal Law was somewhat similar to Huang Ling's Undying Flame Law, but its power was much stronger than the Undying Flame Law. The Eternal Law not only allowed the person who controlled it to have an extremely strong vitality, but it also had terrifying offensive power. Boom, Xianxia took a step forward and quickly approached Lu Ming. He then struck out with his palm and a palm print. Blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted as he felt a terrifying pressure. Xianxia's cultivation was too strong. The power of his palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming roared and circulated his cultivation to the extreme. The chaotic calamity finger, which was 90% complete, shot out. At the same time, spots of light lit up all over his body. More than 200 sacred weapons flew out and floated around Lu Ming, forming a defensive force. Boom, the chaotic calamity finger collided with Xianxia's palm print. Bam, the 90% complete chaotic calamity finger couldn't withstand more than a few blows before it exploded. The terrifying power surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. At the same time, more than 200 sacred weapons blocked in front of him. However, when the palm print blasted over, Lu Ming's body shook violently. More than 200 sacred weapons buzzed and his body flew far away. Lu Ming was no match for Xianxia at all. The difference in cultivation was too great. They are both Elysian children, but Xianxia's cultivation is much higher. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. That's natural. As Elysian children, they usually fight at the same level. With a difference in cultivation, there's no point in fighting. Today, I'm afraid Lu Ming won't be able to keep the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Some people around sighed. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, Xianxia was an eternal child and his combat strength wasn't weak either. In the case of a much higher cultivation, Lu Ming was no match for him at all. Lu Ming, hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor and I'll spare your life. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and stepped toward Lu Ming with an invincible spirit. Boom, Xianxia took a step and an incomparably huge foot descended from the sky toward Lu Ming. Don't you dare hurt the young master. A delicate voice rang out as a figure rushed into the sky. It was Autumn Moon. At this moment, Autumn Moon's glabella shone and the imperial weapon, the yin-yang wheel, appeared and blasted toward the huge foot. Oh no! Lu Ming's face fell. He had not expected Qiu Autumn Moon and Huang Ling to rush out. With Qiu Autumn Moon and Huang Ling's combat strength, they were no match for Xianxia even if they had imperial weapons. As expected, when the giant foot landed, Qiu Autumn Moon and Huang Ling's bodies trembled. They grunted and flew back, landing beside Lu Ming. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, are you all right? Lu Ming asked worriedly. Young master, I'm fine. I want to fight alongside you. Qiu Autumn Moon wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood beside Lu Ming with determination. On the other side, Huang Ling did not speak, but the immortal flame on her body burned even more fiercely. Hee, how can two girls stop me? Xianxia sneered and continued to step forward. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. Count me in if you want to scold me. A burly figure appeared beside Huang Ling. It was Huang Li. His muscles bulged as he circulated the law of strength throughout his body. He wore a pair of black gloves in his hands. The gloves were also imperial weapons. Swoosh, another figure flashed past and Long Chen appeared beside Qiu Autumn Moon. His arms bulged and his aura was terrifying. Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and Lu Ming, 4 king bodies and 1 son of chaos, stood side by side. They were all paragon saints at the initial stage. Their auras combined to fight against Xianxia's aura. Count us in. The other elites of the desolate tribe, Mu Qingxue, and the others also wanted to step forward. Don't come up. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Huang Li and the others. Against an opponent like Xianxia, numbers were not enough. If they were not strong enough, it would be useless no matter how many of them went up. Are you trying to bully us with numbers? Do you think we are all alone? Another genius from the Heng family roared as he stepped forwards. The other geniuses from the Heng family also stepped forwards. Back off. You don't have to interfere. Heng Xianxia waved his hand and said to the other skyprides of the Heng clan. He was proud. With his cultivation, why would he need the help of others to deal with Lu Ming and the others? He glanced at Lu Ming and the others and said calmly, how naive of you to think that the 5 of you can stand against me. Around them, the others also sighed. Lu Ming's lineup could be said to be luxurious. The 4 king bodies and the son of chaos had all reached the absolute saint realm. However, they were facing the eternal sun, Heng Xianxia. Heng Xianxia was ranked first on the King Sage board and no one had any objections. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the younger generation of Yuan Mountain. Even the son of Death, Deathblade, could not shake the position of the Stellar River. Although Lu Ming's team of 5 was a luxurious lineup, their cultivation was still a little weak. Could they really fight against Xianxia? What if you include me? At this moment, a deep voice resounded. A tall and slender figure stepped out from the crowd. It's Ouyang Wushuang. Someone recognized the newcomer. Ouyang Wushuang came to Lu Ming's side and a powerful aura erupted from his body. An absolute saint, obviously, Ouyang Wushuang had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Then let's add my little sister. At this moment, another voice rang out. A graceful figure stepped through the void and landed beside Lu Ming's team. Luo Tianyi. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi are actually helping Lu Ming. Are they all familiar with Lu Ming? 6 king bodies and 1 son of chaos. This lineup is really amazing. Many people gasped, unable to calm down. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang were also familiar with Lu Ming. At this moment, they were going to fight against Xianxia with Lu Ming's team. Very good, very good. Then let me see how strong you are. Xianxia's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He suddenly took a step forward and the void under his feet kept shaking. Heavenly illusion! Luo Tianyi yelled. Her eyes turned into 2 pitch-black whirlpools. She used the heavenly illusion spell to envelop Xianxia, trying to make him fall into the illusion. At this moment, Luo Tianyi's true cultivation was revealed. She had actually reached the absolute saint realm and seemed to have reached the limit of the absolute saint realm. She was not far from the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm. As expected, Xianxia's body shook slightly and he stopped. The moment Luo Tianyi attacked, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Long Chen, and Ouyang Wushuang all attacked at the same time. 6 terrifying superpowers exploded at the same time and blasted toward Xianxia. When the 6 of them joined forces, the shockwaves caused by them were earth-shattering and shocking. A mere illusion can't stop me. Break! Xianxia's indifferent voice rang out. His eyes were as bright as stars. 2 terrifying sword lights burst out from his eyes and slashed toward the void. Luo Tianyi yelled. Her body shook and she kept retreating. Her face was pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her illusion was broken by Xianxia. She suffered a backlash and was injured. At the same time, a sword light formed in Xianxia's hand and he slashed it out. Whoosh, the sword light was like a flying immortal. It cut through the void and turned into eternity. It was unparalleled. Boom. Boom. Boom, as the sword light slashed through, Lu Ming and the others' attacks all collapsed in the air. They were all split apart by the sword light. Oh no, retreat! Lu Ming shouted. The 6 of them quickly retreated to avoid the sword light's aftershock. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Xianxia's combat strength was indeed terrifying and unrivaled. The main reason was that their cultivation was too low. They were far inferior to Xianxia. What's the use of having more people? Xianxia clenched his fist. The eternal law formed a sword light and pressed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's glabella shone and the Tai Chi formation plate floated out. Autumn Moon and the others also took out their imperial weapons. Chaotic Calamity Finger. This time, Lu Ming took the initiative to launch an attack. He blasted out a chaotic tribulation finger with all his might. At the same time, his figure moved and he charged toward the Stellar River at top speed. Endless runes emanated from his left hand, forming a sealing force that spread toward the Stellar River. At the same time, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern appeared on the Tai Chi formation plate. It turned into 2 Yin-Yang fish swords and slashed toward Xianxia. A series of attacks rained down like a violent storm. Even an ordinary perfected absolute saint would have no choice but to die under this wave of attacks. When Lu Ming launched his attack, the others also launched their attacks. Illusory reality! Luo Tianyi shouted. Butterflies appeared in the sky. They flapped their wings and flew toward Xianxia. These butterflies were formed by an illusion. They could be real or fake. They were very powerful. Xiao Yu and the others also attacked the Stellar River together. What a terrifying attack! The surrounding geniuses were all shocked. With so many people attacking together, no one was confident that they could block it, not even the top geniuses on the King's Sage board. Child's play. Xianxia's expression did not change. He slashed out with his sword light. Instantly, 9 sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. 3 of the sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming. The chaotic finger of calamity was the first to be cut open. Then the yin-yang fish sword and the sealing power of the array law were broken one by one. Luo Tianyi, Autumn Moon, and the others' attacks were the same. As the sword light slashed, everyone retreated quickly. So powerful. The surrounding people were shocked. Xianxia was too powerful. Lu Ming and the other experts were still no match for him even when they joined forces. Xianxia's cultivation is at least at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Coupled with the eternal body, his combat power is too strong. Longchen said and transmitted his voice to everyone. Indeed, their cultivation was too weak. It was impossible for them to match him. Xianxia was not an ordinary warrior. He was the eternal sun, almost invincible in the battle of the same level. Needless to say, his cultivation was so much higher than theirs. Lu Ming, hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor. You are not qualified to wield the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Xianxia said coldly. Xianxia, your cultivation is just a little higher. If we fight at the same level, I will still defeat you. Lu Ming said. Defeat me? Haha, Lu Ming, let me tell you. Even if you control the law of chaos, you are no match for me at the same level. However, you don't have to provoke me to fight at the same level. Having a higher cultivation is also a kind of strength. Xianxia said as he stepped forward. A terrifying sword will burst out from his body and pierce the sky. The sword will was vast and mighty, forming a terrible pressure. He had the strength to crush others. Why would he fight at the same level as Lu Ming? This kind of provocation had no effect on him. Lu Ming, since you don't want to hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor, I will take it myself. Xianxia said coldly. The sword light in his hand was raised high, and his aura was getting stronger. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared on Xianxia's body and enveloped him within. The law of space and time. Xianxia's face changed and he shouted angrily. Do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that the bubble had made a move. Looking at the fluctuation of the law of space and time, it was extremely powerful. Obviously, the bubble had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming and the others once again joined forces and blasted out a terrible attack. Break! A terrifying sword light burst out from Xianxia's body, breaking the transparent bubble in one fell swoop. However, the surrounding space kept rippling and twisting like water waves, trying to trap Xianxia in the void. At the same time, the power of time acted on Xianxia's body, slowing down his movements. Xianxia's expression finally changed. The space-time laws were also one of the 10 strongest laws. Moreover, they had endless transformations and were best at trapping enemies. With the help of the space-time laws, Lu Ming and the others would be able to unleash their strength to a greater extent, as well as Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the others' attacks arrived. They were about to drown the stellar river. Boom! At this moment, an even more powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Xianxia's body. A terrifying divine light burst forth, and the space-time laws that enveloped his body instantly collapsed. The attacks of Lu Ming and the others also collapsed under the impact of this light. Eternal divine light. Also, Xianxia's cultivation is at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Around him, many people cried out. Is this Xianxia's true cultivation? Lu Ming and the others looked extremely solemn. In the previous battle, Xianxia had not used his full strength at all. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. How terrifying was this at such a young age? As long as he perfected the eternal law and reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, he would be able to enter the quasi-emperor realm and begin to break through to the martial emperor realm. Since ancient times, there had not been many people who had entered the martial emperor realm under the age of 50 who could compete with the almighties of the ancient era. Whoosh, a figure flashed, and bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. That person is so strong. Bubbles can't trap him. Chirp chirp. Very good. You're not bad. Since you've forced me to use my full strength, then you'll have to suffer my wrath. Xianxia said coldly, revealing a cold murderous intent. A real battle sword appeared in his hand. It was an imperial weapon, and its sword chi soared into the sky. At this moment, Xianxia's cultivation of the absolute saint realm was fully unleashed, and his aura was terrifying. It's over. Lu Ming and the others are doomed. Although they're strong, they're no match for Xianxia. Indeed, but Lu Ming's lineup is too terrifying. There's someone who can control the laws of time and space. If these people grow up, how terrifying will they be? Will Xianxia kill them here? It's hard to say. The scene today had far exceeded everyone's expectations, and they were so nervous that they found it hard to breathe. In the beginning, Luo Zongqiong had found trouble with Lu Ming, but he had been defeated by Lu Ming. Then, Xianxia had made a move, and the number of experts on Lu Ming's side continued to increase. So far, there were already 6 people with imperial bodies and 2 sons of heaven. How powerful was this lineup? This made the faces of many powerful geniuses turn solemn. If these people's cultivation increased, who would be their match? Damn it. I hope Xianxia can kill these people. Luo Zongqiong was also shocked. He had never thought that Lu Ming could gather so many terrifying geniuses. Swoosh, Xianxia took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others' hearts beat rapidly. They felt a terrible danger from the sword light. Let's join forces. Lu Ming shouted. In the face of this attack, they could only block it by gathering all their strength. The great defying cauldron flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and the 2 Saint Hearts in his dantian were operating at full force. Majestic saint force poured into the great defying cauldron, causing it to expand to the size of a mountain. But just as Lu Ming and the others were about to give it their all, a dark saber light cut through the void in the distance and slashed violently toward them. This saber light was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to plunge all living things in the world into death. Clang, the sword light and saber light collided and then exploded. Terrifying sword chi and saber light swept out in all directions. Swoosh, a figure flashed, and a young man in a black robe stepped forward and appeared in front of Xianxia. He held a saber in his arms, and his entire body was filled with a strong aura of death. It's Deathblade. Deathblade actually attacked Xianxia. Could it be that Deathblade is also familiar with Lu Ming and the others? Seeing this young man, many people were shocked. The son of death, Deathblade, had also attacked Xianxia. Deathblade, are you also going to help Lu Ming and the others? Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light flashed in them. No. Deathblade shook his head and said, I only attacked because I don't like you. His words made many people speechless. Deathblade attacked because he didn't like Xianxia? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, Deathblade was a proud man. He was the son of death, so he wouldn't admit it. He had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. If Deathblade didn't say it, Lu Ming wouldn't say it either. Deathblade, it's still too early for you to stop me with your current cultivation. Xianxia said coldly. Deathblade was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, while Xianxia was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Deathblade was no match for him. How would we know if we don't fight? Deathblade said. The death chi on his body became thicker. If you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Xianxia said coldly. Eternal divine light became brighter. The peerless sword light was extremely sharp. It could explode at any time. Xianxia, our battle isn't over yet. Lu Ming stepped forward. At this moment, Lu Ming's black hair turned blood red. His eyes also turned blood red. A bone-chilling murderous intent radiated from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a god of death. This was the power of the third bloodline. Lu Ming hadn't used the third bloodline for a long time. The power of the third bloodline was too strange. Lu Ming used it less and less. But today, he had to use it. With the help of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's aura surged. After a few steps, Lu Ming stood side by side with Deathblade. Attack, hit this guy. Chirp. Bubbles mumbled. She strode forward with her small feet and followed Lu Ming. As her figure walked past, the void was distorted like water ripples. It was as if her body was no longer there. It was as if she was in another spacetime. In addition, Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the others also stepped forward. Their auras were shocking. Kill. Deathblade was the first to attack. His sword of death slashed toward Xianxia. Wherever the sword light passed, the world was silent. Boom, Lu Ming was the second to attack. He swung the great development cauldron. Majestic power poured into the cauldron and smashed it toward Xianxia. Then, Bubbles, Autumn Moon, and the others attacked at the same time. The attack this time was truly shocking. Today, I will show you what it means to be the strongest. The stellar river roared as its sword lights continuously shot out. Hundreds of sword lights shot towards Lu Ming and the others. The Deathblade's blade of death continued to vibrate. More and more blade lights appeared, and a small portion of the sword lights were blocked by him. As for the great pill derivation furnace in Lu Ming's hand, it was as large as a mountain. Every time it smashed down, a large area of sword light would be destroyed. As for Bubbles, Autumn Moon, and the others, they worked together to block the remaining sword lights. Boom! 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 A terrifying battle broke out. The top 10 geniuses fought with all their might. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere. The entire Xianxia Sacred Academy was shaken. However, after Lu Ming used his third bloodline and the Deathblade joined the battle, they were finally able to fight evenly against Stellar River. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Stellar River unleashed his terrifying combat strength to the extreme, but he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming and the others. Stellar River's advantage was his cultivation. His cultivation was high. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had more people. With different types of laws, their power was extremely shocking. Devour. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming opened the lid of the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. The Great Pill Derivation Furnace erupted with a powerful devouring power, wanting to devour Stellar River. Stellar River roared, and eternal divine light erupted, tearing apart the devouring power of the furnace. However, in the next moment, he was enveloped by bubble space-time laws, and his body became sluggish. Whoosh, the Deathblade's blade of death slashed over, almost hitting Stellar River. He narrowly avoided it, and at the same time, broke through the attacks of Autumn Moon and the others. He slashed out a few terrifying sword lights towards Autumn Moon, Huangling, and the others. However, bubble space-time laws enveloped Autumn Moon and the others. Their bodies trembled, and they avoided Stellar River's sword lights. Bubble space-time laws had a great supporting ability in a battle. Moreover, its attack power was also very terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. As time passed, the battle became more intense. In the battlefield, all kinds of dazzling lights erupted, colliding with each other, and rumbling sounds continued. The battle continued for about 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Boom! Stellar River, Lu Ming, Deathblade, and the others collided, and their bodies flew far away. His face was particularly gloomy. Today's matter seemed to be out of his control. He was only dealing with Lu Ming, but he was besieged by so many people. Each of them was a terrifying genius. Lu Ming, let me tell you, my Hing family is determined to get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. You people can't protect it. Stellar River said coldly. That's right, my Hing family is determined to get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. As soon as Stellar River's voice fell, a voice came from outside the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. Then, a suffocating pressure spread out from that direction. Then, the crowd saw 3 old men walking over in the air. There was a divine light revolving around each of the 3 old men. Many people's pupils shrank because that was the divine light of the world. It meant that these 3 old men were true emperors. The 3 old men stood in the air, surrounded by the divine light of the world, like 3 gods. An incomparably terrifying pressure constantly spread out, and all the geniuses present felt like there was a mountain pressing down on them. Elders. Stellar River cupped his fists at the 3 old men. Lu Ming, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword to us. This is the Heavenly Emperor's personal sword, you are not qualified to wield it. The old man in the middle said, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a strong pressure on his body, and his body couldn't help but retreat. If the young can't do it, the old man will do it? Sure enough, this is the style of a major force. Lu Ming said with a hint of mockery. That's right, you true emperors want to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation, too shameful. At this time a voice came from the depths of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. When the voice fell, several figures appeared in the void. These figures were surrounded by the divine light of the world, and they were also true emperors. They were the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard. Most of the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard didn't come from any major forces. Most of them were lone wolves or lived in seclusion. In the end, they were invited by the three great emperors to become the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard and jointly manage it. The true emperors of the Heng clan had an ugly expression. They originally wanted Stellar River to take the Heavenly Emperor's sword from Lu Ming's hand, but they didn't expect that Stellar River couldn't do it. They had no choice but to step in. They also thought that the teachers of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard would intervene in this matter. This is the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard, please leave. A teacher of the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard directly ordered the guests to leave. We must take the Heavenly Emperor's sword. A true emperor of the Heng clan said. The Heavenly Emperor's sword was pulled out by Lu Ming, so it naturally belongs to him. You don't have the ability to pull it out, yet you want to take it for free? Isn't it laughable? You call yourselves the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. The true emperors from the Heng clan had a dark expression. If it was someone from another faction who dared to speak to them like this, they would have been annihilated by them. However, the other party was a teacher of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard was founded by three great sovereigns. Although their Heng clan was powerful, they did not dare to go against the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The Heng true emperors shifted their gazes and messaged each other, discussing something. After a while, a true emperor from the Heng clan said, Lu Ming, you can keep the Heavenly Emperor's sword, but you must give us the cultivation method. Xianxia's eyes flashed sharply after hearing this. He once said that Heavenly Emperor's sword would be his sword, but now, Lu Ming had to keep it. This made him very unhappy. The few teachers from Yuanshan Sacred Academy also had a change in their eyes. Obviously, the Heng family had given in. They looked at Lu Ming and one of them said, Lu Ming, what do you think? There's no merit laws in the sword, how can I give it to you? Lu Ming said. After he pulled out the sword of the Celestial Arch, he did not discover any abnormalities at all. It was like an ordinary stone sword. It only appeared in the sword tomb and took the initiative to appear. It saved Lu Ming once and even absorbed a large amount of sword origins. Lu Ming, don't push your luck. Our Heng clan has already given in. Being too greedy will only bring about your own destruction. Xianxia has shouted. The true emperors from the Heng clan had a cold glint in their eyes. In their opinion, they had already given in, but Lu Ming's greed was insatiable. He didn't even want to hand over the merit laws of Heavenly Emperor's sword. Lu Ming, the merit laws in Heavenly Emperor's sword are very important to our clan. That's right, young people should know when to stop. It'll be a shame if you die halfway through your cultivation. The true emperors from the Heng clan spoke one after another. Their threat was self-evident. I told you, there's no merit laws in the sword. Lu Ming repeated. You still dare to deny it? One of the true emperors from the Heng clan shouted. Rolling thunder rumbled and formed a terrifying storm that pressed down on Lu Ming. A teacher from Origin Mountain Sacred Institution frowned and took a step forward. A force rushed out and destroyed the thunderous attack. A true emperor is going too far. The teacher from Origin Mountain Sacred Institution frowned and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you really didn't find any merit laws in the sword? No, there's nothing wrong with the sword after I got it. It's just an ordinary stone sword. Lu Ming said. Quibble. My Heng clan's ancient records state that the Celestial Emperor's sword contains a cultivation technique left behind by the Celestial Emperor. True emperors from the Heng clan shouted. Heng clan. Lu Ming sneered. The furious true emperor from the Heng clan unleashed a terrifying aura and stepped forward. The Heng clan had always prided itself on being a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Now, Lu Ming dared to say that they weren't a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. They couldn't establish their prestige without killing. Enough. At this time an old voice came from the depths of Yuan Mountain Holy Court. The voice sounded gentle to the geniuses of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. However, it was thunderous to the Heng Clan True Emperor. The Heng Clan True Emperor trembled and frantically retreated. His expression changed drastically as he almost vomited blood. Grand Emperor! The Heng Clan True Emperor cried out in horror. It's Grand Emperor Wu Xiang. When Lu Ming and the rest heard that, they knew that it was Emperor Wu Xiang. Previously, when Emperor Wu Xiang was preaching, they naturally recognized his voice. Who would have thought that Grand Emperor Wu Xiang would show up? This is Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. All of you, leave. Grand Emperor Wu Xiang's voice sounded again. Though he didn't use any harsh words, his majesty was unquestionable. The three Heng Clan True Emperors had an ugly expression. However, this was Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. How could they not retreat when Grand Emperor Wu Xiang had spoken? True emperors were lofty existences in the eyes of other cultivators. However, they were like babies in front of a grand emperor. Wu Xiang. At this moment, outside the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain, an old voice came from an unknown distance away. Ancestor. The three Heng Clan True Emperors were overjoyed after hearing the voice. Many people were shaken. The three true emperors from the Heng Clan called him an ancestor and he dared to call Emperor Formless by name. There was only one possibility, he was also a grand emperor. There was a rumor that the Heng Clan had a grand emperor. Wu Xiang, the Heavenly Emperor's sword is related to an important merit law of the Heng Clan. Do you really want to interfere? The voice came from an unknown distance outside of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution again. No matter what the reason is, since this is Origin Mountain Sacred Institution and Lu Ming is a disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, I will protect him. It's the same for any other disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. If someone dares to move the galaxy in Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, I will do the same. Grand Emperor Wu Xiang's voice was firm and unquestionable. As long as one was a disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, he would protect them regardless of who they were. Haha. The Heng Clan Great Emperor sneered and said, Wu Xiang, we haven't seen each other for many years. I wonder how much progress you've made. Why don't we spar? That's what I was thinking. I also want to see how much progress you've made. Grand Emperor Wu Xiang said. Many people were shocked. The two Grand Emperors were about to fight. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Boom. Boom, terrifying pressure emanated from the direction of Heng Clan and the depths of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. Then, two rays of light flashed and rushed into the sky. Wherever the light passed, the space was torn apart. Two figures rushed into the crack in the void. Boom, then, a terrifying vibration came out from the void. The entire sky seemed to be shaking crazily. A dull pressure came from the sky, making people feel that the world was about to be overturned and destroyed. The Grand Emperors were fighting in the void. If the Grand Emperors were to fight in Celestial City, the world would be turned upside down. Celestial City would be destroyed and countless people would be affected. Boom. Boom, in the void, there were continuous explosions. The space rippled like water. Then, a series of ferocious spatial cracks appeared in the void like a spider web, densely covering the entire void. So terrifying. Many people felt their heartbeat accelerate. Their muscles were tense and they were extremely nervous. It was too terrifying. Even if they were fighting in the void, the scene was still earth-shattering. Everyone felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. The Grand Emperor's small worlds could give birth to living beings and control the Grand Tao. They were too powerful. True emperors were as weak as babies in front of them. In the era when celestial emperors did not appear, the Grand Emperors were the top existences in the world. The battle between the great emperors did not last long. After a few minutes, the ripples in the void suddenly stopped. Those spatial rifts also disappeared. They stopped. Who won? Was it the Heng Clan's Great Emperor or Great Emperor Wu Xiang? Withdraw from the Sacred Academy and send people to guard outside. If Lu Ming comes out, take him down. The voice of the Heng Clan's Great Emperor came from the direction of the Heng Clan. The Heng Clan was going to withdraw from the Sacred Academy. Many people's eyes flashed. Did the Han clan's great emperor lose? It was very likely. If the Han clan's great emperor won, why would he withdraw from the sacred academy so easily? Yes. The three Han clan's true emperors took the order and glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then stepped out and left the sacred academy. Xianxia's eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Great Emperor Wu Xiang. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed to greet Great Emperor Wu Xiang. Now, I have an announcement. Great Emperor Wu Xiang's eyes were no longer gentle, but filled with a sharp light. Those who were swept by his eyes felt their heart beat faster. From tomorrow onwards, the rules of the Sacred Academy will change. From now on, there will be no killing in the Sacred Academy. In other words, there will be no rules in the Sacred Academy. Great Emperor Wu Xiang's voice sounded. Many people were shocked. From tomorrow onwards, there will be no killing in the Sacred Academy. There will be no rules. This will certainly lead to earth-shattering changes in the Sacred Academy. In the past, killing and crippling other people's cultivation were prohibited in the Sacred Academy. If one wanted to fight to the death, one would have to go to the life and death arena. If one did not go to the life and death arena, they would be safe in the Sacred Academy. At least, they would not have to worry about their lives. But all of this will change. From now on, the teachers of the Sacred Academy will not care about your matters. Of course, all of this is the internal affairs of the Sacred Academy. If any outside forces interfere, we will strike with lightning. Also, I have placed 4 sets of array discs in the Saint battlefield. Each set of array discs can cover an area of 100 miles. Only martial emperors can break it. After saying this, Great Emperor Wu Xiang's figure blurred like a phantom and disappeared without a trace. Little guys, take care of yourselves. Several teachers of the Sacred Academy glanced at the crowd and left one after another, disappearing into the depths of the Sacred Academy. As soon as the teacher of the Saint Academy left, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely solemn. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with seriousness and vigilance. From tomorrow onwards, killing would no longer be prohibited. Those who had enmity with each other would look at each other with cold killing intent. Luo Zongqiong, Xianxia, and the others glanced at Lu Ming and the others with undisguised killing intent. Lu Ming, just you wait. Xianxia spoke coldly. With a flash of his body, he was the first to leave this place. After Stellar River left, the death blade turned into a blade light and disappeared. This caused the eyes of some of the stronger geniuses to flicker. From the looks of it, Deathblade wasn't on Lu Ming's side. Just as Deathblade had said, Deathblade had only attacked because he didn't like Stellar River. Especially some of the stronger geniuses, they let out a long sigh in their hearts. If Deathblade was on Lu Ming's side, then the strength of Lu Ming's group was too amazing. They could fight against Stellar River when they joined forces. They were almost invincible in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. However, without Deathblade, the strength of Lu Ming's group was greatly reduced. That bastard Deathblade left without even saying goodbye. Huang Ling muttered unhappily. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't care too much. As the son of Death, Deathblade naturally had his pride. He was not convinced by Lu Ming at all. He most likely wanted to wait for 20 years to pass before challenging Lu Ming and replacing Lu Ming's status as the Golden Inheritor. However, Lu Ming was confident that within 20 years, he would definitely convince Deathblade. Let's go back, Lu Ming said. Together with Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest, they stepped into the air and left the place. Then, the others left one after another. From tomorrow onwards, the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain would no longer prohibit killing. Naturally, they had to prepare early. In Lu Ming's residence, in a courtyard, everyone gathered to discuss matters. From tomorrow onwards, the situation in the Sacred Academy will definitely change greatly. How should we face it? Someone asked. We'd better all gather together and concentrate our strength to avoid being defeated one by one, Lu Ming said, then looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi and said, Ouyang, Tianyi, bring all the people you can bring here. We'll gather together. Okay. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi nodded and agreed without hesitation. Other than Huang Ling and Long Chen, the others were surprised. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming's words, which shocked them. During this period, we'd better not go to those cultivation places to cultivate. Wait until the situation stabilizes, then we'll make plans. Lu Ming suggested. Everyone nodded. Now, this was the best choice. The mountain was very large, so everyone chose to stay in the courtyard. A day passed in the blink of an eye. From the second day onwards, the atmosphere in the entire Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain became tense and vigilant. It had been almost a year since the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was held. Many people had grudges with each other. In the past, they could not kill each other. At most, they could teach each other a lesson to vent their anger. But now, it was different. Sure enough, in just a few days, the killing began. Some of the prodigies were killed on the spot by their opponents. This also opened the curtain of chaos in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. A fierce battle began. Boom, not far from the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, on a mountain peak, there was a shocking explosion. Two figures rushed out of the mountain peak and began to fight fiercely. However, the battle did not last long. A terrifying sword light slashed across, and a young prodigy was cut in half and died there. The other prodigy took the young prodigy's storage ring, turned into a sword light, and disappeared. In this way, I wonder how many prodigies will fall. A few figures stood in the air and watched. They were Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the others. Huang Ling sighed slightly. Perhaps, this is the strategy of the great emperors. Only by facing danger. At all times can one explore their own potential faster and more thoroughly and break through to a higher realm. Luo Tianyi said. The others nodded, but the price of this method was very high. I don't know why the great emperors held the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain to cultivate so many prodigies. Lu Ming asked and asked. The others were silent. In fact, this was also the question in everyone's mind. Why did the great emperors spend so much effort to gather so many prodigies and cultivate them? In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As time passed, the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain became even more chaotic. There were battles and killings every day. Every day, there were geniuses who died. However, no one bothered Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others had many geniuses. When they gathered together, they were very terrifying. Naturally, no one would pay attention to them for the time being. As time passed, many people began to gather and form groups to fight against the powerful enemies. Even so, there were still powerful geniuses who directly attacked a certain group and killed all of them. The atmosphere in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was extremely oppressive. Under such circumstances, some geniuses left the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. However, those who left were only a minority. The various cultivation places in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain were too attractive. Moreover, there was a great emperor's preaching. Where could one find such cultivation conditions? Although it was dangerous in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one's progress was also the fastest. Leaving the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one's cultivation speed would definitely not be able to keep up with the cultivation in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Everyone was a genius. Once the gap was widened, it would be difficult to catch up. The path of cultivation was like walking against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. Once one fell behind, one would not be able to catch up with the other geniuses in the future. Even one's own achievements would be affected. In the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one might be able to continuously unearth one's potential and make breakthroughs. Their future achievements were unpredictable. However, it was not certain if they left. Thus, only a small number of people left. Many more people stayed behind. Huang Kong, a genius from the Phoenix Palace, once competed with Huang Ling for the Heart of Parasol Tree, but they later reconciled. On this day, he met up with a few geniuses from the Divine Elephant Sect and Phoenix Palace. They arrived at the Divine Abilities Purgatory Valley, intending to cultivate their divine abilities there. However, they were stopped outside the valley. Stop, the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley has been reserved by the Sky Knife Alliance. No one else is allowed to enter. Outside the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, a few young men stopped Huang Kong and the others. The Sky Knife Alliance? Reserved by you? Huang Kong and the others were stunned. That's right. Now, get lost. A young man on the other side was extremely arrogant. How dare you? The Divine Ability Purgatory Valley was created by the great emperor of the Sacred Academy. Everyone who entered the Sacred Academy's Divine Ability Purgatory Valley. A genius from the Divine Elephant sect was furious. That's right, you should be the ones to scram. A Phoenix Palace disciple berated. Since they don't want to leave, I'll just kill them. A cold voice came from the Purgatory Valley. A young man in a long golden robe stepped out with a few other young men with a cold expression. Huang Kong and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. If you want to fight, we have nothing to fear. Let's go. Huang Kong said, wishing to withdraw first and report this matter to Lu Ming and the others. Did I say you could leave? Attack. Kill them all. The young man in the golden robe was extremely overbearing. A golden battle saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Huang Kong and the others. This person's cultivation was very strong. He was at the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. As for Huang Kong and the others, the one with the highest cultivation was Huang Kong, who was only a great sage, great mastery. Not good, retreat. Huang Kong shouted. He did not expect the other party to be so domineering, attacking them directly and wanting to kill them. However, the other party had more people. Their figures flashed and surrounded them. Pucci, the young man in the golden robe, slashed down with his battle saber and killed a Phoenix Palace disciple. Huang Kong's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, "You killed my Phoenix Palace disciple. Lu Ming and the others will not let you off." What? A Phoenix Palace disciple? The young man in the golden robe and the others were shocked. He did not expect the other party to be a Phoenix Palace disciple. Phoenix Palace represented Lu Ming and a group of elites on Lu Ming's side. The young man in the golden robe broke out in cold sweat when he thought of the combat strength of Lu Ming and the others. However, they had already killed one of their opponents. It was impossible for them to ease the tension. Kill. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. The young man in the golden robe roared. Since they could not ease the tension, they would kill all of them. That way, no one would know that they were the culprits. Terrifying attacks continued to attack Huang Kong and the others. Huang Kong and the others were outnumbered and their cultivation was weaker than the other party. They could not withstand the attacks at all and were killed one by one. Soon, Huang Kong was the only one left. Kill. Kill. The young man in the golden robe continued to attack Huang Kong with his saber. Soon, a long saber wound appeared on Huang Kong's body and his body was almost split into two. If he did not have the Phoenix combat body and the Phoenix's ability to rise from the ashes, he would not have been able to fight anymore. A Phoenix cry was heard and a pair of Phoenix wings appeared on Huang Kong's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and when the blood landed on the Phoenix wings, the flames on the Phoenix wings burned brightly. Swoosh, Huang Kong risked his injuries and charged out of the encirclement. He flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the others were gathered. Oh no! Chase after him. The young man in the golden robe and the others' faces changed and they chased after Huang Kong. However, Huang Kong had used a secret skill and his speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. The young man in the golden robe looked terrible. If Lu Ming and the others knew that Huang Kong had escaped, what would happen? Fear flashed in his eyes and he said, "Report to the alliance leader that Lu Ming and the others are here to fight for the superpower Purgatory Valley." At the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were staying, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the others were discussing something. Suddenly, someone rushed in to report. Oh no! Someone has been killed. The person who made the report was a genius from the Phoenix Palace and he looked furious. What? Lu Ming and the others' faces changed. In a flash, they appeared outside the courtyard and saw Huang Kong sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was covered in phoenix flames and his body was covered in blood. Huang Ling's face darkened. She waved her hand and the undying flame shrouded Huang Kong. With the help of the undying flame, Huang Kong's injuries healed quickly. After a while, he was fully recovered. Huang Kong, what happened? Huang Ling asked. Our men have been killed, Huang Kong immediately told her what had happened. The Sky Knife Alliance is courting death. Huang Ling's body emitted a cold, killing intent. It seems like someone has started to fight for the cultivation ground. Gather the men and let's go. Lu Ming shouted. Soon, Lu Ming, Chiu Moon, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others headed toward the superpower Purgatory Valley. They had to avenge the deaths of their men. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the superpower Purgatory Valley, more than 100 people had gathered outside the valley. It's them. They killed our men without any explanation. Huang Kong pointed at the young man in the golden robe in the crowd. Come out and die. Lu Ming, what's the matter that made you so angry? A burly young man stepped out. He was holding a saber and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Wei Tiandao. Huang Ling whispered. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He had heard of Wei Tiandao before. He was ranked 4th on the King's Sage Board and had a terrifying imperial constitution. His cultivation was unfathomable and he was even more powerful than Luo Tsongqiong. It seemed that Wei Tiandao was the one who had set up the Sky Saber Alliance. Your people killed our people for no reason. A life for a life. They must die. Lu Ming said coldly. They attacked us first and we were forced to fight back. The young man in the golden robe shouted. Nonsense, we came to Purgatory Valley to cultivate. You stopped us and said that Purgatory Valley was already occupied by you. Moreover, you attacked us and killed our people without any explanation. If I didn't risk my life to break out, I would have died too. Huang Kong shouted angrily. You are slandering us. The young man in the golden robe said. Lu Ming, it seems that there is a misunderstanding. How about this, I will give you half of the rights to use the Purgatory Valley and we will let this matter rest. How about that? Wei Tiandao said. You want to let this matter rest so easily after killing our men? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Ming scolded him and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wei Tiandao's face darkened. He was ranked 4th on the King's Sage Board and Lu Ming did not give him any face. This made him want to kill him. However, when he looked at Luo Tianyi, Chiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling and the others, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Lu Ming, what do you want? Wei Tiandao asked. It's simple. Those who attacked us will pay with their lives. Also, the Purgatory Valley will belong to us. Lu Ming said coldly. The young man in the golden robe was shocked and shouted, Alliance leader, don't agree. We are doing this for the Alliance. Wei Tiandao's face darkened and he said, Lu Ming, your conditions are too much. Too much? Don't you have to pay the price for killing our people? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, I suggest that we turn this matter into a small one. Once the two sides start fighting, it won't benefit anyone. This time, you don't have the help of the Death Blade. Wei Tiandao spoke, vaguely revealing a trace of threat. In other words, without the help of the Death Blade, if you fight with me, you won't be able to gain anything. Both sides will only suffer. Hee, you really know how to flatter yourself. Against you, I don't need the help of the Death Blade. If you want to fight, then let's fight. After saying that, Lu Ming took a step forward. A berserk aura burst out and pressed down on Wei Tiandao. At the same time, Luo Tianyi, Autumn Moon, and the others released their auras as well. Whoosh, a shocking saber light erupted from Wei Tiandao's body, piercing through the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Perfection of the absolute Saint Realm, Wei Tiandao's cultivation had also reached the complete Saint Realm. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the King Saint list. The people behind Wei Tiandao also released their auras. 2 of them were also very terrifying. They also had king bodies. The terrifying auras of the two sides clashed in the air. Die! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and pointed out. A chaotic calamity finger formed and attacked Wei Tiandao. Wei Tiandao unsheathed his saber. Just as he was about to attack, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around him and enveloped him. His body suddenly stiffened. Break! Wei Tiandao roared. Dazzling saber light burst out, trying to break the bubble's spacetime rules. But he wasn't Xianxia. Xianxia had the eternal body and the eternal divine light. Together with the eternal rules, he could easily break the bubble's space-time rules. He was only a king body. Although his cultivation was similar to Xianxia's, his combat power was far inferior. He couldn't break the space-time rules in such a short time. Heavenly illusion. Luo Tianyi shouted and used the heavenly illusion rules. Wei Tiandao immediately fell into an illusion. Break! 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 Wei Tiandao roared. Saber light burst out of his body, trying to break the illusion and space-time rules. At that moment, Lu Ming's attack arrived. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger hit Wei Tiandao. Although Wei Tiandao used his saber light to block it, his body still shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, as soon as he retreated, another transparent bubble enveloped him. Then, Luo Tianyi's illusion shook his soul again. Although Luo Tianyi's cultivation was at the great accomplishment of the absolute saint realm, her soul was very powerful. It was far beyond her cultivation level. Together with the heavenly illusion rules, it had a great impact on Wei Tiandao. Wei Tiandao had a lot of strength, but he couldn't use it at the moment. Whoosh, Lu Ming stepped forward. The great evolution cauldron appeared in his hand. It rapidly enlarged and smashed toward Wei Tiandao. Bam! Wei Tiandao was smashed. His body hit the ground heavily and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other members of the Sky Knife Alliance were shocked. The golden-robed young man and the others who had attacked earlier were pale. Wait, stop! Wei Tiandao roared. What do you want to say? Lu Ming stood in the air and looked at Wei Tiandao coldly. Wei Tiandao's eyes flashed with horror. It wasn't until now that he truly understood how terrifying Lu Ming and the others were when they joined forces. Back then, Lu Ming and the others were suppressed by Eternal Galaxy when they joined forces. It wasn't that Lu Ming and the others weren't strong, but that Eternal Galaxy was too strong. It wasn't until they fought that Wei Tiandao realized how terrifying Lu Ming and the others were. With the few of them working together, he couldn't use his strength at all. He could only take a beating. Moreover, there were other people with king bodies who hadn't attacked yet. If they really fought, they would definitely lose. Lu Ming, I agree to your conditions. Wei Tiandao said helplessly. He felt humiliated, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. No, Alliance leader, you have to save us. You have to save us. The golden-robed young man screamed in horror. If Wei Tiandao didn't save them, they would die. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Let's go. Wei Tiandao roared and turned to leave. The other members of the Sky Knife Alliance looked at the golden-robed young man and the others pitifully. Of all the people they could offend, they had to offend Lu Ming and the others. Following that, the other members of the Sky Knife Alliance soared into the air and left as well. No. The golden-robed young man and the others frantically chased after the Sky Knife Alliance members. However, Long Chen's figure suddenly appeared before them. His eyes were cold as he threw a punch. Bang! The golden-robed young man screamed miserably as his body shattered into pieces. The remaining people had even lower cultivations. Long Chen killed all of them in a few moves. The people who attacked earlier were all killed. After that, the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan became even more chaotic. Various large groups fought and killed each other in order to compete for those cultivation places. In the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan, the cultivation place was the most important cultivation resource. It was extremely helpful for cultivation. Naturally, the competition was very fierce. And all of this, the teachers of the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan did not interfere. Since that day, the teachers of the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan seemed to have disappeared. Only a few people were left to maintain the operation of those cultivation places. After that, some small groups began to form alliances and gathered into large groups. One by one, alliances began to appear. And the leaders of those alliances were all powerhouses on the King's Sage board. The sacred courtyard of Yuanshan did not prohibit killing. 2 months later, dozens of small and large alliances appeared in the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan. In the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, everyone gathered again. Lu Ming, should we establish an alliance? Huang Ling was the first to suggest. I also think it's good to establish an alliance. Once we establish an alliance, others will come to join us and increase our strength. Ouyang Wushuang also suggested. Yes, if we establish an alliance, people will come to join us. If we get to know more people now, it will be of great use in the future. Luo Tianyi also said. Then, the others also spoke one after another, feeling that it was time to establish an alliance. However, everyone was waiting for Lu Ming's opinion. During this period, almost everyone had followed Lu Ming's lead. At this moment, a message came. Xianxia had successfully obtained a set of array discs in the holy battlefield, covering 100 miles of his residence. At the same time, he had established the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Many people from the small alliances had joined him. Xianxia obtained a set of array discs? Many people's expressions changed. During this period, we sent people to inquire about the holy battlefield's array discs. How is it? Lu Ming asked. During this period, they had also been inquiring about the array discs. At this time, a set of array discs was too useful. A set of array discs could cover 100 miles, and only martial emperors could break it. This was equivalent to having a base, and they were not afraid of being attacked. This was too important for an alliance. This meant that their safety was guaranteed. Usually, they could cultivate in the cultivation place, but it was impossible to stay in the cultivation place all the time. After cultivating for a period of time, they still had to leave the cultivation place and find a place to digest it. Living in the area covered by the array discs, there was no need to worry about their own safety. However, there were only 4 sets of array discs. Once someone obtained one set, many people would join them. Emperor Wu of Yuanshan, the Celestial Emperor Alliance, had left 4 sets of array discs in the holy battlefield of the holy battlefield. However, the holy battlefield was huge. During this time, many people were looking for formation discs. Unexpectedly, Xinghe was 1 step ahead of them and got a formation disc. During this period of time, we have some people Wushuang. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, then we'll wait until we get the disc array, then we'll establish the alliance. Everyone nodded as well. Obtaining the disc array and establishing the alliance would be the best. Hung to Celestial. Xianxia was the first on the King's Sage board. Now that they were the first to obtain an array disc, many people joined them. It was said that Luo Cangqiong, Luo Pokong, and Feng Wuchen from the Feng clan had joined Xianxia. For a time, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance became a Leviathan existence. However, Xianxia did not find trouble with Lu Ming because he did not know what Deathblade's intentions were. Lu Ming found Luo Xiang alone. He planned to use the Great Pill Development Cauldron to refine Luo Xiang's spiritual body. With Luo Xiang's potential, he would definitely be able to refine his spiritual body to a superior sky spiritual body. When Luo Xiang found out about the effects of the Great Pill Development Cauldron, he was shocked. Then, Luo Xiang entered the Great Pill Development Cauldron. Half a month after Xianxia obtained the array disc, the second array disc appeared. It was obtained by the Divine Fire Alliance, led by the second on the King's Sage board. The second on the King's Sage board was called the Fire Emperor. He was the pride of an ancient clan, the Fire Tribe. After he obtained the array disc, many people joined him. Suddenly, the Divine Fire Alliance became a force second only to the Celestial Emperor Alliance. After half a month of refining, Luo Xiang's spiritual body also evolved to a superior sky spiritual body. When Luo Xiang's spiritual body evolved, it actually led to his cultivation reaching the absolute saint realm. Luo Xiang's cultivation had already reached the limit of the supreme saint realm. It was normal for him to break through by coincidence. Luo Xiang had a king body and could control one of the King Dao's laws, the speed law. When he became an absolute saint, Lu Ming and the others became stronger. At this moment, there was good news. They finally found the location of the array disc. Lu Ming immediately gathered everyone and headed to the Absolute Saint battlefield. The Absolute Saint battlefield was actually a huge array world. It had been built by the Emperor himself. Back when the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was first opened, only Paragon Saints were allowed to enter and cultivate there. But now, the Absolute Saint battlefield had been adjusted. Even Bright Saints could enter. The entrance to the Absolute Saint battlefield was guarded by the Saint Court's elders. Entering required a large number of origin stones. Lu Ming and the others, a few dozen people, paid the origin stones and entered a spacious secret room. This secret chamber could be considered to have been reserved by them. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Entering the Absolute Saint battlefield required one's mind to enter. Their physical body would remain outside. This was to prevent them from being ambushed after entering the Absolute Saint battlefield. Everyone sat down cross-legged. Inscriptions appeared in the secret room and covered their bodies. The next moment, they discovered that their minds had entered a mysterious space. Then, they discovered that they had appeared on a grassland. It's so real. The cultivation is exactly the same as the outside world. Even the laws are the same. Lu Ming sensed that everything was the same as the outside world. There really was no difference. This shocked Lu Ming. This array world was indeed extraordinary. Previously, when he was helping Ouyang Wushuang in the Xingyuan Empire, the first trial was also to enter a world of formations. However, the cultivators who entered the formation would only be able to form the body of a first-layer martial dominator. Their cultivation and the power of laws would not be able to be used inside the formation. But here, they could use it as they wished. It was on a completely different level. The others who hadn't entered the saintly battlefield also secretly felt it, exclaiming endlessly. It was indeed extraordinary that the emperor had built it himself. There are many beasts formed by formations in the Absolute Saint battlefield. After asking around, one of the array discs might be on Violent Ape Mountain. Ouyang Wushuang said. Violent Ape Mountain? How strong are they? Lu Ming asked. Violent Ape Mountain is inhabited by a type of ancient violent ape. They are naturally warlike, possess boundless strength, and have formidable battle prowess. The strongest violent ape in the Violent Ape Mountain is at the Quasi-Emperor realm. There are many violent apes at the Saint realm. Some time ago, several alliances wanted to explore the Violent Ape Mountain, but they were all killed by the violent apes. Ouyang Wushuang explained. A Quasi-Emperor violent ape? Many people narrowed their eyes. With the protection of a Quasi-Emperor violent ape, it was not easy to get the array disc. But fortunately, this was the Saint battlefield, a world of arrays. Even if they died in this world, their real body would be fine. Ouyang, lead the way. Lu Ming said to Ouyang Wushuang. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and led the way. Everyone followed. The Saint battlefield was vast and endless. After flying for a few hours, a towering mountain appeared in front of him. Roar! Roar! Even though they were very far away, they could still hear the roars and howls that were filled with brutality. They had arrived at the Violent Ape Mountain. Wait a minute. Those with weak cultivation, stay outside and attract the attention of some violent apes. Those with strong cultivation, follow me and kill our way to the top of the mountain. Lu Ming arranged everyone's task. Dying on the holy battlefield wouldn't be a true death. Therefore, using some weaker people to attract some of the violent apes was the best way to make the best use of people. No one had any objections. Everyone approached the Violent Ape Mountain. Someone is coming. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed and looked in another direction. There was a group of people flying over from that direction. The group flying at the front were all young men and women in white robes. They were extremely handsome. Xianxia. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. He did not expect to see Xianxia here. They are from the ancient sacred tribe. Luo Tianyi said softly. The ancient sacred tribe was also a powerful ancient tribe. Those handsome men and women in white robes were from the ancient sacred tribe. The people behind the ancient saint clan should be the prodigies who had allied with the ancient saint clan. It was obvious that the people of the ancient saint clan also wanted to step onto the Violent Ape Mountain to seize the array disc. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It's Lu Ming and the others. The gazes of the other ancient sacred tribes and the geniuses outside the ancient sacred tribes turned solemn. The battle prowess of Lu Ming's group left a deep impression on them. Now that they had encountered Lu Ming's group, it would be difficult for them to seize the disc array. Hee, Lu Ming, I didn't expect that we would meet in the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. What a coincidence. Xianxia said with a smile. What a coincidence. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Although Xianxia had helped him once in the Tsang state, revealing the Divine Son's cultivation level and secrets before the battle with him. However, Lu Ming's impression of Xianxia was still very bad. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, the two of them were mortal enemies. Many people looked at Lu Ming in surprise before looking at Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia knew each other? I'm really impressed. How does Lu Ming know so many beauties? Logically speaking, I'm also quite handsome. Why don't I know so many beauties? Huang Li touched his head and muttered. Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the other girls had strange looks on their faces. As for the other big guys from the desolate race, they looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Xianxia smiled slightly, as if he did not mind Lu Ming's attitude. He said, Lu Ming, are you also here to snatch the disc array? We are naturally here to snatch the disc array. Lu Ming said. What a coincidence. We are also here to snatch the disc array. On account of me helping you once, how about you give the disc array to me? Xianxia said with a smile. Give it to you? On Violent Ape Mountain, there are quasi-thearch violent apes. Even if I give it to you, you probably won't be able to take it down. It's better if we rely on our own abilities. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Following that, he did not waste any more words with Xianxia. They flew to the other side of Violent Ape Mountain. If the ancient sacred race wanted to snatch the disc array, then let them. Both sides attacked from different directions of Violent Ape Mountain. Whoever obtained it would be the one with the ability. When they arrived at the other side of Violent Ape Mountain, they followed the original plan. Some of the weaker ones rushed towards Violent Ape Mountain. Soon, there were bursts of angry roars from Violent Ape Mountain. A group of violent apes chased after those people and disappeared into the distance. Bubbles. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming transmitted a message to Bubbles. Chirp chirp, Bubbles waved her small hands and a space-time tunnel was formed, extending to the top of the mountain. Everyone rushed into the space-time tunnel. Roar, at this moment, a terrifying roar sounded from the top of the mountain. A giant violent ape appeared. It was 100 meters tall and held a giant rod in its hand. It swept the rod towards the space-time tunnel. Rumble, as the giant rod swept across, heaven and earth roared and the space-time tunnel collapsed. Lu Ming and the others had just stepped into the space-time tunnel. Before they could cross half the distance, they were forcefully thrown out of the space-time tunnel. It's really not working. The strength of a quasi-thearch is really amazing. Lu Ming thought to himself. A quasi-thearch was indeed powerful. The moment Bubbles opened the space-time tunnel, she was discovered and destroyed in one fell swoop. This ruined his plan of using the space-time tunnel to reach the top of the mountain. Roar, the quasi-thearch giant ape stood at the top of the mountain and roared towards the sky. Roar. Roar, the entire Violent Ape Mountain was in a riot. Loud roars sounded and violent apes appeared one after another. Some were barehanded, some were holding iron rods, and some were grabbing huge rocks. They rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. At a distance, there were huge rocks the size of houses that smashed towards Lu Ming and the others. Charge! Lu Ming shouted. Everyone dashed toward the mountain peak at lightning speed. In the process of charging, Bubbles gently pressed her small hand. The space in front of her fluctuated and those huge rocks were crushed by the power of space. Then, those violent apes rushed over. Bubbles pouted and spat out a bunch of bubbles that enveloped those giant apes. Lu Ming and the others attacked and killed those giant apes. As soon as those giant apes died, they turned into energy and disappeared. Following Lu Ming were Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chen, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Xiang, Lu Ming, and Bubbles. There were 9 of them in total. They were all absolute saints with king bodies and above. When they worked together, their speed was amazing. Regardless of whether they were absolute saints at the initial completion or absolute saint peak, they were almost instantly killed by the group. They were like a sharp knife that rushed to the top of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, there were also rumbles. Obviously, the ancient saint tribe had also started to attack the mountain. The ancient saint tribe has come at the right time. They can help us attract a group of violent apes. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. The others smiled as well. Indeed, the violent apes on the other side were attracted by the ancient saint tribe's attack. The pressure on them was much lower. Roar! At the peak of the mountain, the quasi-emperor violent ape roared at the sky. Its eyes were red as blood. It stomped heavily, causing the mountain rocks to explode and the entire mountain to shake violently. The violent ape's huge body charged toward Lu Ming and the others like a cannonball. The giant stick in its hand smashed toward Lu Ming and the others with unstoppable force. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and formed the Chaotic Calamity Finger. It blasted toward the violent ape and collided with the violent ape's giant stick. Boom! In the next moment, the Chaotic Calamity Finger was shattered, but the violent ape was also blocked. When Lu Ming was in the Great Saint Realm, he could cross realms and kill an expert in the Great Saint Realm. Although a quasi-emperor was much stronger than an expert in the Great Saint Realm, after breaking through to the Saint Realm, his combat strength had also increased greatly. He was now able to contend with an expert in the quasi-emperor realm. Chirp chirp, Bubble stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. She opened her mouth and a transparent bubble formed, enveloping the violent ape. Roar! The violent ape roared and unleashed all of its strength to break the transparent bubble. However, Bubble's strength was enough to contend with a quasi-emperor realm. How could the violent ape break it so easily? Roar! Roar! Roars could be heard from the surroundings as the gigantic berserk apes charged toward them one after another. You guys block those violent apes. Leave this to Bubbles and me. Lu Ming shouted. Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the others flashed and rushed toward the surrounding violent apes to block them. Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack the quasi-emperor violent ape. He pointed his finger again and a giant finger crushed toward the violent ape. Lu Ming wanted to take out the great elixir development furnace to refine the giant ape, but with a thought, he realized that there was no great elixir development furnace in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, Lu Ming understood. Although this array world was mysterious and unusual, it was not omnipotent. For example, it could not condense treasures that were above the level of emperor weapons. Imperial armaments were forged by martial emperors using all sorts of precious materials. If the formation world could create one, it would be too terrifying. The primal chaos tribulation finger crushed down. The violent ape roared and struggled with all its might, erupting with power to resist. However, it was suppressed by the law of space and time. The power it could unleash was less than half of its usual power. It was sent flying by the chaotic tribulation finger and crashed into the mountain peak. The mountain peak trembled, gravel flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Space Slicer. Time stop. Bubble flew out and circulated the space-time law with all its might. Space turned into a terrifying cutting power that slashed towards Baoyuan. At the same time, it used the space-time stop power to restrict Baoyuan's movements. Lu Ming stepped forward and unleashed a primal chaos tribulation finger with all his might. When the two of them worked together, the law of primal chaos and the law of space-time worked together. Their battle prowess was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it increased exponentially. The ferocious ape did not even have the strength to resist as the two attacks landed on its body. With a loud roar, its body directly exploded. After the violent ape's body exploded, it emitted a resplendent light. Within the light, 9 array discs actually appeared. So the array discs were inside the violent ape. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 9 array discs. We've got the array discs. Let's go. Lu Ming yelled and used the hell-suppressing art. 9 phantoms of the hell-suppressing steel appeared and sent the 9 powerful violent apes flying. Xiao Yu and the others took the opportunity to retreat and join up with Lu Ming and the others to break out of the encirclement. Behind them, the other violent apes roared and chased after Lu Ming's group. However, they were not good at speed and were quickly shaken off by Lu Ming's group. On Violent Ape Mountain, Xianxia looked into the distance and said, "Looks like the array discs have been taken by Lu Ming's group. Let's retreat." Then, the ancient saints broke out of the encirclement and left. Not long after, Lu Ming's group left the holy battlefield and returned to their mountain peak. Lu Ming stood above the mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, 9 array discs appeared and emitted a bright light. One of the array discs floated above the mountain peak while the other 8 flew in all directions, forming a light screen that covered an area of 100 miles. Below, the prodigies of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Thunder God Sect, and other forces burst into cheers. With the array discs protecting them, they could cultivate in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court without worry. Usually, when they went to those cultivation grounds, they could go there in groups. After they finished cultivating, they would return here and not have to worry about being ambushed. Whoosh! Whoosh, Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the others flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, now that we have the array discs, it's time to form an alliance. Ouyang Wushuang said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. I'll make Lu Ming the leader. You guys won't have any objections, right? Huangli was the first to speak. Then, he looked at Ouyang Wushuang and the others. Of course I have no objections. Huangling said with a smile. I have no objections either. Me neither. Then, Long Chen, Autumn Moon, and Luo Xiong spoke. They naturally supported Lu Ming as the leader. Finally, everyone looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi. Of course I support Lu Ming. Me too. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang nodded. They were silver inheritors and had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Why would they fight with Lu Ming for the leader position? Okay, then our alliance will be called the Dragon Alliance. Inform the Sacred Court that the Dragon Alliance will be officially established in 3 days. We welcome everyone to join us. Lu Ming said and made the decision. His eyes shone with anticipation. He had an idea to bring the Dragon Alliance to greater heights in the Yuanlu and become an overlord force. Then, everything would start from now on. The Origin Mountain Sacred Court was filled with the best prodigies from all over the world. If they were recruited into the Dragon Alliance now, it would definitely play a very important role in the future development of the Dragon Alliance. Yes, Alliance Leader. Ouyang Wushuang immediately cupped his fists. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Then, Luo Tianyi, Huangli, Long Chen, and the others cupped their fists one after another. Then, the prodigies of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect bowed to Lu Ming one after another. Then, everyone busied themselves with spreading the news and preparing for the banquet in 3 days. When the news spread, the Origin Mountain Sacred Court was shaken. The 3rd array disc fell into the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It was indeed shocking. The strength of Lu Ming and the others was obvious to all. They were definitely the strongest force in the valley. Some small groups that did not join the Celestial Supreme Alliance and the Divine Fire Alliance began to consider whether to join Lu Ming and the others. It's better to join the Celestial Supreme Alliance than the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming offended the Hengxing River and will be killed by them sooner or later. That's right, and the people of the Heng family are guarding outside the Sacred Court. Lu Ming can't even get out of the Sacred Court. If he joins the Dragon Alliance, I'm afraid he will be implicated by Lu Ming. Maybe he will also be targeted by the Heng family. That would be terrible. This was the opinion of some small groups. They thought that Lu Ming and the others would be defeated by the Hengxing River sooner or later. If they joined the Dragon Alliance, they would probably be implicated. However, there were also some small groups that had the opposite opinion. They thought that Lu Ming and the others had endless potential. Although their cultivation was still low now, they would be very terrifying when they grew up in the future. Not to mention other things, Lu Ming's side even had 2 Elysian children. If their cultivation improved, would they be afraid of the Hengxing River? Therefore, some of them chose to join the Dragon Alliance. P.S. In addition to the previous accumulation and the desperately staying up late last night to write, I finally finished 30 chapters and fulfilled my promise to my brothers and sisters. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Dragon Alliance's establishment had arrived. On this day, there were dozens of banquet tables set up on the mountain peak where they lived. Early in the morning, there were people who came to visit Lu Ming and were willing to join the Dragon Alliance. At noon, the number of people gradually increased. However, it was still a far cry from the day when the Heavenly Supreme Alliance was established. Obviously, there weren't many who thought highly of Lu Ming and the others. However, what made Lu Ming and the others happy was that 2 small groups had joined them. The leaders of these two groups were all prodigies with king bodies. Then, the prodigies of the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground and Purple Flame Villa all joined the Dragon Alliance. Some of the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa had made a bet that they would serve Lu Ming for 50 years. Now that the Dragon Alliance was established, they naturally joined it. After the Purple Flame Villa people arrived, another group of people came and attracted everyone's attention. "It's the Ancient Sacred Tribe," someone exclaimed. The Ancient Sacred Tribe was also an alliance. There were more than 100 of them. At this moment, all of them had arrived. However, they were blocked outside the light screen formed by the array disk. If Lu Ming didn't want them to enter, they couldn't enter. "Lu Ming, what's wrong? You won't let us in?" Xianxia smiled as she walked at the front of the group. "Are you here to congratulate me?" Lu Ming's voice sounded. "No." Xianxia shook her head as a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She said, "We are here to join the Dragon Alliance." What? Many people were shocked. The Ancient Sacred Tribe was here to join the Dragon Alliance. Some people were overjoyed. The Ancient Sacred Tribe's strength was very shocking. In addition, there were a few people with king bodies who had allied with the Ancient Sacred Tribe. If the Ancient Sacred Tribe joined the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Alliance's strength would be very strong. It might even surpass the Divine Fire Alliance and be second only to the Heavenly Supreme Alliance. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to bring the Ancient Sacred Tribe back to join the Dragon Alliance and rely on him. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, Xianxia and he were mortal enemies. They wouldn't rest until one of them died. Xianxuan's resentful expression was still fresh in his mind. "What? Are we not welcome to join?" "Lu Ming, we're family," Xianxuan said with a smile. "What?" Everyone was stunned. Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the others all looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Xianxuan were family? Could it be that Lu Ming and Xianxuan had some secret relationship? Many people could not help but let their imaginations run wild. Xianxuan chuckled and continued, "Lu Ming, you're my brother-in-law. Now that I'm relying on you, do you really not welcome me?" These words caused many people to be even more shocked. Especially Huang Ling, Qiu Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the other girls. "Young master, are you married to Miss Nianqing?" Well, they were so close back then. Now that so many years have passed, it's normal for them to get married. But why don't I see Miss Nianqing? Qiu Moon's mind was in a mess, and she felt a little bitter. Then, Qiu Moon shook her head and thought to herself, Qiu Moon, what are you thinking about? Young master and Miss Nianqing are a match made in heaven. You just need to stay by young master's side and serve him well. How can you be worthy of young master? So Lu Ming already has a wife, but why didn't he tell me? Huang Ling thought to herself, feeling a little disappointed. Luo Tianyi also had a strange look in her eyes. Among the crowd, only Longchen was calm because he was Xianxuan's true brother-in-law. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, but he could not refute Xianxuan's words. With his relationship with Xianxing, it was only a matter of time before they got married. Xianxuan was Xianxing's elder sister, so it wasn't wrong for her to call him brother-in-law. Are you really here to join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. Of course. Now that the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard is divided and you are my family, I am most familiar with you. Naturally, I will come to join you. Xianxuan said with a smile. Don't try to get close to me. Back then, you wanted to kill me. I really doubt your intentions. Lu Ming said coldly. People change. Back then, I was too short-sighted. Now, I naturally have to look further. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Xianxuan said with a smile on his face. Compared to the arrogant and indifferent person he used to be, it was indeed very different. You can join the Dragon Alliance, but the Dragon Alliance has its own rules. If you break the rules in the future, I will not show mercy. Lu Ming said. Of course. Xianxuan chuckled. Her position in the ancient sacred tribe seemed to be extraordinary. The other ancient sacred tribe members seemed to listen to her. Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate Xianxuan. Ever since he met this woman in Yuanlu, she gave Lu Ming a sense of danger. She was mysterious and unpredictable. Lu Ming felt that there was a terrifying force dormant in her body. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. He also felt the same from Xianxia. Then, Lu Ming controlled the disc array and let the ancient sacred tribe members in. Alright, let's start the alliance. Lu Ming waved his hand. However, this was the Yuanshan Saint Court after all, and the conditions were limited. The process of the alliance was very simple. Everyone greeted Lu Ming and then celebrated. While everyone was eating and drinking, outside the area covered by the disc array, another group of people arrived. People from the one only sacred palace. Lu Ming's gaze swept over. A few skyprides from the one only sacred palace stood outside the light screen. The leader was Yu Ji. Yu Ji, you have joined the Heavenly Supreme Alliance long ago. What business do you have with the Dragon Alliance today? Ouyang Wushuang's voice was heard. Do you want to change your allegiance and join the Dragon Alliance? The Dragon Alliance does not dare to accept people who change their allegiance at will. A skypride from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. Humph, we are here today for my junior sister. Yuji snorted and looked at Autumn Moon. Junior sister Autumn Moon, come with us and join the Heavenly Supreme Alliance. If you stay in the Dragon Alliance, you will get into trouble sooner or later. Did Luo Tsangqiong ask you to come? Autumn Moon said indifferently. That's right. Luo Tsangqiong asked us to come, but it is also our own intention. There is no benefit for you to stay in the Dragon Alliance. Yuji said. Get lost. Autumn Moon scolded coldly. Yuji's face changed and became gloomy. Autumn Moon, don't be too selfish. Luo Tsangqiong is the grandson of a great emperor. If you go against him, you will only implicate the one only sacred palace and even your master. Hehe, you really know how to talk. The matter between the younger generation actually involves the one only sacred palace and the true emperor. Isn't it funny? Lu Ming said indifferently. Yuji, don't be so dignified. You are doing this for yourself. If you can bring me to the Heavenly Supreme Alliance, I am afraid Luo Tsangqiong will reward you handsomely. Autumn Moon said sarcastically. Yuji's face turned red. You don't want to get lost? Then come in and have a drink. Yuji and the other prodigies from the only sacred palace had a drastic change in expression. They turned around and ran. Their voices came from afar. Just you wait. Hehe, a few clowns. Huangli grinned and returned to continue eating and drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, the banquet finally ended. Those who joined the Dragon Alliance all lived within the range of the array disc. The establishment of the Dragon Alliance and the appearance of the third array disc made the atmosphere of the Origin Mountain Academy even more tense. Because 3 of the 4 array discs had already appeared, and there was only 1 left. The remaining small alliances competed even more fiercely. Killing broke out every day in the holy battlefield. After more than 10 days of competition, the 4th array disc was finally obtained by an alliance. That was the Knights Alliance. The leader of this alliance was a prodigy ranked 3rd on the King's Sage board. He was very powerful. In this way, the 4 array discs were all obtained and formed the 4 great alliances. When the remaining small groups and alliances saw this, they all joined the 4 alliances to seek protection. Because without the protection of the array disc, the Origin Mountain Academy was in danger and could be attacked at any time. There were very few people who did not join the 4 great alliances. There were only a few powerful lone wolves, such as the Son of Death, Deathblade. He came and went alone. But no one dared to offend him. No matter where he went to cultivate, no one dared to stop him. He was too powerful. Now, except for Xianxia, no one could say that they could defeat Deathblade. But in this way, it was confirmed that Deathblade was not related to the Dragon Alliance. But still, most people joined the Heavenly Supreme Alliance. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Supreme Alliance was the most powerful. Someone made a ranking of the 4 great alliances according to their strength. The Heavenly Supreme Alliance was first, the Dragon Alliance was second, the Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Alliance were 3rd and 4th respectively. In the following period of time, the Origin Mountain Academy was even more chaotic. The four great alliances, in order to compete for cultivation places, began to fight and kill. It was not until a few months later that the fighting stopped. The four great alliances each occupied some cultivation places. The Origin Mountain's sacred ground entered a period of stability. The prodigies of the four great alliances each occupied a place and confronted each other. They began to cultivate with all their strength to improve their cultivation. During this time, Lu Ming would also choose some reliable people and use the Great Pill Furnace to help them refine their spirit bodies and raise their spirit bodies' grade. For example, the Desolate Race's four mid-grade heaven spiritual body elites, with the help of the Great Evolution Cauldron, all of their spiritual bodies had evolved to high-grade heaven spiritual bodies, greatly increasing their strength. As for Xianxia, with the help of the Great Development Cauldron, her spiritual body had also become a high-class spiritual body. Xianxia was originally a true dragon. With the help of the Great Development Cauldron, her spiritual body improved rapidly. The strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was continuously improving. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. At this time, a year and a half had passed since the Great Emperor gave his Tao lecture and announced the new rules. During this period of time, although Lu Ming often helped others temper their spirit bodies, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The place he spent the most time in was the Holy Battlefield. In the Holy Battlefield, he fought with powerful ferocious beasts to stimulate his own potential through battle. Lu Ming's cultivation had also successfully made another breakthrough, reaching the great completion of the Absolute Saint Realm. As for the other king bodies, such as Autumn Moon, Huangling, Huangli, Long Chen, and the others, they had all made breakthroughs, reaching the great completion of the Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Tianyi had even reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint Realm. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to make a breakthrough. It was already very fast to make a breakthrough in more than a year, and this was also because of the good cultivation conditions in the Saint Academy of Yuan Mountain. If it was normal cultivation, it definitely wouldn't be so fast. As for the divine powers, since Lu Ming's divine powers had reached 90% mastery, the improvement had become even slower. After a year and a half, Lu Ming's divine powers had only reached 93%. Every step was very difficult. Especially the closer he was to perfection, the harder it was. Xianxia had reached the great completion of the Absolute Saint Realm a year and a half ago, but it was definitely not that easy to take this step and reach the Boundary Emperor realm. Celestial City was the head of the 9 great sacred grounds in the land of Yuan Mountain. Its overall strength was much stronger than Ancient Moon's sacred ground. Celestial City had a few of the biggest ancient families, all of which had been passed down for countless years. They were powerful and had a strong foundation. Heng family was one of them, known as the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. He family was also one of them. Their strength and foundation were incomparably strong, and they were as famous as Heng family. Moreover, He family and Heng family had a grudge against each other, and they competed with each other. 1,000 years ago, the two families had a terrible war, and the casualties were unparalleled. It was only in the recent hundreds of years that things had calmed down. The He family's mansion occupied an extremely vast and boundless area. In the He family's mansion, there were not only endless palaces and pavilions, but also mountains that towered into the clouds and winding rivers. It was like a country. On a mountain peak of He family's mansion, there were a few figures standing. One of them was a white-haired elder with a kind expression. Beside the elder stood a burly young man. These two people were Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tian Shui. Not far from them, there was another elder. This elder was wearing a brocade robe, embroidered with patterns of different scenery of the 4 seasons. However, he was very old, much older than Ice Dragon Valley Master. His face was full of wrinkles, piled up like a mountain. His hair was almost gone, and his vitality was dried up. However, from the moment his eyes opened and closed, there was a flash of terrifying light. One could tell that this person was definitely a very terrifying expert. However, the 3 of them were looking at the center of the mountain peak, where a young girl was sitting cross-legged. This young girl was Lu Ming's first direct disciple, Xianxia Lu. At this moment, Lu Xianxia's body was emitting a mysterious radiance. The vicinity of the mountain peak was filled with endless vitality. Countless flowers and trees grew wildly. Small trees turned into towering ancient trees, and even some ordinary grass turned into spiritual herbs with spirituality. Boom, after a moment, Lu Xiangxiang's aura suddenly skyrocketed. She broke through. On the side, the eyes of the skinny elder, Ice Dragon Valley Master, and Tian Shui lit up, and they were all amazed. Lu Xiangxiang had broken through, and she had broken through to the peak of the great sacred realm. Especially Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tian Shui, who were utterly astounded. When they had escaped from the Tsang continent, Xianxiang's cultivation was at the advanced martial dominator realm. Now that a few years had passed, Xianxiang's cultivation had reached the peak of the great sacred realm. Xianxiang was not even 15 years old. A few hours later, Lu Xiangxiang withdrew her aura. She opened her eyes and rose to her feet. A few years had passed, Xianxiang had become a beautiful young girl. Her figure was tall and her appearance was stunning. She already had the potential to be a great beauty. Ha ha ha, not bad, Xianxiang, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly and reach the peak of the great sacred realm. Such an achievement is rare even in the entire Yuan Mountain. The skinny elder came over and said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Senior Higao. What I'm saying is the truth, not a compliment. In the land of Yuan Mountain, there are only a few people who can compare to your achievements. The skinny old man, Higao, smiled and changed the topic. Xianxiang, have you considered what I said before about you acknowledging me as your master? Xianxiang thanks Senior for your kindness. However, Xianxiang already has a master. Without my master's permission, Xianxiang does not dare to accept another master. Xianxiang politely bowed and declined the other party's offer. Higao's face sank slightly and said, Xianxiang, you have to consider carefully. I am a true emperor. What is your master's cultivation? Although my master's cultivation is not high, Xianxiang believes that he will become a peak expert in this world in the future. Xianxiang said tenderly with a firm look in her eyes. In her heart, Lu Ming was the strongest. Although his cultivation was not as high as Higao's, he would surpass Higao sooner or later. Silly girl. How can it be so easy to become a peak expert in Yuan continent? Moreover, he can't even protect his own disciple. What achievements can he have? He might have already fallen by now. You are still young. Don't be fooled by the flowery words of others. Higao said with a smile. He thought that Xianxiang was still a child and did not understand anything. Xianxiang's face sank slightly and said, Senior Higao, you have saved Xianxiang, Valley Master Grandpa and Martial Uncle Tian Shui. Xianxiang is grateful to you. However, please do not insult my master. Otherwise, Xianxiang will have to leave. Alright. I will not force you. You can slowly think about it. However, you have to cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique that I will impart to you. The 4 seasons cultivation technique is very compatible with your physique. It can stimulate your potential to a greater extent. Your talent is unparalleled. I really do not want to see you being held back and wasting your talent. Higao sighed. However, no one noticed that a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Alright. Xianxiang nodded, and her face looked better. Xianxiang, you and your martial uncle Tian Shui should go back first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa Valley Master. Higao smiled. Alright. Goodbye, Senior Higao. Goodbye, Valley Master Grandpa. Xianxiang nodded obediently. After bidding farewell to Higao and Ice Dragon Valley Master, she soared into the sky and left with Skyhammer. The moment Xianxiang and Skyhammer left, Higao's face darkened. He looked coldly at Ice Dragon Valley Master and a terrifying aura pressed down on him. Ice Dragon Valley Master's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. His face was pale. Higao was a true emperor, so Ice Dragon Valley Lord couldn't resist at all. I told you to persuade Xianxiang to take me as her master. It seems like you didn't persuade her. Higao said with a dark face. It's Xianxiang's own choice who she wants to take as her master. What's the point of me trying to persuade her? If she wants to acknowledge you as her master, why would she need me to persuade her? Ice Dragon Valley Master said. Humph. Higao snorted and said, What about when I told you to persuade Xianxia to cultivate the Four Seasons technique? Did you persuade her? Ice Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed with a strange light. He stared at He Gao and said, "Why do you want Xianxia to cultivate the Four Seasons technique? You don't have to care about that. Just persuade her to cultivate it." He Gao said. Ice Dragon Valley Master sneered and said, "You can kill me. No matter what, I won't force Xianxia to do something she doesn't want to do." You want to die? It's not that easy. He Gao said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, Ice Dragon Valley Master's body trembled as if he was experiencing endless pain. Roar. After a while, even with Ice Dragon Valley Master's composure, he couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a painful roar. His gentle face was completely twisted because of the pain. Roar. Roar. Ice Dragon Valley Master kept roaring and his body was covered in cold sweat. He stretched out his claws and wanted to scratch his body, but an invisible force enveloped him and made it hard for him to move. Soul-devouring worms can constantly bite your soul and make you suffer incomparable pain. It's 10 times or 100 times more painful than the physical body. Enjoy it. He Gao said coldly. You're so despicable. If Xianxia knows about it, she'll probably leave, Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. If she wants to leave, it'll be the time of your death. He Gao said coldly. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared again. He felt that his soul was being bitten by a worm and endless pain drowned him. After a while, He Gao waved his hand and controlled the soul-devouring worms to stop biting. Ice Dragon Valley Master's body fell to the ground and he gasped for breath. His body was drenched in cold sweat. I'll give you 2 more months to persuade Xianxia to be my disciple and cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique with me. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Also, don't try to tell Xianxia or seek death. Otherwise, Xianxia and Tianshui will die. He Gao said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared from the place. Ice Dragon Valley Master took a few deep breaths and sat down with his legs crossed to recover. After half an hour, he recovered. He Gao, why are you so persistent to let Xianxia cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique? This person is sinister and cunning. He's definitely not doing it for Xianxia's sake like he said. What should I do now? Ice Dragon Valley Master frowned and pondered. He Gao always put on an amiable look in front of Xianxia. However, after Xianxia left, he would show his true colors. He Gao had planted the soul-devouring worm in him to threaten him to persuade Xianxia to be He Gao's disciple. Ice Dragon Valley Master would never allow Xianxia to be He Gao's disciple. However, this was the He clan. There were many strong cultivators in the He family. Anyone in the He family could kill him with his initial completion absolute sync cultivation. He wanted to take Xianxia and the others away, but there was nothing he could do. He might even implicate Xianxia and the others. He returned to his residence worriedly. Their residence was a huge monastery. The monastery was guarded by experts. Not even a fly would be able to get out. Valley Master Grandpa, what did Senior He Gao say to you? Ice Dragon Valley Master saw Xianxia as soon as he returned to the courtyard. Xianxia asked curiously. Nothing. I just asked Senior He Gao about the whereabouts of Lu Ming and the others. Ice Dragon Valley Master found a random reason. His face darkened and he said, Xianxia, did you cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique that He Gao gave you? Didn't Valley Master Grandpa tell me not to cultivate it? That's why I didn't cultivate it. Xianxia shook her head and said. Remember, don't cultivate it. Just cultivate the technique that your master gave you. Ice Dragon Valley Master reminded her. Xianxia knows. For the next few days, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley walked around the courtyard, observing the terrain and looking for a way to leave the He family. However, how powerful was the He clan? Experts were as common as clouds, and there were spiritual senses everywhere. If he wanted to leave the He clan openly, it was impossible for him to not alert the He clan. On this day, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley arrived outside another mansion. This is He Gao's mansion. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley was stunned and subconsciously restrained his aura. Then, he saw a middle-aged man leading two young women into Higao's door. Why do you think Elder Higao often asks people to send young women in? And he even teaches them cultivation? The two men guarding the door were middle-aged men. At this moment, one of them spoke softly. Hearing this, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley's heart skipped a beat. He restrained his aura to the extreme and circulated his saint power to his ears so that he could hear more clearly. I secretly heard some news. I'll tell you, but you can't spread it. The other man guarding the door whispered. What news? The man from before revealed a curious expression. I heard that these women are all Elder Higao's cultivation vessels. Elder Higao sent these women a modified version of the 4 seasons cultivation technique. When these women succeeded in their cultivation, Elder Higao visited these women and devoured their primordial yin completely, using it to increase his cultivation. I heard that Elder Higao's tribulation is coming soon, but he is not confident that he can survive it. That's why he used this method to raise his cultivation to fight against the tribulation that occurs once every 300,000 years. The man behind explained softly. Hearing this, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley was shocked. He felt cold sweat on his back. He finally knew why Higao had always wanted to take Xianxia as his disciple and wanted to send Xianxia the 4 seasons technique. Taking her as his disciple was fake. His real goal was to let Xianxia cultivate Higao's 4 seasons technique. Xianxia was a living body. If she cultivated Higao's 4 seasons technique and had her primordial yin devoured by Higao, it would be of great help to Higao. This was Higao's real goal. Ice Dragon Valley Master was terrified. Fortunately, he felt that something was wrong and did not let Xianxia cultivate the 4 seasons technique. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Higao, you old bastard, you're completely heartless. Ice Dragon Valley Master gritted his teeth in worry. He had to think of a way to escape. It was too dangerous to continue like this. If Xianxia didn't cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique, who knew if Higao would use other shameless methods to force Xianxia to cultivate it? Ice Dragon Valley Master returned to his courtyard uneasily. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xianxia saw that Ice Dragon Valley Master was uneasy and asked in surprise. I'm fine, I'm fine. Ice Dragon Valley Master shook his head. He couldn't tell Xianxia about this. If he told Xianxia, Xianxia would ask Higao in a fit of anger. Higao would probably fall out with him immediately. He had to hide this matter in his heart and plan in secret. Xianxia, you must not cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique. Ice Dragon Valley Master warned again. Seeing Xianxia nod her head obediently, Ice Dragon Valley Master was relieved. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xianxia, in 2 days, there will be a grand auction in Celestial City. Let me bring you to take a look. Higao found Xianxia and revealed a kind smile. Okay, okay. Xianxia cheered. She had been cultivating in the He family all this time and had long wanted to go out for a walk. I'll bring Xianxia out for a walk. Higao said to Ice Dragon Valley Master and Skyhammer, then walked out with Xianxia. Ice Dragon Valley Master revealed a worried look, but there was nothing he could do. Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, Lu Ming also planned to go out. In this period of time, he helped some people to temper their spirit body and consumed a large amount of holy medicine. Even the holy medicine brought by Huang Ling and the others are not much left. Therefore, he planned to go out and buy some holy medicine. For more than a year, Heng family has been sending experts to guard the surroundings of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. As long as Lu Ming went out, they would take action against Lu Ming. Lu Ming is not afraid of this. He has divine breath technique, he can change his appearance and aura. With his current cultivation, even if a martial emperor stood in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. The reason why he did not go out before was because he did not want to go out. If he wanted to go out, he could go out at any time. Lu Ming's appearance changed, he turned into a young man with a white complexion. At the same time, he changed into a white robe and held a folding fan. He suddenly turned into an elegant young master. Even his aura is different from before. Lu Ming smiled, stepped on the air and flew towards the gate of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Then, he swaggered out of the gate of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Outside the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, 2 Heng family martial emperors have been guarding the place. When they saw Lu Ming come out, their spiritual sense swept over Lu Ming's body. They did not find any abnormality, so they did not care about him. Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard is a place where heaven's prides gather. Every day, young people come and go. Ordinary martial emperors really can't see through me. Lu Ming faintly smiled and swaggered out of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Not long after he arrived at this bustling place, he heard that there would be a grand auction in Celestial City today. At that time, there would be a lot of rare treasures being auctioned. Even martial emperors would be there. Lu Ming immediately became interested and walked towards the auction house. After paying a certain fee, he walked into the auction house. So many people. As soon as he walked into the auction house, he saw an extremely spacious hall. Countless figures gathered in the hall. Rough estimation, there are no less than hundreds of thousands of people. Around the hall, there were VIP rooms. Of course, they were all prepared for those who were powerful or had prominent statuses. Most of the people can only stay in the hall. Lu Ming casually found a seat in the hall and sat down. As time went by, the number of people increased. An hour later, the auction began. The first auction item made Lu Ming's eyes widen. Because it is an emperor weapon. Lu Ming sighed. Celestial City's grand auction is indeed extraordinary. The first auction item is actually an emperor weapon. However, although Lu Ming covets it, the price of an emperor weapon is astonishing. Moreover, a group of people are competing for it. The price rose to a terrifying level. Lu Ming can only look at it and sigh. In the end, the emperor weapon was bought by a person in the VIP room at a terrifying price. He is suspected to be a martial emperor powerhouse. The auction continued. The value of the second auction item is far less valuable than the emperor weapon. This is natural. In an auction, there are at least hundreds of treasures. It is impossible for each of them to be as valuable as the emperor weapon. That would be too shocking. But even so, the second auction item is also a rare treasure. Everyone bid enthusiastically, one treasure after another was bought. The 120th treasure, a drop of tear of life. On the auction's high platform, an old man who was in charge of the auction announced. As soon as he said that, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Many people's eyes lit up. It's actually a tear of life. That's an unparalleled treasure that contains endless vitality. Indeed, it can save a life at a critical moment. Many people discussed with fiery eyes. It's actually a tear of life. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. In the divine wilderness continent, he had once obtained the water of life to heal his father's injuries and re-embark on the path of martial arts. Later on, he had even used the water of life to help Supreme Nine Yang reform his body. He had even used the water of life to refine his clone. The tear of life and the water of life had different ways of achieving the same result. However, in terms of effects, they were worlds apart. Comparing the water of life to the tear of life was like comparing a piece of scrap metal to a diamond. In VIP room number 6, it was precisely He Gao and Lu Xianxia. At that moment, Lu Xianxia's eyes lit up. She had a body of life. The tear of life was very useful to her and could greatly increase her cultivation speed. Xianxia, you want to buy a tear of life? He Gao looked at Lu Xianxia, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Yes, but Xianxia doesn't have that many origin stones. Forget it. Xianxia nodded. Haha, silly girl. If you don't have any origin stones, I'll give them to you. He Gao smiled. That won't do. I don't accept a reward for nothing. Xianxia shook her head. Just treat it as me lending it to you. You can return it to me in the future. Later on, you can raise the price as much as you want. He Gao smiled. Alright, then. Xianxia thanks Senior He Gao first. Xianxia cupped her fists gratefully at He Gao. He Gao smiled and nodded, revealing a satisfied look. This was the reason why he brought Lu Xianxia out to participate in the auction. He wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Lu Xianxia and increase her favorable impression of him. At that time, Lu Xianxia would be able to smoothly cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique. The starting price for 1 drop of Tear of Life is 200,000 high-grade origin stones. The auctioneer announced. 250,000. 300,000. Immediately, the price of the Tear of Life rose steadily. Not long after, it reached a high price of 500,000. Lu Ming shook his head. Although the Tear of Life was precious, there was no need to buy it at such a high price. If Xianxia is here, I can buy it to help her cultivate. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Thinking of this, Lu Ming sighed. He wondered how Xianxia and the others were doing. Back then, Ice Dragon Valley Master took Xuanxin, Tian Shui, and Xianxia to escape. Later on, they encountered danger and Xuanxin and Xianxia were separated. Now, how were they doing? However, the land of Yuan Mountain was so vast. Where was he going to find them? The price of the Tear of Life continued to rise. Not long after, it reached 800,000 high-grade origin stones. 1 million high-grade origin stones. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. This is Xianxia's voice? Lu Ming's gaze could not help but look at VIP room number 6. Although, in his memory, Xianxia's voice was more immature, and this voice was more mature and had some changes, Lu Ming could still tell that this voice was Xianxia's voice. Why is Xianxia here? And in the VIP room, how is this possible? Could it be that I missed her so much that I'm hallucinating? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind one after another. 1,100,000. After VIP room number 6 called out the price, the number of people who increased the price decreased a lot, but there were still people who increased the price, and the price rose to 1,100,000. 1,200,000. The clear voice sounded again in VIP room number 6. It's Xianxia, it's definitely Xianxia. Lu Ming was certain that this was Xianxia's voice. As for why Xianxia did not recognize his voice, it was because he did not use his original voice at all. Who knew if there were any Heng family powerhouses here who could recognize his voice? Next, the price of the Tear of Life rose to 1,500,000 high-grade origin stones, and it was won by Xianxia. He Gao smiled slightly. 1,500,000 high-grade origin stones was just a drop in the bucket for him, but it was worth it if he could win a good impression. The bidding continued, but Lu Ming seemed a little uneasy. He wished that he could immediately go to VIP room number 6 to see if it was really Xianxia. After all, there were people with similar voices in the world. However, the bidding was not over yet, so he could only wait. The auction continued. Lu Ming did not have the energy to pay attention to the subsequent auctions. He was constantly paying attention to VIP room number 6. The item for auction number 216 is a primal chaos stone. The voice of the old auctioneer rang out, startling Lu Ming. There is actually a primal chaos stone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was not just him. The eyes of the others lit up as well. Primal chaos stones were born in the primal chaos before the world opened. They contained primal chaos chi and were rare treasures. There is actually a bid in this auction. Everyone stared at the old auctioneer with fervent gazes. The martial emperors in all the VIP rooms found it hard to suppress their emotions, revealing greedy expressions. If they could refine the primal chaos stone into their small worlds, it would make their small worlds even more solid and stable, making them even stronger. However, at that moment, the old auctioneer spoke again slowly. However, for some reason, the primal chaos chi on this primal chaos stone has dried up. What? There is no primal chaos chi? A primal chaos stone without primal chaos chi is just an ordinary stone. It is not very useful. I got excited for nothing. Many people shook their heads. The primal chaos stone was the most precious because it contained primal chaos chi. Without primal chaos chi, its value dropped by countless times. Lu Ming also showed a look of pity. Everyone, even without primal chaos chi, the primal chaos stone is still a rare material for refining weapons. Its material is extremely sturdy. If it is used as the main material, it can be refined into an emperor weapon. The auctioneer said again. Many people shook their heads slightly. It was just a material for emperor weapons and was not very useful. It was better to buy an emperor weapon directly. The martial emperors shook their heads and lost interest in the primal chaos stone. I must get this primal chaos stone, Lu Ming thought to himself. Although there was no primal chaos chi in the primal chaos stone, Lu Ming cultivated the law of primal chaos. Even if there was no primal chaos chi in the primal chaos stone, it might still be useful to him. Alright, the starting price is 200,000 high-grade primal chaos stones, the auctioneer announced. 250,000. Someone immediately started bidding. Everyone bid for the chaos stone. Soon, the price of the chaos stone was pushed to 500,000 high-grade origin stones. However, at this price, the number of people bidding for it dwindled. After all, this chaos stone no longer had any chaos chi. It could only be considered as a refining material. Although it could be used to refine imperial weapons, there was a success rate. If it failed, the material would be wasted. Therefore, unless it was a finished imperial weapon, the price would not be so exaggerated. Soon, the price reached 800,000 origin stones. Almost no one bid higher. 800,000 origin stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The old host asked. His voice echoed in the auction hall. 1 million. At that moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and called out a high price of 1 million. He did not bid before because he wanted to wait until later to get it in one fell swoop. The old host's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Young master, you bid 1 million high-grade origin stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" After that, the old man asked 3 times, but no one bid. A chaos stone without chaos chi was worth 1 million high-grade origin stones. It was already a high price. Naturally, no one bid. In the end, Lu Ming bought the origin stone for 1 million high-grade origin stones. A young and beautiful woman came to Lu Ming with the chaos stone. "Young master, this is a chaos stone," the young woman said. She meant to hand over the origin stones. "May I ask if I can use an imperial weapon?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course." The young woman smiled. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. A pair of small wings appeared in his palm. Then, the wings slowly grew larger and emitted a powerful imperial aura. Lu Ming obtained this pair of wings from the Golden Crow Crown Prince when he killed him. That's an imperial weapon. Many people's eyes lit up. I didn't expect this kid to have an imperial weapon at such a young age. Some people's eyes flashed with greed. He's so young, but he can control an imperial weapon. He must be a prodigy of the Origin Mountain Academy. Someone else said. Those words caused the hearts of those who had been greedy to shake, and they immediately gave up on their greed. The geniuses of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard were almost all from powerful forces. If one wanted to get the attention of these people, one might lose one's life. Of course it's possible to offset it with a monarch weapon. Young master, you can directly auction off the monarch weapon, and the excess origin stones will be given to you on the spot. The young woman smiled. Let's do that then. Lu Ming nodded and immediately handed the imperial armament to the young woman. The young woman also handed the storage ring containing the primal chaos stones to Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming's imperial armament was auctioned off. In the end, the monarch weapon was sold for 5 million high-grade origin stones. After deducting the 1 million origin stones and the processing fee, Lu Ming received nearly 4 million high-grade origin stones. The auction continued, and the more precious the treasures were, the more expensive they were. Even true emperors and martial emperors joined in the bidding for the last few treasures. The price reached a jaw-dropping level, which was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. Compared to those martial emperors and true emperors, his assets were simply a drop in the ocean. Finally, the auction came to an end after the last item was successfully auctioned off. After the auction ended, Lu Ming left the auction house in advance and waited outside. Swoosh! Swoosh! From the auction house, silhouettes flew out one after another and flew in all directions of Celestial City. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw an old man flying out of the auction house with a young woman. Xianxia! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although the young woman had grown up a lot and her figure was much taller, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that she was his disciple, Xianxia. Lu Ming quickly chased after them. Fortunately, He Gao didn't use too much speed. He seemed to have the intention of bringing Xianxia around so that she could enjoy the scenery of Celestial City. Therefore, Lu Ming could still keep up. After following them for a while, they flew for a long distance. In front of them, He Gao and Lu Xiangxiang's figures suddenly came to a stop. "Little guy, why did you follow us all the way from the auction house?" He Gao said coldly as a powerful aura burst out from him. This aura was earth-shattering. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. He quickly retreated 1,000 meters and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was after the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died from this aura. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I'm here to look for Xianxia." Lu Ming quickly spoke and revealed his original voice. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xianxia's body trembled. She revealed an incomparably surprised expression and cried out, "Master, are you Master?" "N?" He Gao was slightly stunned. In the depths of his eyes, a wisp of ice-cold killing intent flashed past. However, it disappeared in a flash and didn't leak out. "Xianxia, it's me. However, it's inconvenient for me to reveal my true form now." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia. He wasn't familiar with He Gao, so he naturally maintained some vigilance. "Master, it's really you." With a swoosh, Xianxia pounced towards Lu Ming and plunged into Lu Ming's embrace. "Master, where did you go? Xianxia missed you so much." Xianxia choked with sobs as tears welled up in her eyes. "Silly girl, aren't we reunited now?" "Oh right, Valley Master, where's Senior Xianxia?" Lu Ming asked. "They're at the He family?" Xianxia said. "He family?" Lu Ming's heart moved. There was a He family in Celestial City that was equally famous as the Heng family. Lu Ming naturally heard of them before. Could it be this He family? "Haha, Xianxia, this little brother is the master that you often mention?" At this time, He Gao smiled and walked over. "Yes, he's my master." "Master, this is Senior He Gao, the true emperor expert of the He family." Xianxia introduced to Lu Ming. "Greetings to Senior." Lu Ming greeted He Gao. Truly a hero from a young age. "Little brother, Xianxia missed you a lot during this period of time. How about this, it's rare for us to meet. Let's go to the He family first, how about it?" He Gao smiled and expressed his goodwill. "Master, let's go together. Grandpa Valley Master and Senior Uncle Tian Shui will definitely be very happy to see you." Xianxia pulled Lu Ming's arm with a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming nodded and followed He Gao to the He family with Xianxia. After arriving at the He family, Tian Shui and Ice Dragon Valley Master were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. When they heard Lu Ming's voice, they were overjoyed. The few of them gathered together and chatted for a while. Lu Ming found out that when Ice Dragon Valley Master, Tian Shui, and Xianxia were separated from Xuanixin, they happened to meet He Gao and were brought back to the He family by He Gao. After Tian Shui and Ice Dragon Valley Master knew that Xuanixin was fine, they were naturally overjoyed. "Little brother Lu Ming, this old man has something to talk to you about." He Gao opened his mouth, saying that he had something to discuss with Lu Ming, which made Lu Ming slightly surprised. He Gao was a true emperor powerhouse, what did he have to discuss with him? When Ice Dragon Valley Master heard this, his expression suddenly changed, deep worry flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming and He Gao left the place of residence and came to a quiet place. "You better return to your original appearance. In front of this old man, disguising yourself has no effect." He Gao was the first to speak, looking at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He already knew that He Gao could definitely see through it. He Gao was a true emperor powerhouse. At such a close distance, even divine breath art could not hide from the other party. Moreover, when they saw Skyhammer and Ice Dragon Valley Master previously, the two of them were stunned at first, then overjoyed. From this point, it was not hard to guess that Lu Ming went through disguise. With a thought, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance, cupped his fists and said, "Senior, this junior also has a reason for this matter, and did not intend to hide it." "What's your name?" You don't have to hide it from me. As long as this old man sends people to investigate, it won't be difficult to find out your background. A light flashed across Yigao's eyes. This junior is called Lu Ming. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then said his real name. Like what Yigao said, since he had already revealed his true appearance, with the other party's ability, it was very easy to find out who he was. Moreover, the He clan and Heng clan had enmity, they would not tell on him to Heng clan, right? After hearing Lu Ming say his real name, Yigao's expression changed and said, "You are Lu Ming, the son of primal chaos from the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, the one who pulled out the Heavenly Emperor sword and led the monarchs to war with Stellar River, the Lu Ming?" Since Senior said so, then it's this junior. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. More than a year ago, the commotion caused by Lu Ming was so great that even now, the Heng family had emperor-level powerhouses guarding outside the sacred courtyard. That time, it even triggered a battle between emperor-level powerhouses. Lu Ming's name had already spread throughout the celestial city. Anyone with some cultivation base would have heard of Lu Ming's name. Haha, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've finally met you, you're truly a peerless genius, a true dragon among men. Yigao chuckled. Senior, you flatter me. May I know why Senior has called me here? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. Yigao couldn't have looked for him just to ask about his true identity, right? I heard that you are Xianxia's master? Yigao asked. Lu Ming was taken aback and said, that's right. Xianxia is my true disciple. Lu Ming, to tell you the truth, Xianxia's physique is very suitable to inherit this old man's mantle. Therefore, I also want to accept Xianxia as my last disciple. However, Xianxia said that it depends on your opinion. Therefore, you should persuade Xianxia to accept this old man as her master. Yigao went straight to the point and spoke his thoughts. Lu Ming's face changed and said, Senior, you want me to persuade my disciple to change her master? I'm just giving her a better choice. Lu Ming, this old man is a true emperor. If Xianxia becomes my disciple, her talent and potential will be better displayed. Moreover, you are now in a precarious situation. You are surrounded by the Heng family. If Xianxia follows you, do you want her to take the risk with you? Yigao said. This, Lu Ming showed a look of contemplation. Lu Ming, if you are thinking for Xianxia's good, you should persuade her to accept this old man. With the He family's resources supporting her, she will be able to reach the peak. Yigao continued. Senior, the matter of accepting a master is purely a personal wish. I can persuade Xianxia, but whether Xianxia is willing or not is up to her. Lu Ming said. A trace of sharpness flashed in the depths of Yigao's eyes. Then, he smiled and said, that's good too. You go and persuade her first. Since you two have reunited, you can stay in the He family for a few more days. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, Yigao called someone to bring Lu Ming back to Xianxia's residence. After Lu Ming left, cold killing intent flashed in Yigao's eyes. Humph, you want to be perfunctory with this old man? You really don't know what death is. Yigao snorted coldly. With his experience, he could see at a glance that Lu Ming was completely perfunctory just now. He didn't really want to persuade Xianxia to accept him as a master. I didn't expect that the master Xianxia was talking about is actually this brat Lu Ming. As long as this brat is dead, that brat Xianxia will have to obediently accept this old man as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique. Moreover, this brat is very valuable now. Cold killing intent flashed in Yigao's eyes. Then, he took a step out and left the He family, heading towards the other direction of Celestial City. Soon, a vast group of palaces appeared in front of him. This was the Heng family. Yigao wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone, to borrow the knife of the Heng family. Who is it? Yigao's arrival naturally alarmed the experts of the Heng family. Boom, the aura of a true emperor erupted from Yigao's body, enveloping a large part of the Heng family's palaces. Let your true emperor come out to see me. Yigao's voice resounded. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the palaces of the Heng family. A middle-aged man stepped out and stood in the sky, looking at Yigao. Old ghost Yigao, why have you come to my Heng family? The true emperor of the Heng family said coldly. The Heng family and the He family had been at odds since ancient times. Naturally, he didn't have a good attitude towards He Gao. "I'm here to make a deal with you." He Gao smiled faintly. "What deal?" the true emperor of the Heng family asked. "It's about Lu Ming." He Gao said. "Lu Ming? Isn't he in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain? Do you have a way to enter the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain and capture Lu Ming?" The true emperor of the Heng family sneered with disdain. The Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was guarded by 3 great emperors. Even the great emperor of the Heng family couldn't directly enter the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain and capture Lu Ming. "Who said that Lu Ming is in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain?" He Gao smiled. "Not in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain? That's impossible. My Heng family has always had experts guarding outside the academy." The true emperor of the Heng family's expression changed. "Humph, that's because your Heng family is trash. Lu Ming is already out of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain." He Gao sneered. "He Gao, do you know where Lu Ming is?" The true emperor of the Heng family's eyes lit up. "Yes, but I can't tell you the news for free. You'll have to pay the price." He Gao said. "What do you want?" The true emperor of the Heng family narrowed his eyes. "Tribulation transcending divine robe," He Gao slowly said. The true emperor of the Heng family's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Tribulation transcending divine robe. He Gao, you're asking for too much." "Impossible." The tribulation transcending divine robe was shockingly valuable for martial emperors. It could help martial emperors overcome their tribulations. It was many times more valuable than ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasures. Ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasures were useless for martial emperors. Every 333,333 years, martial emperors would have to face a great tribulation, each one more powerful than the last. Since ancient times, countless powerhouses, peerless emperor-level powerhouses, had been reduced to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. There were very, very few people who could live forever. Who would want to die to a tribulation at the true emperor level? Thus, the tribulation transcendence divine robe that could increase one's chances of surviving the tribulation was invaluable to martial emperors. Surviving a tribulation would allow one to live for 300,000 more years. During this time, one could go to dangerous places and obtain fortune. Perhaps their cultivation would reach the next level and they would be able to survive the next tribulation. No wonder the Heng True Emperor reacted so strongly when He Gao mentioned the tribulation transcendence divine robe. Let me tell you, Lu Ming will return to Origin Mountain Sacred Institution soon. Once he's there, you won't be able to capture him and get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Think carefully, which is more important, the tribulation transcendence divine robe or the Heavenly Emperor's sword? He Gao sneered. The Heng True Emperor's expression changed, seemingly considering the possibility. Give him the tribulation transcendence divine robe. Another voice came from the Heng clan's palace. Next, a white-haired old man stepped out. He was also a true emperor. He Gao's expression changed slightly as he retreated 100 miles, afraid of being surrounded. The He and Heng clan had been enemies for a long time. He naturally had to be careful. He Gao, we can give you the tribulation transcendence divine robe, but I hope you're not lying to us. Otherwise, the Heng clan will go all out to kill you. The white-haired old man said coldly. Give me the tribulation transcendence divine robe and I'll take you to Lu Ming. He Gao said. Very well, here you go. The white-haired old man nodded and returned to the Heng clan. After a while, he came out again and waved his hand, sending a storage ring to He Gao. He Gao received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His face lit up with joy. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could get rid of Lu Ming and make Xianxia give up. She could become his disciple, cultivate the 4 seasons merit art, and get the tribulation transcendence divine robe. As long as the plan worked, he had a 90% chance of surviving the tribulation and increasing his lifespan by 33,333 years. He Gao, can tell us now? Where is Lu Ming? The emperor from the Heng clan. Lu Ming is my guest at my mansion. He Gao smiled. Come, we'll go with you. The white-haired true emperor from the Heng clan said and followed He Gao back to the He clan. After Lu Ming and He Gao parted ways, he frowned. He Emperor Li was emperor to a true heavenly immortal emperor. A true emperor taking Xianxia as a true heavenly immortal emperor's disciple was naturally a good thing for Xianxia. But for some reason, Lu Ming felt uncomfortable when facing He Gao. He felt that He Gao didn't just want to take Xianxia as a true heavenly immortal emperor. He Gao gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. So he promised He Gao that he would persuade Xianxia. It was purely perfunctory. I must take Xianxia and the others away as soon as possible. As long as they enter the Origin Mountain sacred courtyard, they will be safe. But how? In Lu Ming's mind, he was thinking of countermeasures rapidly. After a while, he saw Xianxia's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the Ice Dragon Valley Master was pacing back and forth anxiously. Seeing Lu Ming return, the Ice Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. The person who led the way also bid farewell and left. Lu Ming, what did He Gao say to you? Did he ask you to persuade Xianxia to acknowledge him as her master? The Ice Dragon Valley Master hurriedly came over and asked. Yes, the Valley Master also knows? Lu Ming nodded and replied. Lu Ming, you must not agree to He Gao's request. Otherwise, Xianxia will be in danger. The Ice Dragon Valley Master said anxiously. Valley Master, what's going on? Lu Ming's face changed and asked. He Gao is probably using Xianxia. Immediately, the Ice Dragon Valley Master told him that He Gao might be using Xianxia to cultivate his cultivation technique to fight against the heavenly tribulation. What? Damn it. After hearing that, Lu Ming was shocked. He roared furiously and his eyes emitted a cold murderous intent. He Gao wanted to take Xianxia as his disciple. It was not true at all. He just wanted to use Xianxia. No wonder Lu Ming had a bad feeling before. Oh no, He Gao knows my true identity. He will definitely not let me go. We have to leave immediately. Suddenly, Lu Ming's face changed. At this moment, all kinds of possibilities flashed through Lu Ming's mind. If he were He Gao, he would directly kill Lu Ming. In this way, Xianxia would lose her master and it would be much easier for her to join someone else. He could even go to the Heng family to seek benefits, killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Valley Master, let's go. We have to leave the Heng family immediately. After saying that, Lu Ming rushed into the courtyard. Seeing Xianxia and Tian Shui, Lu Ming immediately summoned the mountain and river diagram and said, Valley Master, Xianxia, senior brother, quickly enter the mountain and river diagram. I will take you away from the He family. Master, this is, Xianxia was puzzled. There is no time to explain. Hurry! Lu Ming shouted. A white light flashed and Xianxia and Tian Shui were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, do you have any way to get out? Ice Dragon Valley Master asked anxiously. Valley Master, don't worry. I have my own way but I need to borrow your clothes. Lu Ming said. Ice Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed and a set of clothes appeared in his hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming then kept Ice Dragon Valley Master into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body began to change and he turned into Ice Dragon Valley Master's appearance. Even his aura was exactly the same. Lu Ming quickly changed into Ice Dragon Valley Master's clothes and walked outside. Ice Dragon Valley Master and the others could move around within a certain range. When Ice Dragon Valley Master walked out, there were eyes looking at him secretly. However, they swept past and ignored him. After Lu Ming walked around, he came to a remote place. When he came here, there was no one watching him. At this time, he happened to meet a middle-aged man walking towards him. At one glance, Lu Ming could tell that this burly middle-aged man had the cultivation of a great sage. Lu Ming walked towards this person quietly. When he approached, Lu Ming struck at lightning speed and knocked this person out. Then, he took off this person's clothes and changed into it. Then, Lu Ming's figure began to change and turned into this person's appearance. The middle-aged man was thrown into the mountain and river diagram by Lu Ming. Lu Ming swaggered out of the He family's gate. Along the way, no one stopped him. Soon, Lu Ming got out of the He family smoothly. As soon as he got out of the He family, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He saw a few figures rushing into the He family at a terrifying speed in the distance. One of them was He Gao. There are really experts from the Heng family. Let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He unleashed his speed to the extreme and rushed toward the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan. He wanted to return to Yuanshan Holy Courtyard as soon as possible. On the other side, He Gao and the two true emperors from the Heng clan arrived outside of Xianxia's residence. Lu Ming, I'll leave him to you. I can't go in and you can't touch the girl inside. As for the others, you can do whatever you want. He Gao warned. The two true emperors nodded and stepped forward. They arrived above Xianxia's residence and scanned the area with their spiritual intents. With a single glance, the faces of the two men darkened, and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. The two of them moved and arrived in front of He Gao. Their eyes were burning with rage. He Gao, you dare to play with us? The white-haired true emperor said coldly. Play with you? Why do you say that? He Gao's expression darkened. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. There's no one in the residence, you're not playing with us? The other true emperor from the Heng clan had an even uglier expression. How can there be no one here? He Gao's expression changed. Having said that, he rushed into the residence like a gust of wind and scanned the area with his spiritual intents. There was no one. There was not a single person in the courtyard. Damn it, where are they? He Gao roared furiously. His spiritual senses were like a violent storm spreading toward the other mansions of the He family. However, he did not discover Lu Ming and the rest at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flew out and landed in front of He Gao. They were the experts sent by He Gao to spy on Xianxia's group. Where are they? Where are they? He Gao roared furiously. His face was twisted together because of anger. Aren't they in the residence? We didn't see them come out, could it be a grotto treasure? The two realized something and their expression changed. Idiots! He Gao angrily rebuked. A cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he muttered, the art of disguise. Lu Ming is proficient in the art of disguise. I didn't expect this brat to be so meticulous. I was careless. Although he knew that Lu Ming was proficient in the art of disguise, he originally thought that Lu Ming would at least stay in the He clan for a day. He had already rushed over to find the Heng clan. As long as Lu Ming stayed for a while, it would be difficult for him to escape. Unexpectedly, the moment he left, Lu Ming left the He residence with Xianxia and the others. He knew that he had miscalculated. He Gao, what tricks are you playing? If you want to trick us, hand over the tribulation transcending divine robe. Two Heng true emperors appeared on either side of He Gao with a dark expression. Their powerful auras surrounded He Gao. Gentlemen, this is the He clan. He Gao said coldly. The two true emperors from the Heng clan were shocked. Yes, this was the He clan. If they did anything to He Gao, they would be surrounded by the experts from the clan. He Gao, our tribulation transcending divine robe isn't that easy to trick. If you don't return it, wait for our revenge unless you hide in the He clan forever. The white-haired true emperor from the Heng clan said coldly. His aura grew stronger. What's the rush? I can find that little bastard Lu Ming no matter where he hides. There was a cold smile on He Gao's face. Then, he began to form a magical seal with both hands. This was the seal to control the soul-devouring worm. No matter how far away he was, as long as he formed the seal, he would be able to control the soul-devouring worm and sense Lu Ming's location through the soul-devouring worm. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and flew toward the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain like a bolt of lightning. The He clan was not very far from the Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. He was quickly approaching the Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that something was happening in the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. A part of his mind controlled the mountain and river diagram to continue flying toward the sacred academy of Yuan Mountain. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming entered, he saw Ice Dragon Valley Master holding his head with both hands and roaring like a beast. His face was full of pain. Ah. Next, Ice Dragon Valley Master's head slammed into a mountain, causing the mountain to shake and debris to fly everywhere. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xianxia Bela stood at the side. She was at a loss and her eyes were filled with tears. Poisoned, Valley Master must have been poisoned. Damn it, that Higao is vicious. Xianxia roared. Just now, Ice Dragon Valley Master had explained the situation to them. They now understood the cause and effect. Higao wanted Xianxia to cultivate the Four Seasons technique so that he could use Xianxia's primordial yin to improve himself. How vicious! After the two of them heard this, they felt a lingering fear. Valley Master, what poison have you been poisoned with? Lu Ming came to Ice Dragon Valley Master's side and asked. It's the soul-devouring worm. Higao has returned to the He family and knows that we have escaped. Oh no, he can use the soul-devouring worm to determine our location. Lu Ming, kill me, kill me. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Damn it. How could this be? Xianxia, Xianxia, and Lu Ming looked terrible. Kill me quickly, otherwise, Higao will catch up with us soon. The Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. His originally gentle face was now twisted together due to the pain. His head once again smashed heavily onto the mountain peak, creating a huge crater. Ice Dragon Valley Master's face was covered in blood and his white hair was disheveled. Even with his status as a Valley Master and his cultivation of the Absolute Saint Realm, he could not bear it. Lu Ming and the other two's hearts trembled. Higao, I will kill you. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Do it quickly. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master, we can't do it. Xianxia shook her head. How could they kill Ice Dragon Valley Master? Valley Master, we will reach Yuan Shan Saint Courtyard soon. After we reach Yuan Shan Saint Courtyard, I will find a way to ask the Great Emperor to help you get the soul-devouring worm. Lu Ming shouted. It's too late, Higao will catch up soon. By then, none of us will be able to escape. I am old and my cultivation has reached its limit. There is no hope for me to break through in the future. But you can't die, you have a bright future. Dragon God Valley depends on you in the future. Do it quickly. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. No, no. Lu Ming and the other two shook their heads resolutely. If you don't do it, I will do it myself. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley roared. The saint power in his body surged wildly and rushed toward his mind. Not good. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia's faces changed. But it was too late to stop it. Boom, there was an explosion in Ice Dragon Valley Master's mind. Then, Ice Dragon Valley Master stood there in a daze. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master. Lu Ming and the other two were shocked and rushed to Ice Dragon Valley Master's side. But at this time Ice Dragon Valley Master was no longer breathing. Ice Dragon Valley Master destroyed his own soul. Once the soul was destroyed, the martial artist would naturally die. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His body was filled with incomparably cold killing intent, causing the temperature in the entire mountain river diagram to plummet rapidly. Higao, He clan, I, Lu Ming, will definitely avenge this. Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes were bloodshot. Although Ice Dragon Valley Master did not spend much time with Lu Ming, he was a gentle person. He had always been on Lu Ming's side, together with Cloud Dragon Valley Master, helping him a lot. This was a humble and kind elder, wholeheartedly thinking for the younger generation and also for Dragon God Valley. He chose to die in order to preserve hope for Dragon God Valley. He could die, but Lu Ming and the rest could not. On the side, Xianxia also clenched his fists. His killing intent was incomparably strong. Valley Master Grandpa. Xianxia hugged Ice Dragon Valley Master tightly and cried. In these few years, Ice Dragon Valley Master had been leaving them to escape. They had experienced too much and had long established a deep relationship. Now, she also understood that Ice Dragon Valley Master had long been implanted with soul-devouring worms by Higao, but he had never told her, secretly suffered a lot for her. But she did not know about those sufferings at all. This time, Ice Dragon Valley Master chose to commit suicide, not because he could not bear the pain, but because of them. Thinking of this, Xianxia was even more pained. This hatred must be avenged. Lu Ming clenched his fists, then with a thought, he came out of the mountain river diagram, erupted with all his strength, and rushed towards the Origin Mountain Academy. He understood that now was not the time to be sad. Ice Dragon Valley Master killed himself because of them. They could not let down Ice Dragon Valley Master's painstaking efforts. Lu Ming flew rapidly, getting closer and closer to the Origin Mountain Academy. In the He clan, He Gao's face suddenly changed. Damn old dog, actually killed himself, but you can't escape from this old man's palm. He Gao shouted angrily, and said to the two He clan true emperors, Lu Ming is rushing to the Origin Mountain Academy, chase. Swish. 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 The three true emperors, without a trace, chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. He did not enter the Origin Mountain Academy, but he did not enter the Origin Mountain Academy. Instead, he flew from the side. He clan's martial emperor was guarding the entrance of Yuan Mountain Saint Court. If He clan's martial emperor got the news and stopped him, he wouldn't be able to enter Yuan Mountain Saint Court. In front, the Origin Mountain Academy. The sacred power in Lu Ming's body was fully activated as he rushed toward the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain. Hiss! At this moment, the void behind Lu Ming crumbled and a few figures stepped out of it. They were He Gao and the two true emperors from the He clan. He Gao swept his gaze and saw Lu Ming flying at full speed. God, get over here. He Valley Master. He Gao roared. He stretched out his big hand and a big hand was formed, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Explode, explode, explode. Lu Ming roared. The Origin Mountain Academy's Origin Mountain Academy exploded like gunpowder, erupting with shocking power, causing Lu Ming's speed to skyrocket. This method could not last long. It could only last for a short period of time, and it was very harmful to the body. But now, Lu Ming did not care so much. Lu Ming's speed skyrocketed. He dashed past the area covered by He Gao's big hand and rushed into the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain. Not good, he rushed into the Origin Mountain Academy. What should we do? The two true emperors of the He clan had an ugly expression. Lu Ming rushed into the Origin Mountain Academy. He would be protected by the academy. No matter where he goes, I will take him down. He Gao's face was ferocious, filled with cold murderous intent. Lu Ming dared to take away Xianxia. He deserved to die. Xianxia was related to whether or not he could survive the next great tribulation. This was more important than anything else. If Lu Ming dared to stop him, he wished he could cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. And that old dog Ice Dragon, he actually killed himself. That was too easy for him. Whoosh! He Gao directly rushed into Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. He stretched out his big hand, once again condensed a big hand, and grabbed towards Lu Ming. This giant hand blotted out the sun and covered the sky. This time, Lu Ming could not escape at all. But at this time, a divine light burst out from the depths of the Yuanshan sacred courtyard. The divine light was like a sword. With a slash, the giant hand condensed by He Gao instantly shattered. The terrifying divine light continued to slash towards He Gao. Boom! He Gao tried his best, but it was still useless. He was directly blasted out of Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. His face was as pale as paper, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. A hole had appeared in his chest. The terrifying destructive power was constantly corroding his flesh and blood. Great Emperor! He Gao whispered, showing a deep fear. A dignified true emperor dares to attack my Yuanshan sacred courtyard's disciple. Do you think my words are just farts? A vicissitude voice came out from the Yuanshan sacred courtyard. When the last word fell, a sound wave rushed towards He Gao and the two true emperors of He clan. The three of their faces changed drastically. They frantically retreated, but their bodies still shook violently. They were seriously injured. Especially He Gao, his injuries were even more serious. Next time, kill. The great emperor's voice sounded again, and then, it went silent. Damn it! He Gao roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming in the Yuanshan sacred courtyard, full of unwillingness. Lu Ming took away Xianxia just like that. his plan was ruined. Moreover, he was seriously injured by the great emperor's attack just now. His vitality was damaged. He was afraid that when facing the next great tribulation, his chances of surviving was even lower. He roared in his heart, extremely unwilling. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming to pieces, but he didn't dare to step into the Yuanshan sacred courtyard. The great emperor had given the order. If he stepped in again, the great emperor would definitely kill him. Old dog He Gao, if you don't die, I will personally cut off your dog head in the future. Lu Ming stared at He Gao from afar and said coldly. You? You better stay in the Yuanshan sacred courtyard for the rest of your life and never come out. He Gao said coldly. Old dog, just you wait. This is not over. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, his figure flickered and left. Humph, little bastard, consider yourself lucky. He Gao snorted and planned to return to the He clan. However, the two true emperors of Heng clan flashed and blocked He Gao's path. What is the meaning of this? He Gao asked with a cold face. What is the meaning of this? We didn't catch Lu Ming. It's time to return the tribulation divine robe to us. The white-haired true emperor of Heng clan said coldly. Return it to you? It's ridiculous. I've already provided you with Lu Ming's information. You've also seen Lu Ming. The tribulation transcendence divine robe is mine. As for whether you've captured Lu Ming, that's none of my business. He Gao's eyes shifted as he said slyly. Now that he had lost Xianxia and was injured by a great emperor, his chances of surviving the next great tribulation were even lower. Now, the tribulation divine robe was his only hope. How could he hand it over to the Heng clan? If he handed over the tribulation crossing divine robe, he would definitely not be able to survive the next tribulation. He would die in the tribulation. He Gao, you're trying to cheat us out of the Heng clan's tribulation divine robe. Be careful. A Heng true emperor shouted. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. You're not qualified to take our tribulation divine robe without taking down Lu Ming. Hand it over. The white-haired true emperor from the Heng clan unleashed his worldly light. If He Gao didn't hand over the robe, he would attack at any time. The tribulation transcending divine robe was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. Moreover, it was a one-time use item. After one tribulation, it would be useless the next time. Taking down Lu Ming and obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's sword would have been worth it. But now, Lu Ming and the Heavenly Emperor's sword weren't available. How could they be willing to give up the robe for free? He Gao's expression was ugly. He didn't want to give up the treasure that he had obtained. Fine, I'll give it back to you. But I did provide information, so you should compensate me. He Gao coldly said. Compensation? What do you want? The white-haired true emperor asked. A true emperor weapon. He Gao said. A true emperor weapon? The two true emperors from the Heng clan glanced at each other and nodded. Very well, we agree. The white-haired true emperor nodded. A true emperor weapon was precious, but it was far inferior to the tribulation divine robe. Very well, I'll give you the robe. He Gao put on a pained expression and threw a storage ring to the white-haired true emperor. The white-haired true emperor from Heng waved his hand and grabbed the ring. Explode. He Gao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom. The storage ring exploded and the destructive force blew the white-haired true emperor away. A gap appeared in the encirclement of the two true emperors. Run. He Gao seized the opportunity and flew out like a bolt of lightning, fleeing in the direction of the He family. Damn you, He Gao, you're courting death. The white-haired true emperor of the Heng clan roared. What can you do to me if I hide in the He clan? He Gao sneered, his voice coming from afar. Now, it was more important for him to transcend the tribulation. He was less than 100 years away from transcending the tribulation. At most, he would hide in the He clan for the next 100 years. 100 years was just a blink of an eye to him. The He clan was as famous as the Heng clan. As long as he hid in the He clan and did not come out, how could the Heng clan do anything to him? His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he flew towards the He family. He Gao, how dare you steal my Heng family's treasure? Your He family will pay the price. The other emperor roared and chased after He Gao, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain, with a flash, Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming had seen everything that had happened to the three true emperors. It seems like He Gao was the one who tipped off the Heng clan, using my information in exchange for the Heng clan's supreme treasure. Now, they've fallen out. Very well, Heng clan, just you wait. It won't be long before I make you pay. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. He took a step forward and disappeared. In the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain, a new tomb appeared on top of a mountain filled with rich origin energy. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin kowtowed before the tomb of the valley's master. Behind them, the other members of the Dragon League also bowed. After a long time, Lu Ming stood up and poured a jug of wine in front of the tomb. Next, Lu Ming's thoughts moved and a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tomb. This was the person Lu Ming brought out from the He clan, also someone from He Gao's mansion. Valley Lord, today, I will use the blood of this person from the He clan to pay tribute to you. In the future, I will personally take his dog head to pay tribute to you. Having said that, Lu Ming raised his blade and beheaded the person. Valley Lord, very soon, I will make the He clan and Heng clan pay some interest. Afterward, he did not stay any longer. He turned and left the place. Too much sadness was useless. Lu Ming would make the He clan regret it with practical actions. At Lu Ming's residence, he took out the Chaos Stone and sized it up carefully. As expected, it has lost the chaotic origin energy. What a pity. Lu Ming probed. He injected his saint power and the law of chaos into it, but there was no reaction at all. There was no chaotic origin energy in the Chaos Stone. However, the Chaos Stone was still a Chaos Stone. Even if there was no chaotic origin energy, it could still be used as the main material to forge Emperor weapons. Lu Ming bombarded the Chaos Stone with his saint weapon, but he could not leave a mark on it. Lu Ming refined it. At the critical moment, it might be used as a defensive treasure to block the enemy's attack. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. 3 days later, Lu Ming recovered to his peak. Then, he used the divine breath technique to change his appearance and left the Origin Mountain Saint Court. Outside the Origin Mountain Saint Court, there were still experts from the Heng clan guarding. When they saw Lu Ming come out, their spiritual consciousness constantly scanned Lu Ming's body, but they did not find anything unusual. Lu Ming swaggered away. Lu Ming came out for no other reason than to take revenge. He did not have the strength to fight against the He clan and the Heng clan, but he could collect some interest first. Lu Ming's first stop was Vientiane Tower. First, Lu Ming bought all the information about the Heng clan and the He clan in Vientiane Tower. He even bought the information of some of the important figures of the two clans. Of course, this cost him a lot of money. After Lu Ming took the information of the important figures of the two clans, he began to study it carefully. 3 days later, Lu Ming came to Vientiane Tower again. Vientiane Tower inquired about some information about the Heng clan and the He clan. Drunken Immortal Tower, one of the 3 towers in Celestial City. It was extremely famous in Celestial City. Because the beauties of Drunken Immortal Tower were the most famous in Celestial City. Of course, there was also good wine that could make an immortal drunk. Therefore, this place had also become the gathering place of the young geniuses of many forces in Celestial City. Not only the young geniuses, even the older generation would come. He Yutong was one of the top geniuses of the He clan's younger generation. At a young age, he was placed in an important position by the He clan. Although he did not have the monarch body, he was only second to the monarch body. Now, his cultivation had reached the great sage perfection realm. However, during this period of time, he was very depressed. He was also cultivating in the Origin Mountain Saint Court, but the geniuses of the He clan did not have many achievements. They were suppressed in the Origin Mountain Saint Court. For sets of array discs, their He clan did not get a set. In the end, they could only choose to join the Divine Fire Alliance. Therefore, he was very unhappy. When he was not cultivating, he would run out of the Origin Mountain Saint Court, or return to the He clan, or go to the Drunken Immortal Tower to relax. In the Drunken Immortal Tower, there was a mirror-like lake. On the lake, there were sailboats floating. On the shore of the lake, there were pavilions standing tall. He Yutong was lying in a pavilion. there were two beautiful girls. One was rubbing his shoulders, and the other was lying in his arms. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warm and fragrant jade. He Yutong, get out here. A loud roar broke the silence and He Yutong's mood. Which bastard dares to disturb me? You're courting death. He Yutong stood up and took a step out of the pavilion. His eyes were cold as he stared ahead. A middle-aged man stood on the lake with his hands behind his back. Who are you? He Yutong looked at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes. He did not know this man. I'm the one who wants your life. The middle-aged man said coldly. After that, his body swayed and rushed towards He Yutong. Saint power surged in his palm and condensed into a long sword. The long sword was like a rainbow, stabbing towards He Yutong as fast as lightning. He Yutong was shocked. He unleashed all his strength and a battle saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the middle-aged man. Clang, the long sword and the battle saber collided and there was a buzzing sound. He Yutong's body shook violently. He kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Eternal Spring Law. You're from the Heng family. Why do you want to kill me? He Yutong shouted. At this time, the people on the sailboats and in the other pavilions were already alarmed. They looked in their direction and were all shocked. The Eternal Spring Law was a law unique to the Heng family, only the unique bloodline of the Heng family could comprehend the Eternal Spring Law. The Heng family wanted to kill He Yutong, although the Heng family and the He family were sworn enemies and had a fierce battle 1,000 years ago, their relationship had eased a lot in the past few hundred years. Although there were still occasional conflicts, there were very few people who would kill each other in public for no reason. Now, why did the middle-aged man want to kill He Yutong? He Gao, you shameless dog. You took the treasure of the Heng family and did not return it. Then, I'll make the He family pay the price. The middle-aged man said coldly. The aura on his body burst out crazily. A terrifying sword light cut through the void and slashed towards He Yutong. No, He Yutong roared madly. He wanted to escape, but his battle prowess was far inferior to his opponents. With a slash of the sword, all of his resistance collapsed. He Yutong was cut in half, and his corpse fell into the lake. He Gao, you asked for it. The middle-aged man left these words and soared into the sky, leaving this place. This middle-aged man was naturally Lu Ming in disguise. Previously, when he was at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he saw He Gao having a conflict with the two true emperors of the Heng family. From the other party's words, Lu Ming speculated that He Gao must have used him as a condition to obtain the Heng family's precious treasure. Later on, when the Heng family wanted to take it back, He Gao refused to return it. Back then, the two true emperors of the Heng clan wanted the He clan to pay the price. Now, Lu Ming took advantage of this and attacked the He clan to provoke a conflict between the two clans. As for Lu Ming's primal chaos laws, apart from the monarch Dao laws and the 10 supreme laws, all other laws could be transformed. The Eternal Spring Law was not a King Dao law, so Lu Ming could naturally change it. The Heng family's expert had killed the He family's prodigy, He Yutong. The reason was that He Gao of the He family had taken the Heng family's treasure. After Lu Ming left, the news spread at a terrifying speed from the drunken immortal pagoda. Not long after, a few elders sat in a great hall of the He clan. The atmosphere was very solemn. Bang! He Gao slammed the table with fury in his eyes. Preposterous, does the Heng clan want to start a war with us? They had received the news of He Yutong's death and were currently discussing it. It's all because of you. You stole the Heng clan's tribulation divine robe and caused this disaster. He Yutong died because of you. Another old man said coldly. What do you mean? He Gao glared coldly at the old man. The old man was on the same level as He Gao, so he naturally wasn't afraid of him. He sneered, it's clear what I mean. If you didn't take the Heng clan's treasure, they wouldn't have sent people to kill us. No matter what, you have to pay the price and hand over the tribulation divine robe to the clan. Within the He clan, it was naturally not a monolithic entity. It was divided into various factions. Nonsense, I deserve the tribulation divine robe. If you want it, then fight me. Let's see what you're capable of. He Gao roared. A powerful aura filled the hall. Alright, stop arguing. The most important thing now is how to deal with the Han clan's revenge. Another old man waved his hand and said. At most, we'll fight with the Han clan. He Gao said coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over the Tribulation Divine Robe. The Tribulation Divine Robe was related to whether he could survive the heavenly tribulation, and it was more important than anything else. At this moment, they received a message at the same time. They took out their voice transmission jade talismans and their faces changed again. Damn it, the Han clan is too much. Are they going to start a war? A few old men roared in anger. They had just received news that 2 more experts from the He clan were killed by the Han clan. This was intolerable. The Han clan was obviously going to take revenge. If they delayed, many people would be killed. Let's go to the Han clan. I'd like to see if the Han clan wants to start a war. An old man sitting at the head of the table said coldly. Then, he walked out with big strides. The other old men, including He Gao, followed him out of the hall and went straight to the Han clan. In a hall in the Han clan, a few old men were discussing something. Who sent people to kill the He clan? Someone asked. We didn't do that. He Gao might be despicable and shameless for taking the Tribulation Divine Robe, but we're still thinking of a way. We didn't send anyone to kill the He clan. The white-haired true emperor who gave the robe to He Gao frowned. The others exchanged glances as well. They didn't send anyone, so who was it that killed the He clan's people? Could it be a member of the Han clan? The He clan is despicable and shameless. In my opinion, we should just kill them. Another true emperor said coldly. 1,000 years ago, the He clan and the Han clan had a bitter war. These true emperors had fought against the He clan before and had a great grudge. So what if they killed a few members of the He clan? Boom. Boom. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from outside the Han clan. Powerful auras filled the air. Humph, looks like the He clan is here. He Gao took our Tribulation Divine Robe and they still dare to come? Tell them to hand it over. The few old men snorted coldly and rushed out of the hall one after another, heading outside. Outside the Han clan, He Gao and the rest of the He clan's experts stood in the air. Their terrifying auras pressed down on the halls of the Han clan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures flashed and experts appeared in the Han clan. Finally, a few old men from the Han clan arrived in the air. Each of them emitted a vast aura that neutralized the aura of the He clan. He Gao, you still dare to come? Hand over the Tribulation Divine Robe. Your Han clan wants my Tribulation Divine Robe? Dream on. You sent people to kill my He clan. How do you explain that? He Gao shouted. We didn't send anyone to kill your people. An expert from the Han clan said. Bullshit. You used the Eternal Spring Law to kill our people, do you think we're blind? An expert from the He clan shouted. Ridiculous. He Gao took our robe and we didn't even come knocking on your door. Your He clan only lost a few useless pieces of trash and you're here to start a war? An expert from the Han clan said coldly. The He clan and the Han clan were mortal enemies. Although things had eased a bit in recent years, these martial emperors had lived for a long time and had fought each other countless times. Their grudge wasn't so easily resolved. Every time they met, it would be on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Good, very good. You killed our people, do you think we're easy to bully? Unless your Han clan doesn't come out in the future, haha. He Gao sneered, implying that if the Han clan could kill the He clan, they could do the same to the Han clan. He Gao, I'll kill you first. The white-haired true emperor from the Han clan wanted to kill He Gao right now to take back one of their divine garments. At this time, a figure flew over and landed next to the expert from the Han clan. Sir True Emperor, not good. The He clan is secretly killing our experts. 2 great saints and 1 absolute saint have been killed. The person reported. What? Damn it. The true emperor from the Han clan was furious after hearing this. The He clan was here to punish them on the surface but secretly sent people to kill them. How despicable. Nonsense, we didn't send anyone to kill your people. An old man from the He clan frowned. They clearly used the 4 seasons law, how dare you say they're not from the He clan? The person who came to report the news shouted. The He family's inheritance was the law of the four seasons, which was similar to the Heng family's law of eternal spring. In the distant past, the He family had even claimed to be the descendants of the celestial emperor, which was why they were mortal enemies with the Heng family. Damn it. You took my Heng clan's tribulation divine robe and now sent people to kill my Heng clan's people. Do you think my Heng clan is easy to bully? Today, all of you will stay here. A furious Heng true emperor channeled his world force and unleashed a terrifying sword ray towards a He true emperor. If you want to start a war, don't think that the He clan is afraid of you. The true emperor from the He clan furiously retaliated. Attack. The other experts of the Heng clan also attacked. Terrifying sword lights burst forth, shooting towards the experts of the He clan. However, the experts from the He clan were all at the true emperor level. They started fighting back as well. This area was directly blasted apart. The terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc. The entire celestial city seemed to be trembling. A chaotic battle between true emperors was too frightening. Many were alarmed and flew up to watch. Oh God, those are the experts from the He and Heng clans. Are the two clans going to fight again after 1,000 years? In the distance, many people were trembling with fear. In the distant sky, Lu Ming turned into a dark-skinned youth and watched the battle from a distance. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The truth was that his plan wasn't that great. He used the law of primal chaos to turn into members of the He clan and Heng clan to hunt down and incite conflict between the two clans. As long as the two clans calmed down and discussed this plan, it wouldn't be hard to see through it. They might even suspect Lu Ming. However, the enmity between the two clans was like gunpowder that could be ignited at the slightest spark. Moreover, the matter with He Gao made it impossible for the two clans to sit down and talk nicely. Sure enough, they attacked right away. Boom! Boom! Terrifying sword light and saber light filled the entire sky. Space constantly cracked open, revealing a terrifying pitch-black space. However, this was the Heng clan. As soon as they started fighting, powerful auras burst out from the Heng family. Terrifying experts woke up from their seclusion and joined the battle. The true emperors from the He clan were at a disadvantage. Charge back to the He clan! A true emperor from the He clan shouted. There were 5 emperors from the He clan. They worked together to attack Xianxia. However, the Heng clan had more and more true emperors. They were at a disadvantage and couldn't make it out. Attack the others from the Heng clan. He Gao's eyes flashed fiercely as he unleashed a saber attack. It wasn't aimed at the other true emperors but the palaces of the Heng clan. Despicable bastard! A true emperor from the Heng clan roared. 2 true emperors rushed out to help but it was too late. He Gao's saber light was hundreds of miles long. Countless members of the Heng family were annihilated by this saber light. A 100-mile-long crack appeared in the Heng family's palaces and continued forward. He Gao, you court death. The furious true emperors from the Heng clan tried to kill He Gao. However, He Gao's expression was ferocious as he unleashed a few more attacks. The true emperors had no choice but to stop his attacks. Normally, true emperors wouldn't attack the weak. However, He Gao wasn't confident this time because of the impending calamity. That's why he acted so recklessly and didn't care about the rules. Since the Heng clan's true emperors went to help the others, there was a gap in the encirclement. He Gao and the other true emperors rushed out and rushed towards the He clan. You will pay with your blood, He clan! The true emperor from the Heng clan roared. In the distance, Lu Ming sneered. His figure flashed as he headed toward the sacred academy of Yuan Mountain. He didn't need to do anything now since he only needed to watch. A war was inevitable between the two clans. Not long after Lu Ming returned to the sacred academy of Yuan Mountain, in the Heavenly Supreme Alliance, Xianxia held a combat sword and charged toward the Divine Fire Alliance. In the Divine Fire Alliance, he killed the #1 prodigy of the He family, who had a powerful king body. This matter shook the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The genius from the He clan was in the top 10 of the Sage King ranking. He was the #2 character of the Divine Fire Alliance but he was killed just like that. No one in the Divine Fire Alliance dared to stop Xianxia. The He clan was in an uproar after hearing the news. The #1 genius of the He clan with a powerful monarch physique and peerless talents. He was the hope of the clan and had a chance to become a grand emperor. But now, he was killed by Xinghe. War. An angry voice came from the He clan. War. The same went for the Heng clan. The He family and Heng family each dispatched several thousand powerhouses. A terrifying great battle broke out in the area between the two families. This battle shook Celestial City. This battle was incomparably tragic. The sun and moon lost their light. That area of Celestial City was razed to the ground. That battle fought for a full day. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses before retreating separately. It was said that many experts from both sides died in this battle. Even martial emperor powerhouses fell, more than 10. There were even true emperors who fell. In Celestial City, for a moment, the atmosphere was extremely stifling. Because everyone knew that the great battle between the two families would not end like this. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. Sure enough, after this battle, the two families started an all-out war. Both sides sent people to attack each other's industries. Both sides were constantly clashing. At every moment, there were powerhouses being killed. The hatred between both sides already reached an irreconcilable level. The battle escalated more and more. Even true emperors would frequently kill each other. Every day, there were powerhouses falling. This scorching battle fought for a full 3 months. Heng family and He family lost countless powerhouses. However, this did not make both sides stop. Instead, the hatred became even more intense. On this day, a piece of news shook the entire Celestial City, and even the entire Origin Mountain sacred institution. The Heng family's great emperor powerhouses challenged the He family's great emperor powerhouses. Half a month later, they would decide the victor at Heavenly Emperor Mountain. A showdown between great emperors shocked the world. Countless people were dumbfounded and extremely shocked. They did not expect that the confrontation between the two families this time would ultimately lead to a showdown between great emperors. Celestial City was the #1 holy land of the Origin Mountain Land's 9 great holy lands. Its strength was the most powerful. And as one of the few strongest forces in Celestial City, the Heng family and He family both had great emperors holding down the fort. And half a month later, the two families' great emperors would face off at Heavenly Emperor Mountain. When Lu Ming heard this news, he was also somewhat astonished. He also did not expect that things would also develop to this extent. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Wasn't his original intention to let the He family and Heng family fight each other? Use the blood of the Heng family and He family's people as a sacrifice to the Ice Dragon Valley Master. It was best if a great emperor fell. That way, it would be even more perfect. Lu Ming sneered. A showdown between heavenly emperors was something rarely seen. This matter had alarmed the majority of the major forces in the Primal Mountain. In this half a month, there was an endless stream of experts coming to the Celestial City. They wanted to witness the glory of the heavenly emperors. Time flew, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, countless people gathered towards the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Normally speaking, when great emperors fought, no one would dare to get close to watch the battle. A martial emperor was too strong. As long as a strand of energy leaked out, it would be disastrous. Only death awaited. Even regular martial emperors would find it hard to survive. However, it was different at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the place where the Heavenly Emperor had attained the Tao. Above it, the Heavenly Emperor's steam engine filled the air. Ordinary people could not climb up the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even martial emperors would find their cultivation suppressed. Rumor has it that true emperors couldn't fly. Once they entered the range of the mountain. Only great emperor elite warriors could fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, they would be greatly suppressed. The movements from the great battle would also be suppressed and would not cause disastrous consequences. Early in the morning, the sky around the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with countless figures. There were endless people with different levels of cultivation. There were martial emperors, saints, martial emperors, and even true emperors. A battle between great emperors was a rare event. It might be helpful for true emperors. The prodigies of the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution were also led by a few true emperor teachers to the distant void of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Lu Ming and the others were also among them. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, the void not far from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain suddenly split open. Two openings appeared and two figures stepped out from each of them. The two figures were completely shrouded in endless light. Their appearance could not be seen clearly, but there was a strong and boundless aura that spread out in all directions. Although they were very far away, at this moment, countless people felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. This kind of pressure was as if they were facing the heavenly Tao. They could not resist. Two great emperors, the great emperors of the He clan and Heng clan had arrived. The two great emperors looked at each other from afar and unleashed an even more shocking aura. This time, I'll kill you. A cold voice was heard. It was full of arrogance like a deity looking down on all living beings. Lu Ming had heard this voice before. It was the great emperor of the Heng clan. He had heard it at the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution and fought with great Emperor Wu Xiang. Boasting shamelessly. You'll be the one to die. The other figure was the great emperor of the He clan. His voice was deep and filled with endless dominance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the two figures moved at the same time and flew towards the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the beginning, their speed was so shocking that many people could not see them clearly. However, as soon as the two entered the range of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they seemed to be under a terrifying pressure. Their speed rapidly slowed down. The closer they were to the peak, the slower their speed became. In the end, the light on the two figures disappeared and their bodies were revealed in front of everyone. The great emperor of the Heng clan was an old man with a gloomy look in his eyes. The great emperor of the He clan appeared to be a middle-aged brawny man. He had a tall and sturdy figure and a domineering aura. Of course, one could not judge the age of people at this level by their appearance. The two great emperors of the Heng clan and the He clan were figures that had lived for countless years. The two landed on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and faced each other. Then, the two suddenly dashed towards each other and launched a palm attack at the same time. Dong, with a muffled boom, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain seemed to shake. Even though Lu Ming and the others were far away, they could feel the violent fluctuations in the space. So terrifying, is this the power of an elite warrior at the Great Emperor stage? This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, yet it could cause such astonishing tremors. Ordinary elite warriors at the Void Emperor stage could only barely resist at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. They could not even fight. Indeed, the power of the Great Emperor stage is extraordinary. Some people discussed. After the great emperors of the Heng and He clan exchanged a move, their bodies retreated slightly. Then, they launched another attack at each other. Once again, the two bombarded each other and exploded with astonishing fluctuations. If this happened on the outside, most likely the world would be turned upside down. Next, the two kept exchanging moves. However, they were all ordinary, as if two low-level martial artists were exchanging moves. Their speed was not particularly fast. This made many people look at each other in dismay. Were the fights between great emperors this ordinary? Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and the rest were also bewildered. They could not tell what was so brilliant about it. Don't underestimate this kind of battle. It's the most dangerous. Each move is a collision between the great Tao and the power of the world. It's extremely terrifying. If you're not careful, you'll die. A teacher of the Origin Mountain Holy Court explained to the disciples of the Origin Mountain Holy Court. Great Emperor elite warriors control the great Tao of heaven and earth. Each of their moves is supported by the great Tao and the power of the world. This is inside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If it's outside, a casual attack can turn the world upside down and have the power to destroy the world. That teacher continued to explain. Everyone observed carefully. Unfortunately, their realm was too low and they had not stepped into the Great Emperor realm. It was difficult for them to understand the profoundness of the Great Emperor realm. They could only watch the show. Boom! Boom! In the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the speed of the two's battle became faster and faster. Their expressions also became more solemn. Each time they clashed, terrifying tremors would erupt. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain trembled slightly and the space trembled violently. On top of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a layer of hazy halo spread out. It was extremely mysterious and locked most of the power inside. Soon, the two great emperors had exchanged hundreds of moves and there was no winner. Then, the two took out their weapons. Great Emperor Heng used a sword, while Great Emperor He used a battle saber. Without a doubt, they were both extremely terrifying Great Emperor weapons. The two continued to fight. However, the two had the same cultivation and combat power. After many moves, there was still no winner. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, suddenly, a figure appeared on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Everyone was shocked. Yes, initially, there were only two great emperors fighting at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. How could there be an additional figure? Clearly, this figure did not appear out of thin air. He had been hiding at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as this figure appeared, he launched an attack at Great Emperor He. His attack was extremely violent and was not weaker than the two great emperors. Clearly, this was also a great emperor. Everyone was shocked. How could a great emperor suddenly appear at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Luo, it's you. You're so despicable. Great Emperor He roared angrily. Luo, many people were shocked. There was only one great emperor with the surname Luo in the Origin Mountain Holy Land. That was the great emperor of the ancient Sun Holy Land and Daluo Heaven sect. Lu Ming's eyes were also shining. The great emperor who suddenly appeared was probably the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect, Luo Zhanqiu's grandfather. Clearly, the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect had been hiding at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a long time. He was waiting for an opportunity to join hands with the great emperor of the Heng family to kill the great emperor of the He family. I told you, you're the one who's going to die today. The great emperor of the Heng clan said coldly as he slashed his sword towards the great emperor of the He clan. Facing two experts of the same level, great emperor He clan was no match at all. He was instantly at a disadvantage. Not good. Heng clan, you are despicable and shameless. The He family's people roared angrily. Their faces were incomparably ugly, feeling extremely worried. If the He clan's great emperor perished, it would be a disaster for the He clan. Without a great emperor, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Heng family. They would be annihilated by the Heng family. The He family, which had been passed down for countless years, would be annihilated. All is fair in war. Don't you know that? The Heng family's experts sneered. They were overjoyed as they hoped that their great emperor could kill the great emperor of the He clan. In that case, the Heng family would become even more powerful in the future. Everyone looked at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain anxiously. If a great emperor perished, it would involve a lot of people. It would change the structure of the Heavenly Emperor city drastically. The great emperor of the He clan tried his best to resist. However, he was no match for the two great emperors. Soon, the great emperor of the He clan was hit by a punch from the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect. His body shook and his face flushed red. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh, the great emperor of the Heng family slashed his sword, but the great emperor of the He clan barely dodged it. Die. The great emperor of the Heng family roared as his sword moved faster. The great emperor of the He clan was injured and it was getting harder for him to dodge. Puff, after a few more moves, the great emperor of the He clan finally couldn't dodge it. He was slashed in the chest by the great emperor of the Heng family. A long sword wound appeared and his entire body was almost split into two halves. The great emperor's blood splattered all over the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The great emperor of the He clan roared angrily. He wanted to retreat, but the Daluo Heaven sect blocked his way. He roared angrily and unwillingly. If they weren't at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, everything about them would be suppressed. If they were outside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the two great emperors together might not be able to keep him here. With his strength, he could escape without worry. However, it was different here at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He understood that he had fallen into a trap. Clearly, it was the other party's scheme to fight with the great emperor of the Heng family at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Great Emperor! People of the He clan cried out in grief and fear. Could it be that today, the great emperor of the He clan would fall here? People of the Heng family were overjoyed. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Buzz, suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain shook violently. Endless resplendent lights filled the air. Boom! Boom! Next, an astonishing explosion sound emerged from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain as gravel flew everywhere. What's going on? Many people's expression changed drastically. Why was there such a sudden change at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Such a thing had never happened before. It's the blood of a great emperor. The great emperor's blood has been absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Some true emperor figures roared. With their sharp eyes and keen spiritual senses, they had discovered this despite being far away. Inwardly, everyone was shocked. It was because of the blood of a great emperor. However, why would the blood of a great emperor cause such a change at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 waves of terrifying presence emerged from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It was the presence of 3 great emperors. Previously, the presence of the great emperors had been completely suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Now, it seemed that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had lost its suppressive effect. Get lost! Great Emperor of the He clan gave a long roar as he unleashed his terrifying power. He slashed out with his blade and sliced open the vast sky. A space crack of unknown length appeared in the sky. Great Emperor of the He clan transformed into a wave of blade light and dashed into the space crack. Don't even think about leaving. The Great Emperor of the Heng clan and the Great Emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect chased after Great Emperor of the He clan and dashed into the space crack. Instantly, terrifying fluctuations erupted from the void space inside the space crack. Boom boom boom, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain continued to shake as the radiance became more resplendent. In the end, the radiance condensed into a figure. This figure wore a white robe and looked extremely young. He seemed to be a young man in his 30s. He had a majestic figure and a handsome face. He had the temperament to swallow the world and was unparalleled in his generation. He only stood there as if he was the only one in the world. Heavenly Emperor, could he be the Heavenly Emperor? Many people's voices trembled. Selah, the space crack appeared again as the figure of the great Emperor of the Heng clan appeared. His expression was somewhat gloomy as he looked at the Heavenly Emperor's shadow above the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with surprise. Next, the great Emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect also appeared beside him. Selah. With the appearance of the 3 great emperors, clearly the great emperor of the Heng clan and the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect could not do anything to the great emperor of the He clan. Once the suppression of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was gone, it was indeed difficult for 2 great emperors of the same level to kill another great emperor in the outside world, unless the difference in strength was too great. Seeing that the great emperor of the He clan was fine, everyone from the He clan breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. The 3 great emperors all looked at the shadow in the sky. The shadow of the Heavenly Emperor. The great emperor of the Heng clan spoke with a solemn expression, yet full of expectation. At this moment, above Lu Ming and the others, there was a wave of space fluctuations, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. This person was Great Emperor Wu Xiang of the Yuan Mountain Saint Court. Just when the teachers and students of the Yuan Mountain Saint Court were about to salute, Great Emperor Wu Xiang waved his hand and motioned everyone not to be overly courteous. At this moment, the figure in the sky was becoming more and more solid. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was about to be resurrected? Or was this just a mark left behind by the Heavenly Emperor when he was in seclusion? Everyone guessed that today's matter was beyond their expectations. Whoosh, just when the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor had solidified to the extreme, his figure suddenly flew towards the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and disappeared into it. Boom, in the next moment, with a shocking roar, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded. The majestic Heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded directly. Then, from the bottom of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a light pillar rushed out and pierced the sky. That's a flower! Someone exclaimed. Below the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a light pillar rushed to the sky. In the middle of the light pillar, a flower emerged. This flower did not seem to have bloomed yet. It only had the appearance of a flower bud and looked like a lotus. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? This flower is a shadow, not a real entity. Look, there's a cave below, it keeps going down. The strange movement of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain caused a commotion in all directions. Lu Ming fixed his eyes and looked. Indeed, the flower in the sky was not a real entity, but a projection of a shadow. Originally, there was a cave below the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. That light pillar rushed out of this cave. Could it be that cave, there was some treasure? The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had always suppressed this treasure. Thinking of this, many people's eyes burned with passion. If it was a treasure, it would definitely be a treasure that even the celestial emperors would value. Even the great emperors could not remain calm. With a flash, the great emperors of the Heng family, Daluo Heaven sect, He family, and Wu Xiang appeared above the cave at the same time. Great Emperor Heng glanced at Great Emperor He coldly but didn't say anything. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had exploded. Without the suppression of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he knew he could not kill the Great Emperor of the He clan. The four martial emperors looked down at the cave below and were shocked. Everyone's hearts were itching. Even the Great Emperor revealed a surprised expression. Just what was below the cave, everyone wanted to go and take a look personally, but with the Great Emperor there, no one dared to go. If he angered the Great Emperor, only death awaited him. This is the world left behind by the Celestial Arch. It should belong to my Heng clan. Please leave. The Heng family glanced at Emperor He family and Emperor Wu Xiang. What a joke. We don't know if it was left behind by the Celestial Arch. Besides, even if it was left behind by the Celestial Arch, what does it have to do with your Heng clan? Don't say you're the descendant of the Celestial Arch, you are. Great Emperor He family sneered. What do you mean? Cold light flashed across the eyes of Great Emperor Heng. It's simple. You Heng clan can't take this place. Great Emperor He family said coldly. Then, he looked at Emperor Wu Xiang and said, Wu Xiang, what do you think? The Celestial Arch has fallen for many years. After so many years, nothing can be explained. Thus, the treasure left behind by the Celestial Arch should belong to the fated ones. Emperor Wu Xiang said. His meaning was simple. Since the Celestial Arch had fallen for so many years, who could say for sure whether the Heng clan was the descendant of the Celestial Arch? After such a long time, the treasure left behind by the Celestial Arch should belong to the fated ones. Great Emperor Heng's expression turned ugly. Even with the help of the Great Emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect, he could not do anything to Great Emperor He and Emperor Wu Xiang. Moreover, the Saint Court of Origin Mountain was built by 3 great emperors. Now that the other great emperors had not appeared, he was very wary. Then, let's rely on our abilities. Great Emperor Heng said coldly. Then, he suddenly rushed into the cave below. The Great Emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect, Great Emperor He and Emperor Wu Xiang also rushed into the cave below at the same time. Their figures disappeared into the cave. The others looked at each other. Since the 4 great emperors had gone down, the others did not dare to follow. They could only wait with their eyes wide open. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent roar came from the underground cave. There seemed to be an endless gale blowing over there. The light beam that rushed out was even brighter. Then, 4 figures rushed out from the cave. No, they did not rush out by themselves. They seemed to have been blown out by the gale. Everyone was shocked. What was in the cave that could blow great emperors out? Moreover, there were 4 great emperors. It was too terrifying. The 4 great emperors stood in the sky with gloomy faces. After a while, Great Emperor Heng seemed to be unwilling to give up. He rushed down again, but he was still blasted out after a while. You, go down and take a look. Great Emperor Heng pointed at a true emperor of the Heng clan. You, come with me. Great Emperor He looked at a true emperor of the He clan. Emperor Wu Xiang also called for a true emperor of the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. The 3 true emperors flew forward and rushed into the cave. However, not long after, they were blasted out by a force just like the 4 great emperors before them. Next, the great emperors called for Void Emperor, who was a minor emperor, but he was also blasted out. Then, they called for a few more boundary emperors to go down. However, these boundary emperors were not blasted out this time. Instead, they blocked the force from below. It seemed that the force in the cave would change according to the cultivation of the one who went down. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the power in the cave would be. What's in the cave? Why are the great emperors so concerned about it? Many people were itching to find out. Great emperors, there seems to be a force below that is blocking us. We can't go in. A boundary emperor of the Han clan reported to the great emperor of the Han clan. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. This lotus has 9 petals. Each petal represents a world. The lotus has not bloomed yet, so it's not time to go in. Emperor Wu Xiang said. He did not hide anything and his voice spread far and wide. Everyone was shocked. Could there be a small world below the cave? Gather all the experts below the martial emperor level in the Han clan. The great emperor of the Han clan ordered to gather all the experts below the martial emperor realm and left. After that, great emperor He of the He clan gave the same order. He gathered all the experts below the martial emperor realm in the He clan and left. Then, great emperor Wu Xiang and the great emperor of the Daluo heaven sect also left. Let's go and have a look. After the great emperor left, the others could no longer suppress their curiosity and rushed to the top of the cave. For a moment, the sky was filled with countless figures. Lu Ming and the others also followed the crowd and flew to the sky to look down. That is, Lu Ming and the others were shocked when they saw it. There was a very big cave on the ground. No one knew how deep it was. In the cave, there was a bright light spreading out. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a lotus. This lotus was still in the bud state and had not bloomed. Looking at it carefully, there were 9 petals. It was obvious that the lotus in the air was a projection of this lotus. Everyone could not help but think of the words of great emperor Wu Xiang. The lotus had 9 petals, which represented 9 worlds. Now that the lotus had not bloomed, they could not enter for the time being. The 9 petals of the lotus represented 9 worlds. Was this the world left behind by the heavenly emperor? Everyone's imagination ran wild. Then, they remembered that only those below the martial emperor realm could enter. I don't believe it. Some empty emperors and even true emperors flew into the cave. However, when they entered the cave, there seemed to be a terrifying energy that blasted all the emperors out. Only those who were below the martial emperor realm were able to stabilize themselves. However, when they approached the lotus, they were blocked by a powerful force. Countless people went down to test it, but the result was the same. Everyone knew that they still had to wait for the moment when the lotus bloomed. Lu Ming and the others did not go down to test it. Since the great emperor had said that there was no need for them to go down, they just had to wait patiently. Then, they followed the teachers of the Origin Mountain Saint Academy and returned to the Origin Mountain Saint Academy. Following that, the news spread to the entire Yuan Mountain at a terrifying speed. The heavenly emperor might have left behind a relic, which shocked countless people. One by one, powerful forces arrived at the celestial city. The forces of the other 8 great holy lands, as well as some ancient clans, had also sent their experts over. Ancient Moon Sacred Ground, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Wan Clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow Tribe, and so on all sent their experts. They were led by true emperors and below martial emperors. This was most likely a relic left behind by the celestial arch. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Since emperor-level experts could not descend, the best choice was a quasi-emperor. As time passed, more and more experts arrived at the celestial city. As time passed, the lotus flower slowly bloomed. 1 month later, when the lotus was about to fully bloom, countless people gathered in this area. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many people there were. Among them, most of them were at the Sage Realm and the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Scram! A loud shout rang out as a group of experts burst forth with shocking auras. The crowd couldn't help but open up a path for them. They were from the Han clan with more than 100 people led by several true emperors. Although the Han clan was domineering, many people didn't dare to say anything. The Han clan was a great emperor's force. With a great emperor in charge, who would dare to offend them? The Han clan is really domineering. A cold voice rang out. Then, the He clan arrived as well. They said that the Han clan was domineering, but they were the same. With a true emperor leading the way, the crowd forcibly opened up a path. The Han clan and the He clan were at daggers drawn. Then, experts from the Daluo Heaven sect arrived as well, followed by several powerful ancient clans. The teacher of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain also arrived with a group of young geniuses. Hiss! Hiss, suddenly, the space near the cave was torn apart. A few figures appeared there, emitting terrifying auras. This was the aura of a great emperor. Everyone couldn't help but step back. The great emperors were observing the situation of the lotus below. Half a day later, the lotus finally bloomed. "Let's go down," the great emperor of the Heng clan said. Suddenly, the experts of the Heng clan rushed down the cave. Of course, they were all below the martial emperor realm. Most of them were quasi-emperors and absolute saints. Then, the experts of the He clan also rushed down the cave, along with the experts of the Daluo Heaven sect. Among the experts of the Daluo Heaven sect, Lu Ming saw Luo Tsangqiong and Luo Pokong. "Let's go too." The people of the other forces roared, then gathered together and rushed into the cave. The great emperors didn't stop them. One by one, they disappeared into the cave. "You guys go too." The teacher of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain looked at Lu Ming and the others. In fact, there weren't many geniuses following the teacher of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Most of the forces had arrived. Those geniuses returned to their respective forces and entered the cave with their respective forces. Only a few of them stayed in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Lu Ming and the others nodded and rushed into the cave. The cave was huge. Countless figures flew down at the same time, but it didn't seem crowded. Lu Ming and the others looked down and found that many people's bodies shrank rapidly when they approached the lotus. Then, they rushed toward one of the petals and disappeared into the petals. It seemed that it was random. It wasn't that you could go to whichever petal you wanted. Instead, you entered a random petal. Many people from the major forces flew over and entered the different petals. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that a crisis was coming. Whoosh, a terrible golden light came toward Lu Ming from his right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he blasted a punch to the right. Boom, with a boom, the golden light was defeated by him. Then, Lu Ming saw a group of people in golden robes, looking at Lu Ming coldly. "It's the experts of the Golden Crow clan." On the side, Huang Ling said. "The Golden Crow clan." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. These were obviously the absolute saints of the Golden Crow clan, and they were even boundary emperors. The person who had launched a sneak attack on Lu Ming earlier was a perfected absolute saint. The experts of the Golden Crow clan attacked a junior. "If you want to fight, let's fight." Next to Huang Ling, an elder said coldly. This elder was an expert of the Phoenix Palace. The experts of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect came here with Lu Ming and the others. "Lu Ming, you killed the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. This debt must be settled. I hope you don't run into us when you enter the world left behind by the Heavenly Emperor." An expert of the Golden Crow clan said coldly. "I hope he'll always be so lucky." Another cold voice sounded. It didn't come from the Golden Crow clan, but another force. "The people of the Wan clan. I'll kill every one of you I see." Lu Ming said coldly as he looked at the experts from the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and the Sky Wolf Pagoda. "Let's wait and see who's going to die." An expert from the Golden Crow clan said coldly. Then, the group of people sped up and rushed down. The other forces did the same. They rushed down and entered different petals. However, Lu Ming noticed one thing. Out of the 9 petals, there was one that no one had entered. It seemed that only 8 petals could enter. Soon, Lu Ming and the others approached the lotus. When they got close to the lotus, a strong force acted on them. This force was a kind of gravitational force. It was extremely strong and difficult to resist. Their bodies were pulled to different petals. Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, Huang Li, and the others separated from Lu Ming and entered different petals. Swoosh, as for Lu Ming, he landed on one of the petals. "Brother Lu Ming, I want to go with you." Chirp chirp. Bubbles' voice was heard. She had originally flown to another petal. However, Bubbles used the law of space and time to break free from the gravitational force. She rushed to Lu Ming's side and entered the petal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt the world spinning. The next moment, he appeared in a dense forest. "Bubbles is gone." Lu Ming looked around and found that Bubbles was not beside him. Lu Ming guessed that one would appear in different places randomly after entering the world of petals. What is this place? Let's fly up and see. Lu Ming pondered. His figure soared into the sky and he flew into the sky. Once he was high in the sky, Lu Ming was stunned. He realized that there were many figures in the sky. Obviously, they were people like him who had entered this place from the outside. This is an island. Then, Lu Ming looked down. Standing tens of thousands of meters in the sky, he could clearly see that there was an island below them. Beyond the island was the endless sea. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, several figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful and terrifying auras shrouded Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be in the same territory as us. Today will be the day you die. One of them laughed loudly. Murderous intent was extremely strong. This person was an expert from the Golden Crow clan, a quasi-emperor. The others beside him were not from the Golden Crow clan. They were from Sky Wolf Tower, the Wan clan, and the Ziji sect. There were 5 of them in total. 2 were at the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint Realm, 2 were at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm, and 1 was a boundary emperor. A few seniors are actually dealing with a youngster from the younger generation. Interesting. Interesting. Everyone in the surroundings cast sidelong glances at Lu Ming. However, no one recognized Lu Ming. This time, the people who had entered this place were all absolute saints and quasi-emperors from different forces. They came from different sacred grounds and different forces. Very few of them had seen Lu Ming before. Naturally, these people had never seen Lu Ming before. A young man like you has also entered this place. You're overestimating yourself. An elder said, stroking his long beard. He was a quasi-emperor. This time, almost all the people who had entered the world of the lotus were absolute saints. There were even many quasi-emperors. A young man like him wanting to enter and fight for treasures? Wasn't he overestimating himself? Very good. Lu Ming swept his gaze and spoke calmly. Very good? The expert from the Golden Crow clan was stunned. You're here to die. Very good. Lu Ming added. Ha ha ha, we're here to die. Young man, you really don't know how to be humble. Let's see how you're going to kill us. An expert from the Wan clan laughed. He was at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. His acupoints lit up, and sacred weapons flew out. Terrifying battle weapons she gathered and attacked. You're not very good at the 10,000 weapon art. Lu Ming said coldly. An absolute saint weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed out, and the battle weapon chi of the expert from the Wan clan collapsed. The sword light didn't stop as it slashed down. Pooh, the expert from the Wan clan couldn't fight back at all. He was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword and died. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the saint weapon and storage ring of the expert from the Wan clan. How is this possible? The others were shocked. Their eyes widened. A peak absolute saint expert was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. His strength was too terrifying. The experts from the Golden Crow clan and Sky Wolf Pagoda gasped in disbelief. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming was already able to kill a perfected absolute saint. This speed of improvement was too shocking. The people from the other forces were also dumbfounded. He's so young, but he's so strong. Who is he? Could he be a peerless genius from the Origin Mountain Academy? They didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming anymore. Let's work together and kill him. The expert from the Golden Crow clan shouted. A river of laws appeared on his body, forming a terrifying attack that attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, the other few people also launched an attack on Lu Ming. The combat sword in Lu Ming's hands flew out and transformed into a destructive sword gleam, killing everything. Pooh, Lu Ming's sword light pierced through the head of a peak absolute saint expert. Afterward, Lu Ming circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill and punched out continuously with both fists. Illusory shadows of the hell-suppressing monument appeared one by one, suppressing everyone. The remaining 2 absolute saints couldn't fight back at all under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel. With a cry, their bodies were torn apart. Only the Boundary Emperor could resist. Boom! Boom! The boundary emperor from the Golden Crow clan's river of laws turned into terrifying flames and a few suns appeared. They collided with the suppressing Hellsteel's shadow and blasted it apart. However, his body shook violently and he continued to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He was a boundary emperor who had comprehended a type of law to the point of perfection and formed a river of laws. He was one step away from becoming a martial emperor. Given his cultivation level, not only was he unable to suppress Lu Ming, but he also vaguely felt that his river of laws was about to be broken in the previous few collisions. How can this little bastard be so strong? The Golden Crow boundary emperor gasped and suddenly turned to run. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight, he would die here. You want to leave now? Do you think you can? Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He stretched out a hand and pointed at the void. Wind and clouds gathered in the sky and a huge finger formed and pressed down on the Golden Crow boundary emperor. The boundary emperor from the Golden Crow clan roared and transformed into his true form. He spread his wings that were hundreds of meters wide. The river of law surrounded him and he unleashed his strongest attack toward the Chaotic Calamity Finger. Boom! The Golden Crow subthearch was blasted off the island by Lu Ming's Chaotic Tribulation Finger. His huge body created a huge pit that was thousands of meters wide on the island. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Golden Crow subthearch rushed into the sky, wanting to escape into the distance. At this moment, he was terrified. He realized that he was no match for Lu Ming at all. The attack just now had directly pierced through his law river, causing him to be severely injured. The vitality of a subthearch is really tenacious. However, you must die today. Lu Ming said coldly. His figure rushed out like lightning, chasing after the Golden Crow subthearch. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the great perfection absolute saint. As his mastery of the Chaotic Tribulation Finger deepened, his battle prowess also became stronger. He originally thought that with his battle prowess, he could easily kill a subthearch. Now, it seemed that it was not that easy. The battle prowess of a subthearch was stronger than he had imagined. However, it would only take a little more effort. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He quickly approached the Golden Crow subthearch. Chaotic Tribulation Finger. When he was close to the Golden Crow subthearch, Lu Ming used the Chaotic Tribulation Finger again. The huge Chaotic Tribulation Finger was like the finger of a deity. It pressed down from the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. The Golden Crow subthearch was like a fly. He had nowhere to hide under the Chaotic Tribulation Finger. He could only use all his strength to resist. However, when the Chaotic Tribulation Finger landed, he screamed and was blasted off the island. The sky was filled with Golden Crow feathers. This time, Lu Ming would not let the Golden Crow subthearch escape. He appeared above the Golden Crow subthearch. A supreme sacred weapon spear appeared in his hand. He swooped down and attacked the Golden Crow subthearch as one with the spear. The Golden Crow subthearch struggled frantically. He was filled with indignation, but the result was already decided. Poof! The spear pierced through the Golden Crow subthearch's head and destroyed his soul. A subthearch was killed by Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were very grave. This was a fiend who could even kill a subthearch. It was too shocking. He used the law of primal chaos. I know who he is. He is Lu Ming, the son of primal chaos. Someone exclaimed as he recognized Lu Ming. It's him. I heard that this person is the Origin Mountain Saint. He pulled out the Heavenly Thearch's sword and united the kings fought the Star River. Later on, he founded the Dragon Alliance. So it's him. No wonder he has such strong battle prowess. Voices filled with surprise rang out one after another. Yuan Mountain's sacred courtyard gathered the strongest geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain. It was the center of attention. Some of the powerful geniuses inside were noticed by many forces. After all, if these geniuses didn't die, they would definitely become the overlords of the Yuan Mountain area in the future. Lu Ming put away the storage rings of the Golden Crow Quasi-Emperor and the rest and continued to fly above the island. The others also collected themselves and began to observe their surroundings. After Lu Ming flew around, he did not meet anyone he knew. It seems that only a small part of the people who entered this petal world appeared on this island. The others should be in other places. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming discovered that there was no one living on this island. It was a lush forest and there were some weak and small demonic beasts living there. It seems that if I want to know the situation of this world, I must leave here first. I wonder if there are people living in this world. Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Then, he flew into the distance and into the vast sea. The world of the lotus was sealed under the heavenly the Arch mountain. It should be related to the heavenly the Arch. If he could get some of the treasures left by the heavenly the Arch, it would definitely be an unprecedented opportunity. The others circled around the island and left one after another, flying towards the boundless sea. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew on the sea at an astonishing speed. During this time, he saw huge sea beasts appear in the sea. However, most of them did not have high cultivation. The strongest sea beast that Lu Ming had seen was only at the bright sage realm. Lu Ming did not know if he was unlucky or something else. He flew all the way and did not see the next island. This world was bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Lu Ming flew for 7 days. He did not know how long he had flown. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. A huge island appeared in front of him. Looking from afar, this island was extremely majestic. It was much bigger than the previous island. Lu Ming flew toward the island. When he got close, Lu Ming heard a loud shout coming from a direction. Someone's here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he flew toward the sound. Not long after, he saw an army riding on strange beasts. They were galloping on the ground with a majestic aura. The ground was constantly shaking. Most of them are at the spiritual god realm. Some of them are at the martial monarch realm. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found out the general situation of the cultivation of this army. Tens of thousands of soldiers galloped back and forth on the open ground. Their auras intersected and converged into a flood dragon that roared at the sky. With Lu Ming's experience, it was not difficult to see that this was an army training. Lu Ming strolled in the air and looked around. He found that there was a huge army camp nearby. Stop right there. Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. A few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked Lu Ming's path. Everyone, I'm just passing by. I want to find someone to ask for some information. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said with a smile. Asking for information? I think you're a spy. Men, take him down and bring him to Mr. Yan. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression waved his hand. A few figures in armor went forward and surrounded Lu Ming. A cold murderous intent encapsulated Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming shook his head. These people were only around the 7th-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming could kill them with a single thought. These people's cultivation is too weak to pose any threat to me. Why don't I pay Mr. Yan a visit and find out more about this world? Lu Ming did not resist as the thought crossed his mind. I'll go with you. Bring him away. The middle-aged man waved his hand and led the way. Soon, they arrived at a military camp and walked into a huge military tent. A few figures were standing on both sides of the tent. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual sense and discovered that their cultivation was at the half-martial sacred realm. One of them had even reached the lesser success stage of the sacred realm. A young man in a luxurious robe sat at the top of the tent. His eyes were cold as he looked down at Lu Ming. Mr. Yan, this man has suddenly barged into the camp. I suspect that he's a spy sent by another country to spy on us. I brought him here for you to deal with. The young man lay on his side on the seat. He picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He then casually glanced at Lu Ming and said, Since he is a spy, why did you bring him here? Just kill him. After saying this, he waved his hand. Yes. The middle-aged man received the order and walked toward Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Wait. Lu Ming said. These people wanted to kill him without any explanation, leaving him speechless. The middle-aged man halted his steps and stared coldly at Lu Ming. Kid, what else do you have to say? I've already said that I'm not a spy. I'm just passing by and would like to ask some questions. Lu Ming explained helplessly. Nonsense, everyone in the Bright Flame country knows that this is the place where the godly serpent army is stationed. How dare you say you're just passing by? What a joke. The middle-aged man snapped coldly. What's the point of talking nonsense with a spy? Take him away and kill him. Young Master Yen said impatiently from above. The others on both sides wore a faint smile on their faces as they stared at Lu Ming. It was a look of superiority, as if they were looking at an ant. The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly as he wore a ferocious expression and said, "Kid, kneel down at once." He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming. His claws were like that of an eagle's claw as he grabbed at Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not dodge the attack. He stood there without moving. The middle-aged man's claw accurately grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder. A powerful force burst out and entered Lu Ming's body, trying to force Lu Ming to kneel down. However, Lu Ming did not move. Even his expression did not change. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He felt as if his claws were grabbing onto a piece of iron. Kneel down at once. The middle-aged man let out a roar as his hair danced wildly and his robe puffed up. He fully unleashed his cultivation of the ninth-layer martial dominator realm and inserted a tremendous force into Lu Ming's body. But Lu Ming still stood there, motionless. A mere ninth-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was no different from an ordinary cultivator in Lu Ming's eyes. Even if Lu Ming were to stand still and allow the man to kill him, the man would not be able to harm even a single strand of his hair. How could the man possibly make him move? Above the tent, young Master Yen stopped drinking and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The people on both sides of the tent also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. To be able to remain unmoved under the might of a ninth-layer martial emperor and have a body as sturdy as a mountain, his cultivation was definitely not weak. Little bastard, kneel down. The middle-aged man let out a roar with a reddened face. He could not even force Lu Ming to kneel down in front of young Master Yen. This would surely leave a bad impression in young Master Yen's mind, as it was related to his future. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Interesting, Lu Quan, you may leave now. Young Master Yen waved his hand. The middle-aged man, who was Lu Quan, glared at Lu Ming murderously and withdrew from the tent. It seems like you're quite capable. Kneel down now and tell me who you are. Perhaps I'll leave your corpse intact. Young Master Yen said calmly. His tone was still imperious, as if leaving Lu Ming's corpse intact would be a great blessing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly and said, I told you, I'm just passing by and would like to gather some information. Since I'm not welcome here, I'll be leaving. With that, Lu Ming turned around and was about to leave. How bold! How dare you! Ignorant dog, how dare you act like this in front of young Master Yen? Kneel down now. The men on both sides of the tent shouted. Their powerful auras shrouded Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming continued to walk out as if he did not hear them. Above the tent, young Master Yan's face darkened. Lu Ming dared to treat him with such an attitude. He was courting death. Take him down, but don't kill him yet. Break his limbs first. Young Master Yen said coldly. Yes. On both sides of the military tent, a few half-saints received the order. In a flash, they surrounded Lu Ming. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to young Master Yen immediately, then destroy your cultivation. Perhaps young Master Yen will be kind enough to spare your dog life. Lu Quan hooted from the side. Lu Ming frowned again. Originally, Lu Ming did not care about these people at all because they were too weak. Lu Ming did not bother to lower himself to their level. However, they kept pushing him, which made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Kid, kneel down now. A half-saint shouted and was about to attack. Stop. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a group of people walked in from outside the tent. The person in the lead was actually a young woman. This woman was very beautiful. She wore a fiery red armor, which accentuated her curvaceous figure vividly. Moreover, she was very heroic. Her temperament was completely different from the women Lu Ming had met. Behind the young woman, there were 4 strong men. Each of them had a strong aura and was full of killing intent. They were obviously fierce generals who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Seeing this woman, the half-saint's expressions changed. They all bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Marshal Xianxia. Stand down." The young woman's gaze swept across the half-saints like lightning. The half-saints looked at young Master Yan with a troubled expression. Young Master Yan waved his hand, and the half-saints retreated. "Tianjiao, you're here." Young Master Yan smiled and stood up from his seat. "Yan Song, this is my divine Wyrm army. What right do you have to kill people in my divine Wyrm army?" The young woman looked at Yan Song with bright eyes. Yan Song's eyes darkened. However, in the next moment, he smiled and said, "Tianjiao, this person is a spy. He's here to spy on the military. I didn't inform you. I was going to drag him out and kill him." "Spy?" The young woman looked at Lu Ming with a trace of murderous intent in her eyes. "I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by." Lu Ming shrugged. "How dare you quibble? You're courting death. Tianjiao, I'll get someone to kill this person first. I'll talk to you later." Yan Song scolded. Immediately, a half-saint stepped forward and wanted to take Lu Ming down. "Stop." The young woman waved her hand and said, "Since he's a spy, all the more I have to interrogate him. All of you, stand down." "Yes." The 4 strong men who came with the young woman bowed and retreated. "And all of you." The young woman looked at Yan Song. "Tianjiao, this person has some cultivation. I'm worried about leaving you here alone." Yan Song said. "If he can kill me, what's the point of you staying here?" The young woman said. She was very confident in herself. She was the marshal of the heavenly Wyrm army and the youngest goddess of war in the country of brightness. If even she couldn't defeat him, what was the point of Yan Song and the others staying here? Lu Ming glanced at the young woman. Her cultivation could not be hidden from Lu Ming's eyes. The young woman's cultivation was in the peak bright sacred realm, significantly higher than the others. No wonder she was so confident. Besides, Yan Song's man had referred to her as General Tianjiao. It was likely that her identity was not simple. After the others left, the young woman stared at Lu Ming with glittering eyes and said, "Are you really a spy?" "I'm not. I already told you that I'm only passing by to ask around." Lu Ming shrugged helplessly and explained once again. "I believe you." The young woman stared at Lu Ming and said, "Do you really believe me that much?" It was Lu Ming's turn to be astounded. "Because you're very calm." The young woman said, "I've been paying attention to you since I came here. You were very calm when facing Yan Song or me. Even when Yan Song said he was going to kill you, you were still calm, as if you weren't worried at all. It's as if you could leave at any time. It's not an act, but a reflection of your true attitude." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Ming rubbed his nose. It was true that he was not worried about their cultivation, thus he was able to remain calm. A person with such an attitude is definitely not an ordinary person. "Besides, I'm practicing the serpent battle flesh, but I can feel a great pressure from you. Your spirit is definitely not ordinary." The young woman's eyes glittered as she stared at Lu Ming, as if she was trying to see through Lu Ming's thoughts. "You're so sure that I'm not a spy based on these 2 points? It doesn't seem to be enough." Lu Ming smiled. "My instinct is telling me that these 2 points are enough." The young woman said. "Instinct?" Lu Ming was confused. "Yes, a woman's instinct. Don't you know that a woman's instinct is very accurate at times?" The young woman said. Lu Ming wore a wry smile. He could not refute that. It was unwise to discuss with a woman whether a woman's intuition was accurate or not. "So, I'm very curious. Who are you? Which country are you from?" The young woman was still staring at Lu Ming. "I've already said that I'm just passing by. In the past, I was cultivating on a deserted island and had just come into being." Lu Ming said casually. "Really?" A ray of light flashed in the young woman's eyes. Her figure suddenly moved. Like a phantom, she rushed towards Lu Ming. Her speed was astonishing. Her palm chopped towards Lu Ming. Of course, this speed was only for ordinary people. To Lu Ming, this speed was no different from a snail. When the young woman's palm was about to hit Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming raised his hand and gently struck out with his palm. Bang! Lu Ming's palm and the young woman's palm collided. The young woman's delicate body trembled and her figure drifted backward. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not move at all. What a strong cultivation. At your age and the 9 nations of the sea, there are only a handful of people with your cultivation. I know every single one of them, but I don't know anyone like you. It seems that my intuition was right. I'm really curious now. The young woman's eyes shone with a strange light. Didn't I tell you? I just came into being. Of course, you don't know me. Lu Ming said. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you stay in the Divine Wyrm army? I'm the Marshal of the Divine Wyrm army, Wan Tianjiao. The young woman said. Stay here? Impossible. I won't stay here for long. I'll leave soon. Lu Ming shook his head. He had entered this world to look for the Heavenly Emperor's treasure. He could not stay here for long. You don't have to stay here for long. A short period of time is fine too. You can leave whenever you want. Moreover, didn't you say that you wanted to gather information? Perhaps I can help you. Wan Tianjiao said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll stay here for the time being. Lu Ming indeed needed to gather information. Wan Tianjiao seemed to be very powerful in this place. As the marshal of an army, she might be able to provide him with a lot of help. Wan Tianjiao's face lit up. She had a feeling that Lu Ming was extraordinary. What's your name? Wan Tianjiao asked. Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. What do you want to ask? Wan Tianjiao asked curiously. This? I want to know where this place is. Lu Ming said. This entire island is a country called the Bright Flame Country. Wan Tianjiao said. What about above? Are there other countries? How big is this world? Are there any ancient ruins? Lu Ming asked several questions in a row. You don't even know these? Wan Tianjiao was very surprised. Haven't I been in seclusion? I just came out. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. There's an introduction to this world in this jade token. Take a look. A jade token appeared in Wan Tianjiao's hand and she handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He began to read the knowledge in the jade token. After reading it, Lu Ming had a rough idea of what was going on. It turned out that this world was called the Infinite Seas Realm. Most of the territory in this world was the sea. However, there were also countless islands in the sea. Some of the islands were not big and were deserted. They were not suitable for humans to live in. Some of the bigger islands were very wide and suitable for humans to live in. Countless martial artists occupied these islands and formed countries. The Bright Flame Island they were on was a big island. The entire island was a country called the Bright Flame Country. Wan Tianjiao was one of the 5 marshals of the Bright Flame Country, the marshal of the Divine Wyrm army. As for the ancient ruins you mentioned, there are indeed some in the vast seas realm. When we return to the capital, I'll organize the information about those ruins and give it to you. How about that? Wan Tianjiao said. How long before you return to the capital? Lu Ming asked. A month. Don't tell me you can't even wait for a month. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. From the introduction just now, the Infinite Seas realm was huge and there were countless islands. It would be too difficult for him to search for them one by one. He did not know how long it would take. With Wan Tianjiao's help, it would save him a lot of time. Come with me. I'll arrange a military tent for you. You can stay there first. After saying that, Wan Tianjiao walked out of the tent. Lu Ming followed him. When they walked out of the tent, they saw Xianxia and the others standing not far away from the tent. When they saw Lu Ming coming out with Wan Tianjiao, they were stunned. Tianjiao, how is it? Is this brat a spy? I suggest that we kill him immediately. Xianxia said. You're mistaken. He's not a spy. Now that I've investigated thoroughly, you can all leave. Wan Tianjiao waved his hand. What? He's not a spy? Tianjiao, don't be fooled by him. I suggest we cripple him first and then slowly interrogate him. Men, take this kid down. Enough. Just as the two half-sages walked toward Lu Ming, Yuan Tianjia shouted coldly. He looked at the two half-sages and scolded, "Stand down." The two half-sages froze. They didn't know whether to move or not. In the end, they looked at Yan Song. "Tianjiao, what is the meaning of this?" "This person is a spy," Yan Song said with an ugly expression. "I said that he is not a spy. He is my guest. Also, this is the Divine Wyrm army, not the Yan family. I am the marshal of the Divine Wyrm army. Do you understand?" Yuan Tianjiao's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the two half-sages. The two half-sages had ugly expressions, but they still retreated. "Lu Ming, let's go." Yuan Tianjiao nodded at Lu Ming and walked forward. Yan Song's face was extremely gloomy. Yuan Tianjiao took a few steps and stopped. He looked at Yan Song and said, "Yan Song, let me tell you. Don't call me by my name in the future. We are not that close." After saying that, he ignored Yan Song and strode forward. "Damn it, bitch." Yan Song clenched his fists. His face, which could be considered handsome, was twisted with anger. "That Yan Song seems to be interested in you." After walking for a while, Lu Ming said with a smile. "Hoof, he is just relying on the fact that his father is the state preceptor and his sister is the emperor's favorite concubine to do whatever he wants. He is a typical hedonistic son of a rich family. Who knows how many girls he has harmed on a daily basis. Now, he has come to the Divine Wyrm army camp to pester me," Yuan Tianjiao said with a cold face. Lu Ming thought to himself, it seems that Yuan Tianjiao has a bad impression of Yan Song. "Lu Ming, Yan Song is a narrow-minded person. You have offended him today. Be careful in the future," Yuan Tianjiao warned. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled faintly, his expression indifferent. A mere Yan Song was not enough to enter his eyes. Soon, they arrived at a military tent. This was where Lu Ming would be staying. "Lu Ming, this is a military order. Take it, and you can freely enter the Divine Dragon Army's barracks in the future." Nguyen Tianjiao handed a token to Lu Ming. "Thank you." Lu Ming took it and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was a little surprised. He had only just met Nguyen Tianjiao, but he trusted him so much. After that, Lu Ming temporarily stayed with the Divine Dragon Army. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Lu Ming and some of Nguyen Tianjiao's subordinates had become rather familiar with each other. As for Lu Ming, he knew more about this world, the Bright Fire Country, and even Nguyen Tianjiao. What surprised Lu Ming was that Yuan Tianjiao's status in Mingyan Country was much higher than Lu Ming had imagined. The goddess of war in Mingyan Country was what everyone in Mingyan Country called Nguyen Tianjiao. Yuan Tianjiao was born in a military family. Her talent was extremely rare. At a young age, her cultivation had reached the great circle of the Bright Saint realm. She stood at the peak of the Bright Saint country and was one of the top experts in the Bright Fire country. She had made great contributions to the Bright Fire country and was known as the goddess of war. She was loved by the people of the Bright Fire country. Yan Song was the son of the state preceptor. His sister was the king's most beloved imperial concubine. Yan Song was lustful by nature and had harmed many women. Now, he had set his sights on Nguyen Tianjiao and often went to the Divine Dragon Army's barracks to harass Nguyen Tianjiao. "It seems that the martial strength of this world isn't very high," Lu Ming pondered. According to the information that Lu Ming had gathered, he realized that the martial strength of this world wasn't high. It couldn't be compared to Yuanlu. Nguyen Tianjiao's cultivation was at the Great Sage realm and she was the most powerful person in Mingyan country. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Lu Ming stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. On the flat ground in front of him, an army rode on strange beasts and galloped on the ground. Their murderous intent formed a huge dragon that roared at the sky. "It's a good army. They have been through hundreds of battles. Unfortunately, their cultivation is a little weak and their battle formation isn't exquisite enough." Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Soon, a few figures stepped on the air and landed in front of Lu Ming. It was Wen Tianjiao and a few of his subordinates. Lu Ming, what do you think of my divine dragon army? Wen Tianjiao asked. No. Lu Ming shook his head. No? Wen Tianjiao was shocked. Brat, you don't know anything. The divine dragon army is ranked first among the 5 strongest armies in Mingyan country. How dare you say that it's no good? What a joke. One of Nguyen Tianjiao's subordinates was instantly enraged. He widened his eyes and looked as though he wanted to eat Lu Ming alive. No means no. Other than the battle spirit and murderous aura, the rest is useless, especially the battle formation. Lu Ming curled his lips. Since Nguyen Tianjiao wanted to ask him, he would naturally tell the truth. A few of the subordinates glared at Lu Ming. They had originally thought that Lu Ming might be a top figure. Now, they felt that Lu Ming was just a boastful person. Lu Ming, my divine dragon battle formation is the best battle formation in Mingyan country. How dare you say that it's useless? Nguyen Tianjiao's expression was ugly. He looked at Lu Ming with a tinge of resentment. You asked me yourself. I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Does that mean that you have a stronger battle formation? Nguyen Tianjiao continued to look at Lu Ming with a tinge of resentment. I do. Take this and take a look. A jade token appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it to Nguyen Tianjiao. Nguyen Tianjiao took the jade token and scanned it with her spiritual consciousness. She exclaimed, "This is the true dragon battle formation. What a wonderful battle formation." Lu Ming had indeed thrown the true dragon battle formation to Nguyen Tianjiao. Back when he was helping Lu Ming to fight for the position of crown prince, he had made a few copies of the jade token. This battle formation was useless to Lu Ming, so there was no harm in giving it to Nguyen Tianjiao. Seeing Nguyen Tianjiao lose her composure, the subordinates looked at each other. Could it be that Lu Ming had really given her a battle formation that was stronger than the divine dragon battle formation? Nguyen Tianjiao sank her consciousness into the jade token and studied it carefully as though she was entranced. After a while, she was overjoyed and said, "Train the new battle formation immediately." After saying that, he rushed to the battlefield in a hurry. The 4 generals followed him with a confused look on their faces. In the following days, Nguyen Tianjiao focused on training the new battle formation. If there was anything she did not understand, she would run to Lu Ming to ask him. In just over 10 days, the battle formation training had reached a considerable scale. Roar, the army gathered and activated the true dragon battle formation. A true dragon was formed and roared at the sky. Its might was many times stronger than the divine dragon from before. At this time, Nguyen Tianjiao and her subordinates were full of admiration for Lu Ming. No one suspected that Lu Ming was a spy. How could a spy possibly give them such a brilliant battle formation to cultivate? Nguyen Tianjiao was even more relieved that her intuition was right. Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. During this period of time, Xianxia was extremely depressed and furious. In Xianxia's tent, he slammed his palm heavily on the table. The terrifying force of his palm smashed the table into pieces. Damned be *tch. Xianxia roared. His face was extremely ferocious and filled with murderous intent. During this period of time, every time he looked for Ruan Tianjiao, he was stopped by Ruan Tianjiao's subordinates. They said that Ruan Tianjiao had to train the army and had no time. However, Xianxia had received news that Ruan Tianjiao was hanging out with Lu Ming every day. "Young master, it seems that Ruan Tianjiao is mesmerized by Lu Ming. I wonder what that kid did to Ruan Tianjiao." "That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming. When I first saw him, I knew that he wasn't a good person. If not for that kid, Ruan Tianjiao might have already thrown himself into young master's arms." Xianxia's subordinates added fuel to the fire, making Xianxia even angrier. His murderous intent was like a knife. "That kid must die," Xianxia said coldly. He continued, "I asked you to keep an eye on that kid. Where is he now?" "Young master, we just received news that the kid has returned to his tent," one of them replied. "Very good. Let's go. I want that kid to die miserably." Xianxia's eyes revealed a sinister look. He led a few of his subordinates and walked toward Lu Ming's tent. Lu Ming was cultivating in the tent when a loud roar came from outside. Lu Ming, get out here. A voice filled with murderous intent came, making Lu Ming frown. He knew that it was Xianxia's voice. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He got up and walked out of the tent. He saw Xianxia and a few of his subordinates looking coldly at Lu Ming. Some members of the Divine Wyrm army were alarmed and gathered around to watch. However, Xianxia's status was not to be underestimated. No one dared to come over and speak. Why are you looking for me? Lu Ming glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. Kid, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, you dare to snatch my woman? You're courting death. Xianxia said coldly. You gave me a chance? Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head. At that time, who would give who a chance? Lowly dog, why don't you take a piss and take a good look at yourself? How dare you go against me? A dog like you should kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Do you understand? Kill him. Xianxia shouted and waved his hand. Bang! Bang! The two half-saint martial artists stepped forward and unleashed their powerful auras. They were about to attack Lu Ming. Stop, young Master Yan. Lu Ming is the marshal's friend. If the marshal finds out that you're treating Lu Ming like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself. Right then, a burly man rushed over and shouted. He was the deputy general of the Divine Flood Dragon Army. He had become quite familiar with Lu Ming during this period of time. Scram! Xianxia shouted angrily and slapped the big man. The big man didn't dare to block and was slapped in the face, causing him to stumble backwards. Who do you think you are? I don't need you to comment on my actions. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll kill you too. Xianxia glanced coldly at the big man, causing his face to turn pale. Oh no, Xianxia wants to kill Lu Ming. Hurry up and inform the marshal. Some people in the surroundings whispered. Then, someone quickly left to inform Xianxiao. I'll return this slap to you tenfold. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and his face turned cold. Haha, you're boasting shamelessly. Attack. Xianxia laughed. Kid, kneel down first. The two half-saints rushed towards Lu Ming from the left and right. They waved their hands and grabbed Lu Ming. They wanted to make Lu Ming kneel in front of Xianxia before killing him. Since you like to kneel, then, kneel. Lu Ming used the soul illusion technique on the last two words. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a demon god in the eyes of the two half-saints. He ruled the world and had absolute control over life and death. The terrifying aura almost scared the two out of their wits. Their bodies didn't seem to listen to them. With a plop, they knelt in front of Lu Ming. Xianxia was dumbfounded. His other two subordinates were also dumbfounded. The people of the Divine Flood Dragon Army were also stunned. What's going on? Why did the two half-saints of Xianxia suddenly kneel in front of Lu Ming? Lu Ming didn't even make a move. He only said a few words and knelt down. These two half-saints were the closest to being a saint. Could it be that Lu Ming was a saint? The crowd guessed. It seems like your two subordinates know that they were wrong and knelt down to beg for mercy. As for you, if you don't kneel down, I might consider sparing you this time. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia indifferently. You son of a bitch, how dare you fight back? You are indeed a spy. Attack and kill him. Xianxia came to his senses and roared furiously. Kill. Beside Xianxia, an old man stepped out and released a terrifying aura. This old man was a bright saint initial success. In the country of bright fire, he was a famous top expert. The old man's aura made many people's faces change drastically. This was a saint, the top expert in the country of brightness. A half-saint couldn't be compared to him. Why isn't the marshal here yet? Some people were anxious and worried about Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had used some unknown method to make the two half-sages kneel down, the difference between a sage and a half-sage was too great. The old man's aura became stronger and stronger, pressing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still stood there, motionless, as if he didn't see the old man. Deliberately mystifying things. Go to hell. The old man's eyes were ferocious. His hand was like a knife, grabbing towards Lu Ming. Kneel down. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke again. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was like thunder in the old man's ears. It was as if a god was shouting in his ears. At this moment, his soul was under terrifying pressure. He couldn't summon any strength in his body. Plop, like the previous two half-saints, he knelt down in front of Lu Ming. The scene suddenly quieted down. At this moment, time and space froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked coldly at Lu Ming and then at the old man. A saint had knelt down in front of Lu Ming. A moment ago, he was murderous and wanted to kill Lu Ming. The next moment, he knelt in front of Lu Ming. What was going on? Many people found that they couldn't wrap their heads around it. They had never seen such a thing before. A Saint Realm expert had knelt down without even fighting. What kind of trick was this? Xianxia was also stunned. His mouth was open so wide that he could swallow a dead mouse. His throat seemed to be stuck and he couldn't make a sound for a long time. It seems that your subordinates are very sensible. They realized their mistakes and knelt down to admit their mistakes. Now, why don't you kneel down? When Lu Ming spoke, Xianxia reacted as if he had just woken up from a dream. You son of a bitch. What kind of sorcery did you use? How dare you make the sage of the country of light kneel down? You're so bold. Just you wait. This isn't over. Then, Xianxia turned around and was about to leave. Lu Ming was too strange. He could make an expert of the saint state kneel down. He felt scared and wanted to return to the capital to report to his father. Then, he would send experts to take revenge. Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. He moved and appeared in front of Xianxia. His cold, knife-like gaze swept toward Xianxia, causing Xianxia's expression to change drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back. What do you want? Xianxia shouted. Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Lu Ming said indifferently. How dare you? Boy, how dare you touch me? Do you know the consequences? Xianxia shouted. Oh, what consequences? Lu Ming said playfully. Son of a bitch, listen carefully. My father is the state preceptor and my sister is His Majesty's favorite concubine. How dare you touch me? I'll make sure you die without a burial place and exterminate your 9 generations. Xianxia shouted and stared coldly at Lu Ming. He didn't believe that Lu Ming dared to touch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming slapped him. The slap was unbelievably fast. Xianxia couldn't dodge it at all. Slap, the crisp sound of the slap echoed in all directions. Xianxia flew out and spun dozens of times in the air. Then, he fell heavily on the ground. Half of his face was swollen and all his teeth were knocked out by Lu Ming. Xianxia was stunned, the others were also stunned. Lu Ming really dared to hit Xianxia. His guts were really big. Ah, son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? I want you dead. I'll skin you alive. Xianxia roared hysterically. Just now, he had come over murderously, wanting to kill Lu Ming. In the end, his subordinates had inexplicably knelt in front of Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had actually dared to slap him. This was a great humiliation. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. Slap him. Lu Ming said coldly as he slapped the air. A palm condensed from Saint Power was formed and slapped Xianxia's face. Xianxia's body flew out again and spun a few times in the air. Under the control of Lu Ming's force, he fell to the ground and knelt there. I just said that I want you to pay me back tenfold. You slapped me once, so I'll slap you 10 times. Lu Ming said coldly. He waved his hand again and delivered another 10 slaps. After 10 consecutive slaps, Xianxia's face had turned into a pig's head. His face was swollen beyond recognition. I'm sorry, I gave you 2 more slaps. Lu Ming curled his lips. In addition to the previous 2 slaps, there were a total of 12 slaps. Pfft, Xianxia was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too much. Swoosh, at this moment, a ray of light flew over from afar and landed on the ground. It was Ruan Tianjiao. She rushed over as soon as she received the news. When she saw the scene, she was speechless. Xianxia dared to hit Lu Ming. He was asking for it. She rushed over not because she was worried about Lu Ming, but because she was afraid that Lu Ming would kill Yan Song in a fit of anger. Yan Song was the son of the state preceptor after all. If he died, there would be trouble. Tianjiao, you came at the right time. Lu Ming is a spy. How dare he hit an expert from our bright flame country? Get your men to take him down. Cripple his cultivation and bring him back for interrogation. Yan Song screamed hysterically when he saw Wan Tianjiao. Wan Tianjiao shook her head secretly. Yan Song was still stubborn. Yan Song, I've told you long ago that Lu Ming is my guest and not a spy. Furthermore, you were the one who started this. You only have yourself to blame. Wan Tianjiao said plainly. What? What did you say? I asked for it? Wan Tianjiao, you adulterous couple. Just you wait. Yan Song was furious. He left behind a few harsh words and staggered away. Get lost. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and a few of Yan Song's subordinates flew out and landed heavily on the ground. They got up in a sorry state and ran away. Lu Ming, thank you for not killing Yan Song. Wan Tianjiao cupped her fists at Lu Ming. She knew that Lu Ming did not kill Yan Song mostly because of her. Lu Ming smiled and said, I didn't implicate you by hitting Yan Song, did I? No, I'm one of the 5 marshals of Bright Fire Country. Yan Song can't do anything to me. Wan Tianjiao shook her head. The matter was over just like that. After that, Wan Tianjiao continued to train the army while Lu Ming cultivated every day. After more than 10 days, he went to the capital with Wan Tianjiao. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, someone from the capital came with an imperial edict from the emperor. Wan Tianjiao led his men to receive the edict. The person who came to deliver the edict was a skinny old man. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Congratulations, Marshal Wan Tianjiao. His Majesty has decreed that you will be betrothed to young Master Yan Song. The wedding will take place soon. What? Those words were like a bolt from the blue. It stunned Wan Tianjiao and her subordinates. The emperor betrothed Wan Tianjiao to Yan Song? How was that possible? Super Overlord, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm a marshal. Why would His Majesty grant a marriage so easily? Wan Tianjiao asked. Chief's face darkened. His Majesty has issued the edict himself and announced it to the world. How can it be wrong? Damn it, it must be Yan Song. What did he say to His Majesty? It's most likely his sister, concubine Qing. She bewitched His Majesty. Several of Wan Tianjiao's subordinates were furious. Needless to say, it must be Yan Song's doing. Yan Song pursued Wan Tianjiao, but Wan Tianjiao never treated Yan Song well. 7 days ago, Yan Song was taught a lesson by Lu Ming. He must have harbored a grudge. After returning to the capital, he must have told the emperor something. Otherwise, why would the emperor suddenly grant a marriage? Marshal Wan Tianjiao, accept the edict and thank His Majesty for his kindness. The supergiant said coldly. Chief, please go back. Please forgive me for not accepting the edict. Wan Tianjiao said with a sullen face. What? You're not accepting the edict? Wan Tianjiao, are you going to defy the edict? Chief scolded coldly. So what if I defy the edict? That fatuous emperor is getting muddle-headed. One of the subordinates said coldly. How dare you insult His Majesty? That's a capital offense. Chief pointed at the subordinate and shouted. I think you'll be the first to die. The subordinate emitted a cold murderous intent as he looked at Chief. Chief shuddered. His face turned pale and cold sweat broke out all over his body. If Wan Tianjiao rebelled in anger and killed him, he would have died in vain. Chief, please go back. I won't accept the edict. I'll return to the capital personally and ask His Majesty. I will leave tomorrow and return to the capital. I will leave the divine Wyrm army to you all. Wan Tianjiao looked at his subordinates. Marshal, why don't we just rebel? One of the subordinates said. That's right. His Majesty is muddle-headed and infatuated with concubine Qing. He doesn't care about the state affairs and all the power is controlled by the Grand Tutor. Why don't we just rebel and replace him? Marshal, you are the goddess of war and have contributed greatly to the bright flame country. If you replace him, the people will definitely welcome you. A few of the subordinates spoke one after another, advising Xianxia to rebel and kill his way to the capital. Shut up! Xianxia shouted, and everyone shut up. My Yuan family has been loyal for generations. How can we rebel? In the future, don't mention such things again. Otherwise, we will punish you. According to military law. Xianxia shouted. His gaze was like lightning, causing the subordinates' faces to turn ugly. Marshal, we will go to the capital with you tomorrow. If the Yan family is plotting something, we can take care of each other. One of the subordinates said. No need. Your mission is to oversee the divine Wyrm army. I have the ability to protect myself. Xianxia said. Tomorrow, I will go with you. A voice could be heard. It was Lu Ming who was walking over. Of course, Lu Ming had seen everything that had happened just now. He was going to the capital anyway and could go with Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and nodded his head. The next day, Lu Ming and Xianxia rode on a mutated beast and headed to the capital of the bright flame country. The island was vast. However, the mutated beasts they rode were fast like the wind. In 3 days, they arrived at the capital of the bright flame country. On the way, Xianxia explained the situation of the bright flame country. Ever since the emperor of the bright flame country was infatuated with concubine Qing, he had neglected the state affairs and the power was controlled by the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor had plundered all the treasures in the bright flame country for his own cultivation, causing the people to live in poverty and the country's power to decline day by day. Currently, the Grand Tutor was the most powerful person in the bright flame country. The capital of the Bright Fire Nation was very big and lively. However, Lu Ming had seen the prosperity of the Celestial City. Compared to the Celestial City, the Bright Fire Nation was like a village in the wilderness. The two of them rode their strange beasts into the capital and headed towards the Imperial Palace. Greetings, Marshal Tianjiao. Greetings, Heavenly Dragon War Goddess. The moment they entered the capital, the people who sung Guin Tianjiao bowed to him. It seems that you are very loved by the people. Lu Ming smiled and transmitted his voice to Guin Tianjiao. I'm just doing my duty. Xianxia said. He then nodded at the crowd and continued forward. Sigh, Marshal Tianjiao is such a peerless talent, yet she's actually going to marry that bastard Yen Song. What a pity. Isn't that so? But now that the Yen family is so powerful that even His Majesty listens to them, what can we do? It's just a pity for Marshal Tianjiao. Lu Ming heard the sighs and discussions of the commoners. Not long after, they arrived in front of a series of palaces. This was the Imperial Palace. However, they were blocked outside the Imperial Palace. Marshal Tianjiao, please forgive us. His Majesty has ordered that he won't see anyone for the next 2 days. A general guarding the gate cupped his fist and said. Go and inform him that I'm back. Nguyen Tianjiao said with a frown. His Majesty has said that if Marshal Tianjiao is back, there's no need to inform him. In 3 days, His Majesty will prepare a banquet to welcome you back. Marshal, come back in 3 days. The general guarding the gate said. Nguyen Tianjiao frowned and then left the Imperial Palace with Lu Ming without saying anything else. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mansion with the words Nguyen Mansion written on it. This was Nguyen Tianjiao's mansion in the capital. They were temporarily staying in the Nguyen family. After arranging a room for Lu Ming, Nguyen Tianjiao left the Nguyen family. No one knew where he went. A day later, Nguyen Tianjiao returned. Lu Ming, I brought you the information you wanted about the ancient ruins. Nguyen Tianjiao found Lu Ming and handed a jade token to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, he found some ancient ruins of the 10,000 Seas realm recorded in it. Tianjiao, where is the most famous ruin in the 10,000 Seas realm? After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming asked. Of course it's the sacred mountain of time. Legend has it that the sacred mountain of time has existed for countless years. It was left behind by an immortal. Nguyen Tianjiao said. An immortal? Lu Ming muttered. During this period, he had a deeper understanding of the martial arts cultivation in the 10,000 Seas realm and the martial arts realms. Some of the realms and titles in the 10,000 Seas realm were the same as in the outside world. They went all the way to Martial Emperor, then Bright Sage, Supreme Sage, and Paragon Sage. However, there were changes after reaching Paragon Sage. Those above Paragon Sage were called Sage Emperors in the 10,000 Seas realm. Lu Ming speculated that Sage Emperors were equivalent to Boundary Emperors in the outside world. According to the ancient records and legends in the Bright Flame country, Sage Emperors were the highest realm in this world. Above that was Immortal. Immortal had an endless lifespan and was immortal. However, it was a legend in the 10,000 Seas realm. It had never appeared before. Lu Ming speculated that the immortal in the 10,000 Seas realm was the Martial Emperor in the outside world. The sacred mountain of time was left behind by an immortal. Could it be the Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had to go to the sacred mountain of time. It might have something to do with the Heavenly Emperor. How can I go to the sacred mountain of time? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Nguyen Tianjiao shook his head and said, legend has it that the sacred mountain of time is on the sacred island of time. However, no one can find the sacred island of time. No one has been there before? Lu Ming frowned. Of course. Every 3 years, the sacred island of time will send out an envoy to bring a group of people to the sacred island of time to cultivate. It is said that the sacred island of time has unique cultivation conditions. It is the sacred island of martial arts that countless people in the 10,000 Seas realm yearn for. The next time we go to the sacred island of time is not far away. Soon, the 9 nations of sea will hold an alliance to select the people who will go to the sacred island of time. The Bright Flame country will also participate. Lu Ming, if you want to go to the sacred island of time, that will be your chance. Nguyen Tianjiao explained. The 9 Nations Alliance? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had to go to the sacred mountain of time. Lu Ming speculated that the experts who came from the outside world would probably go to the sacred mountain of time. After all, it was suspected to be left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. If there were any treasures, they would be priceless. In a flash, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Nguyen Tianjiao went to the palace. This time, someone welcomed them into the palace and they came to an open space. This place was beautiful and the environment was very elegant. At this time, there were already some banquets on both sides of the place. When Lu Ming and Nguyen Tianjiao arrived, they saw that there were already many people. When Lu Ming arrived, he felt a cold gaze on him. Lu Ming followed the gaze and saw Yen Song staring at Lu Ming with a murderous look. Beside Yen Song was a skinny old man. His hair was white and he was dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked similar to Yen Song. Lu Ming guessed that this person should be the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. It was hard to tell what he was thinking and he gave off a scheming vibe. In the middle seat, there were 2 people. One of them was an old man with white hair. He was dressed in a dragon robe and had a jade crown on his head. He should be the monarch of Bright Flame country. Beside the king of Light Fire country, there was a beautiful lady. She looked to be in her 20s. Her figure was graceful and her eyes were like silk. She was extremely charming and enchanting. This person should be Yen Song's sister, Imperial concubine Qing. In other seats, there were other people with extraordinary auras. They should be the upper echelons of Bright Flame country. Nguyen Tianjiao strode forward and bowed to the monarch of Bright Flame country. Greetings, Your Majesty. Haha, Tianjiao is back. There's no need for formalities. Please take a seat. The monarch of Bright Flame country laughed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nguyen Tianjiao said. After which, he walked to a row of seats with Lu Ming and sat down. How dare you, Lu Ming? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to sit there? Lu Ming had just sat down when Yen Song slammed the table and stood up. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming smirked. He was going to make things difficult for him so soon. Get up. Don't you know where you are? Who are you sitting here? With your status, do you have the right to sit here? Get up and scram to the side. Yan Song chided again. However, Lu Ming acted as though he didn't hear him. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip. Good wine. It's really good wine. It's a pity that a wild dog is barking and ruining the mood. You. How dare you? Yan Song was enraged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Do you think you're noble? Why did you kneel before me? Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. Shut up. Men, remove this person's seat. Yan Song shouted. Immediately, someone stepped forward to remove Lu Ming's seat. The king of Bright Flame Country, imperial concubine Qing, the imperial tutor, and the rest of the people looked on indifferently as though they were watching a good show. Scram. At that moment, Wan Tianjiao let out a delicate roar and a murderous aura emanated from her. The bodyguard, who was about to remove Lu Ming's seat, froze in place. Lu Ming is my friend. If you want to remove Lu Ming's position, then remove mine as well. Nguyen Tianjiao shouted. The guard stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Wan Tianjiao's status was incomparable to Lu Ming's. She was the marshal of the divine Wyrm army and the goddess of war of the Bright Fire Country. How could he dare to remove Wan Tianjiao from her position? Retreat? Why aren't we retreating? Wan Tianjiao stared at the guard with a threatening gaze. The guard broke out in cold sweat and looked at Yan Song, the Grand Preceptor, and the others for help. Damn it! Yan Song was infuriated and jealous. Lu Ming did not know what medicine he had fed Wan Tianjiao, but Wan Tianjiao had been protecting Lu Ming. All right, you may leave. Since this young man is a friend of the marshal, he can naturally sit here. At that moment, the imperial tutor spoke. The guard heaved a sigh of relief, bowed, and retreated as though he had been pardoned. Tianjiao, you've returned just in time. I've already granted you a marriage and the date has been set. You've returned just in time to marry Yan Song. The king of Bright Flame Country spoke. Your Majesty, I've returned for this matter. Feelings can't be forced. I have no feelings for Yan Song. I hope your Majesty can retract your order. Wan Tianjiao stood up and bowed to the king of Bright Flame Country. How dare you? Imperial concubine Qing, who was standing beside the king of Bright Flame Country, shouted coldly, the monarch's words are not a joke. Since your Majesty has already given the order, how can you retract it? Wan Tianjiao, do you want your Majesty to be a man who goes back on his words? I wouldn't dare. Wan Tianjiao cupped her fists and said, if it's anything else, I'll definitely honor it. If you ask me to go into battle to kill the enemy, I won't even frown. However, I can't accept this order. Tianjiao, imperial concubine Qing has also said that the monarch's words are not a joke. Moreover, Yan Song is not bad and is a good match for you. This matter is settled then. The king of Bright Flame Country waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone. Wan Tianjiao was in disbelief. She did not expect the king of Bright Flame Country to marry her to Yan Song so hastily without her consent. Although the king of Bright Flame Country in the past was muddle-headed, he would not do this. Previously, your Majesty has already announced to the world that the two of you will be married in half a month. This matter is settled then. During this period, Marshal Tianjiao shall stay in the palace. The imperial tutor spoke as though the matter had been settled. Wan Tianjiao shook her head. She was extremely disappointed in the king of Bright Flame Country. Initially, she came back to ask the king of Bright Flame Country for an explanation and for the king of Bright Flame Country to retract his order. However, she now realized that the king of Bright Flame Country was completely on the imperial tutor's side. Lu Ming did not say anything. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he secretly sized up the king of Bright Flame Country. He had discovered something interesting. Tianjiao, I'm afraid the king of Bright Flame Country won't listen to you. Imperial concubine Qing is good at seduction techniques. The king of Bright Flame Country has already fallen for her seduction techniques and will listen to everything she says. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Wan Tianjiao. What? Wan Tianjiao was stunned at first. Then, she flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. A powerful aura spread out as she glared at the imperial tutor and shouted, Yan Kuei and Yan Ling, how dare you use seduction techniques to bewitch His Majesty? As soon as she said that, the expressions of imperial concubine Qing, the imperial tutor, Yan Song, and the others changed drastically. Wan Tianjiao, what nonsense are you talking about? Yan Song roared. You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Yan Kuei and Yan Ling, you dare to plot against His Majesty and control him from the shadows. No wonder His Majesty doesn't care about the affairs of the imperial court and gave you all the power. I'm going to announce this to the world. Lu Ming, let's go. Having said that, Wan Tianjiao strode out. Stop him. The imperial tutor's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, 4 figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming and Wan Tianjiao. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Perfect bright sage realm. Lu Ming did not need to look to know that the 4 of them were at the perfect bright sage realm and were not any weaker than Wan Tianjiao. The 4 of you are marshals. Are you willing to give in to the imperial tutor? Wan Tianjiao spoke with a solemn expression. The 4 of them were on par with her. The other 4 marshals of Bright Fire Country had strong combat strength. They were all in the great circle of the Bright Sage realm. Each of their combat strength was not much weaker than hers. If the 4 of them joined forces, she would definitely be no match for them. Wan Tianjiao, you disobeyed the imperial decree. You are indeed ambitious and want to rebel. The imperial tutor spoke plainly and pinned a serious crime on Wan Tianjiao. Nonsense. The imperial advisor sneered and said, you didn't even listen to His Majesty's orders and disobeyed the edict. If this isn't rebellion, what is it? Moreover, I've already received news that you secretly colluded with Luoshui Nation and attempted to overthrow the Bright Flame Nation. You deserve to die. Colluding with Luoshui Nation? Nonsense. Who would believe your one-sided story? Wan Tianjiao shouted. If you want evidence, I'll give it to you. Come out. The imperial advisor's cold voice was heard. Then, a burly man in his 30s walked out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, imperial advisor. The burly man bowed to the king and the imperial advisor. Wang Xing, why are you here? Wan Tianjiao was very surprised because Wang Xing was her bodyguard who had followed her for many years. However, she did not allow Wang Xing to come to the capital. Shouldn't Wang Xing be with the Divine Wyrm army? Wan Tianjiao had a bad feeling in his heart. Wang Xing, tell me everything you know. The imperial advisor said. Wang Xing nodded and said, Wan Tianjiao has indeed colluded with Luoshui Nation and has been plotting secretly. When the time comes, he will secretly rebel and proclaim himself the emperor. However, I'm a citizen of the Bright Flame Nation and I'm only loyal to His Majesty. How can I let such a thing happen? Today, I'll reveal Wan Tianjiao's wild ambition to the public. Wang Xing's voice spread throughout the place. Wang Xing, how dare you slander me? Wan Tianjiao shouted, trembling with anger. It was obvious that Wang Xing had been bribed by the imperial advisor and had joined forces with the imperial advisor to frame her. However, Wang Xing was her bodyguard. Many people might believe what he said. Wan Tianjiao, your conspiracy has been exposed. Why don't you surrender? However, since Yan Song pleaded for you, I'll spare your life. As long as you destroy your cultivation, marry Yan Song, and hand over your military power, I won't announce your rebellion to the world. I'll protect your innocence. The imperial advisor said coldly as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. For this matter, he had already set up a plan. Everything was perfect and Wan Tianjiao had no room to resist. There was only one outcome. That was to destroy her cultivation, hand over her military power, and marry his son Yan Song. Yan Song had a smug look in his eyes as he looked coldly at Nguyen Tianjiao and Lu Ming. A slut and a dog dares to fight with me? You're simply courting death. Yan Song laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Especially when he looked at Nguyen Tianjiao's handsome face and perfect figure, his heart burned with passion. He wanted nothing more than to take Nguyen Tianjiao for himself. However, it will be soon, he told himself. You, despicable. Nguyen Tianjiao was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She understood that not only did the imperial advisor want Yan Song to marry her, but he also wanted to take away her military power. At that moment, the other 4 great marshals had already submitted to the imperial tutor. If the divine dragon army was also in his hands, then the bright fire country would really become the imperial tutor's world and no one would be able to stop him. Nguyen Tianjiao cast her gaze at the monarch, but the monarch did not even look at her. All he did was chuckle and drink with concubine Qing. Nguyen Tianjiao was utterly disappointed. And? At this moment, Lu Ming's calm voice could be heard. What? The imperial advisor, Yan Song, and the rest were stunned. They did not understand what Lu Ming meant. If you're not talking, then you're done. Since you're done, it's my turn to speak. Lu Ming looked around with a faint smile on his face and said, today's incident is like this. The imperial advisor, Yan Song, and concubine Qing led a rebellion and killed the monarch with the intention of replacing him. Then, Marshal Nguyen Tianjiao arrived with his men and killed the rebels to avenge the monarch. In the end, Nguyen Tianjiao became the empress of the bright fire country with the support of the people. What? The imperial advisor, Yan Song, concubine Qing, and the rest of the people present, including Nguyen Tianjiao, were all dumbfounded. It took them a while to react. Ha ha ha, this brat must have been scared out of his wits when he was about to die. Yan Song laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. The imperial advisor, concubine Qing, and the rest laughed too. Their laughter was filled with contempt. Lu Ming meant to kill all of them and let Nguyen Tianjiao sit on the throne of the empress. How was that possible? What a lunatic, the imperial advisor and the rest shook their heads. Lu Ming did not seem to notice the expressions of the imperial advisor and the rest. Instead, he looked at Nguyen Tianjiao and said, Tianjiao, what do you think of my idea? Ah? Nguyen Tianjiao was stunned and could not react in time. I understand. Since you can't do it, let me do it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then stood up and walked toward Yan Song. This guy is crazy. Kill him. Yan Song shouted. Brat, you're crazy. Die. One of the marshals shouted and took a step forward. The ground rumbled as his burly body rushed towards Lu Ming. He was like a mountain crashing down on Lu Ming with a terrifying aura. However, Lu Ming looked calm as if he did not see the marshal making a move. He allowed the attack to come. Be careful. Nguyen Tianjiao exclaimed. However, it was too late for him to save Nguyen Tianjiao. Brat, go to hell. Yan Song roared in his heart. His eyes were full of pride. Trying to fight with him for a woman? You're courting death. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the marshal. 2 rays of black light flashed across his eyes. Then, everyone saw the marshal's body tremble and fall to the ground with a plop. He was no longer breathing. Dead, the marshal died suddenly and silently. No one saw how the marshal died and no one saw how Lu Ming attacked. The scene suddenly quietened down. The imperial advisor's eyes narrowed slightly and a cold light flashed in them. How dare you kill the marshal of an army? If this is not a rebellion, what is it? Let's attack together and kill this person. Concubine Qing shouted beside the king. Boom. Boom. Boom, the other 3 marshals attacked at the same time. The 3 of them were in the Great Sage realm. When they attacked together, their momentum was terrifying. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Die. Lu Ming didn't even look at the 3 marshals. His gaze was fixed on Yan Song as he uttered a word. The power of the divine sword art was released along with his voice and rushed into the bodies of the 3 marshals. The 3 marshals were the same as the previous marshal. Their bodies trembled slightly and their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming. Their bodies fell to the ground softly and there was no longer any breath left. Dead, they were dead again. The 4 marshals, the top experts of the bright fire country, were all dead in an instant. No one saw how they died. There was a series of gasps at the scene. They only heard Lu Ming say the word die and the 3 marshals were dead. This was too terrifying. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was as if Lu Ming was the Grim Reaper. Whoever he wanted to kill would die. Yan Song's face changed and turned as pale as a sheet. His eyes were filled with fear. The imperial advisor and concubine Qing's faces also changed and became extremely solemn. As for Nguyen Tianjiao, she was dumbfounded and in disbelief. The cultivation of the 4 marshals was on par with her, but her spiritual body was slightly higher. In terms of combat strength, she was ranked first among the 5 marshals, but she wasn't much stronger. For such experts had died in front of Lu Ming in an instant. What cultivation did Lu Ming have? Could Lu Ming be an expert of the great sage realm? In the past, when she first met Lu Ming, although she felt that Lu Ming was extraordinary, she also felt that Lu Ming was at most on par with her. She didn't expect Lu Ming to kill the 4 top experts silently. Bam! Bam! After Lu Ming killed the 4 marshals, he continued to move forward and walked towards Yan Song. Every step he took seemed to be knocking on Yan Song's heart, causing his heart to tremble. The fear in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Kill him. Let's kill him together. Yan Song screamed hysterically. This person is rebelling and wants to harm His Majesty. Quick, kill him. Concubine Qing also shouted. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, several figures rushed out from behind the monarch and the imperial advisor. These people's auras were very powerful. Many of them were in the great sage realm and were not weaker than the 4 marshals. These people were the experts nurtured by the imperial family and the imperial advisor. This was their true strength. Many experts joined forces and intertwined their power like an inescapable net, enveloping Lu Ming. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted again. The sound waves spread out and rushed in all directions. The people who were attacking him from all directions were the same as the 4 marshals. Their bodies trembled and then they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. This time, even the imperial preceptor's face changed and turned pale. Yan Song and concubine Qing were completely terrified. Demon, you're a demon. Yan Song screamed hysterically. Lu Ming had only spat out a single word, and so many experts had died in an instant. This was beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Lu Ming was a demon in his eyes. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continued to walk towards Yan Song. Yan Song's body began to tremble in fear. He kept retreating as he shouted, Father, Father, save me. He can't touch you. The imperial preceptor coldly spoke. After which, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. This aura was much stronger than any of the auras from before. Great Saint Stage. Yan Kuei, you've broken through to the Great Saint Stage. Nguyen Tianjia shouted in disbelief. The Grand Preceptor had already broken through to the Great Saint Realm and was known as the #1 expert in the Bright Fire Country. She couldn't help but worry for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. It was as if the cultivation of the Great Sage Realm couldn't cause any ripples in Lu Ming's heart. Brothers Jian, let's attack together. The State Preceptor suddenly spoke. I didn't expect the Bright Flame Country to have such a character. Very well, it's safer to attack together. An old voice sounded behind the State Preceptor. Then, 2 old men stepped out and stood beside the State Preceptor. Boom. Boom, then, a terrifying aura erupted from the 2 old men. The terrifying aura swept through the clouds and changed the color of the sky. These 2 old men also had the cultivation of the Great Sage Realm. Like the State Preceptor, they were both in the lesser Great Sage Realm. At the same time, 2 long swords like ripples were suspended above the 2 old men's heads. The twin sword saints of the Luoshui country. You're the unparalleled sword saints of the Luoshui country. Yan Kuei, it turns out that you're the one who colluded with the Luoshui country. Nguyen Tianjia shouted in shock. The unparalleled sword saints of the Luoshui country were the most terrifying experts in the country. 2 lesser Great Sage Realm experts had appeared beside the State Preceptor. Needless to say, the State Preceptor had secretly colluded with the Luoshui country. He was the real traitor. So what if I know? Today, all of you will die. The State Preceptor said coldly. Kill, father, kill this kid. No, cripple him first. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yan Song was stunned at first. Obviously, he did not expect the State Preceptor's cultivation to have reached the Great Sage Realm. Moreover, the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui country was beside him. But immediately, he was ecstatic and shouted in ecstasy. 3 great sages. Lu Ming was dead for sure, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeves. The Great Sage Realm was a legend in the Bright Flame Country. Is this your trump card? Lu Ming did not even look at Xianxia. He said indifferently. Then, he stretched out a hand and pressed against the void. Boom, in the sky, a huge hand suddenly appeared. It covered the sky and pressed down on the state preceptor and the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui country. The terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The state preceptor and the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui country turned pale. They felt that the aura was not something they could resist. At this moment, they wanted to escape. But they found that the space around them had solidified. They could not escape at all. Xianxia and Imperial concubine Qing were completely stunned. They stared blankly at the godlike hand in the sky. Their bodies trembled like sieves. This kind of power made them feel hopeless. Block it! The state preceptor roared. He was unwilling to give up. He still wanted to resist. He formed a seal with both hands and struck out a terrifying palm print. At the same time, the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui country also attacked. Two sword lights rushed up to the sky like a river. However, the lesser great sage realm was no different from an ant in the hands of Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the huge hand, the attacks of the three collapsed instantly. Finally, the huge hand covered the three of them and slammed them to the ground. Boom, the earth rumbled. Smoke and dust filled the air. Gravel flew everywhere. After a while, the smoke and dust disappeared. Everyone saw a huge palm print on the ground. The state preceptor and the unparalleled sword saint of the Luoshui country were lying in the palm print like dead dogs, vomiting blood. Their aura was extremely weak. They were like three ordinary people. Lu Ming had crippled their cultivation with that blow. The state preceptor's eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. It's over. He knew that everything was over. Ah, Xianxia suddenly screamed. His body turned into a rainbow light and fled into the distance. He did not care about the state preceptor and the others and wanted to escape alone. However, Lu Ming flicked his finger. A force flew out and pierced into Xianxia's dantian. It pierced through his dantian and crippled his cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, Xianxia could not fly. He fell to the ground heavily and screamed hysterically. You're the only one left. Lu Ming stepped toward Qing Fei and the state preceptor. How dare you touch my beloved concubine? I will exterminate your 9 generations. The state preceptor shouted and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head. The state preceptor had completely lost his mind. It was useless to keep him alive. After killing the monarch, Lu Ming looked at Imperial concubine Qing. Imperial concubine Qing's eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Lu Ming. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Young master, you have such a cultivation at such a young age. I'm really impressed." Oh? Lu Ming replied with a soft oh. Yan Kuei and his son committed treason and killed the monarch. Fortunately, young master intervened and killed them to avenge the monarch. With young master's cultivation, you can lead the bright flame country. I'm willing to assist young master to ascend the throne and serve young master wholeheartedly. Imperial concubine Qing spoke with a pleasant voice. Her enchanting body twisted like a water snake and was about to pounce into Lu Ming's arms. At the same time, she looked into Lu Ming's eyes with a strange glint in her eyes. Trying to seduce me? You're overestimating yourself. Lu Ming said plainly. When he said the last word, Lu Ming's eyes shone like stars. Imperial concubine Qing screamed as her body flew out and fell to the ground. She vomited blood and her face was pale with despair. Her cultivation had also been crippled. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This woman had tried to seduce him. She was overestimating herself. Lu Ming had only used a little power and she had already suffered a backlash and her cultivation was crippled. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood above the state preceptor. He looked down at the state preceptor and said calmly, "Your plan is not bad. It's a pity that you are too weak. What's the use of racking your brains? Heaven is not helping me." The Grand Tutor roared. His voice was hoarse and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. He had tried his best to set up this trap. It was supposed to be flawless and Wan Tianjiao had no chance to turn the tables. In the future, the bright flame country would definitely fall into his hands. He had never expected that Lu Ming would appear halfway and destroy all his plans with absolute power. In the face of absolute power, all plans were laughable. He finally understood why Lu Ming had been drinking calmly without saying a word when they were following the plan step by step. He was looking at them as if they were clowns. Lu Ming was letting them play. When they thought that the situation was settled, he would strike and easily destroyed all their plans, efforts, and plans. He could only blame heaven for not helping him. Why did someone like Lu Ming appear? Who are you? There's no one like you in the 9 nations? The Grand Tutor roared indignantly. You don't have the right to know who I am. Lu Ming spoke calmly. Afterward, Lu Ming looked at Yuan Tianjiao and said, Tianjiao, how should we settle this? At this moment, Yuan Tianjiao seemed to have just woken up from a dream. The shock that Lu Ming gave her was too strong. A great sage powerhouse was powerless in Lu Ming's hands. He could destroy them with a flip of his hand. She was shocked. Kill them all, said Yuan Tianjiao coldly. Since things had come to this point, there was no turning back. After making the decision, Yuan Tianjiao turned into an iron-blooded marshal and stepped forward. Sword light burst out and killed the Grand Tutor, Yan Song, concubine Qing, and some members of the royal family. Yuan Tianjiao transformed into a grim reaper and secretly killed his way into the depths of the palace, killing all the high-ranking members of the royal family. Since things had come to this point, Yuan Tianjiao knew that there was no turning back. Then, Yuan Tianjiao took the body of the unparalleled sword saint of Luoshui country and stood on the city tower of Desolation City. She announced to the world that the Grand Tutor had rebelled and colluded with the 4 marshals and concubine Qing to kill the king and the core members of the royal family in an attempt to usurp the throne. Later, Yuan Tianjiao arrived and killed the Grand Tutor and the rebels. Unfortunately, it was too late. The world was shocked when the news came out. A few days later, the Divine Wyrm army reached the capital and took control of it. However, the other 4 marshals' armies also announced to the world that it was all Yuan Tianjiao's scheme. Yuan Tianjiao killed the Grand Tutor and the king in an attempt to usurp the throne. She led the army to attack the Divine Wyrm army in the name of avenging the king. However, the 4 armies had lost experts like the marshals and their cohesion was greatly weakened. Moreover, the Divine Wyrm army had cultivated the true dragon battle formation and was very powerful. They easily defeated the 4 armies and subdued them. At this point, the Bright Flame country was under Yuan Tianjiao's control. A few days later, the Divine Wyrm army requested Yuan Tianjiao to ascend the throne on the grounds that the country could not be without a ruler. However, Yuan Tianjiao rejected them. A few days later, the generals tried again but were still rejected by Yuan Tianjiao. The third time, not only the generals but also countless commoners came to petition for Yuan Tianjiao to ascend the throne and take control of the Bright Flame country. In the past, the Bright Flame country's Grand Tutor was in power and was famous. Now that the Grand Tutor was killed, the commoners celebrated. As for Yuan Tianjiao, she had always been known as the goddess of war and was deeply loved by the commoners. Naturally, the commoners hoped that Yuan Tianjiao would take control of the Bright Flame country. Only then did Yuan Tianjiao agree to inherit the throne and become the empress. The Bright Flame country was bustling with activity as they prepared for the coronation ceremony. Lu Ming naturally would not interfere in these matters. To the Bright Flame country, he was just a passerby and would leave soon. Now, he only needed to wait for the 9 Nations Alliance before heading to the Time God Island to explore the sacred mountain of time. During this period of time, he quietly cultivated. However, not long after, a piece of news came. Luoshui country had mobilized a large army and boarded a warship to attack the Bright Flame country. The entire Bright Flame country was shocked. Luoshui country's national strength had always been above the Bright Flame country. They had always wanted to annex the Bright Flame country and the 2 countries had been at war for the past few years. Yuan Tianjiao immediately gave the order to mobilize a large army to attack Luoshui country. Lu Ming also set off with the army. When they arrived at the northern part of the Bright Flame country, they saw a few huge warships flying towards them. In front of the warships, there was a large army riding on various types of strange beasts. The army looked powerful. Luoshui country and the Bright Flame country have been on good terms for generations. However, such traitors have usurped the throne. Today, Luo Shui country is here to seek revenge from the Bright Flame country's ruler. A voice came from the army of Luo Shui country. How shameless! Wan Tianjiao shook his head. Luo Shui country had been at war with the Bright Flame country for a long time. Luo Shui country had always been trying to invade the Bright Flame country. Now, in the mouth of Luo Shui country, it had become a good relationship between the two countries. If you want to find a reason to invade my country, you should find a better one. This reason is really laughable. Wan Tianjiao's voice came out. Traitors, you still dare to be reasonable. Today is the day you die. Kill. Luo Shui country's commander gave the order. The army formed a battle formation and charged towards the Bright Flame country. Set up the formation and kill the enemy. Wan Tianjiao gave the order. The Divine Wyrm army set up a large formation. Suddenly, a true dragon appeared and roared towards the sky. Such a large formation, Luo Shui country's commander was shocked. Boom, the armies of the two countries collided fiercely. The army was defeated like a landslide. The army of Luo Shui country had only clashed with the Divine Wyrm army a few times before they were torn apart. Their battle formation was also broken. Roar, the true dragon roared, and its huge dragon claw slammed down. A large number of soldiers were killed by the dragon claw, and blood filled the air. Run! The battle formation was broken, and it was even more impossible to defend against the Divine Wyrm army. Soldiers were killed continuously, and the remaining soldiers were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Damn it, kill! A loud roar came from Luo Shui country, and an armored general rushed out, releasing a shocking aura. This person was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Luo Shui country was much stronger than Bright Flame country. They had many supreme saints, unlike Bright Flame country, which only had one imperial advisor. Let me play with you. Lu Ming stepped out, and then waved his hand. A huge palm formed and pressed down on the other party. Ah, not good. The other party was scared out of his wits. He wanted to escape, but he was directly hit by the palm, and his body was torn into pieces. In the army, Wan Tianjiao was secretly shocked. Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. He could kill a supreme saint expert with a raise of his hand. What kind of person was Lu Ming, complete supreme saint? Or absolute saint? Wan Tianjiao was curious, but then she shook her head. How could such a young absolute saint be possible? She estimated that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the supreme saint, or even at the complete supreme saint level. This was already very shocking. There was no suspense in this battle. Luo Shui country's army was defeated like a landslide, and almost all of them were wiped out. The remaining people either surrendered or fled. The few huge warships also belonged to Bright Flame country. When the news of the Divine Wyrm army defeating Luo Shui country spread, the whole country celebrated, and Wan Tianjiao's reputation reached its peak. Taking this opportunity, Wan Tianjiao ascended to the throne, becoming the only empress of Bright Flame country in so many years. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated quietly. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this time, it was finally the day of the 9 countries alliance. Xianxia was the name of this sea region. In this sea region, there were a total of 9 countries, known as the 9 countries of Xianxia. Mingyan country and Luo Shui country were both part of the 9 countries of Xianxia. The purpose of this meeting was to select the candidates to go to the Divine Light Island. It was said that if one went to the Time Divine Island, there was a high chance that they would be accepted as a disciple by the Time Divine Island's experts. The Time God Island was the strongest power in the 10,000 Seas world. It was a holy land for cultivators. And this time, the location of the alliance meeting was in the capital of Blue Water Nation, one of the 9 nations. The Blue Water Nation was the strongest nation among the 9 nations and had always been the leader of the alliance of the 9 nations. Nguyen Tianjiao selected a group of experts and headed towards Xiangshui Nation with Lu Ming. 10 days later, they arrived at the capital of Blue Water Nation. A few days later, the 9-Nation Alliance officially started. In a square in front of the Blue Water Nation Imperial Palace, there were rows of tables and chairs. The monarchs of the 9 nations of the sea and some other experts were seated. The people of Blue Water Nation sat at the head of the table, representing their status as the leader of the alliance. Alright, this time's alliance meeting is the same as before. It is to select the candidates to go to the Time Divine Island. The 9 nations only have a total of 100 spots. A deep voice came from the side of Blue Water Nation. It was the monarch of Blue Water Nation. He looked to be in his 50s and was burly. His aura was deep and strong, and he was full of majesty. In my opinion, there should only be 8 nations this time. The Bright Flame Nation is not qualified to participate in this alliance meeting and is not qualified to go to the Time Divine Island. A cold voice sounded from the right side. The one who spoke was a thin middle-aged man. He was the monarch of Luoshui Nation. Luoshui Nation's meticulous plan of many years had been ruined. A few great saints had died consecutively, and their strength had weakened greatly. At this time, how could they not target the Bright Flame Nation? My Bright Flame Nation is not qualified to participate in the alliance meeting? Do you think you have the final say? Nguyen Tianjiao said coldly. That goes without saying. You, Nguyen Tianjiao, have the ambition of a wolf and rebelled. You killed the monarch of the Bright Flame Nation and replaced him. How can such a person be qualified to participate in the alliance meeting? The monarch of Luoshui Nation said coldly and continued to mock. The 9 nations of Blue Sea have a long history. Each nation's royal family has a noble bloodline. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to rule the Bright Flame Nation? Haha, your Luoshui Nation colluded with my Bright Flame Nation's imperial advisor to harm the previous monarch, causing the reputation of the Bright Flame Nation to be ruined. Later on, you wanted to harm me. How can I not resist? Nguyen Tianjiao sneered. A traitor is a traitor. No matter how much you say, you can't escape the fact that you are a traitor. The monarch of Luoshui Nation said coldly. He then looked at the monarch of Blue Water Nation and said, Brother Tsung, is Nguyen Tianjiao from the Bright Flame Nation qualified to participate in the alliance meeting? Is he qualified to go to the Time Divine Island? The monarch of Blue Water Nation said indifferently, the Time Divine Island is a sacred place. A traitor is indeed not qualified to go there. Everyone from the Bright Flame Nation, please return. The monarch of Blue Water Nation was obviously on the side of Luoshui Nation. This made Nguyen Tianjiao's face turn ugly. As for the people from the other nations, they looked on with gloating expressions. With the Bright Flame Nation leaving, they would have one less competitor. Naturally, they were happy to see that. Haha, what a joke. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His disdainful voice spread across the entire place. Who do you think you are? When the monarchs are speaking, when is it your turn to interrupt? The monarch of Luoshui Nation glanced at Lu Ming and scolded. However, Lu Ming did not even bother to look at the monarch of Luoshui Nation and treated him like air. What's so funny? The monarch of Blue Water Nation looked at Lu Ming and asked coldly. Speaking of traitors, which of the founders of the 9 nations is not a traitor? If they are not traitors, how can there be the 9 nations today? Lu Ming said faintly. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were no 9 nations in the Blue Sea region. There was only one nation, the Blue Sea Nation. At that time, the Blue Sea Nation ruled the current territory of the 9 nations. Later, the ancestors of the 9 nations rebelled together and destroyed the Blue Sea Nation. It could be said that the ancestors of the 9 nations were all traitors. How dare you? Presumptuous, you are courting death. How dare you insult the ancestors, kill without mercy. The monarchs roared and their powerful auras shrouded Lu Ming. You are all traitors. What right do you have to speak about the Fire Nation? If the Bright Flame Nation is not qualified, then none of you are qualified. Lu Ming was still calm and his voice was full of contempt. You are courting death. On the side of Blue Water Nation, an old man flew out. He did not hide his cold murderous intent. A terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand and charged towards Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of the perfect bright saint realm. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. The old man's sword light collapsed and his body shook violently. He flew back at a faster speed than when he came and vomited blood. The monarchs of the various nations and other experts all narrowed their eyes and showed a trace of seriousness. Especially the king of Luoshui country, he was even more shocked. Could it be that the deaths of several people from Luoshui country were caused by this person? For a moment, many experts seemed to have forgotten to speak. Lu Ming stood up and looked around. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He said, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Make a blood oath. From today onwards, the leader of the 9 countries of Sea Realm will be Mingyan country and Wan Tianjiao will be the leader. The quota for the Time Island will be decided by Mingyan country." After the incident with the Grand Master, Lu Ming understood that there was no need to listen to these people's nonsense. It was purely a waste of time to talk nonsense with them. It was better to use force to intimidate them. When Lu Ming's voice fell, the people from the other 8 countries were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze as if they were looking at a fool. If this wasn't a fool, then what was? He directly asked them to make a blood oath to elect Mingyan country as the leader and let Mingyan country arrange the quota for the Divine Light Island. This was simply ridiculous. It was the biggest joke in the world. Did Lu Ming think that he was invincible just because he could injure a great sage with a shout? It was simply ridiculous. Especially the people from Xianxia country, their faces were particularly gloomy. The leader of the 9 countries had always been Xianxia country. What was Mingyan country trying to do? They wanted to usurp the position of the leader of the 9 countries? They were courting death. In my opinion, this kid is completely crazy. He is spouting nonsense here. Mingyan country is hopeless. Why don't we just send an expert to destroy Mingyan country and support another person to rule Mingyan country? The king of Luoshui country said coldly. So much nonsense. In that case, I announce that Luoshui country is out. They are not qualified to participate in the 9 countries alliance and are not qualified to set foot on the Time Island. Get lost. Lu Ming glanced at Luoshui country and said coldly. Once again, everyone looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a fool. Especially the people from Luoshui country. You don't want to leave? If you don't want to leave, then get rid of them. Lu Ming said coldly. As his voice fell, he stepped in the direction of Luoshui country. Arrogant, kill him. The king of Luoshui country coldly shouted. Immediately, a few experts charged out from behind him. 2 great sage small mastery and 3 bright sage great perfection. These were the only top experts left in Luoshui country. The 5 great experts joined forces, and their aura was astonishing. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. That kid is dead for sure. Some of the monarchs had a cold smile on their faces, but in the next moment, the cold smile on their faces disappeared and was replaced by astonishment, extreme astonishment. Lu Ming punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. The air was compressed together and then exploded, forming a terrifying fist force. The power of the fist crushed through, and the 5 cultivators from Luoshui country exploded into pieces. Not even their bones remained. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard one after another. Everyone's expression stiffened. No. After a long while, King Luoshui let out a miserable scream. These 5 people were the 5 strongest people in Luoshui country. With the death of these 5 people, Luoshui country's strength would rapidly decrease, becoming the weakest country among the 9 countries. Sooner or later, it would be annexed by other countries. His heart ached so much that it was bleeding. But when he saw Lu Ming continue to step toward him, he was terrified and shouted, "Brother Tsong, help! This person is lawless. You must get rid of him. Stop!" King Xianxia roared. But Lu Ming didn't seem to hear him. He took a step forward and appeared beside King Luoshui country. The king of Luoshui wanted to escape, but Lu Ming took a step forward. The king of Luoshui screamed miserably as Lu Ming stomped on his face. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and convulsed continuously. How dare you? Kill him. King Xianxia country was furious. He had already asked Lu Ming to stop, but Lu Ming ignored him. Kill. Kill. 2 loud shouts came from Xianxia country. 2 figures stepped out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in the void. Peak Great Sage and Perfected Great Sage. Someone exclaimed and was shocked. The people from other countries were trembling in their hearts. Xianxia country was worthy of being the leader of the 9 countries. For tens of thousands of years, it had been firmly sitting on the throne of the 9 countries. Its strength was amazing. The moment it attacked, it was a peak great sage. Such an expert was enough to destroy a small country. Yuan Tianjiao and the others from Bright Flame Country couldn't help but feel nervous. Although Lu Ming was powerful, was he a match for a peak great sage expert? But in the face of such an expert, they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. The 2 experts from Xianxia country approached Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Let go of King Luo Shui. The great sage peak powerhouse bellowed and pointed his finger in the air. A terrifying finger force pierced toward Lu Ming's glabella. You're courting death. Lu Ming said coldly and then threw out another punch. This punch was more terrifying than the previous one. The void trembled as the pressure crushed down. The peak great sage expert's body exploded, along with the other great sage expert behind him, who was in the great mastery of the great sage realm. Both of them were killed instantly. At this moment, the hearts and bodies of everyone present were trembling uncontrollably. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming and they could not shift their gaze away. One punch, another punch. The great sage peak powerhouse was smashed into pieces, just like the great sage initial mastery powerhouse previously. It was as if there was no difference in the cultivation level of those people in Lu Ming's hands. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. Beside Yuan Tianjiao, several of his subordinates were trembling. It was unknown whether they were excited or agitated. Lu Ming, where's your limit? Yuan Tianjiao's voice was also trembling. The more time she spent with Lu Ming, the more she realized that Lu Ming was unfathomable. It was as if Lu Ming's combat strength was limitless. Ever since she met Lu Ming, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, Lu Ming was always calm and collected. He did not even need to use a second move to kill his opponent. The king of Luoshui country trembled under Lu Ming's feet and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, he was almost scared to death. What kind of terrifying monster was this? There was no way he could resist. I surrender. I swear to follow the Bright Flame country for the rest of my life and serve them as the leader. The king of Luoshui country shouted, afraid that Lu Ming would trample him to death. Lu Ming did not even look at him. He looked at Xianxia country and said, it seems that Xianxia country also wants to be eliminated. I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he stepped out and headed toward Xianxia country. The king of Xianxia country turned pale. A peak great sage expert was the strongest expert in Xianxia country, but in front of Lu Ming, he could not withstand a single blow and was instantly killed. Lu Ming, you'd better quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, it won't be good for either of us. The king of Xianxia country said. Is that so? I'm a little curious. Why won't you let me benefit? Lu Ming continued to step forward with a faint smile on his face. The ruler of Xianxia nation bowed to the 2 old men sitting behind him. His respectful attitude stunned everyone. Xianxia country was ranked first among the 9 nations of Xi. He was also the most powerful person in the 9 nations of Xi. Who could make him bow so low? The crowd's gazes all landed on the 2 old men. However, the expressions of the 2 old men were extremely ugly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked at the 2 elders and said, are you sure you want to fight? The 2 elders forced a smile and stood up to cup their fists at Lu Ming. One of them said, young Master Lu, you must be joking. How would we dare to fight with you? That's right. The 2 elders were outsiders. When they first arrived, they appeared on the same island as Lu Ming. They had seen Lu Ming kill the emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow clan with their own eyes. They were only in the complete absolute saint realm. How would they dare to fight with Lu Ming? Wouldn't that be courting death? The attitude of the 2 elders made the lord of Xianxia country stiffen. He looked at the 2 elders in disbelief. The 2 elders had appeared in Xianxia country some time ago. The strength they displayed was earth-shattering and unfathomable. The lord of Xianxia country was shocked and regarded as an almighty. However, such people were trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. How could this be? Who was that young man? The lord of Xianxia country's heart sank. You want to go to the sacred mountain of time as well, right? Lu Ming asked. The two elders nodded. Very well. Now, kill them and I'll give you 2 places. Lu Ming said coldly, pointing at the Lord of Xianxia country and the experts. The Lord of Xianxia country's expression changed drastically. He shouted, Senior, no. Kill. Kill. The 2 elders looked at each other and then attacked the Lord of Xianxia country and the others. The Lord of Xianxia country and the experts were unable to resist the attacks of the complete absolute Saint Realm experts. They were killed immediately. Even the Supreme Saints were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of Blueswater Nation and the experts of Blueswater Nation were all killed. Only a few of the weaker ones were left, trembling with pale faces. So powerful, the people from the other countries were shocked when they saw the 2 elders. They were too powerful. The cultivation of the 2 elders was unfathomable. Xianxia country had many Supreme Saints, but they were unable to fight back against the 2 elders. Lord. Many people's hearts trembled, and they began to sweat. Or. Wan Tianjiao and the people from Bright Flame country were also shocked. What is Lu Ming's identity? Even the 2 elders were so respectful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in their eyes. I said that Bright Flame country will be the alliance leader of the 9 countries. The quota for the Time God Island will be decided by Bright Flame country. Do you have any objections? Lu Ming said faintly as he glanced at the crowd. No objections. None at all. Young Master Lu is unparalleled in the world. No one has ever been able to surpass him. I will be the first to punish anyone who dares to object. The Lord of Luoshui country finally seized the opportunity and was the first to shout, flattering Lu Ming. Many people cursed the Lord of Luoshui country for being shameless. He had mocked Lu Ming and said that he was a fool. Now, he was praising Lu Ming. No objections. Bright Flame country thinks that they have some strength and are overbearing. They should have given up the alliance leader position long ago. That's right. The Bright Flame country is suitable for the alliance leader position. The quota for the Time God Island will also be decided by Bright Flame country. The other monarchs of the 7 countries spoke one after another, flattering Lu Ming. What a joke. With Lu Ming's strength, how would they dare to disagree? In the martial arts world, no matter where it was, there was only one rule. The weak were prey to the strong. Only strength was the truth. Make a blood oath. Otherwise, when I leave, who knows if you will attack Bright Flame country? Lu Ming said faintly. We dare not, we dare not. Whoever dares to attack Bright Flame country, I will fight him to the death. The monarchs expressed their stance and made a blood oath to wholeheartedly support Bright Flame country as the alliance leader. At this moment, their lives were more important and they did not dare to have any objections. Wan Tianjiao sat on the throne of the alliance leader of the 9 countries in a daze. During this period, she felt like she was in a dream. First, he sat on the throne of Bright Flame country. Then, he sat on the throne of the alliance leader of the 9 countries. If she did not experience it herself, she would not have believed it. Lu Ming, who are you? Wan Tianjiao whispered. She felt emotional. That day, she had relied on her intuition to keep Lu Ming by her side. It was the best decision she had made in her life. It was also the most important decision. Otherwise, she would have been framed and killed by the Grand Master. What happened next was simple. Wan Tianjiao sat on the throne of the alliance leader. She chose a prince with a weaker cultivation in Xianxia country and supported him to sit on the throne. This person naturally listened to Wan Tianjiao's orders. Then, she began to choose the candidates to go to the Time God Island. After everything was done, they stayed in Xianxia country and waited for the arrival of the messenger of the Time God Island. In a huge courtyard, Lu Ming and Wan Tianjiao were drinking. Tianjiao, your spiritual body should be an inferior heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming said. Yes. Wan Tianjiao nodded. Wan Tianjiao's spiritual body was extremely rare in the 9 countries of the sea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the great sage realm at such a young age and be known as the goddess of war of the country of brightness. I have a treasure that can help your spiritual body evolve, but how much you can gain depends on you. Lu Ming said. He planned to use the Great Pill Furnace to help Ruan Tianjiao refine her spiritual body. It was fate that brought them together. He wanted to help Ruan Tianjiao improve her strength as much as possible. Otherwise, when he left, Ruan Tianjiao's strength wouldn't be enough to deter the experts of other countries. It can help my spiritual body evolve? Ruan Tianjiao was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in this world. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The Great Pill Furnace appeared and landed on the ground. The process of refining with alchemy fire will be very painful. If you can't bear it, tell me. Lu Ming said. What's the point of pain? Ruan Tianjiao smiled and entered the Great Pill Furnace. Lu Ming waved his hand and threw in a large number of sacred herbs to help Ruan Tianjiao refine her spiritual body. Ruan Tianjiao's willpower was very strong. She persevered until the end every time. After Ruan Tianjiao broke through, Lu Ming gave her 2 absolute sacred weapons. Only then did Lu Ming feel at ease. With Ruan Tianjiao's current cultivation of the Great Sage Small Mastery, coupled with the mid-level heavenly spiritual body and the ultimate holy weapon, he was able to contend with a Great Sage Pinnacle Elite. In the 9 nations of the sea, there was no one who could match him. It was enough to intimidate other nations and secure the throne of the Alliance Master. Half a month later, a warship broke through the sky and stopped above the capital of Xianxia Nation. The emissary of the Time God Island had arrived. The 100 people who were going to the Time God Island were ready. Most of them were young people. It was said that those who went to the Time God Island could receive guidance from the powerful existences there. If they were lucky, they could even be taken in as a disciple and stay there to cultivate. Ruan Tianjiao was also one of the candidates. She was a rare genius and naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to go to the Time God Island. Everyone boarded the warship. Then, the warship broke through the sky and disappeared into the sea of the 9 nations of the sea. The warship was astonishingly fast. It was like a ray of light that cut through the void. Standing on the warship, looking at the boundless sea below, it disappeared into the distance in an instant. This time, after flying for more than 10 days, the speed of the warship suddenly slowed down. We're about to reach the Time God Island. The emissary of the Time God Island said. We're about to reach. Everyone was stunned because when they looked around, there was no sign of the island. At a glance, there was only the boundless sea. There was no island at all. Buzz, at that moment, the warship vibrated slightly as if it had passed through some kind of barrier. In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. This was because a huge island had appeared in the sky ahead of them. This island was actually floating in the air. A floating island. So there's a formation here. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This sea region was set up with a powerful formation. Without special means, one could not enter or see the Time God Island. No wonder there was a rumor that without the emissary of the Time God Island, no one could find the Time God Island. The warship flew into the Time God Island and stopped in an open space. Everyone got off the warship. Come with me. I'll bring you to your residence. In a few days, there will be experts from the Time God Island who will test you. After saying this, the emissary flew forward. Everyone followed him, and before long, they arrived at a place filled with palaces. At a glance, there were many huge palaces. Each palace was separated by a certain distance, and it was quite luxurious. Every palace here is marked with a name. You 9 nations of the sea live in a palace. Go and find it yourselves. The emissary left behind these words, and then rose into the air, leaving this place. Everyone descended and began to search the numerous palaces. K9 Sea 6 nations, the 3 kingdoms of Ming Sea. Xianling Kingdom. They saw that there were different signs outside the different halls. Not long after, they arrived at a palace. Written on the door of the palace were the words, 9 kingdoms in the sea. They had arrived at their palace. However, the entrance to the palace was open. This caused them to be slightly stunned. Logically speaking, since they hadn't moved in yet, the door should be closed. Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they walked in. As soon as they walked in, they saw a few figures sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea. When they saw Lu Ming and the others enter, they looked at them with sharp gazes. This is where we live. Get out of here. A tall young man waved his hand casually as if he was shooing a group of country bumpkins away. His tone made the faces of the people from the 9 nations of the sea turn ugly. Everyone, it clearly says that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the sea. Did you come to the wrong place? Wan Tianjiao cupped his fists and said. Do you think I'm blind? Of course, I know that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the sea. But now, it belongs to Xianling Kingdom. There are too many of us, and the original palace can't accommodate all of us. As for you, you can find a place to stay in the wilderness. The tall young man said casually. The faces of Wan Tianjiao and the others turned ugly. However, at the same time, they were also shocked. Xianling High Nation. Those that could be called a high nation were all extremely powerful nations that ruled over a vast territory. Even if the 9 nations of the sea were to join forces, they would still be a far cry from them. Everyone, this is the palace that the Time God Island assigned to the 9 nations of the sea. It's not good for you to occupy it like this. If we report this to the Time God Island, even Xianling Kingdom will have a hard time explaining themselves. Wan Tianjiao said with a sullen face. Are you threatening me? The tall young man's eyes flashed sharply as he stared at Wan Tianjiao. I wouldn't dare. Wan Tianjiao said. If you don't dare, then get lost. The tall young man scolded. Then we can only look for the emissary of the Time God Island. Wan Tianjiao said coldly and turned to leave. How dare you? The tall young man shouted and suddenly stood up. A powerful aura spread out as he scolded, You're really shameless. How dare you threaten me in the 9 nations of the sea, a trashy sea region? With every sentence, the tall young man took a step forward. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and many people from the 9 nations of the sea turned ugly. The Great Saint Realm, the tall young man looked so young, but he had already reached the Great Saint Realm. It was really shocking. No wonder he was from Xianling Kingdom. The tall young man's eyes were indifferent. He glanced at Wan Tianjiao and said, Woman, you look good. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Then, serve me for a few days, and I'll let this matter go. Damn it. Some of the young men from Bright Flame Country were furious. It was the other party who had occupied their residence. Wan Tianjiao had only said that he wanted to look for the emissary of the Time God Temple, but the other party was so aggressive. He wanted Wan Tianjiao to kneel down and admit her mistake, and even wanted her to serve him for a few days. What did they do wrong? It was the other party's fault. What did you say? You're courting death. The tall young man looked at the young man from Bright Flame Country with a sharp gaze. He then took a step forward and pounced on the young man from Bright Flame Country at lightning speed. A terrifying saber light slashed at the young man. It was a killing move. If it hit, the young man would die without a doubt. The tall young man was too overbearing. He wanted to kill just because of a disagreement. At that moment, Wan Tianjiao moved. The sword light in his hand bloomed and slashed at the tall young man's saber light. Clang, the saber and sword collided. The tall young man's body shook and he took a few steps back. Wan Tianjiao had blocked the attack. How dare you fight back? I'll kill you first. The tall young man shouted coldly. A shocking attack burst out and charged at Wan Tianjiao. In an instant, he slashed out hundreds of times. Layers of saber light enveloped Wan Tianjiao. However, Wan Tianjiao was calm. A dragon's roar came from his body. He slashed out with his sword and a sword light turned into a huge dragon shadow. In just one move, the tall youth was at a disadvantage and spat out a mouthful of blood. The tall youth's cultivation was the same as Wan Tianjiao's. He was also a great sage minor perfection. However, the tall youth's spiritual body was only an inferior heaven spiritual body while Wan Tianjiao's current spiritual body was an intermediate heaven spiritual body. Naturally, he was no match for him. You're courting death. The tall youth roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. An ant from the 9 nations in the sea had injured him. It was unforgivable. Previously, he was still high and mighty, looking down on the people of the 9 nations in the sea. But now, he was injured by Wan Tianjiao. If he had been defeated by someone of the older generation, it would still be acceptable. However, Yuan Tianjiao appeared to be even younger than him. This made him feel as if he had lost all face. Kill. All of you must die today. The tall youth roared and charged at Yuan Tianjiao again. But after a few moves, he was defeated by Yuan Tianjiao. How dare you injure the genius of the Xianling exalted nation? You deserve to die. On the other side, the few people who were with the tall youth stood up with cold faces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures kept rushing out of the palace. Among them, there were a few old men with violent and powerful auras. I told you to get lost. You're courting death. One of the elders stepped toward Yuan Tianjiao with a cold face. His terrifying aura forced Yuan Tianjiao to retreat. An absolute saint. Yuan Tianjiao's voice interrupted. The other people of the 9 nations in the sea were also shocked. The strength of the Xianling exalted nation was too strong. Even an absolute saint had come. Let me do it. Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Yuan Tianjiao, blocking his aura. At this moment, Lu Ming was speechless. Why was it that no matter where he went, he would always run into such arrogant idiots? In fact, there were many such people in this world. With some power and status, they would look down on those of lower status and feel superior in front of those of lower status. But once they met someone of higher status, they would immediately put on a humble front. There were too many such people. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Yuan Tianjiao suddenly calmed down. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost. Lu Ming said calmly. Little bastard, are you crazy? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. There was a cold glint in the eyes of the holy elder as he struck his palm toward Lu Ming. As the palm struck down, the space held madly. The people from the Xianling nation smiled proudly. With this attack, Lu Ming would definitely die. They could almost see the scene of Lu Ming being killed. But in the next moment, their smiles froze. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and grabbed the old man's hand. The old man's hand stopped in the air. The old man's expression changed. He became a little frightened because no matter how much saint power he unleashed, Lu Ming's palm did not move at all. How was this possible? He was a paragon saint, a high and mighty paragon saint. How old was Lu Ming? How could he have such strength? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. How sad. Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed his saint power and flung the old man out. The old man's body was flung out and landed heavily on the ground. The earth rumbled and the floor cracked. The old man's body was embedded in a huge pit, twitching non-stop. Everyone's expression froze. Even though the people from the 9 nations of the sea knew that Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable, they were still shocked to witness a legendary absolute sage being smashed to the ground by Lu Ming so easily. The scene was too shocking. The tall young man from the Xianling nation was pale and trembling. He could not believe that there was such an expert in the 9 nations of the sea who could defeat a paragon saint in one move. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and stomped on the old man's body. The terrifying power shattered the old man's saint heart. With his saint heart shattered, his cultivation was destroyed. The holy elder let out a cry of despair. You're courting death. Another old man from the Xianling nation shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, there were sounds of people flying through the air and arriving. These were the powerful figures of Xianling heavenly nation. Previously, they had stayed in their own palaces and did not stay here. At this moment, all of them had rushed over. After learning that Lu Ming had crippled an absolute saint, they were shocked and exuded a cold murderous intent. How dare you offend the Xianling nation? Kill him. An old woman with white hair shouted. Her killing intent was as sharp as a knife. The Xianling nation was one of the most powerful nations in the Infinite Seas realm. They were one of the few great nations. Apart from the Time Island, they could dominate the Infinite Seas realm. But now, a mere 9 nations of the sea dared to destroy someone from the Xianling nation. They were courting death. In an instant, at least 10 Sage Realm powerhouses released their auras. The terrifying pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. The 2 old men from the 9 nations of the sea shook their heads speechlessly. They knew Lu Ming's strength. How dare the Xianxia nation treat Lu Ming with such an attitude? They were courting death. They could already see the miserable state of the Xianxia nation. Kill. The white-haired old woman took the lead and launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Paragon Saints attacked as well. More than 10 attacks flew toward Lu Ming. They wanted to crush Lu Ming with one attack. You asked for it, Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, he punched out. The space shook and formed a terrifying force that destroyed all the attacks of the Paragon Saints. How is this possible? All the experts of the Xianxia nation were shocked. He destroyed more than 10 Paragon Saints attacks with one attack. What kind of strength was this? Oh no, they were shocked. They had a bad feeling. Some of them even retreated, but it was too late. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming waved his fists continuously. Streams of fist force rushed out, crushing those people with irresistible force. Bang. Bang. Bang, the Paragon Saints didn't even have time to scream before they were blown into the air. Not even ashes were left. In an instant, only the white-haired old woman remained out of the dozen or so absolute saints. At this moment, the old woman was terrified. She ran away frantically. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. It was filled with anger. But Lu Ming didn't seem to hear it. He punched out again. The old woman exploded. Her body and soul were destroyed. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. More than 10 Paragon Saints were killed in an instant. This was too terrifying. Lu Ming, where's your limit? Xianxia seemed to be numb. He only smiled bitterly and was curious. How dare you? More than 10 figures appeared and they were led by a young man in a golden robe. Big brother. The tall young man from Xianxia country was overjoyed when he saw the young man. His big brother had finally arrived. His big brother had come to Time Spiritual Island 6 years ago and had been accepted as a disciple by one of the sacred emperors of Time Spiritual Island. He had a high status in Time Spiritual Island. He was relieved that his big brother had arrived. Not good. Xianxia's face changed drastically when he saw the young man. Lu Ming. He is wearing a golden robe and there is a picture of the River of Time on his sleeves. That is the symbol of a core disciple of Time Spiritual Island. Xianxia quickly sent a message to Lu Ming. A core disciple of Time Spiritual Island was the highest-ranking disciple in Time Spiritual Island. There were only a few core disciples in Time Spiritual Island and they had a high status. The young man was obviously from Xianxia country. This was troublesome. Xianxia was the young man's name. Xianxia was furious and he was filled with killing intent. He had come out of seclusion today and wanted to see the people from Xianxia country. His younger brother had come as well. However, he had not expected to see Lu Ming killing the experts from Xianxia country. More than 10 absolute saints. Even Xianxia country could not afford to lose them. That was more than half of the experts in Xianxia country. Brat, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. And all of you from the 9 nations of the sea will die. Xianxia stared coldly at Lu Ming. He wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. You people from Xianxia country occupied our palace. You people from Xianxia country attacked us first. How can we not fight back? Xianxia shouted. Shut up. Xianxia shouted and his eyes turned cold. So what? Even if we occupied your palace and wanted to kill you first, so what? You should not have fought back. If you fought back, you would have died. Xianxia was overbearing. He did not care about the cause and process. He only cared about the result. If the experts from Xianxia country were killed, Lu Ming and the others would die. Big brother, you must avenge the elders. The tall young man shouted. Don't worry. Xianxia said coldly, the 9 nations of the sea are lawless. They openly killed the experts of other nations on the Spacetime Island. All of them deserve the death penalty. Kill them all. Yes. A few people walked out from behind Xianxia. A terrifying aura was released. These people were all at the peak of the absolute saint realm. These people were all experts from the Time God Island. Their expressions were cold and they didn't care about who was right and who was wrong. If Xianxia said to kill, they would kill. Xianxia's position in the Time Divine Island was extraordinary. He was loved by many saint emperors. His words were the law and the truth. The faces of the 9 nations of the sea, including Nguyen Tianjiao, turned sour. The Time God Island wasn't like the other countries. They were the strongest group in the Milky Way world. They had many saint emperors. If they offended the Time God Island, the 9 countries of Shanghai would be eliminated. Lu Ming also frowned slightly. He was not afraid of himself, but he was worried that he would implicate the 9 nations of the sea. Kneel down and accept your punishment. A peak absolute saint said coldly. He slapped down and a huge palm was formed, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and destroyed the huge palm. Xianxuan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's combat power was very strong. He could even block a perfected absolute saint. Is he also from the outer world? Xianxuan's heart jumped. With his status, he naturally knew many things that others didn't. During this period of time, many experts had suddenly appeared in the 10,000 Seas world. Each and every one of them had a profound cultivation base and powerful battle prowess. Many of them weren't any weaker than the Time Divine Emperor. He had heard from some elders that these people might have come from the outer world. At first, he was extremely shocked. If Lu Ming was also from the outer world, things would be difficult. Xianxuan frowned. The people of the Xianling kingdom can't die in vain. Xianxuan clenched his fists tightly. So what if he was from the outer world? The Time Divine Island would not be afraid. Let's attack together. With a wave of his hand, a few perfected absolute saint cultivators charged toward Lu Ming again. All of them used their killing moves. You're the ones who want to die. Lu Ming said coldly. He had already backed down and didn't fight back. However, they were obviously pushing their luck. He knew that backing down was useless against such people. He had to use force to make them fear him. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed up. He punched out and a phantom of the suppressing hell steel appeared, pressing down on a peak absolute saint. The expert's attack instantly collapsed under the phantom of the suppressing hell steel. As the phantom of the suppressing hell steel pressed down, the expert screamed and his body was torn apart. Then, Lu Ming punched out again and killed another peak absolute saint. How is this possible? Xianxuan shouted. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. He could even kill a peak absolute saint. The tall young man and the others from the Xianling kingdom all paled. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a god of death. Release the signal. Release the signal. Gather all the experts on the Time Divine Island. Xianxuan shouted as he retreated. Kill. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged toward Xianxuan. Since he had attacked, he would kill them all. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill. At this moment, a roar sounded. Then, a terrifying sword light slashed from afar. It was so terrifying that it seemed like it was going to split the Time Divine Island in half. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. An absolute saint battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. Boom! Intense explosions and boundless sword chi spread out in all directions. Whoosh! In the distance, there was a flash of light and a middle-aged man appeared in the air. Spots of light lit up on his body and hundreds of saint weapons floated around him. At the same time, a river of laws surrounded him. The Wang clan. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. It seemed like many experts who had entered the 10,000 Seas realm had come to the Time Divine Island like him. They were obviously here to explore the Time Divine Mountain. The River of Laws. That's the Sacred Emperor. Oh my god, the Sacred Emperor has appeared. Could it be the Sacred Emperor of the Time Divine Island? Exclamations sounded. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the Boundary Emperor was known as the Sacred Emperor. They were the strongest experts in the 10,000 Seas realm. Because there was no martial emperor in the 10,000 Seas realm, the immortal realm was only a legend. Yuan Tianjiao and the others were also shocked. Now that the Sacred Emperor had appeared, would Lu Ming be able to defeat him? Roar! At this moment, a shocking roar sounded. In the distance, a giant wolf that was as big as a mountain stepped through the air. this giant wolf was also surrounded by the river of laws. Whoosh! The quasi-emperors of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Purple Extreme Sect are all here. Lu Ming muttered with narrowed eyes. The three quasi-emperors stood in three different directions, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. The many people of the 10,000 Seas realm's small nations in the surroundings were shocked. 3 holy emperors appeared. Furthermore, based on this situation, they all showed hostility to Lu Ming. These holy emperors do not look like they are from the Time Divine Island. That's right. I have never heard of a huge wolf becoming a holy emperor in the Time Divine Island. Many people discussed in whispers. The people of the 9 nations of the 10,000 Seas paled. So many holy emperors wanted to deal with Lu Ming. As for Xianxia, he rejoiced. He roared, "Quickly send the signal and gather the Deity Island's experts." Whoosh! An expert beside Xianxia waved his hand, and a beam of light soared into the sky, forming a long river of time. Everyone on the Time Divine Island could see it. Xianxuan's words caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently once again. Based on Xianxuan's words, these holy emperors were not from the Time Divine Island. However, aside from the Time Divine Island, no other faction in the 10,000 Seas realm had holy emperors. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at once. Ga. Ao. Just at this moment, a few sharp cries rang out. A huge 3-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. Aside from that, there was also a huge silver-white wolf. All of them were quasi-emperors. Many experts from the various factions entered the Lotus Flower world. Naturally, there were more than 1 or 2 quasi-emperors. That is a 3-legged golden crow. The legendary holy beast, the 3-legged golden crow. Someone exclaimed. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the 3-legged golden crow was a legendary holy beast that had never appeared before. Today, one actually appeared. Haha. So, this is Lu Ming? A cold voice came from a gust of wind. Lu Ming, you have been hiding for so long. Today, you will die. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Another voice came from the other side. The Hing clan's people. Lu Ming muttered, revealing intense murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that almost all of his enemies had arrived today. At the same time, whether it was the people from the 9 nations of the sea, the Xianling Heavenly Nation, or the other nations, they were all stunned. 9 Saint Emperors, a total of 9 Saint Emperors surrounded Lu Ming. They were all hostile towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming. There was deep worry in Wan Tianjiao's eyes. At that moment, several figures flew out from the Time Spiritual Island, each of them emitting powerful auras. The experts from the Time God Island had arrived. Xianxuan, what happened? An elder asked. He looked at the quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe and the others with a solemn expression. It's that brat. He killed the people of our Time Divine Island. How lawless. Xianxuan pointed at Lu Ming, talking coldly. How dare you kill the people of the Time Island? How dare you? The old man coldly shouted. Together with the other 2 powerhouses, they stepped towards Lu Ming. Around their bodies, the same river of laws appeared. Saint Emperors, more Saint Emperors, a total of 12 Saint Emperors surrounded Lu Ming. Haha, this brat actually has so many enemies. He is dead meat. Xianxuan laughed in his heart. As for the people from the smaller nations, they were all confused. Everything that had happened today was beyond their imagination. Aside from the Time Divine Island, where did so many Saint Emperors come from? Lu Ming, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword. The Saint Emperor of the Hing clan shouted coldly. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. The saint force in his body circulated crazily, pushing his strength to the maximum. It seemed like he had to fight today. Young Master Xinghe once said that he would kill you personally. Today, I will be the one to kill you. The quasi-emperor of the Hing clan said coldly. He was the first to attack. A pale white sword radiance bloomed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Hundreds of acupuncture points on Lu Ming's body lit up. Hundreds of saint weapons flew out and the aura of the weapons soared to the sky. Whoosh! With a thought from Lu Ming, a supreme saint battle sword flew towards the sword light of the quasi-emperor of the Hing clan. Dang! The battle sword vibrated and was knocked back. However, it managed to block the other party's sword. Lu Ming is cunning and treacherous. There is no need to talk about rules with him. Let's attack together. The quasi-emperor of the Wan clan shouted and attacked as well. The aura of the boundless saint weapons gathered and sent out a vast sword light towards Lu Ming's throat. This was a rare opportunity in the world of the lotus flower. They could use this opportunity to kill Lu Ming. If they left the world of the lotus flower, it would be difficult to kill Lu Ming. Furthermore, if they sent out an expert, the Great Pill Development Palace's Uncle Kong would probably make a move. Uncle Kong would not be able to say anything if Xiaochen was killed while searching for treasures in the world of the lotus flower. If you want to work together, just say it. Why do you need to make it sound so dignified? Lu Ming smiled coldly and punched. The image of the hell-suppressing steel appeared and flew towards the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. Dong. The hell-suppressing steel image trembled with the might of suppressing the heavens. It struck the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan's saint weapons, causing the quasi-emperor's saint weapons to tremble and retreat several steps. Kill! A roar rang out. The two quasi-emperor-level huge wolves of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda also attacked. They howled crazily, their roars shaking the heavens as they launched a horrifying attack at Lu Ming. Following that, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Wind race attacked at the same time. 9 quasi-emperors attacked at the same time. Their auras were startling, as if they could blow up the world. The boundless pressure forced the surrounding spectators to retreat continuously. The people of the Profound Spirit Nation and the 9 nations of the Blue Sea frantically retreated. That pressure was too strong. If they were too close, they would probably explode from the pressure. Is this the strength of a sage emperor? The moment they attack, they have the power to shock the heavens. How horrifying! Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. Then, they looked at the figure surrounded by the many quasi-emperors. In the face of so many attacks, could he still block them all? Good timing! Lu Ming roared. His forehead lit up, and the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron appeared. It rapidly enlarged and shot backward. At the same time, he circulated the Primal Chaos Tribulation finger and jabbed 5 fingers forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 huge fingers were like the fingers of a deity. They tore through the air and attacked the 5 quasi-emperor experts. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions rang out as the 5 Primal Chaos Tribulation fingers exploded. However, they managed to block the other party's attacks. Behind, the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron also blocked the attacks of the other 4 quasi-emperors. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron trembled and flew back above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled, and his complexion paled somewhat. Although Xiaochen's combat prowess was strong, he could defeat any one of the 9 quasi-emperors. He could even kill them. However, when 9 quasi-emperors attacked together, Xiaochen's strength was insufficient. After all, the other party had 9 quasi-emperors. With 9 quasi-emperors working together, Xiaochen was no match for them. His body trembled, and his qi and blood surged. However, when the others saw this scene, they felt nothing but shock. How can this be? The Profound Spirit Nation's people and Xianxia could not help goggling, filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, Wan Tianjiao and the others from the Bright Flame Country clenched their fists. They didn't know why, but they suddenly felt proud of Lu Ming. Even they didn't know why. Maybe it had something to do with Lu Ming representing the Bright Flame Country. In their memories, the Sage Emperor was a high and mighty figure who looked down on the world. He was the pinnacle of the 10,000 Seas realm. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight against 9 of them. It was too shocking. Is this the son of chaos? His combat strength is really heaven-defying. Not only were there people from the 10,000 Seas realm, but there were also people from the outside world. Many of them were attracted by the commotion and came to watch. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Not only the spectators, but even the Heng family quasi-emperor and the others who were fighting were very shocked. Lu Ming could actually stop them. Kill! The Heng family quasi-emperor shouted and was the first to attack again. He used a special technique and rushed toward Lu Ming. Then, the other quasi-emperors also attacked. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the Wan family quasi-emperor and charged toward him. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand and 9 huge prison-suppressing monument phantoms appeared and suppressed the others. Lu Ming continued to charge toward the Heng family quasi-emperor. Chaotic Calamity Finger, Lu Ming attacked with all his strength and blasted out a Chaotic Calamity Finger. The Chaotic Calamity Finger blasted out and destroyed the Heng family quasi-emperor's attack. The Heng family quasi-emperor was blasted back rapidly and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The attacks of the other 8 quasi-emperors collided with the prison-suppressing monument phantoms formed by Lu Ming. The 9 prison-suppressing monument phantoms were destroyed and the remaining power surged toward Lu Ming, causing his body to tremble and blood to flow from his mouth. However, Lu Ming used this power to rush toward the Heng family quasi-emperor faster. Come in. Lu Ming opened the lid of the Great Evolution Pill Furnace. A terrifying suction force erupted from the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and sucked the Heng family quasi-emperor in. The quasi-emperor of the Heng clan was shocked. He struggled frantically and at the same time shouted, "Come and help me. Don't even think about it. Kill." The other 8 experts attacked at the same time. The sun, the gale, the giant wolf, etc., charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Block it. With a thought, several hundred sacred weapons gathered to form a giant shield behind him. As for himself, he thrust out a finger and attacked the quasi-emperor of the Heng clan. Boom! The attacks of the 8 quasi-emperors landed on the shields made of hundreds of sacred weapons. The shields exploded with a loud bang. Some of the sacred weapons and great sacred weapons also exploded, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. Only a dozen absolute saint weapons didn't explode. A total of over 200 saint weapons were destroyed just like that. This was definitely a great loss. But it was all worth it. This also bought time for Lu Ming. Under the guidance of the primal chaos tribulation, the quasi-emperor of the Heng clan nearly exploded, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Given that, how could he resist the pull of the Great Pill Derivation Furnace? The quasi-emperor of the Heng clan struggled frantically. However, he was still swallowed up by the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. Clang! Lu Ming closed the furnace lid and drove the furnace flame to refine the quasi-emperor of the Heng clan. Boom! Boom! The quasi-emperor of the Heng clan frantically attacked the furnace, trying to charge out. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, controlling the Great Pill Derivation Furnace, how could an ordinary quasi-emperor like him charge out? Attack! Save the quasi-emperor of the Heng clan! The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow race roared and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other quasi-emperors also launched attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Great Pill Derivation Furnace to block. Although he was at a disadvantage, the quasi-emperor of the Heng clan could forget about severely injuring him within a short time. Lord Sage Emperor, this person is lawless. Now is the best time to attack and kill him. Xianxia sent a voice projection to the 3 sage emperors of the Time God Island. The 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island exchanged glances and saw murderous intent in each other's eyes. Lu Ming had killed several experts of the Time God Island on the Time God Island. He had to pay the price. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Time God Island be? The 3 of them nodded and stepped out at the same time. A mysterious aura spread out from their bodies. Everyone was shocked. The sage emperors of the Time God Island were also about to make a move. Lu Ming. Xianxia was worried. Previously, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. If the 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island were to join forces, Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage. Boom! 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 The 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. 3 terrifying rays of divine light shot toward Lu Ming. There was actually a trace of the power of time among them. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and prepared to block with all his might. However, at this moment, the space rippled and a huge transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island. Bubble, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Bubble had entered the 10,000 Seas realm with him. Unexpectedly, Bubble had also come to the Time God Island. Bubble appeared beside Lu Ming and muttered, "So many people are attacking Big Brother Lu Ming alone. In that case, I will attack you all as well." Chirp, chirp. As Bubble muttered, its hands did not stop moving. With a wave of its hand, another transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, the Wan clan, and the others. Kill. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge at the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. Earlier, he had lost so many sage weapons. In that case, he would get them back from this quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. The quasi-emperor of the Time God Island struggled frantically, trying to break free from the Time God Island. However, given Bubble's current cultivation, how could the Time God Island break free from the Time God Island so easily? Lu Ming raised the Great Pill Derivation Furnace and smashed it at the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. Dong. The Great Pill Derivation Furnace ruthlessly smashed into the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. The quasi-emperor of the Wan clan's skull nearly split open. Chop. Lu Ming grabbed a holy weapon battle saber beside him and slashed it down. Pfft, the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan was directly split in half. A quasi-emperor had fallen. Heavens, the people of the 10,000 Seas realm who were watching the battle were shocked. This quasi-emperor of the Sage Emperor level was killed just like that. The Sage Emperor was the peak of the 10,000 Seas realm. It was synonymous with invincibility. It turned out that invincible Sage Emperors could also die. Many people sighed. Including the quasi-emperor of the Great Pill Derivation Furnace, there were already 2 quasi-emperors. Lu Ming had killed 2 Sage Emperors. Who exactly was this young man? Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the 10,000 Seas realm cultivators. At this moment, the others had already broken free from the Time God Island and gathered together. Their eyes were incomparably grave. Time God Island. It's the Time God Island. The Sage Emperor of the Time God Island shouted excitedly. Their Time God Island also contained a trace of Time God Island's power. However, compared to Bubble, they were far inferior. Since you want to kill me, then kill to your heart's content today. Lu Ming's killing intent became even stronger. He stepped into the air and headed toward the remaining quasi-emperors. Since they wanted to kill him, then he would slaughter them all. The remaining quasi-emperors had incomparably grave expressions. If it was a head-on clash, they would not be afraid. The key was that the space-time laws were too mysterious. They were very useful in trapping the enemy. With the space-time laws trapping the enemy, Lu Ming would be the main attacker. When they worked together, their lethality was shocking. At this moment, a few more people came from afar. Their bodies were surrounded by the River of Laws. More quasi-emperors came from the Temporal Divine Island. They gathered together with the previous 3 quasi-emperors. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. A great battle was about to break out. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was enveloped by a mysterious energy. That area was completely distorted. It was as though space-time was changing. One could only vaguely see that it was a black-robed old man. When the quasi-emperors of the Temporal Divine Island saw this old man, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, Sacred Master." "Greetings, Sacred Master." The expressions of the other people of the Temporal Divine Island changed drastically as they bowed. "Sacred Master?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this Sacred Master had a very high status. Even the quasi-emperors of the Temporal Divine Island were respectful to him. The Sacred Master nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and revealed a kind smile. Then, he looked at the other quasi-emperors and said, "Everyone is a powerful expert. If we fight here, it will cause great damage to the Temporal Divine Island. Can you give this old man some face and stop the battle temporarily?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. The quasi-emperors of the other forces looked at him with flickering eyes. However, they did not say anything. Now that Lu Ming and Dandan had increased their combat strength, they were not confident in winning even though they had the advantage in numbers. If the people of the Temporal Divine Island withdrew, they would be even less confident. Reporting to the Sacred Master, this person killed several elders of the Temporal Divine Island. We cannot let him go. Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. He reported to the Sacred Master, wanting to borrow the strength of the Temporal Divine Island to kill Lu Ming. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The Sacred Master looked at Xianxia and his voice turned cold. Xianxuan's expression changed drastically. He immediately knelt down and shouted with a pale face, "I dare not. I dare not. Please forgive me, sacred master." The sacred master ignored Xianxia. He continued to look at Lu Ming and the others. "If you all stop the battle, this old man. This old man." The sage sovereign's words stunned the people of the 10,000 Seas realm. These experts. In the 10,000 Seas realm, many people knew that the 10,000 Seas realm was connected to the other 8 realms. However, only saint emperors could come and go. It was said that the world beyond the heavens was vast and boundless. When martial arts were developed to the extreme, there were even immortal existences. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever verified it. Now, the sage master actually said that these people came from beyond the heavens. Maybe it was true. Otherwise, why would so many strong cultivators suddenly appear on the Time Divine Island? Beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens. So Lu Ming is from beyond the heavens. Only beyond the heavens can give birth to a heaven's pride like Lu Ming. While Xianxia was shocked, various thoughts flashed through his mind. The people of the 9 nations of the sea and the profound spirit nation were also dumbfounded. "Lu Ming, for the sake of the holy teacher, I'll spare your life today," said a giant wolf from the Skywolf Pagoda. "Spare my life? Haha, come, let's continue fighting. Let's see if you can take my life." Lu Ming's eyes emitted killing intent as he stared intently at the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's giant wolf. This caused the huge wolf from the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda to have an unsightly expression. He was only trying to win with words. If they really fought, they didn't have the confidence to win. Saint Sovereign smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, why don't we drop the matter for now? After you go to the Divine Mountain of Time and leave the Divine Island of Time, you can fight however you want. I won't interfere. Then let's give the holy teacher some face and spare their lives first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. If they really fought, although he wasn't afraid, if the people from the Divine Island of Time were added into the mix, he probably wouldn't have the upper hand. More importantly, the holy teacher gave him an unfathomable feeling. The expressions of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's giant wolf and the others were ugly, but they didn't refute. "Alright, thank you for giving me face, little brother. The people of the 10,000 Seas realm will stay here for the time being. No one is allowed to attack. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy," the holy teacher said coldly. The people from the profound spirit nation had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to refute the holy teacher's words. So many of their people had died, so they could only admit that they were unlucky. "Friends from beyond the heavens, if you want to explore the Divine Mountain of Time, then follow me." The holy teacher's voice spread in all directions. After saying that, he flew towards the depths of the Divine Island of Time. Lu Ming smiled and followed the holy teacher. The giant wolf from the Skywolf Pagoda, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, and the Wind race followed behind with gloomy faces. In the sky, figures streaked across the void. They were all experts from the outside world. They followed the holy teacher to the Divine Island of Time. So many people? The people from the 10,000 Seas realm were shocked. There were so many people from beyond the heavens, and each of them was a terrifying expert. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the Divine Island of Time. In front of them was a mountain that towered into the clouds. This mountain looked dead silent. At a glance, there were only bare rocks. Everyone's eyes narrowed. They saw withered bones in different parts of the mountain. They were almost decaying. Why were there so many withered bones on this mountain? Everyone stopped in their tracks, somewhat bewildered. "Everyone, this is the Divine Mountain of Time. The entire mountain is dead silent, and there are only a few plants," the holy teacher introduced. Everyone observed carefully. Indeed, there were some plants on the mountain. They were sparse and very rare. These plants have the power of time. If a cultivator consumes them, their lifespan will increase. The holy teacher continued. "What? It can increase one's lifespan?" someone exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion. A martial emperor expert's lifespan was endless. Other than facing the great calamity of the world, they did not need to worry about their lifespan. However, those below the martial emperor realm had limited lifespan. A sage realm expert could live for more than 100,000 years. However, they could not live for more than 200,000 years. It was the same for boundary emperors. They were also within this range. This time, there were many ancient boundary emperors who came in. They were very old, and many of them were about to reach the end of their lifespan. Plants that could increase their lifespan were a fatal temptation to them. Also, there is a small tree at the peak of the divine mountain of time. That is the divine tree of time. If a cultivator consumes it, their lifespan will be doubled, the holy teacher added. Doubled lifespan. This time, the majority of the people revealed fiery greed. What did it mean to double one's lifespan? Some boundary emperors were about to reach the end of their lifespan. However, if their lifespan was doubled, they might be able to step into the martial emperor realm and obtain immortality. They would have an endless lifespan. That's mine. It's mine. Immediately, some people rushed towards the divine light sacred mountain. However, the few people who rushed at the front suddenly screamed in pain. A shocking scene appeared. The few people at the front stopped in the air and screamed in horror. Their old and shriveled bodies became even more shriveled. Their essence seemed to have been devoured in an instant. Then, their hair fell off, their clothes decayed, and their bodies seemed to have turned into skeletons. There was no aura on their bodies. Some people at the back had a drastic change of expression and retreated frantically. However, after retreating, each of them seemed to have aged a lot. In just a few breaths, each of them seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Looking at the front, the few people who flew at the front had turned into skeletons. What's going on? What's going on? My lifespan is about to run out. An old man whose hair was about to fall off roared. I haven't finished speaking yet. You guys are too anxious. The divine mountain of time is filled with the power of time. Any living being who goes up will be deprived of time. In the divine mountain of time, time passes faster. The sage master said indifferently. Time is passing faster. Damn it. Those who rushed forward roared. This time, they suffered a great loss. Those who were slower and did not go forward secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they were a step slower. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and some other young people did not go forward just now. They were still young. Things like lifespan were not attractive to them. Chirp chirp, on Lu Ming's shoulder, Bubbles chirped, staring at the small tree on the divine mountain of time. Bubbles, is that little tree of great use to you? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Yes, chirp chirp. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming understood. Bubbles was a space-time spirit mouse, and that small tree had the power of time. It was not surprising that it was useful to Bubbles. But how could he get it? Lu Ming thought secretly. Can't we go up the divine mountain of time? Someone asked in a deep voice. If he couldn't go up, then what was the point of coming here? It was better to explore other ruins as soon as possible. It's not that we can't go up at all. Follow me. After the sacred master finished speaking, he flew towards the side of the sacred mountain of time. Not long after, the sage master stopped. He pointed at the divine mountain of time and said, there is a canyon here. Every 3 months, the power of time in this canyon will drop to the lowest. At that time, you can pass through this canyon. And at the end of this canyon, there is an altar. As long as that altar is broken, the power of time in the entire sacred mountain of time will be greatly weakened. At that time, there will be a chance to set foot on the mountain peak and obtain the sacred tree of time. Then why don't you people from the Time Shrine Island go up? Someone raised a question and looked at the sage master with doubt. The others were the same. Some of them had a cold glint in their eyes. If there was any falsehood in the Saint Sovereign's words, or if there was some conspiracy, then they would be in danger. Many boundary emperors and saints had lived for a long time and were very calculative. Naturally, they would not easily trust the sage master. Because we are not strong enough. The sage master replied. Many people's eyes flashed. They could not refute the sage master's words. The cultivation level of the infinite seas realm was naturally incomparable to that of the Yuanlu. The difference was too great. The strongest people on the Time Shrine Island were boundary emperors. Moreover, there were not many of them. It was normal that they could not do it. How much longer will it take for the power of time in this canyon to weaken? Someone asked. There is still half a month. The sage master said. All right, then I will wait here. Someone sat cross-legged. Some people did the same. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Some people also looked around the Divine Light Shrine Mountain. Lu Ming and Bubbles also wandered around. Bang! Suddenly, someone stepped forward and walked toward the Divine Mountain of Time. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. It seemed that someone could not hold back and wanted to try it himself. However, that person was very cautious. He walked step by step very slowly. When he stepped into a certain range, his expression changed as if he was enveloped by a terrifying force. That person was a boundary emperor. His body was surrounded by a river of laws. Sacred power enveloped his entire body as he tried his best to resist the power of time in the outside world. Then, step by step, he walked toward the nearest plant. Many people's eyes lit up. The power of time in the Divine Mountain of Time was stronger the closer one was to the peak of the mountain. It was not completely impossible to resist the power of time in the periphery. As long as one could resist the power of time, one would be able to obtain some plants. The plants here could increase one's lifespan and were invaluable. Immediately, many people stepped forward and slowly walked toward the Divine Mountain of Time. Ah! However, not long after, someone shouted that he could not hold on anymore. That person's skin was slowly drying up. That person was so frightened that his expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. The person who tried it first did not manage to reach the nearest plant. He could not resist the erosion of the power of time and retreated in defeat. Following that, the others did the same. Even with their emperor weapons, they could not resist the power of time. One by one, they retreated. None of them obtained a plant. Big brother Lu Ming, I want to try. Maybe I can use the power of time to cultivate. Chirp chirp. At that moment, Bubbles spoke. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to see how strong the power of time in the Divine Mountain of Time was. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward the Divine Mountain of Time. Many people looked at Lu Ming. They also wanted to see how far the Son of Chaos could go. Lu Ming walked forward step by step. When he stepped into a certain area, a mysterious power acted on his body. That was the power of time. It was very similar to the power on Bubbles' body. The power of time was extremely terrifying. It was as if it wanted to seep into Lu Ming's body and deprive Lu Ming of his time and lifespan. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his aura. Sacred power surrounded his body and the law of chaos spread out, blocking the power of time in the outside world. The power of time corresponded to the power of time. It was only an extremely powerful law of kings. It could not be compared to Bubbles' space-time law, and naturally, it could not be compared to the law of chaos. Therefore, when the law of chaos appeared, the power of time in the outside world was blocked. Lu Ming continued to step forward, step by step, toward a plant. He did not walk very fast, but step by step, he walked with determination. The deeper he went, the stronger the power of time. However, Lu Ming still blocked it in the end. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and seemed to be seriously sensing the power of time in the outside world. Soon, Lu Ming approached the first plant. As expected of the Son of Chaos, he can control the law of chaos and even block the power of time. Someone exclaimed. The distance that Lu Ming had crossed was even further than the person who had walked the furthest before. The Skywolf Pagoda's giant wolf, the Golden Crow race quasi-emperor, and the others snorted coldly, somewhat displeased. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of the nearest plant. This was a stalk of purple grass with a purple flower growing from it. It emitted a strange power. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Then, he uprooted the purple flower and put it into the mountain river diagram. Many old men with snow-white hair stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were rare. Every time they appeared, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Lu Ming continued forward and walked towards another plant. Not long after, Lu Ming plucked 6 plants. Almost all the plants in the periphery were plucked by Lu Ming. Only by continuing to go deeper could he pick more plants. Lu Ming continued to walk, but as he went deeper and deeper, the power of time became stronger and stronger. The law of primal chaos that filled his body also trembled violently. Although the law of primal chaos was of a higher level, Lu Ming's cultivation was still low. Although the quality was higher, the quantity was not enough. When the power of time exceeded a certain range, the law of primal chaos still could not resist it. At this moment, a transparent bubble enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt the power of time in the outside world lighten. It was Bubble who had made a move. Her law of spacetime contained time and space. No law could compare to her resistance to the power of time. Lu Ming felt the pressure lessen and immediately quickened his pace. Soon, he was almost halfway up the mountain. The law of spacetime, good, good. When the sage master saw this scene, his eyes emitted a dazzling light and a deep desire. Of course, no one saw the look in the sage master's eyes. A few hours later, Lu Ming had plucked more than 10 plants. But halfway up the mountain, he could no longer continue. Even with the help of Bubble's law of spacetime, he could no longer move forward. Ahead of them, the power of time was too terrifying. If they continued forward, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Helpless, they could only stop there. Lu Ming simply sat down cross-legged, borrowing the power of time to temper his laws of primal chaos. As for Bubble, she was also carefully sensing the power of time in the outside world. Lu Ming, why aren't you coming out? Someone stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would come out and buy some longevity plants from Lu Ming. He seems to be cultivating. Let's wait a little longer. He'll come out sooner or later. Many people gathered around Lu Ming. They wanted to wait for Lu Ming to come out so that they could trade with him. After more than 10 days, Lu Ming and Bubbles finally couldn't hold on any longer. They got up and left the sacred mountain of time. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming was surrounded by a group of old men. Lu Ming, how much are the plants in the sacred mountain of time? Sell me a few, the price is negotiable. I also want a few, just name your price. The group of old men spoke one after another, their eyes burning. I'm not selling. Lu Ming waved his hand. There were very few treasures that could increase one's lifespan. He wanted to keep them so that when he returned to the divine wilderness in the future, many people would be able to use them. His parents and some others were not talented enough, so it was impossible for them to cultivate to the martial emperor realm. One day, their lifespan would be exhausted and these plants would be useful. Not selling? Immediately, some old men became anxious and said, Lu Ming, you're young and talented. It's a certainty that you'll break through to the martial emperor realm in the future. There's no use in keeping these plants that can increase one's lifespan. That's right, I want 2. How about selling 2 to me? I want 1. These old men looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. I also need them for myself, so seniors, I'm sorry, please make way. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Humph, Lu Ming, you have no use for them, yet you refuse to sell them to these seniors. You should be punished. That's right. There are so many plants, yet you want to monopolize them all. Aren't you going overboard? Some of the seniors here are nearing the end of their lifespan. Are you going to leave them to die? Not far away, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, the Golden Crow Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others all sneered. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were clearly trying to sow discord. Indeed, some of the old men's eyes flickered with cold light as they said, Lu Ming, you should give up some. Monopolizing them is too much. There are so many of us here. If we use force, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect those plants. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others all revealed cold smiles. You're going to fight if I'm not selling? Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and the atmosphere turned tense. Everyone, time is almost up. If you want to fight, wait until you leave the time-sacred island. The sacred master spoke as he stepped forward and arrived beside Lu Ming. At the same time, the time-sacred island's experts also arrived beside Lu Ming, vaguely intending to protect Lu Ming. This surprised Lu Ming. This sacred master seemed to not want anything to happen to him. The old men's expressions also turned unsightly. Lu Ming and Bubbles working together was already extremely difficult to deal with. Now that the people of the Time Sacred Island had joined in, even if they fought, they were not confident. Little brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can sell some plants to me after we leave. Some of the old men did not choose to fight in the end and withdrew from the encirclement. Subsequently, others withdrew as well. In the end, the remaining people knew that they could not do anything and could only helplessly walk to the side. This made the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others' expressions turn ugly. They were originally hoping that Lu Ming would clash with those old men. Lu Ming glanced coldly at the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's huge wolf, the Wind Race Quasi-Emperor, and the others. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Time's up. We can set off now. The sacred master's eyes lit up as he said. However, for a moment, no one stepped forward. They all hoped that someone else would take the lead. The sacred master naturally knew that everyone was worried. With a wave of his hand, some of the Light God Island's quasi-emperors immediately flew up and rushed into the canyon. Those people were extremely fast. After rushing into the canyon, they were indeed fine. Only then did everyone relax and rush into the canyon. Lu Ming also rushed into the canyon with the crowd. The power of time has indeed weakened by many times. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Everyone was very fast and soon passed through half of the canyon. However, after passing through half of the canyon, everyone's speed finally slowed down. Because from here onwards, the power of time gradually became stronger. Everyone continued forward. After advancing for a while, some of the weaker cultivators finally could not resist and retreated from the canyon. However, the power of time here was nothing to Lu Ming and Bubbles. They quickly passed through and slowly approached the end of the canyon. This is the altar. There are 3 altars in the entire sacred mountain of time. As long as one of them is destroyed, the power of time in the sacred mountain of time will be greatly weakened. If all 3 are destroyed, the sacred mountain of time will be free to pass through. The sacred sovereign said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Bang! Bang! Everyone continued to move forward. In the end, including Lu Ming and Bubbles, more than 10 people arrived in front of the altar. The others couldn't resist and retreated. I'll destroy it. A burly man held a giant axe and swung it at the altar. Boom! The giant axe struck the altar, causing it to shake violently. However, a terrifying power of time rushed out and rushed into the burly man's body. The burly man's body instantly shriveled, and some white hair appeared on his head of black hair. Damn it, my lifespan! The burly man roared. In that instant, he seemed to have been deprived of tens of thousands of years of his lifespan. This made him furious. This altar has such a strong power of time. How do we break it? Someone glared at the sacred sovereign. If you want to get it, you have to pay a price. As long as you attack it for a while, you will be able to destroy the altar. The sacred sovereign said. The rest of the people fell silent. If I retreat, my lifespan will be deprived. Even if I get a treasure that can increase my lifespan, what's the use? The loss outweighs the gain. Someone shook his head and retreated. The rest of the people also shook their heads. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Under the control of Bubbles' space-time law, he threw a punch at the altar. The altar rumbled violently and shook non-stop. A powerful power of time rushed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the primal chaos law and Bubbles' space-time law, so he successfully blocked the power of time. He blocked it. The eyes of the sacred sovereign and the others lit up. Boom! Boom! Afterward, Lu Ming's fists bombarded the altar continuously. Streaks of terrifying fist force bombarded the altar. The altar kept shaking, and a strong power of time rushed out. If it was an ordinary boundary emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to block it and would turn into bones under the power of time. However, they were all blocked by Lu Ming and Bubbles. Gotcha! When Lu Ming punched out dozens of times, the altar issued a cracking sound. The Sage Master's eyes shone brightly. After a few more punches, there was a resounding boom, and the altar burst apart, sending rubble flying everywhere. At this moment, the power of time in the entire mountain of time was rapidly weakening. The power of time has weakened. Those plants are mine. Many people could no longer hold back and rushed towards the divine mountain of time, rushing towards those plants. The power of time in the divine mountain of time had weakened, and many people were able to rush out for a long distance. Lu Ming and Bubble rushed to the top of the canyon. The others did the same, rushing to the top of the canyon one by one. Lu Ming and the other two altars in the other two directions, destroy them together. The Sage Master's eyes emitted a dazzling light as he stared at Lu Ming. We'll talk about it later. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he rushed towards the summit of the sacred mountain. Damn it! The Sage Master roared in his heart. He then shouted, Lu Ming, the other two altars are not destroyed. You can't reach the top of the mountain. Destroy the other two altars first. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with the Sage Master. He vaguely felt that the Sage Master had an ulterior motive for asking them to destroy the altars. It was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to them. Destroying one altar was enough. Why would Lu Ming be so stupid as to destroy the other two altars? Damn it, go and destroy the other two altars. The Sage Master gave an order to the experts of the Divine Island of Time. Those people's expressions changed, but they had no choice but to obey the Sage Master's order. They rushed towards the other two altars. At this moment, Lu Ming was approaching the top of the mountain. He plucked the plants he encountered along the way. Oh no, Lu Ming is about to reach the top of the mountain. That divine tree of time is mine. Stop him. Immediately, one by one, the quasi-emperors rushed towards the top of the mountain. However, although the power of time on the divine mountain of time was greatly weakened, it was still very strong near the top of the mountain. The quasi-emperor's speed became slower and slower. They couldn't keep up with Lu Ming's speed at all. In the end, they couldn't even move an inch because the power of time had exceeded their limits. We will stop him from below. Even if he obtains the divine tree of time, he will still come down. That's right, we will wait for him below. Several voices sounded in succession. They were the Feng tribe quasi-emperors, Zhuandu of the Golden Crow tribe, and the others. They also stopped near the top of the mountain. They had reached their limits. These people deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the Feng tribe quasi-emperors and the others. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Then, Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. Then, he suddenly turned around and pounced towards the Feng tribe quasi-emperors and the others. His body was shrouded in the power of time and space. His speed was extremely astonishing. Moreover, he was moving from top to bottom at an even faster speed. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Time acceleration! Bubbles exclaimed. A power of the laws of time and space shrouded the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. There was already a terrifying power of time here. In addition to Bubbles' time acceleration, the Feng tribe quasi-emperors suddenly felt that their lifespan was being stripped away and their essence was rapidly depleting. Kill! A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he charged towards the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Feng tribe is an ancient tribe, the Feng tribe quasi-emperors roared. However, in the next moment, the battle sword slashed down and his body was split into two. This person was really ridiculous. Previously, he had targeted Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now that he was facing Lu Ming's counterattack, he used the Feng tribe to threaten Lu Ming. Swoosh, after Lu Ming killed the Feng tribe quasi-emperors, he did not stop and charged towards another giant wolf of the Sky Wolf Pagoda. He was exactly the same as the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Here, they needed to use all their strength to resist the power of time. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and Bubbles? They could not fight back at all and were killed by Lu Ming's sword one by one. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally put them away. Not good, retreat. The expressions of the remaining giant wolf, the Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors, the Purple Extreme Sect quasi-emperors, and the others changed drastically. They were simply scared out of their wits and frantically rushed down the sacred mountain of time. However, Lu Ming was even faster. His figure flashed and he appeared before the Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors. No! The Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors roared. However, when the battle sword descended, this person was also killed. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards the Purple Extreme Sect quasi-emperors and killed them. After killing several people in a row, Xiaoqian ended up wasting time. At this moment, another giant wolf had already rushed down the sacred mountain of time. Without the power of time, it would not be that easy to kill it. That giant wolf fled down the sacred mountain of time. It was so frightened that its entire body trembled. It did not dare to stay any longer. With a roar, it actually soared into the sky and left this place. The other quasi-emperors looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming was too ruthless. His thunderous attack killed 4 quasi-emperors in an instant, sending chills down their spines. This was the divine mountain of time. They were no match for Lu Ming at all. Some of them did not even dare to move forward and retreated from the divine mountain of time. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the quasi-emperors of the divine mountain of time were attacking the other 2 ancient altars. However, they could not block the power of time coming from the altars. Several quasi-emperors of the divine mountain of time died to the power of time. The others retreated one after another, not daring to continue attacking. Damn it! The sacred master roared in his heart. Cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. Lu Ming actually did not listen to him and went to destroy the other 2 altars. If not for special reasons that prevented him from making a move, he would have made a move himself. Lu Ming and Bubbles kept going up, getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. Lu Ming could already clearly see the divine tree of time at the top of the mountain. The divine tree of time was only 1 meter tall. Its emerald green leaves gave off a sparkling light. 2 milky white fruits hung on its branches. I want it. I want it. Chirp chirp. Bubbles stared at the small tree. Her eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. However, the closer they got to the top of the mountain, the stronger the power of time. When they got close to the small tree, Lu Ming and Bubbles both felt a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming felt that the essence in his body was slowly draining away. His smooth skin also slowly became dry and wrinkled. This proved that his lifespan was slowly decreasing. The small tree was less than 100 meters away from them. Continue. Lu Ming shouted. His primal chaos law was circulated to the extreme, overlapping with Bubbles' space-time law to resist the power of time together. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Taiji disc array. A Taiji diagram formed above the 2's heads. Then, the Great Pill Derivation Furnace also appeared. It floated above the 2's heads and scattered a light screen. With this, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They continued forward, getting closer and closer to the small tree. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Soon, he was only 50 meters away from the tree. The power of time here was shockingly strong. If they hadn't destroyed one of the altars, they definitely wouldn't have been able to reach here. You can't reach the peak, you can't reach the peak. The Sage Master muttered. He really hoped that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to reach the top of the mountain. In that case, Lu Ming would have to come down and destroy one of the other 2 altars. Only then would Lu Ming be able to obtain the God Tree of Time. But he was destined to be disappointed. Bubble spat out a crystal that emitted terrifying space-time fluctuations, resisting the power of time. They continued forward. 40 meters, 30 meters, they continued to approach the Tree of Time. Finally, they arrived at the Tree of Time. Fruit. Bubbles' eyes lit up as it swallowed one of the milky white fruits with a look of enjoyment on its face. Then, Bubble grabbed the small tree with both hands, pulled it out, and swallowed it. Damn it! Seeing Lu Ming and the others uprooting the divine tree of time, the Sage Master's face turned gloomy. Let's go! Lu Ming whispered and rushed down the mountain with Bubble. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but it was very easy to go down the mountain. Lu Ming's speed was like lightning, and he soon rushed halfway up the mountain. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the Sage Master. Lu Ming, now that you have obtained the divine tree of time, go and destroy the other 2 altars. The Sage Master said. Since you have already obtained the divine tree of time, why do you still want to destroy the other 2 altars? Isn't it unnecessary? Lu Ming asked. The Sage Master's face was gloomy as he said, destroying those 2 altars is useful to me. If you help me, I will definitely reward you greatly. No need. I will leave this world soon. I am not interested in your reward. Get out of the way. Lu Ming said loudly, wanting to go around the Sage Master and leave this place. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Attack. The Sage Master shouted. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. His body actually twisted violently and turned into a battle sword, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen such a divine ability. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and suppressed the Sage Master. Boom, the Sage Master was sent flying. He shouted angrily, "Damn the prison-suppressing monument." At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing into his mind and attacking his soul, causing his soul to tremble violently. Soul attack. This Sage Master is not a physical body. Lu Ming's heart trembled. From the move just now, Lu Ming discovered that the Sage Master was not a physical body, but a spiritual body. No wonder his body could transform into a battle sword to attack. However, it was strange that a spiritual body would not dissipate after such a long time. Moreover, the Sage Master seemed to be very afraid of his prison-suppressing monument. In Lu Ming's impression, only some demonic creatures and the three-eyed divine race would be afraid of the prison-suppressing monument. Could it be that the Sage Master was a demonic creature or an evil spirit? He increasingly felt that the Sage Master did not have good intentions when he asked him to destroy the remaining 2 altars. Swish. Swish. At this moment, the other quasi-emperors of the Time God Island also arrived and attacked Lu Ming. However, when Bubble pressed his hands, the void seemed to be frozen. The bodies of the Time God Island's experts stiffened. Lu Ming rushed past them and rushed down the mountain. Everyone, Lu Ming has obtained the divine tree of time. Once he consumes it, his lifespan will double and even have the effect of breaking through the bottleneck. Are you going to let him get it just like that? The Sage Master roared, his voice spreading throughout the place. Many of the quasi-emperors who came from outside stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Lu Ming, stop first. Let's make a deal. One by one, the quasi-emperors rushed towards Lu Ming. Powerful auras burst out, forming a terrifying pressure. There were dozens of quasi-emperors. When they joined forces, it was too terrifying. Even if Lu Ming and Bubble joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. Moreover, the other party's sacred energy was densely packed in the void. Even Bubble's spacetime ability could not pass through. Lu Ming, stay here and destroy the other 2 altars. Behind them, the Sage Master led the people of the Time God Island to attack. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. At the same time, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Bubble, use the space-time tunnel. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Bubble immediately opened the space-time tunnel and Lu Ming rushed over. Not good, stop him. The Sage Master roared. He and the experts of the Time God Island attacked the space-time tunnel with all their might. At the same time, the quasi-emperors who came from outside also launched their attacks at Lu Ming. Dozens of terrifying attacks crushed through, causing the space to tremble violently. Ferocious cracks appeared. The space-time tunnel exploded and Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. However, Lu Ming and Bubbles managed to escape through the space-time tunnel and escaped from the encirclement of the quasi-emperors. Let's go. Lu Ming and Bubbles sped into the distance. He planned to go to the 9 nations of the sea to take Xianxia and the others away. Damn it, damn it. None of you can leave. None of you can leave. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, the Sage Master went crazy and screamed crazily. Boom, as the Sage Master screamed, the sacred mountain of time rumbled violently and shook violently. Break! 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 The Sage Master roared and his body emitted endless black light. The sacred mountain of time continued to emit explosive sounds as it continued to explode. Gravel flew everywhere. Then, the entire sacred mountain of time cracked open from the middle. Clang! Clang! Everyone could hear the sound of iron chains colliding coming from the sacred mountain of time. That is, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. Because he saw a huge and majestic figure in the crack of the sacred mountain of time. This figure was in the shape of a human, but it was incomparably huge. It was shrouded in a layer of black light and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. His limbs and neck were chained by a huge iron chain. At this moment, the sage master turned into a ray of black light and entered the huge black figure. Break! The black figure roared, and its voice was actually the same as the sage master's. Clang! Clang! The iron chains shook and the sacred mountain of time shook violently. Even the entire sacred island of time shook violently. A terrifying power of time rushed out from the huge black figure and spread in all directions. Ah, help! Some of the absolute saints were hit by the power of time and let out miserable screams. In the next moment, their bodies shriveled and turned into skeletons. Even some of the quasi-emperors were the same. Not good, run! Run! The remaining quasi-emperors' faces changed drastically and they fled frantically. Die, all of you must die! That gigantic shadow roared as it struggled violently. An even stronger power of time gushed out like a tidal wave. No, some quasi-emperors were struck by the power of time. They let out roars of discontent and turned into withered bones. Lu Ming and Bubbles raised their speed to the maximum and rushed towards Huan Tianjiao and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized many things. He finally understood why the sacred master wanted him to destroy those altars. The reason for that was because the sacred master was the enormous figure in the sacred mountain of time. He was the sole energy that had been split off from that enormous figure. It was obvious that the enormous figure was sealed here. As for the 3 altars, they were the key to sealing it. The sage sovereign wanted Lu Ming to destroy the 3 altars in order to release him. As Lu Ming had destroyed one of the altars, the power of the seal had weakened. That was why the other party was able to destroy the divine mountain and reveal itself. However, there were still 2 altars, and the other party might not be able to come out. At this moment, Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't destroy the 2 altars. Otherwise, if that giant figure appeared, they would all be in danger. The sacred master really had a good plan. Legend had it that the Divine Light Island was built by the sacred master. Every 3 years, he would recruit a group of powerful skyprides to enter the Divine Light Island to cultivate. Lu Ming suspected that the sacred master had built the Divine Light Island, gathered the skyprides, and nurtured them. His goal was to wait for them to become strong enough to destroy the altars. However, ordinary boundary emperors wouldn't be able to do that. This time, Lu Ming and the others had come to help the sacred master. Boom! Boom! The fluctuations from the sacred mountain of time became more and more intense. The terrifying power of time continued to burst out and spread in all directions, covering a wider area. If this continued, the entire Divine Light Island would probably be enveloped. Bubbles, use the space-time tunnel. Lu Ming said to Bubbles. Bubbles nodded and waved his hands. A space-time tunnel appeared. Lu Ming entered the space-time tunnel and appeared at the residence of Huan Tianjiao and the others. At this moment, the tremors from the sacred mountain of time had alarmed them. Many figures gathered together and looked in the direction of the sacred mountain of time in puzzlement. Lu Ming's sudden appearance beside Huan Tianjiao gave them a fright. Lu Ming, what's going on? Huan Tianjiao asked subconsciously. There's no time. I'll bring you guys away. Lu Ming took out the mountain river diagram. A ray of light enveloped Huan Tianjiao and the others and kept them in the mountain river diagram. Hurry up and run for your lives! Lu Ming roared at the others. Then, he soared into the sky and rushed out of the Divine Light Island. The others couldn't care less. They reminded them that whether they could escape with their lives depended on their luck. Those people were a little stunned. They didn't know what had happened. Humph, this person must have offended the sacred master and is being hunted down. It wasn't easy for us to come to the Divine Light Island. How can we leave just because of a sentence from him? The people from Mysterious Spirit Nation snorted. Lu Ming had killed so many of their experts. How could they believe Lu Ming's words? The people from the other nations also nodded. They agreed with the people from Mysterious Spirit Nation. They thought that Lu Ming must have offended the sacred master and was running for his life. However, in the depths of the Divine Light Island, the rumbling sounds continued and became more and more intense. Then, they saw streaks of rainbow light rushing out of the Divine Light Island at an astonishing speed. Those were all quasi-emperors from outside. Some of them had seen the opportunity and escaped to the Divine Light Island. It seems that something unusual has really happened. Some people's faces turned pale. In the next moment, miserable screams came from the depths of the Divine Light Island. Many figures soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, an invisible wave spread out. Those people's figures were fixed in the air. Then, their bodies shriveled as if they had been deprived of their time. The old ones directly decayed, the young ones also aged in an instant. Then, they decayed and turned into bones. Run! These people were finally afraid. They rushed out crazily. However, before they could fly far, the terrifying power of time swept over them. Their bodies stiffened in the air, and then they rapidly aged, turning into withered bones that fell to the ground. Even the withered bones began to decay, turning into dust. At this moment, the bubble opened the space-time tunnel again. The two of them rushed out of the Divine Light Island and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Roar! In the Divine Light Island, a terrifying roar that was filled with anger and unwillingness rang out. Then, Lu Ming saw a beam of rainbow light dashing out of the Time Island in a panic, disappearing into the distance at lightning speed. It was a few quasi-emperors. The others who didn't escape were probably dead. Lu Ming sighed. Then, he flew into the distance and watched from afar. After that, a few more roars of unwillingness rang out from the Divine Light Island. Then, it fell silent. It seemed that the huge figure didn't escape. What is that figure in the sacred mountain of time? Why is it so terrifying? Lu Ming frowned. That huge figure gave off a terrifying feeling. Its strength was unfathomable, even more terrifying than a true emperor. Could it be suppressed here by the Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming thought about it carefully and felt that it was very possible. This world was originally suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It only appeared when the two great emperors fought and the mountain exploded. It was most likely a powerful existence suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor. Then, Lu Ming shook his head and turned into a rainbow light, leaving this place. Such a powerful existence was not something he could interfere with. There was no point in thinking too much. Lu Ming went in the direction of the 9 nations. After a few days, he brought Yuan Tianjiao and the rest back to the Bright Flame Country. Tianjiao, I'm leaving. In the palace of the Bright Flame Country, Yuan Tianjiao's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes complicated. Although she knew that Lu Ming would leave sooner or later because they were not from the same world, she did not expect this day to come so soon. In the end, he's just a passerby in the Bright Flame Country. Yuan Tianjiao sighed in her heart. She composed herself and asked with a smile on her face, "Where are you going?" "To the outer heavens?" Lu Ming shook his head and said, "Do you know if there are other worlds besides the Infinite Seas realm?" Yuan Tianjiao pondered for a moment and said, "There are legends. It is said that there are a total of 9 worlds similar to the Infinite Seas realm. They are all connected and only sacred emperors can travel between them." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Yuan Tianjiao was talking about the Lotus World. The Lotus World had 9 petals and 9 worlds. "Do you know where the passageway is?" Lu Ming continued to ask. "Legend has it that in the far west of the Infinite Seas realm, there is a void passageway that leads to other worlds." Yuan Tianjiao said. "In the far west?" Lu Ming nodded. Then, a storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yuan Tianjiao and said, "Tianjiao, there are some sacred elixirs, sacred weapons, battle formations, and cultivation techniques in here. Keep them. They will be helpful to the Bright Fire Country." Yuan Tianjiao looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression, then took the storage ring and said, "Lu Ming, take care. Take care, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Lu Ming cupped his fists and shot up into the sky, disappearing from Yuan Tianjiao's sight. "After parting today, I don't know if we'll meet again in this life." A long sigh could be heard. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Like a beam of light, he flew toward the extreme west of the Myriad Seas realm. Lu Ming flitted past the endless sea and numerous islands beneath him. With Lu Ming's current speed, if he went all out, how terrifying would that be? It was much faster than the 20x braking sky shuttle. Several days later, the sea became more and more desolate. The islands could no longer be seen, only the endless sea. Another 2 days later, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Lu Ming discovered that the void in the distance was in chaos. It was as if a huge abyss had appeared out of nowhere in the sky, splitting the sky in half. That was the endless turbulence of the void. Lu Ming approached, and a powerful force hit him. That was the power of the void. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would be crushed to pieces by this power of the void. But for Lu Ming, it did not affect him much. Chirp chirp, Bubble yelled out. With a single shift of its body, it dashed into the turbulent void like a fish in water. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in as well. Tsk tsk tsk, the turbulence of the void rushed toward Lu Ming from all directions, forming a terrifying cutting force. Lu Ming circulated the law of primal chaos throughout his body to resist the cutting force of the void. The law of primal chaos vibrated slightly. If an ordinary absolute saint were to come here, they would not be able to resist it after a long time. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming and Bubble continued forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge whirlpool floating in the void. This whirlpool was like a black hole, deep, mysterious, and terrifying. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying tearing force of the whirlpool. Lu Ming looked serious. It seemed that the turbulence of the void was not completely free of danger. This kind of pitch-black whirlpool was very scary. If one accidentally entered, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, this whirlpool was constantly moving. Lu Ming continued forward. Every once in a while, he would find a pitch-black whirlpool. The turbulence of the void here was very long. Lu Ming and the others still had not passed through after a day. Big brother Lu Ming, Bubble is going to cultivate. Bubble seemed to have understood something and said to Lu Ming. Go ahead. Lu Ming said. Bubble nodded and then sat cross-legged in the turbulence of the void. The power of the turbulence of the void acted on Bubble and passed through it. It was as if Bubble did not belong to this spacetime. Lu Ming stood not far from Bubble, surrounded by the law of primal chaos. While Bubble was cultivating, he could also use the power of the void to refine the law of primal chaos. Time passed day by day. 7 days later, Bubble's body suddenly emitted a ray of light. The light was very faint at first, but slowly, it became more and more dazzling. This is spacetime light. Lu Ming's eyes widened and then he was overjoyed. As long as one cultivated a powerful law, it was possible to cultivate a kind of law of light. For example, the Stellar River had cultivated the eternal light. Lu Ming remembered the power of Stellar River's eternal light very well. Eternal light not only had terrifying attack power, but also a strong defensive ability. It could be used to attack and defend, and could greatly increase one's combat power. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate this kind of law of light. Theoretically speaking, the 10 supreme laws, as well as many other monarch laws, had a chance of cultivating the light of laws. But in reality, the number of people who could cultivate it was extremely small. The Elysian children who had comprehended the 10 strongest laws had a higher chance of cultivating eternal light, but it was not 100%. For example, Stellar River had only cultivated eternal light after reaching the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. And back then, Deathblade had not cultivated eternal light. Lu Ming also did not cultivate chaotic light. As for the monarch laws, it was even more difficult to cultivate eternal light. Only very few monarch bodies could cultivate it. Once cultivated, one's combat power would skyrocket, and he would be able to suppress the prodigies of the same level. Now that Bubble had cultivated eternal light, Lu Ming was naturally happy. Lu Ming guessed that Bubble had swallowed a fruit of the divine tree of time, and combined with the void turbulence here, it had comprehended something and cultivated eternal light. At this moment, the eternal light disappeared. Bubble had finished cultivating and jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Bubble's cultivation was still at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, but his combat power was probably stronger than before. Now, even if Lu Ming attacked with all his strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat Bubble. In the void turbulence, Lu Ming would be fine as long as he avoided the dark vortex. After moving forward for a while, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and stopped. Many figures appeared in front of him. At first glance, there were about a dozen people, but the void turbulence blocked his vision. Lu Ming could not see the specific appearance of the other party. Obviously, the other party had also noticed him. The other party paused for a moment and continued to move forward. Soon, the figures in front of him became clear. Luo Pokong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Among the dozen people, he saw Luo Pokong and another familiar figure, Feng Wuchen of the Feng clan. At the same time, Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen also saw him. Luo Pokong was stunned at first. His opponent's eyes lit up and emitted a cold murderous intent. He shouted, "Lu Ming, it's you. Don't let him go. Surround him." Whoosh! Whoosh! Beside Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen, figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming. Quasi-emperors were all experts of the quasi-emperor realm. Obviously, those who could step into the void turbulence were quasi-emperors, unless they had emperor weapons like Luo Pokong and Feng Wuchen. These were obviously the quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect and the Feng clan. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect to meet you here. This void turbulence will be your burial place. Luo Pokong laughed wildly. He had been defeated by Lu Ming several times. He wished he could kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying and there were too many geniuses around him. Back then, even Luo Zongqiong was defeated by Lu Ming. Even Xianxia could not kill Lu Ming. In the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, he had no chance at all. But here, beside him and Feng Wuchen, there were more than a dozen quasi-emperors. Lu Ming was doomed. Lu Ming frowned. Even if he and Bubbles joined forces, they might not be able to win against more than a dozen quasi-emperors. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly moved, striking first to gain the upper hand. Together with Bubble, he rushed to the right. Bubble waved her hand, and two transparent bubbles enveloped the two quasi-emperors in front. Then, Lu Ming jabbed out two fingers, and the primal chaos tribulation finger exploded, bombarding the two quasi-emperors. Although the two boundary emperors tried their best to block, they were still severely injured. Their bodies flew out like cannonballs, and their bodies almost exploded. The two quasi-emperors were sent flying, and a hole appeared in the encirclement. Lu Ming continued to move forward. But at this time, a figure caught up to Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. His iron fist was like a mountain as it smashed towards Lu Ming. The iron fist punched out and the turbulent void was dispersed, revealing a vacuum passageway. Lu Ming's expression changed. What a terrifying punch. Hell suppressing heaven skill. At the critical moment, Lu Ming circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and punched out. Boom, the two fists collided, and Lu Ming felt an extremely terrifying force surging towards him. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb, and he couldn't help but retreat. This person is very strong. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. This man's combat strength was extremely shocking, far surpassing that of other quasi-emperors. This person's spiritual body is extraordinary. It's a superior heaven spiritual body. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Of course, there were strong and weak quasi-emperors. Generally, Lu Ming was not afraid of those who broke through to the quasi-emperor realm with an earth spiritual body. He could even defeat and kill them. However, if one broke through to the quasi-emperor realm with a heaven spiritual body, their combat strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. And this man in front of him had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm with a superior heaven spiritual body. Such a person was already a top genius when he was young. He was only slightly weaker than a king body, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for him. Boom, this man stepped out again and charged towards Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, Bubble waved his hands and endless void turbulence surged towards this person. However, this person's combat strength was indeed shocking. His fists constantly punched out, and his iron fists were like mountains, breaking the void turbulence one by one. Bubble, don't fight this person head-on. Go from the other side. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. The two of them moved and rushed to the other side. At this time, the other quasi-emperors also attacked Lu Ming and the others. More than a dozen terrifying super skills drove the void turbulence and flooded towards Lu Ming and the others. The light of spacetime appeared on Bubble's body. He waved his hands and the spacetime turbulence rolled back and blasted towards the opponents. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed towards a quasi-emperor. With a press of his hands, 9 prison-suppressing steels appeared and suppressed this person. This person roared and tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Then, endless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand and used the power of sealing to seal this person. Meanwhile, his right hand pointed out with all his strength. A chaotic tribulation finger blasted towards this person. Kill. At this time, the others, including the quasi-emperor with the superior heavenly spiritual body, also attacked Lu Ming and the others. Big brother Lu Ming, leave it to me. Chirp chirp. Bubble charged out, and her small mouth pouted continuously. 10-odd transparent bubbles appeared and encased the 10-odd quasi-emperors in them. The quasi-emperors froze at the same time and burst out with power to attack the transparent bubbles. And that burly man's combat strength was indeed shocking. He blasted out a few punches in succession and shattered the transparent bubbles. However, this delay had given Lu Ming enough time. That quasi-emperor was sealed by Lu Ming's sealing power. Then, the chaotic tribulation finger descended and this quasi-emperor screamed miserably as half of his body exploded. Swish. However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to react. The Taiji disc flew out from his forehead and 2 yin-yang fish swords shot out and slashed down, killing this person. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Luo Pokong roared in the distance. 10-odd quasi-emperors besieged Lu Ming and the other quasi-emperors. To think that one of them was killed by Lu Ming. This was a disgrace. Use the emperor weapon to block this little girl. Leave Lu Ming to me. That burly middle-aged man roared. I'll do it. A quasi-emperor of the wind race waved his hand, and a small pagoda appeared. Then, it rapidly enlarged like a mountain. Boundless strong winds howled as it enveloped Bubble like a cage. At the same time, that burly middle-aged man charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. His punches were horrifying. Every punch made the void tremble violently. Lu Ming jabbed out a few times in succession. However, after the chaotic tribulation finger clashed with the other party, it crumbled. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Bubble dodged left and right, dodging that huge pagoda. However, the other party had too many quasi-emperors. 10-odd quasi-emperors locked onto all directions and continuously attacked. They used a barbaric and direct method to block Bubble's retreat. There were even 2 quasi-emperors who took out their emperor weapons to block Bubble's retreat. For a time, Bubble was trapped and could not help Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming controlled the Taiji disc to suppress the burly middle-aged man. At the same time, the great pill derivation furnace appeared and rapidly enlarged, smashing towards the other party. I also have an emperor weapon. Clang, the Taichi array disc was sent flying back. Then, the giant hammer landed on the great pill development cauldron. The cauldron trembled and was sent flying back. Men, help me kill Lu Ming. The middle-aged man shouted. 2 quasi-emperors charged towards Lu Ming to help him. With the help of 2 quasi-emperors, the middle-aged man became even more unscrupulous. The giant hammer was the size of a house as it smashed towards Lu Ming. Dong. Dong, Lu Ming blocked the attack with the great pill development cauldron, but the cauldron kept retreating. Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A huge black vortex was slowly moving towards him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're dead meat. The middle-aged man was ecstatic. Even the heavens wanted Lu Ming dead. At this moment, a black vortex moved towards Lu Ming, leaving him with no way to retreat. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried out, wanting to help. However, there were 3 emperor weapons blocking off the 3 directions. The other quasi-emperors continued to attack. Although Bubble's space-time laws were profound, the other party's barbaric method of disrupting the void made it difficult for Bubble to help. Bubble could only protect itself. At this moment, a pair of cold eyes were staring at Lu Ming from behind the black vortex. This person was Luo Xianxia. In fact, Luo Xianxia was with Luo Pokong and the others. It was just that he was cultivating alone in the void earlier, so Lu Ming did not notice him. He heard the commotion and rushed over, but he did not expect to see Lu Ming. He hid behind the black vortex and used the law of deprivation to form the divine seal of deprivation, constantly depriving the void of energy. The more time passed, the more energy was deprived, and the stronger the power of the divine seal of deprivation would be. By now, the divine seal of deprivation had already deprived a huge amount of energy, and its power had reached a terrifying level. Even Luo Zongqiong was shocked. Lu Ming, I'll send you to hell with this move. Luo Zongqiong's eyes flashed ferociously. When he saw Lu Ming being suppressed by the middle-aged man and the two quasi-emperors, an opening appeared. Without hesitation, Luo Zongqiong's figure flickered and the divine seal of deprivation flew towards Lu Ming to suppress him. Luo Zongqiong. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the divine seal of deprivation was too shocking. Even the middle-aged man's attack. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to resist the attacks of the middle-aged burly man and the other two quasi-emperors. He did not expect that Luo Zongqiong would suddenly appear behind the vortex. It was too late to dodge. Xiaoyu had first entered the Yellowstone world. After exploring a few ruins in this world, she also came to the border of the Yellowstone world. She entered the chaotic streams of space, wanting to explore another world. She cultivated and walked in the void turbulence. After walking for a few days, she suddenly heard a violent roar in front of her. Autumn Moon withdrew her aura and walked forward. She saw Lu Ming fighting with someone. Just as she was about to help, she saw Luo Zongqiong suddenly attack Lu Ming. At this moment, Xiaoyu did not hesitate and pounced forward. "Young master, be careful." A clear and crisp voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, he saw a white figure dashing from one side toward the divine seal of deprivation at high speed. Autumn Moon, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he heard a loud roar. Autumn Moon's body flew towards Lu Ming. Blood was red in the air, like a beautiful blood-colored rose. Autumn Moon. At this moment, Lu Ming hollered. His eyes were red. Luo Zongqiong's move was too powerful. Lu Ming knew very well that Autumn Moon would not be able to block it. Lu Ming roared and controlled the great defying cauldron with all his strength to block the attacks of the middle-aged man and the two quasi-emperors. He then moved and caught Autumn Moon's body. At this moment, Autumn Moon's face was pale. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth and her aura was extremely weak. She was like a weak candle that would be extinguished at any time. "Autumn Moon, it's you. How is it possible?" Luo Zongqiong roared in disbelief. Why would Xiaoyu suddenly appear and block his sure-kill move? He was stunned for a moment and forgot to attack. The middle-aged man also knew that Luo Zongqiong had been chasing after Autumn Moon. Seeing this scene, he could not help but stop. "Autumn Moon, why are you so stupid? Why did you block it for me?" Lu Ming hugged Autumn Moon and his heart was trembling. With his cultivation and physical strength, even if he took a hit, he would at most be seriously injured and might not die. However, it was different for Autumn Moon. Young master, I said that I will always be by your side," Autumn Moon spoke, but her voice was weak. Her aura was also getting weaker. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and poured his saint power into Autumn Moon's body to protect Autumn Moon's heart. But it was useless. Autumn Moon's aura was getting weaker and her eyes slowly closed. "Lu Ming, leave Autumn Moon to me. Even if she dies, she is still mine," Luo Zongqiong said coldly. Luo Zongqiong. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Luo Zongqiong. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was filled with cold-killing intent. He was like a demon from hell. "I will definitely kill you and Daluo Heaven sect. Sooner or later, I will flatten it." Lu Ming's cold and ruthless voice came out from his mouth. Being stared at by Lu Ming's cold eyes, Luo Zongqiong felt a chill down his spine. He shouted, "If you still want to kill me, I will let you all die here today and become a pair of lovebirds." Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Luo Zongqiong's body and an imperial weapon emerged. Luo Zongqiong was the grandson of the Great Emperor. The imperial weapon that he carried was given by the Great Emperor and was extremely terrifying. "Let's attack together and kill them," Luo Zongqiong roared. The imperial weapon carried a terrifying aura and blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the middle-aged man also attacked. The giant hammer broke through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. "Luo Cangqiong, I will definitely kill you in the future," Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the great elixir development furnace did not protect him. Instead, it blasted toward Bubbles. As for himself, he took the autumn moon into the mountain river diagram. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Tai Chi formation plate and a chaotic stone to block in front of him. He quickly retreated and rushed toward the black vortex. Boom! Boom! The Tai Chi formation plate was blasted back by the middle-aged man. As for the chaotic stone, it was hit by Luo Cangqiong's imperial weapon and flew toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power increased Lu Ming's speed. Lu Ming flew directly into the black vortex. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the vortex and disappeared. On the other side, the great elixir development furnace smashed down and blasted away the imperial weapon that was surrounding Bubbles. Bubbles moved and rushed out of the encirclement in an instant. He also rushed into the black vortex. "Stop that elixir furnace! Damn it!" Luo Cangqiong roared, his killing intent chilling. "Humph, Lu Ming is dead for sure after entering this black vortex." Luo Pokong stepped into the air and sneered. "That's right, he's dead for sure." The other quasi-emperor smiled as well. There was a terrifying destructive force in this black vortex that frightened them. Lu Ming would definitely die if he entered. "Not necessarily." Luo Cangqiong's face was cold as he said, "Lu Ming is very terrifying and unpredictable. Moreover, there's someone who knows the law of space with him, so he might not die." These words shook the hearts of the others. Indeed, Lu Ming was very terrifying, and there was someone who knew the law of space. Even if he entered the black vortex, he might not be in danger. In that case, it was Lu Ming who entered on his own accord. Everyone's face turned ugly, but they were not confident that they would chase after him. After all, it was dangerous and unpredictable. "Humph, Lu Ming, even if he doesn't die, I'll kill him sooner or later." Luo Cangqiong snorted. They did not leave but stayed to guard the place to prevent Lu Ming from coming out. Their guess was right, Lu Ming did enter the black vortex on his own accord. It was not that he did not dare to fight, as he still had a trump card if he fought with his life on the line. However, he was worried about Qiueyu's safety. Qiueyu's injuries were too serious, and she needed to be treated quickly, or she would be in danger. As soon as Lu Ming entered the black vortex, a terrifying destructive force surged toward him from all directions. Lu Ming activated his saint power and at the same time, he controlled the law of chaos to cover his body to resist. Sizzle, the cutting force constantly hit Lu Ming's body, causing the law of chaos to tremble as if it was about to collapse. This cutting force is really amazing. Lu Ming activated the law of chaos with all his might to resist. At the same time, a void storm in the black vortex pushed Lu Ming into the distance aimlessly. Whoosh, not long after, with a flash of light, Bubble appeared beside Lu Ming. Bubble was in control of spacetime and had cultivated the spacetime light. The void storm couldn't do anything to her. The bubble appeared beside Lu Ming and set up the laws of space and time around the two of them, blocking the void storm outside. Whoosh, in the next moment, the great pill derivation furnace also flew over and was put away by Lu Ming. Autumn moon. Lu Ming was thinking about the autumn moon. With a thought, the autumn moon came out of the mountain river diagram. At this moment, Qiu Autumn Moon was unconscious and his breathing was weak. Luo Cangqiong's attack had been too powerful. He had hidden to the side and used the law of deprivation to absorb the energy of the outside world, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. He had originally planned to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. In her haste, Autumn Moon only wanted to block that attack for Lu Ming, but her injuries were too severe. Damn it! Lu Ming gritted his teeth, wishing he could turn Luo Cangqiong into ashes. Autumn Moon, I will not let anything happen to you. Lu Ming whispered and took out a healing elixir. He melted the elixir with his saint power and melted it into Autumn Moon's body. However, Autumn Moon's injuries still did not improve. Brother Lu Ming, try the fruit of the divine tree of time. Bubble opened her mouth and the divine tree of time appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The divine tree of time originally had two milky white fruits. Bubble had swallowed one and there was still one left. Since the divine tree of time could double a martial artist's lifespan, increasing one's lifespan was actually increasing one's vitality. This meant that the fruit of the divine tree of time contained a powerful vitality. This fruit might be able to save Autumn Moon. Lu Ming plucked the fruit and used his saint power to refine it into Autumn Moon's body. Sure enough, the fruit of the divine tree of time contained infinite vitality and seeped into Autumn Moon's limbs and bones. The surface injuries on Autumn Moon's body were quickly recovering, and Autumn Moon's aura also stabilized. However, she did not wake up. Brother Lu Ming, it seems that Sister Autumn Moon's injuries are too severe. Just the fruit of the divine tree of time alone can't wake her up, Bubble said after looking at Autumn Moon carefully. Lu Ming circulated his saint power and circulated it through Autumn Moon's body. After a while, he sighed. Although Autumn Moon's vitality had stabilized, it was indeed easier said than done to wake her up as Bubble had said. Lu Ming caressed Autumn Moon's face and wiped away the blood stains on the corner of Autumn Moon's mouth. He said softly, Autumn Moon, no matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't let Luo Zongqiong and Daluo have insect off. Toward the end, Lu Ming's voice turned cold and there was a burst of cold murderous intent. This time, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, there was the fruit of the divine tree of time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. If something happened to Autumn Moon, Lu Ming would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Autumn Moon was still the same as before. She didn't talk much and didn't ask for much. She just silently guarded Lu Ming and was willing to give up everything for Lu Ming, including her life. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's little hand and recalled the scenes of their childhood in the sea. After a long time, Lu Ming sent Autumn Moon back into the mountain river diagram and placed her under the tree of enlightenment, hoping that it would help Autumn Moon. At this time, Lu Ming looked around. They were still in the chaotic void storm. Bubble shrouded the surroundings with the law of time and space and broke through the void storm. Bubble, how should we get out? Lu Ming asked. In terms of space, Bubble was naturally better. Brother Lu Ming, with my current cultivation, I can't break through the space by force. I need to wait. I need to find a weak point in the space and then rush out in one fell swoop. Bubble explained. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. They continued to wait while observing the surroundings, looking for an opportunity. As time passed, Bubble's power became weaker and weaker. If this continued, when Bubble's power was exhausted, they would also be in danger. I don't know where we are floating to. Lu Ming pondered. It was very dangerous to float in the void like this. It would be fine if they floated to other worlds, but if they floated to the eternal void, they would die if they didn't have the cultivation of a martial emperor. Brother Lu Ming, I've got it. Look there. Bubble suddenly pointed to the right. Lu Ming looked over and saw some fluctuations in the void there. Let's attack with all our strength and break out, chirp chirp. Bubble shouted. She controlled the law of time and space and changed direction, flying toward the place where the fluctuations were coming from. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming used all his strength and pointed with a finger. Now, Lu Ming's Primal Chaos Calamity Finger had reached 94%. When he pointed with all his strength, the power was very shocking. At the same time, Bubble also cooperated with Lu Ming to attack the void. Boom, the void shook violently. Then, with a hiss, a crack appeared. Lu Ming was overjoyed and rushed over with Bubble. After rushing through the crack, Lu Ming found that he had appeared in a cave. Roar, a loud roar came from behind Lu Ming. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. There was also a blazing aura. Lu Ming looked around and found a fiery red giant lizard behind him. It was staring at Lu Ming with its eyes wide open. In front of him was the middle-aged man who was also looking at Lu Ming in surprise. The man and the giant lizard both emitted powerful auras. They were both quasi-emperors. Lu Ming understood from the traces at the scene. The fight between the middle-aged man and the giant lizard must have caused spatial fluctuations and weakened the space. They just happened to notice it and attacked with all their strength. With their cooperation, they broke through the space and appeared here. Roar! At this moment, the giant lizard roared, treating Lu Ming as the middle-aged man's ally. It took a step forward and its body emitted blazing flames. It spat out a fireball from its mouth and blasted it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and a phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and destroyed the giant lizard's fireball. Bang! Bang! The giant lizard stomped on the ground and the cave rumbled as it pounced at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws pierced through the air like divine knives. At the same time, it bit at Lu Ming with its big fangs. "You're courting death." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He was already full of anger and the giant lizard attacked him as soon as it appeared. This made Lu Ming even angrier. Boom! Boom! His saint energy surged as Lu Ming punched out a few times and collided with the giant lizard. Although this giant lizard had the combat strength of a quasi-emperor, it was still no match for Lu Ming in a head-on collision and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming leaped high into the air and landed a punch on the head of the giant lizard. The giant lizard fell to the ground with a loud thud. Roar! The giant lizard's head hit the ground and let out a loud roar. Its scaly tail was like an iron whip and lashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed the tail of the giant lizard and swung it up, throwing it out of the cave. Swoosh! The giant lizard was thrown out of the cave by Lu Ming. Roar! It was at this moment that a terrifying roar came from outside the cave. This roar didn't come from the lizard, but rather, it seemed to come from below the cave. The roar was so powerful that it caused Lu Ming's eardrums to vibrate. It was as if there was a supreme demon there. Then, Lu Ming saw the giant lizard let out a terrified roar. Its body quickly fell down, as if attracted by some force. Roar! Roar! Following that, the roar continued to shake heaven and earth. Terrifying sound waves reverberated throughout the area. The middle-aged man's face was grave as he pulled away from Lu Ming, not daring to step out. "Senior, what's that outside?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Then where is this?" Lu Ming asked again. "Myriad Beast Realm," the middle-aged man said. He then sized up Lu Ming and said, "You should be the son of chaos from Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, right?" Oh. These words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. It seemed that this should be one of the 9 worlds of the Lotus World. They hadn't left too far away. At this time, the roar outside stopped. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask again, the middle-aged man rushed out of the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. He followed him to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. His eyes couldn't help but widen. The scene outside was extremely magnificent. The place he was in was like the crater of a volcano, or a huge cave that led to the underground. And his position was on one side of the wall of the cave. Looking around, the walls of the cave were densely packed with caves. And in the middle of the cave, there were stone bridges that connected to each other. The cave kept going down. He didn't know how deep it was. It was pitch black below. The roar just now had come from below. Lu Ming saw the middle-aged burly man leaping onto a stone bridge and dashing into a cave diagonally opposite, disappearing from sight. Lu Ming looked again and found that there were indeed figures flashing in some of the caves. Could this place be a relic of the Myriad Beast Realm, and many outsiders are exploring here? Lu Ming thought. He saw figures flashing out of some of the caves. They seemed to be very cautious. They landed on those stone bridges and waited carefully for a while. Then, they jumped onto a stone bridge below. Just like that, they continued to go down and explore the caves below. Roar! At this moment, another shocking roar sounded from the depths of the cave. Accompanied by the roar, a terrifying suction force came from the depths of the cave as if it was going to devour everything. Ah! A horrified scream sounded. Lu Ming saw a Saint Realm powerhouse. He happened to be in the air and didn't land on the stone bridge. He was directly swallowed by the force and disappeared into the endless abyss. Lu Ming gasped. What was down there? Even a Saint Realm powerhouse couldn't resist it. It was the same for the giant lizard from before. It was also swallowed by that force. However, Lu Ming found that those who landed on the stone bridge were fine. It seemed that the stone bridge could resist that force. No wonder those people were so careful when they jumped on the stone bridge. This place is full of danger, Lu Ming muttered. He looked around and found that there was no other exit in this cave. If he wanted to go out, he could only go through the cave in front of him. Let's rest here for now. Bubble, you should recover first, Lu Ming said to Bubble. Bubble had used the spacetime laws to resist the void storm and had consumed a lot of energy. It was a good opportunity to recover and rest here. Okay, big brother Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble nodded and took out a large number of origin stones and sacred herbs to recover. Lu Ming also sat down cross-legged and swallowed origin stones to recover. Not long after, Lu Ming's condition was restored to its peak. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart moved and the Chaos Stone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Previously, Lu Ming had used the Chaos Stone to block the attack of Luo Zongqiong's Emperor weapon. At that time, Lu Ming had heard a faint sound. It seemed to be the sound of the Chaos Stone cracking. Lu Ming took it out and looked at it. Indeed, there was a crack on the Chaos Stone. The Chaos Stone is indestructible, but it cracked. Luo Zongqiong's Emperor weapon is really powerful, Lu Ming thought. Then, he thought that since the Chaos Stone had cracked, he might as well break it open to take a look. Immediately, Lu Ming used all the strength in his body to grab the Chaos Stone and break it open. Crack, the Chaos Stone cracked even louder and the crack became even bigger. I can break it open. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If not for the crack on the Chaos Stone, it would not have been possible to break it open. Lu Ming continued to use force. A moment later, the Chaos Stone was completely broken into two. Ding! Ding! Among the Chaos Stones, two small crystals fell to the ground. These are Chaos Crystals. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised when he opened the Chaos Gem and two Chaos Crystals fell out. This was because Chaos Crystals were formed by the condensation of Chaos Qi. Back when this Chaos Gem was auctioned, the auctioneer said that there was no Chaos Qi in it, which was why the price was so low. However, no one expected that it was not that there was no Chaos Qi in the Chaos Gem, but that all the Chaos Qi had condensed into Chaos Crystals. Chaos Crystals were almost fused with the Chaos Gem. Therefore, if one did not break open the Chaos Gem, it would be impossible to discover them. He had made a killing, a huge killing. Lu Ming checked carefully and confirmed that there were only two Chaos Crystals in the Chaos Gem. Lu Ming immediately controlled the Primal Chaos Law to envelop the two Chaos Crystals. Buzz! Buzz! When the Primal Chaos Law enveloped the Chaos Crystals, the two Chaos Crystals trembled slightly and floated in the air along with the Primal Chaos Law. Following that, the two Chaos Crystals melted like ice and turned into liquid. Finally, they turned into two streams of air. Chaos Qi, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, he had refined a stream of Chaos Qi into his body. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these two streams of air were also Chaos Qi. Then I'll refine two more. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With a thought, he controlled the Primal Chaos Law and guided the Chaos Qi into his body. Lu Ming's body had already refined a stream of Chaos Qi. It was very compatible with the Chaos Qi and there was no difficulty in refining it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bubbles had long recovered and stayed at the cave entrance to protect Lu Ming. Over the past few days, terrifying roars could be heard from the depths of the cave from time to time. It was even accompanied by the sound of metal chains colliding. It was as though a supreme great demon was chained below and was struggling to break free. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to all of this. He focused on refining the Chaos Qi. In 3 days, the two streams of Chaos Qi had been completely refined into Lu Ming's body. They seeped into his muscles, bones, blood, and permeated every inch of his body. The toughness of Lu Ming's physical body had been greatly enhanced. It was much more powerful. His body seemed to have a layer of hazy light. With a thought, he became as heavy as a mountain, indestructible and indestructible. At that moment, his body seemed to resonate with the law of primal chaos. When a martial artist reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, he would be able to form a vessel of laws. The laws would be highly compatible with his body, and his body would contain the laws, causing the strength of his physical body to skyrocket. At that moment, the law of primal chaos was constantly pouring into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was numb, as though a terrifying power was about to be born. Not long after, a halo of light emerged from Lu Ming's body. Light of chaos, chirp chirp. At the side, Bubble blinked her big eyes and revealed a happy expression. Lu Ming had refined 2 more strands of chaotic energy. Adding on the previous strand of chaotic energy, he now had a total of 3 strands of chaotic energy. His spirit body had been greatly strengthened, and he had also taken advantage of this opportunity to resonate with the laws of primal chaos, allowing him to refine chaotic light. The light of primal chaos was faint at first, but as time passed, the color of the light of primal chaos became darker and darker. In the end, it turned into a beam of light that surrounded Lu Ming's body. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes and retracted the light of primal chaos into his body. The strength of my body has increased by another level. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and his eyes flashed. He had not expected that the stone of primal chaos that he had bought unintentionally would allow him to refine the light of primal chaos. What a great opportunity! If not for the 2 strands of chaotic energy, he did not know when he would be able to refine the light of primal chaos. This time, although his cultivation base did not increase, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. Roar! Roar! At that moment, a terrifying roar resounded outside the cave. Gusts of wind whistled out from the depths of the cave. Clang clang clang, at the same time, the sound of metal chains colliding could be heard. Lu Ming's face froze. He could not help but think of the Time Island. On the Time Island, a huge living being was sealed and chained. It was extremely powerful and unfathomable. The sound of metal chains could also be heard here. Could it be that there was a supreme expert sealed under the cave like the Time Island? The roar lasted for a while before it stopped. Lu Ming and Bubbles walked to the entrance of the cave and looked out. They saw figures leaping out of the cave and onto the stone bridges. With the help of the stone bridges, they went down. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar from the bottom of the cave. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out and shot up into the sky. Below the cave, there were people fighting. Lu Ming could not help but circulate his saint power to his eyes. Suddenly, his vision was greatly enhanced and he looked down into the cave. This way, the scenery below the cave suddenly became clear. Below the cave, there was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a palace. Around the platform, there were 4 stone bridges that connected to the walls of the cave. At that moment, there was a group of people fighting on the platform. Huang Ling, Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and a few elders, who were boundary emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect, were surrounded by a group of people. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this group of people was from the Heng family. This was because they used the Eternal Spring Law. At that moment, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were in danger. They were surrounded by the other party. The other party had more people, and they were all boundary emperors. There were as many as 6 of them. On the other hand, Huang Ling and the others only had 3 boundary emperors. Huang Ling and Long Chen's combat strength was still inferior to boundary emperors. Let's kill these 3 old guys first and leave the 2 young ones behind. These 2 people have a close relationship with Lu Ming. Leave them behind and let Lu Ming exchange the sword of the celestial arch for them. One of the people from the Heng family said coldly. Their attacks were even more violent. They attacked the 3 boundary emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect. As for Huang Ling and Long Chen, they only needed to hold them back. Poof, a burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect had his dantian pierced by the sword of a boundary emperor from the Heng family. The elder roared angrily and fought back with all his might. He threw a palm strike at the other party. However, the other party quickly retreated after being stabbed. The burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect had only lightly injured him before he died. Long Chen, you must charge out. The burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect roared angrily. His body fell heavily to the ground and he stopped breathing. Damn it! Long Chen roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Haha, I want to charge out. Dream on. A boundary emperor from the Heng family laughed coldly. He strode forward and a terrifying attack enveloped Huang Ling. He wanted to take her down in one fell swoop. At that moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body suddenly stiffened. Then, a prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky and slammed into his body. A hell-suppressing steel image descended from the sky and tore a quasi-emperor of the Han clan into pieces. Then, a young man landed in front of Huang Ling and Long Chen. Of course, this figure was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw Huang Ling and Long Chen being surrounded by the quasi-emperors of the Han clan, he used the stone bridge to rush over. Lu Ming. Huang Ling and Long Chen rejoiced when they saw Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. The quasi-emperors of the Han clan changed their expressions. Han clan, kill. Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent surging out like the tide. Haha. You want to kill us? Lu Ming, you came at the right time. We can finish you off and take back the Heavenly Emperor's sword. That's right. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. The quasi-emperors of the Han clan revealed cold smiles and joy. This time, the Han clan had two missions in the Lotus Flower world. The first was to explore the remnants left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. The second was to kill Lu Ming and take back the Heavenly Emperor's sword. They originally wanted to find Lu Ming. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming delivered himself to their doorstep. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. They have a very strong person. Let's charge out together, Huang Ling sent a voice projection to Lu Ming. Very strong. I want to give it a try. The sharpness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. He had just refined 2 strands of primal chaos qi and refined the primal chaos light. His strength had increased greatly and he wanted to see how strong he was. You guys keep an eye on that little girl who controls the space-time laws. Leave Lu Ming to me. A burly quasi-emperor of the Han clan stepped forward towards Lu Ming. Another quasi-emperor of the Han clan locked his aura on Bubble, lest Bubble lend a hand. Boom. The burly quasi-emperor of the Han clan punched at Lu Ming. The instant he punched, the river of laws wrapped around his fist, making the might of this punch even more astonishing. If this punch struck anyone below quasi-emperor, they would be crushed to bits. However, Lu Ming was no ordinary cultivator. Boom, Lu Ming also punched out, using the hell-suppressing heaven art. This punch didn't have the image of the hell-suppressing steel. Instead, it contained the power of the hell-suppressing steel in his fist. Boom, Lu Ming's fist collided with his opponent's. Gotcha, then, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The fist of the Han clan's burly quasi-emperor directly exploded. His entire person was pushed back by a horrifying force. How can he be so strong? The burly quasi-emperor of the Han clan roared in disbelief. In that punch just now, he felt that Lu Ming's fist was filled with terrifying power. It was simply invincible. Die. Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after that person. He threw out another punch. This punch caused the space to tremble. The expression of the Han clan's burly quasi-emperor changed dramatically as he frantically retreated. Let me. Among the quasi-emperors of the Han clan, a skinny middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and punched out, exchanging blows with Lu Ming. Boom, there was a horrifying vibration. Both Lu Ming and his opponent's body shook at the same time as they retreated a few steps. A quasi-emperor with a superior heavenly spiritual body? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Previously, when he met the people of the Daluo Heaven sect and the Feng clan in the Void Turbulence, one of them was a quasi-emperor with a superior heavenly spiritual body. He was so powerful that Lu Ming was completely suppressed. This skinny middle-aged man was also such a person. His combat strength far surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. You have some strength. Come again. The skinny quasi-emperor was called Xianxia. When he was young, he was also a genius of the Han clan. At this moment, he stepped forward and a battle sword appeared in his hand. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed toward Lu Ming. This was an emperor weapon. Lu Ming's glabella shone and the great elixir evolution furnace flew out. Lu Ming grabbed one of the legs of the great elixir evolution furnace and swung it toward his opponent. Boom. Boom, there were a few consecutive explosions as the two collided. It was difficult to determine the winner. This shocked the quasi-emperors of the Han clan and the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the Great Sacred Realm. His combat strength was too shocking. He was actually able to fight a quasi-emperor with a superior heavenly spiritual body. Xianxia was also shocked in his heart. Kill! He roared and circulated his strength to the extreme. His battle sword was like a rainbow as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Thousands of sword chi tore through the air to kill. Buzz, at this moment, a ray of light spread out from Lu Ming's body. As soon as the ray of light appeared, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. The great elixir evolution furnace was like a giant hammer that constantly smashed toward his opponent. Boom! Boom! After 2 consecutive moves, Xianxia's body shook and he took a few steps back. Light of Chaos! Xianxia roared. Once a son of chaos refined the light of chaos, his combat strength would increase greatly. In the past, among the sons of chaos in the Yuan Mountain, only Xianxia had refined the light of law. Now, Lu Ming had also refined it. Lu Ming swung the great amplification cauldron. His attacks were extremely violent as he continuously bombarded the other party. In the process of attacking, Lu Ming suddenly pointed out a chaos calamity finger. Boom! Xianxia was pushed back by the chaos calamity finger and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! Xianxia suddenly let out a loud roar and retreated. He already knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, they would be in danger. Bubbles, attack! Attack together! Lu Ming shouted. Beep beep, Bubble pouted and spat out transparent bubbles that enveloped the 5 quasi-emperors of the Heng clan. Boom! Lu Ming raised the great elixir evolution furnace and smashed it toward one of the quasi-emperors. Lu Ming's strength had an overwhelming advantage against ordinary quasi-emperors, not to mention that he had Bubble's help. Without any suspense, that quasi-emperor was killed by Lu Ming in one move. At the same time, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the 2 quasi-emperors of the Phoenix Palace attacked the 2 quasi-emperors of the Heng clan and injured them. Boom! Lu Ming raised the great elixir evolution furnace and smashed it again, killing another quasi-emperor. Since Lu Ming's arrival, 3 out of the 6 quasi-emperors of the Heng clan had been killed. There were only 3 left. One of them was Xianxia, and the other 2 were injured by Huang Ling Bang. At this moment, Xianxia unleashed his full strength and pierced through the transparent bubbles. He did not dare to stay any longer. He took a step forward and his figure soared into the sky and rushed to a stone bridge above. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he was about to give chase. Roar! Another terrifying roar came from below the cave. A terrifying suction force erupted from below, causing Lu Ming's expression to change and he stopped chasing. Xianxia rejoiced. The heavens were helping him. When the roar stopped, Xianxia continued to rush up at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several stone bridges and turned into a beam of light, flying out of the cave. Lu Ming, let us go! A loud roar came. The Heng clan still had 2 quasi-emperors left. At this moment, they were trapped by Bubble's space-time laws. One of them shouted. Let you go? Why are you so naive? Even Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Lu Ming, now that Xianxia has escaped, the fact that you killed our Heng clan's quasi-emperor will definitely be exposed. The Heng clan will not let you off. If you let us go now, your sins will be reduced. A quasi-emperor from the Heng clan spoke, his voice filled with faint arrogance. Reduce my sins? Why are you so ridiculous? Lu Ming was speechless. Isn't this Heng clan's member too self-righteous? Moreover, the Heng clan has never considered letting me off. It would be a waste not to kill your Heng clan's member. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, a battle sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, he killed a quasi-emperor. The remaining quasi-emperor's face changed drastically, and there was no trace of blood. Their Heng clan was a great emperor faction with a great emperor overseeing it. In the entire Yuan Mountain, they were one of the top factions. Usually, there were almost no factions that dared to go against the Heng clan. There were also not many factions that did not fear the Heng clan. He thought that since Xianxia had escaped, Lu Ming would most likely have some scruples. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to be so decisive. No, please spare me. The Heng clan's quasi-emperor was afraid and started to beg for mercy. Haha, is this the pride of the Heng clan? Is this the pride of a great emperor faction? When your threat failed, you immediately beg for mercy. How ridiculous. Lu Ming laughed mockingly. The Heng clan's quasi-emperor's face was extremely ugly. However, in the face of life and death, everything was meaningless. He continued, Lu Ming, as long as you let me off, I will do anything you want. No need. I don't feel at ease leaving someone like you alive. Kill. Lu Ming was very decisive. With a slash of his sword, he killed the quasi-emperor. Since one quasi-emperor had escaped, so be it. He and the Hing clan could not be reconciled in the first place. What was there to be afraid of? Lu Ming, you have actually refined the light of primal chaos. Huang Ling and Long Chen walked over. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. The stronger Lu Ming was, the happier they were. Lu Ming nodded and looked around. They weren't the only ones nearby. There were others who were looking at Lu Ming with serious expressions. The battle prowess that Lu Ming had just displayed had left them aghast. Lu Ming looked around and realized that they were currently on a platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a palace. There were stairs on all sides that led to the palace. At that moment, many people were climbing the flight of stairs toward the palace. However, as long as someone stepped onto the stairs, there would be raging flames on the stairs, blocking their path. Even a quasi-emperor would find it hard to climb the steps. Lu Ming, this is the core of the ruins. I don't know if there are any treasures in the palace. We can't fly up, so we can only go up the stairs. However, there are terrifying formations on the stairs that block the way. Huang Ling explained. The core of the ruins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the core of the time-sacred island, the divine light-sacred mountain, they had obtained many plants that could increase one's lifespan. They had also obtained the divine tree of time. It was because of the divine tree of time that Bubble could break through and cultivate the light of space-time. Autumn Moon's injuries were also temporarily stabilized because of the divine tree of time. It was clear how precious the divine tree of time was. Then, what was in the core of this place? Let's go up. Lu Ming said. He took the lead and walked up a flight of stairs. Bubble followed closely behind Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen. The two quasi-emperors of the Phoenix Palace also walked up the stairs. The moment they stepped onto the stairs, a terrifying flame energy rushed toward them. However, the flames at the beginning did not pose a problem for them. They easily walked up the stairs. Halfway up, the flames became stronger. Furthermore, Lu Ming discovered a problem. The flames on the stairs seemed to have different might depending on one's cultivation. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the might of the flames. Just like the quasi-emperors, the flames that they faced were much stronger than the quasi-emperors. Therefore, when they were halfway up, the quasi-emperors found it difficult to move forward. If they continued, they felt that they would be burned to ashes by the flames. However, Lu Ming, Bubble, Huang Ling, and Long Chen were still able to move forward easily. They did not stop and continued to walk up. A moment later, they stepped onto the stairs. There are so many doors? Huang Ling muttered. The reason for that was because there were a total of 9 doors scattered around the palace. Of the 9 doors, 3 of them were closed, and 6 of them were open. At this moment, their eyes moved. They saw a young man rushing into one of the doors. As soon as he entered, the door closed. It's Wei Tiandao. The quasi-emperor's heart skipped a beat. They all knew that young man. He was Wei Tiandao, who was ranked 4th on the King's Sage board. However, when the King's Sage board was rearranged, Wei Tiandao was pushed to the 8th place. It seems that someone has also entered the 3 closed doors. Long Chen said. There might be opportunities in these doors. Let's each choose one. Lu Ming said. Okay, then we'll choose according to our feelings. Huang Ling nodded. The 4 of them flew forward and each chose a door. Lu Ming walked to the door on the far right. He realized that this door seemed to have a special attraction to him. It could make his Array Dao La restless. After Bubble, Huang Ling, and Long Chen each stepped into a door, Lu Ming also stepped in. After entering this door, the door closed. Lu Ming looked carefully. This was a stone room. The stone room was empty and very spacious. However, as soon as Lu Ming entered, he was attracted by the walls of the stone room. The walls of the stone room were engraved with dense runes. It was extremely mysterious. These are. Array Dao runes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He cultivated the Array Dao law. At a glance, he could tell that these were Array Dao runes. They were extremely mysterious. These runes seemed to form a secret technique. Lu Ming looked for a while and came to a conclusion. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended. At this moment, in Lu Ming's eyes, the runes on the wall seemed to come alive. They combined with each other and turned into countless possibilities. It was mysterious and unfathomable. He sat there for 3 days. In 3 days, Lu Ming engraved all the runes on the 4 walls in his heart. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao. These are actually 2 of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the Destruction Scroll and the Illusory Spirit Scroll. Lu Ming was surprised. Back then, when he obtained the status of a gold inheritor in the Hunyuan sex assessment, he shamelessly asked for one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the Sealing Scroll. At that time, the old man in the Hunyuan sect told Lu Ming that the 9 scrolls of Array Dao was a supreme secret technique for cultivating the Array Dao law. However, it had long been lost. He did not expect to encounter the other 2 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao here. The power of the Sealing Scroll was very long and mysterious. During a battle, using the Sealing Scroll could greatly affect the opponent's combat strength. As for the Destruction Scroll, it could use runes to form the power of destruction. Its power was astonishing. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and began to comprehend the scriptures. There was no sense of time in cultivation. A month passed while Lu Ming was in the process of comprehending. Lu Ming already had the foundation of one of the 9 scrolls of the Art of Formations, the Sealing Scroll. He was able to comprehend the other 2 scrolls fairly quickly. Lu Ming realized that the Sealing Scroll, Destruction Scroll, and Illusionary Spirit Scroll of the 9 scrolls of the Art of Formations could be combined with one another, allowing him to comprehend the rules of the Art of Formations rapidly. Initially, his mastery of the rules of formations had already reached 80%. In just a month, he had comprehended the 3 scrolls at the same time, allowing him to improve his mastery of the rules of formations at a terrifying rate. It had increased from 80% to 90% in just a month. The rules of formations were the rules of the Emperor. How magical! If the 9 scrolls of the Art of Formations are cultivated to a higher level, they can be combined to produce even more shocking power. As expected of the supreme secret art of formations. Lu Ming exclaimed. It's been a month, time to go out. Since I've already memorized them, I can slowly comprehend them in the future. Lu Ming rose to his feet and headed for the door. Strangely, the door opened on its own when Lu Ming arrived at the door. When Lu Ming went out, the door closed again. It closed? Could it be that only one person can enter a door, and the people behind can't enter? Lu Ming was astounded. Lu Ming! Brother Lu Ming! At this moment, several voices rang out. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles all walked over. You've already come out? Lu Ming asked curiously. His eyes glittered as he glanced at Huang Ling and Long Chen. Your cultivation has improved? He discovered that Huang Ling and Long Chen's cultivation had both improved to the peak utmost sacred realm. However, Bubbles' cultivation was still in the greater success stage of the utmost sacred realm. He wondered what kind of fortunate encounter she had encountered. We found a fortunate encounter in the secret chamber, allowing us to improve our cultivation. However, the secret chamber can only be used once. It will close soon. Huang Ling said. Lu Ming's gaze swept over. Sure enough, he discovered that the 9 doors were all shut. It was obvious that someone had already entered. Lu Ming, what did you get? Huang Ling asked curiously. A secret technique. Lu Ming said. He then looked at Bubbles and asked, Bubbles, what did you get? It's a treasure. As for what it is, I won't tell you. Chirp chirp. Bubbles said mysteriously. You little brat. Lu Ming smiled. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming said. Below the cave, roars could be heard from time to time. It was very terrifying. Who knew if that powerful existence would cause any commotion? It was better to leave first. Huang Ling and the others nodded. When the roaring stopped, they soared into the air and stepped onto the stone bridge above. Then, they found the right opportunity and kept going up. Not long after, they rushed out of the cave. In this area, there were other people who saw Lu Ming and the others coming out of the stone room. Their eyes were filled with greed, but no one dared to make a move. Lu Ming and the others were definitely powerful. By the way, were you in this world when you first came in? Lu Ming asked after coming out of the cave. Yes, we have been exploring the 10,000 beast realm. Unfortunately, we didn't gain much. Longchen nodded. Do you know where the entrance to the next world is? Lu Ming asked. Yes, we have asked around. We originally planned to explore other worlds after we finished exploring. Huang Ling said. Alright, then let's go to the next world. Lu Ming said. Immediately, the group flew in a direction. The 10,000 beast realm was completely different from the 10,000 sea realm. The 10,000 sea realm was a vast ocean, while the 10,000 beast realm was a barren mountain. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the two quasi-emperors from the Phoenix Palace flew all the way. A few days later, they arrived at the edge of the 10,000 beast realm. There was also a void turbulence here. Huang Ling and Long Chen both took out their emperor weapons to resist the void turbulence. The group stepped into the void turbulence. Along the way, they also met others who were rushing to the 10,000 beast realm. After some time, they passed through the void turbulence and came to another world. There were also human martial artists in this world. They asked around and indeed, there was a huge ruin in this world that had been passed down since ancient times. They headed in the direction of the ruin. However, halfway through, they met a few acquaintances. Ouyang Wushuang, Huang Li, and some quasi-emperors from the Abyss Empire. When they met Lu Ming and the others, Ouyang Wushuang and the others were pleasantly surprised. Lu Ming, are you going to the ruin? Ouyang Wushuang asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. There is no need to go to that ruin. It has been explored. We just came out of that ruin. Where are you from? Ouyang Wushuang asked. We are from the 10,000 beast realm. Lu Ming said. From the 10,000 beast realm? It seems that all 8 worlds have been explored. Ouyang Wushuang's expression changed. He then told them what they had experienced and heard. It turned out that Ouyang Wushuang and the others had already explored a few worlds. They also heard that the ruins of the other worlds had been explored. Now, everyone is heading to the 9th world. Ouyang Wushuang said. The 9th world. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The lotus world had 9 petals, which represented 9 worlds. When they first entered, Lu Ming observed that everyone would be sucked into different petals. However, there was only one petal that no one entered. Lu Ming felt that there must be something unusual. I heard that someone saw a legend in one of the worlds. The 9th world contains a great secret and there is only one path that leads to the 9th world. That is Tianyuan in the Tianyuan world. I heard that many powerful forces are rushing to the Tianyuan world. Xinxia River, Heng family, He family, Daluo Heaven sect and others. Ouyang Wushuang said. In that case, let's go. Lu Ming said. The 9th world should have an extraordinary secret. They should not miss it. Moreover, there were some debts that needed to be settled. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Immediately, the group turned around and headed for the Tianyuan world. They could not reach the Tianyuan world directly from this world. They had to pass through 2 other worlds. They crossed several worlds in a row and flew for an unknown distance. After more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the Tianyuan world. Tianyuan world was the most famous miracle in the Tianyuan world. Anyone would know about it by asking around. Tianyuan world was in the north of the Tianyuan world. The group headed for Tianyuan world. Tianyuan world was an abyss that stretched across the border of the Tianyuan world. No one knew how long, deep, or wide it was. Legend had it that on the other side of Heavenly Abyss was another world, the legendary 9th world, the world where immortals resided. At this moment, many figures had gathered at the edge of Heavenly Abyss. These people were all experts from various forces in the outside world. Most of them were boundary emperors. Some of them were prodigies who possessed emperor weapons and could pass through the void turbulence. On the edge of Heavenly Abyss, there was a huge platform that seemed to be made of some kind of huge stone. In the middle of the platform, there was a huge altar that was surrounded by dense inscriptions. In front of the altar, there was a young figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, everyone seemed to be very afraid of this figure and no one dared to approach the platform. This was because this person was Xianxia, the eternal sun. Xianxia was too terrifying. Previously, there was a boundary emperor who took advantage of his seniority and was disrespectful to Xianxia and was instantly killed by him. Even if many boundary emperors joined forces, they were far from being Xianxia's match. If a boundary emperor were to face Xianxia, they would only be killed in an instant. They would not even be able to withstand one move. What was shocking was that Xianxia's cultivation had yet to step into the boundary emperor realm. Moreover, there were boundary emperors from the Heng family here. Therefore, Xianxia had directly occupied the ancient platform that seemed to be very important, and the others could only watch from the periphery. Of course, there were also people who revealed murderous intent in their eyes, and that was the He family. They wished they could kill Xianxia, but here, they were no match for Xianxia and could only hide far away, not daring to approach. Young Master Xianxia, you have been studying for many days. Do you know how to cross this abyss and go to the ninth world? Finally, someone asked. Xianxia did not say anything, as if ignoring that person. After a long while, Xianxia said, I already know the method. His words made many people's eyes light up. What method is it? Someone asked. It's not time to tell yet. Xianxia. If it's not time to tell yet, when will it be time to tell? That person asked. Are you questioning me? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two divine swords that pierced that person. That person was shocked and could feel a cold murderous intent shrouding him. He could not help but retreat with a pale face. He quickly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. When it's time to tell, I will tell you. After saying that, Xianxia closed his eyes again. The man from before heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling his back drenched in cold sweat. The eternal sun is really terrifying. He is already so terrifying even though he has not become an emperor to be. If he becomes an emperor to be, wouldn't he be able to compete with a martial emperor? This thought flashed through many people's minds, and they were shocked. As for the He clan, their faces were gloomy. A genius like the eternal sun was a disaster for the He clan. In the future, if Xianxia broke through to the great emperor realm, the two great emperors of the Heng clan would join hands and annihilate the He clan. Therefore, the He clan was thinking about how to get rid of Xianxia. Time flew by just like that. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. On this day, Xianxia, who had been sitting there, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. His eyes were sharp as he muttered, they are finally here. Everyone was shocked. Finally, who is it? Everyone's gazes followed Xianxia's gaze and saw a group of people flying over. They were led by a few young men. It's Lu Ming, the son of chaos, Lu Ming. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lu Ming. This shocked even more people. Could it be that Xianxia had been waiting here all this time for Lu Ming? Whoosh, Xianxia got up and took a step forward, heading toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the experts of the Heng clan also followed beside Xianxia. Not far away, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others stopped. Lu Ming, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xianxia said indifferently. Is that so? Lu Ming's face was calm. He knew that he would face Xianxia when he came here. Lu Ming, you killed the emperor-to-be of my Heng clan. Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to them. Behind Xianxia, a figure shouted. It was Xianxia. They wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can fight back. In the world of martial arts, everything is based on strength. The strong will live and the weak will die. They are not as strong as you, so they deserve to die. Xianxia said indifferently, as if the death of a few emperor-to-be of the Heng clan did not bother him at all. However, they are after all from the Heng clan, and I am also from the Heng clan. Since you killed them, I will kill you. Lu Ming, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword and I will give you a quick death. Xianxia continued. Xianxia, I know you are here for the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Back in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court, you couldn't do anything to me. Today, you can't do anything to me. Lu Ming said, his eyes slowly filled with fighting spirit. This is not the Origin Mountain Sacred Court. Heng Shan said coldly. His meaning was obvious. Back in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court, Lu Ming and many other experts fought against Xianxia. But today, the experts of the Heng clan were here, and they would not let Lu Ming and the others have the chance. Boom. Boom, the Heng clan had a long history and was a great emperor-level force with too many experts. Today, there were more than 100 emperor to be here. At this time, when they gathered together, their aura was really terrifying. The terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the others, causing their expressions to change. We are here to help you. Not far away, a voice came, and figures came behind Lu Ming and the others. They were the emperor-to-be of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Thunder God Sect, and other forces. Your opponents are us. A cold voice sounded, giant wolves stepped on the air, golden crows roared, and the aura of battle weapons soared into the sky. The emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Wan Clan, Purple Pole Sect, and other forces stepped on the air, and their aura pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, I am here to help you. A beautiful woman came to Lu Ming's side with a group of experts. It was Luo Tianyi and the emperor-to-be of the Jade Lake Immortal Palace. Afterward, more and more powerful cultivators joined Lu Ming and the rest. For example, the emperor-to-be of the Xinyuan Empire and other sects who were alone. But even so, Lu Ming and the others' strength was far from enough. Most of the forces on Lu Ming's side were from the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. At most, they could compete with the Golden Crow Clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces that were also from the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Even with the help of the Xinyuan Empire, it was useless. Haha, it is really lively. Lu Ming, I have to say, you are really lucky. A sneer came, and Luo Xianxiong came to the side of the Heng clan with the experts of the Daluo Heaven Sect. Then, the experts of the Feng clan came to the side of the Daluo Heaven Sect. Heng family and Daluo Heaven Sect were both great emperor-level forces. They had too many experts, far more than Lu Ming and the rest. Moreover, there were Feng clan, Golden Crow clan, Wan family, and other forces gathered together. Many emperor-to-be, surrounded by the river of law, looked like gods in the sky. Their terrifying aura was overwhelming towards Lu Ming and the rest. Behind Lu Ming, everyone stood in a defensive circle, looking dignified. Around them, many people were watching with different expressions. Some people sneered, such as He family. Whether it was Lu Ming or Heng family, they did not have a good impression of them. It was best for them to kill each other. People from Soul Sanctum stood in the distance and did not intervene. Although Autumn Moon and Lu Ming were close, Autumn Moon only represented her lineage in Soul Sanctum. Moreover, they had not seen Autumn Moon yet. Lu Ming is a dead man today. I have long expected that he would end up like this. How dare he go against the Heng family and the Daluo Heaven Sect? Haha. Yu Ji sneered in the crowd, gloating. A few young talents from Purple Flame Villa had complicated expressions. This was because a few young men from the Purple Flame Villa had lost a bet to Lu Ming and had to obey his orders. However, in the face of so many experts from the Heng family and the Daluo Heaven Sect, they could only choose to ignore them and pretended not to see them. Because they would die if they went. Moreover, those emperor-to-be from Purple Flame Villa did not listen to their orders. Damn it, they think they have more people. It's a pity that our desolate tribe did not come out. Otherwise, we would bring a bunch of emperor-to-be here to beat them to death. Huang Li growled and was quite unhappy. It's just a fight. Long Chen said. He looked ordinary, but he was full of fighting spirit. A real man would not be afraid of a fight. Don't you want to know how to cross this abyss to the ninth world? At this moment, Xing He's indifferent voice sounded. Many people were shocked. Was Xing He finally going to say it? If you want to cross the other side of the abyss, you have to open the abyss bridge. The way to open the abyss bridge is simple. You have to sacrifice blood to open the abyss bridge with the blood of many experts to open the abyss bridge to the ninth world. Heng Xing's voice spread far and wide. Many people's hearts trembled again. They actually had to sacrifice the blood of powerful cultivators to reach the ninth world. How much blood do you need? Someone asked. I don't know. Naturally, the more the better. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and the others, and a cold murderous intent erupted from him. Today, I shall use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. Boom. 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 Hearing Xinghe's words, the experts of the Heng family, the Daluo Heaven sect, and other forces stepped out one after another. Surrounded by the river of law, the saint power burst out like a tide. Today, they wanted Lu Ming and the others to die here. You guys focus on defense. Leave the eternal star river to me. Lu Ming's voice rang in the ears of Huang Ling and the others. Then, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the great pill derivation furnace flew out and became as big as a mountain. However, the great pill derivation furnace did not hover above Lu Ming's head. Instead, it flew toward Huang Ling and the others, and then landed on the ground with a loud boom. The great pill derivation furnace had 4 legs and it was propped up high. Huang Ling and the others were all under the great pill derivation furnace. The great pill derivation furnace was the treasure of the great pill derivation hall. Its grade was far above ordinary imperial weapons. In this way, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others only had to defend the sides and did not have to worry about the top. In this way, their defensive strength would be greatly increased. Bubbles, go and help Huang Ling and the others. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Brother Lu Ming, you have to be careful. Chirp chirp. Bubbles chirped and moved toward Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. You guys go and deal with the others. Leave Lu Ming to me. Xianxia said coldly. The powerful steam engine locked on to Lu Ming. Kill. Those who hide under the elixir furnace will also die. The emperor-to-be experts from the Heng family, Daluo Heaven sect, Golden Crow tribe, and other forces stepped into the air and attacked Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles from all directions. There were only a few dozen emperor-to-be experts on Huang Ling's side. They were outnumbered by their opponents and could only gather together to defend. All kinds of defensive sacred weapons and imperial weapons covered the surroundings. At the same time, Bubbles attacked. The surrounding space distorted and formed a mirror-like space shield that blocked the attacks. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of attacks fell toward Huang Ling and the others. Some of them were blocked by the great pill derivation furnace. At this time, Lu Ming had already broken his connection with the great pill derivation furnace. Otherwise, the terrifying power would follow the great pill derivation furnace and injure Lu Ming. At this time, the great pill derivation furnace was only relying on its indestructible properties to block the attacks. As expected, when the attacks fell on the great pill derivation furnace, they were all blocked by the great pill derivation furnace. The remaining attacks were also blocked by Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. After all, although the opponents outnumbered them, the great pill derivation furnace covered them and the opponents did not have many angles to attack. Continue. Experts from the Heng family roared and launched various attacks at Huang Ling and the others. At this moment, a shrill scream erupted from the crowd in the distance. Someone suddenly attacked and killed an expert. What are you doing? You're courting death. Someone shouted. Use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. Someone said coldly. Then use your blood as a sacrifice to the bridge. The first person shouted and a huge battle broke out in the area. There were many forces here and many of them had grudges against each other. Once the area was in chaos, it was as if the whole situation was affected. Those forces who had grudges against each other also started to fight. Since they were going to use the blood of experts as a sacrifice to the bridge, they might as well use the blood of their enemies. Therefore, a huge battle broke out unavoidably. The area was getting bigger and bigger. Soon, the area was in chaos and there were battles everywhere. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood in the air and looked at each other from afar. Lu Ming, no one will help you today. You'll die. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword and I'll leave your corpse intact. Xianxia said coldly. It's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation is still at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. There are strong and weak absolute saints too. Xianxia said calmly. His cultivation was the same as when he fought with Lu Ming and the others. He was still at the peak of the absolute saint realm. The main reason was that a peak absolute saint needed to cultivate a law to perfection to break through to the boundary emperor realm. However, the higher the level, the harder it was to cultivate. Especially since he cultivated the eternal law. However, even at the peak of the absolute saint realm, there were differences in the comprehension of the law. Xianxia's mastery of the law had reached 99%. He was stronger than when he fought with Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Xianxia released a shocking aura. At the same time, a halo surrounded Xianxia, making him look like a deity. This was the eternal light, whoosh. Xianxia raised his aura to the maximum and unleashed his eternal light. He was about to attack Lu Ming. Suddenly, a ray of sword light shot across the sky and slashed down at Xianxia. The ray of sword light was filled with the aura of death. As the sword light slashed down, everything was destroyed. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and unleashed a ray of sword light that clashed with the sword light. Clang, there was an ear-piercing sound. Endless sword light and sword chi swept out in all directions. Xianxia's body shook slightly and he took a step back. A figure appeared in the sky. He carried a battle sword on his back and his hair was messy. It was Death Blade. His aura was shocking. He had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Moreover, there was a halo around him. It was the death light. Apparently, Deathblade had made great progress during this period of time. Not only did he have a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also cultivated the death light. Xianxia, I am your opponent. Deathblade stepped forward and stood in front of Xianxia. Deathblade, it's you again. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, Deathblade, although you have reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm and cultivated the death light, you are still no match for me. No match for you? Why don't you try? Heavenly Sword of Death. Deathblade was very direct. He attacked as soon as he finished speaking. He unsheathed his battle sword and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes turned solemn as a battle sword appeared in his hand. Although he sounded very confident, he didn't dare to be careless when facing Deathblade. Deathblade was the son of death. Now that he had cultivated the death light and had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm, he wouldn't be careless. Dazzling sword light burst out as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Boom, the two figures, sword light, clashed together. Dazzling light exploded in the sky. Xianxia and Deathblade fought fiercely. Their auras were so terrifying that no one dared to stand within a few hundred miles. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming was speechless. He had wanted to have a big fight with the Eternal Galaxy River, but it was good that the Deathblade was there to stop the Eternal Galaxy River. He still had other things to do. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he dashed off in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Daluo Heaven sect. At this time, many emperor-to-be from the Daluo Heaven sect were attacking Huangling, Long Chen, and the others. The number of emperor-to-be from the Daluo Heaven sect was also amazing. Although it was less than that of the Heng family, there were still nearly 100 of them. At this moment, Luo Zongqiong was standing in the void with a huge seal in his hand. It was the divine seal of deprivation. The deprived divine seal could continuously deprive the space of the energy. The longer it was deprived, the more energy it would accumulate, and the more terrifying its power would be. At this moment, Luo Zongqiong was constantly stripping away energy until he reached the limit of his control. Die! Luo Zongqiong roared and pushed out the divine seal of deprivation with his palm. The divine seal of deprivation crashed forward like a mountain. However, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of the divine seal of deprivation and pointed at it. The finger of primal chaos calamity burst forth and bombarded the divine seal of deprivation. Boom, with a huge roar, the divine seal of deprivation was defeated. Lu Ming's figure floated back for a distance. The power of the divine seal of deprivation after Luo Zongqiong had accumulated energy was indeed terrifying. Even with Lu Ming's current battle strength, he was still repelled. Lu Ming, you can actually block my divine seal of deprivation, Luo Zongqiong cried out in disbelief. He had spent a long time accumulating energy for that move and deprived a lot of energy. Its power had reached an amazing level. An ordinary emperor-to-be would definitely not be able to block it and would be easily killed. But now, Lu Ming actually blocked it head-on. How could he not be shocked? Luo Zongqiong, today, I'll take your life. Lu Ming said coldly. Autumn Moon was still seriously injured and unconscious. He would not let Luo Zongqiong go. It would be the same even if Luo Zongqiong was the grandson of a great emperor. Lu Ming stepped on the void and attacked Luo Zongqiong. Luo Zongqiong was shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Lu Ming, you escaped last time. Then I'll kill you again. A burly figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming with a giant hammer. This person was the expert who had fought with Lu Ming in the void turbulence. He had a superior sky spiritual body and was very powerful. Last time, Lu Ming was completely suppressed by his opponent. But this time, it would not be the same. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and a cold light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, a halo shrouded his body and he pointed his finger. The huge chaotic calamity finger bombarded his opponent's giant hammer, causing it to buzz and be sent flying back. Your battle strength, his opponent was shocked. After exchanging a blow, he felt that Lu Ming's battle strength was much stronger than before. The last time Lu Ming faced him, he was at a complete disadvantage. However, he was the one who was at a disadvantage in the exchange of blows just now. How could Lu Ming's strength have improved so much in such a short time? Chaotic light. You've cultivated the chaotic light. The burly man shouted. Today, I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly and continued to use the chaotic calamity finger. The huge chaotic calamity finger was filled with chaotic light. It suddenly appeared like the finger of a god and crushed toward his opponent. The burly man roared and used all his strength to brandish his giant hammer to block Lu Ming's attack. But at this time, endless runes appeared in Lu Ming's left hand and a true dragon pounced toward the burly man. This was one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the illusory spirit scroll. The runes transformed into a true dragon with terrifying power. The burly man's giant hammer collided heavily with the chaotic calamity finger. He was using all his strength to block Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger. How could he spare any energy to block the attack of the illusory spirit scroll? The true dragon pounced on the burly man and with a long roar, the dragon claw swiped down. Bam! The burly man's body shook violently and with a muffled groan, he was pushed back and vomited blood. Kill! Lu Ming quickly followed and waved his hand. A huge phantom of the prison-suppressing steel descended from the sky and suppressed the burly man. The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body emitted cracking sounds. It was unknown how many of his bones were broken. Then, the runes on Lu Ming's left hand flashed and another true dragon flew out. It grabbed the burly man and tore with all its strength. Rip, blood splattered and the burly man's body was torn apart. Even someone as strong as the burly man, a quasi-emperor with a superior sky spiritual body, was killed by Lu Ming's series of attacks. The 9 scrolls of Array Dao are indeed mysterious. If I can combine the Destruction Scroll, Illusory Spirit Scroll, and Sealing Scroll, its power will increase exponentially. For now, the Array Dao laws could only be used as support for Lu Ming. Compared to the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, they were still weaker. However, if he merged the Destruction Scroll, Illusion Spirit Scroll, and Sealing Scroll, its might would definitely soar. It was easy to imagine how powerful the attack would be if a true dragon, which contained both the power of destruction and the sealing power of the Scroll of Annihilation, were to be unleashed in one move. Just thinking about it made Lu Ming look forward to it. At this moment, Luo Zongqiong's eyes widened in disbelief. To think that Lu Ming could kill the burly man, who was a peak quasi-emperor. Unless one advanced to quasi-emperor with a monarch body, one would be unrivaled among those of the same level. Yet, Lu Ming killed such an existence. This made Luo Zongqiong's entire body turn cold. Lu Ming looked at Luo Zongqiong with a cold gaze. His figure did not stop as he charged at Luo Zongqiong. Men! Kill Lu Ming! Kill him! Luo Zongqiong roared as he frantically retreated. Luo Zongqiong also. retreated with him. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, at least 10 quasi-emperors charged at Lu Ming. All sorts of horrifying attacks flew at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming simply ignored these attacks. The primal chaos light circled around his body as he charged forward. When those attacks landed on the primal chaos light, they were all blocked. The primal chaos light could be used for both offense and defense. Boom! 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 After Lu Ming charged through the attacks, he threw a few punches in succession. Fist lights tore through the air and directly exploded 3 quasi-emperors in the air. Whoosh! 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 Following that, Lu Ming continuously sent out the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. 6 Primal Chaos Tribulation Fingers flew at the 6 quasi-emperors. Although the power of the 6 fingers scattered, it was enough to deal with ordinary quasi-emperors. The 6 quasi-emperors were sent flying by the 6 finger energies. Their faces paled as they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At first, Xiaoqin killed 3 quasi-emperors. Then, he injured 6 quasi-emperors with one move. Such combat prowess was shocking. Luo Zongqiong and Luo Pokong were even more shocked. The two frantically retreated, not having the courage to fight Lu Ming. However, Luo Zongqiong retreated even faster because his cultivation was stronger. "You won't be able to leave," Lu Ming said indifferently. He rushed out like a flash of lightning, avoiding several experts of the Daluo Heaven sect. The next moment, Lu Ming caught up with Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong was shocked. The long spear in his hand pierced through the void and pierced towards Lu Ming. This was an emperor weapon. Coupled with Luo Pokong's law of penetration, its power was indeed terrifying. However, Luo Po's cultivation was only at the great mastery of the absolute saint realm, the same as Lu Ming. In a battle of the same level, no matter how strong he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out, striking the tip of the long spear. Luo Pokong's law of penetration was completely useless against Lu Ming. The long spear buzzed and even bent. Then, it fiercely bounced out. The end of the spear hit Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong screamed and retreated. There was a strong feeling of unreality in his heart. He felt that he was dreaming. Back then, when he met Lu Ming for the first time, Lu Ming had to go all out to defeat him. But now, Lu Ming could defeat him and injure him with a casual move. The gap between the two was getting bigger and bigger as time passed. Luo Pokong, who claimed to be a peerless genius, found it hard to accept. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He charged toward Luo Pokong. The cold murderous intent made Luo Pokong's body shiver. "Lu Ming, how dare you touch me? I am the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect. If you touch me, no one in Yuan Mountain can save you," Luo Pokong roared. The Daluo Heaven sect had a great emperor. He did not believe that Lu Ming dared to touch him. Lu Ming would also die if he touched him. "In my life, there are many people who have threatened me. But in the end, they are all dead, and I am still alive," Lu Ming said indifferently. The saint power burst out and the law of chaos buzzed. He punched out and a prison-suppressing steel shadow suppressed Luo Pokong. Boom! Luo Pokong was directly blasted to the ground and heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater that was as deep as 10 miles. Luo Pokong lay in the big pit, twitching and spitting blood. That move just now had broken all the bones in his body. Even his saint heart had cracked. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. Endless fear shrouded him. Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. He was not afraid of the Daluo Heaven sect at all. At this moment, he was scared to death. Whoosh! Lu Ming appeared in the big pit, looking down at Luo Pokong indifferently. "No! No!" Luo Pokong shouted while spitting blood. "Stop, Lu Ming. If you dare to kill him, the Daluo Heaven sect will not let you go," an emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted. Luo Pokong was the king body of the Daluo Heaven sect, so he could not die. "Haha!" Lu Ming sneered. The Daluo Heaven sect would not let him go? Even if the Daluo Heaven sect would let him go, he would not let them go. This was his vow to the autumn moon. In the future, he must destroy the Daluo Heaven sect, no matter what price he had to pay. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Luo Pokong's emperor weapon long spear in his hand. No, Luo Pokong screamed in horror, trying to struggle to escape. However, the emperor weapon long spear pierced through the space between Luo Pokong's eyebrows and nailed him to the ground. Luo Pokong opened his eyes wide, full of unwillingness. Many people in the surroundings were also shocked. Luo Pokong, the king body of the Daluo Heaven sect, was killed by Lu Ming. If this news spread out, the people of the Daluo Heaven sect would go crazy. However, the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes was still as cold as a knife. "This is just the beginning," Lu Ming whispered. He pulled out the emperor weapon long spear and rushed to the sky, looking far away. At this time, Luo Xianxia was running away crazily, not daring to stay there. "Bubble, give me a hand." Lu Ming transmitted a message to Bubble. "Okay." Under the great defying elixir furnace, Bubble responded. He waved his hands, and a force of the law of time and space followed the void and shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming moved his body, as if he was shuttling through the void, and quickly chased after Luo Xianxia. With the help of Bubble's law of time and space, Lu Ming's speed was even more amazing, and he quickly approached Luo Xianxia. Damn it! The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect all stopped attacking Huang Ling and Long Chen, and chased after Lu Ming. Luo Pokong was fine, but if Luo Xianxia was killed by Lu Ming, they would all die under the wrath of the great emperor. They chased after Lu Ming crazily, but their speed was too far behind Lu Ming's, and they could not catch up with him at all. Lu Ming's body was like a fleeting shadow, and soon he was close to Luo Xianxia. Swoosh, Lu Ming pointed his finger, and a calamity finger force condensed into a line, piercing toward Luo Xianxia. Break! A battle axe appeared in Luo Xianxia's hand. The battle axe was very powerful, and it was definitely an emperor weapon, and not an ordinary one. The battle axe chopped out and blocked Lu Ming's finger force, but his body was also shaken off, and his face flushed. Luo Xianxia retreated, and Lu Ming followed. He waved his right fist, and the illusory image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared, pressing down on Luo Xianxia. Deprive, deprive! Luo Xianxia roared, and the deprive law shrouded the battle axe, constantly depriving the external energy to enhance the power of the battle axe. It chopped down on Lu Ming. Clang, the battle axe hit the illusory image of the prison-suppressing steel, causing a violent vibration. Although Luo Xianxia blocked the illusory image of the prison-suppressing steel, his body kept retreating, his face flushed, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. However, Lu Ming did not stop attacking. There were 9 illusory images of the prison-suppressing steel in the sky, continuously pressing down on Luo Xianxia. Luo Xianxia could only do his best to resist, and at the same time, he roared, "A bunch of trash, come and save me, do you all want to die?" Of course, he was roaring at the emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect. The emperor-to-be's faces darkened, and they flew over with all their strength. Luo Xianxia's status in the Daluo Heaven sect was too special and honorable. As the grandson of a great emperor, he was so talented that even the void emperors and true emperors had to give him face. What was more, the emperor-to-be could decide his life and death with a word. "No one can save you today," Lu Ming said coldly. Endless runes appeared in his left hand, and turned into a real dragon, pouncing on Luo Xianxia. 2 kinds of laws were activated at the same time, and Luo Xianxia was even more vulnerable. He was immediately blown away, spitting out blood. Whoosh, Lu Ming moved and appeared above Luo Xianxia. He pointed at Luo Xianxia with the chaotic tribulation finger. Boom, Luo Xianxia's body was blasted down like a cannonball, just like Luo Pokong. Then, Lu Ming swooped down and caught up with Luo Xianxia. He took out the long spear that he got from Luo Pokong, and infused it with saint power. The long spear buzzed, and stabbed toward Luo Xianxia's glabella. "Oh no! Stop!" The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted in shock. Lu Ming was simply audacious. He did not care about Luo Xianxia's identity. First, he killed Luo Pokong. Now, he even wanted to kill Luo Xianxia. Ah! Luo Xianxia was terrified and let out a crazy roar. He was unwilling to accept this. He was mad with hatred. However, he would not beg for mercy. If he did not die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future. Whoosh, the imperial armament spear pierced toward Luo Sanqiong's forehead with terrifying sharpness. However, just as the long spear was about to pierce Luo Sanqiong, a black iron plate suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Clang, the long spear pierced the iron plate and sparks flew everywhere. However, this iron plate was incomparably hard, and the spear was unable to pierce through it. The long spear vibrated and a terrifying force pushed Luo Sanqiong to the ground at an even faster speed. However, in the process of Luo Sanqiong's descent, the iron plate actually increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered Luo Sanqiong's entire body. Like a set of black armor, Luo Sanqiong was shrouded in it. Boom, Luo Sanqiong's body smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble as a huge crater appeared. But in the next moment, Luo Sanqiong stood up as if nothing had happened. Grandpa, ha ha ha. Luo Sanqiong laughed ecstatically. He knew that this was the protective imperial armament that his grandpa had secretly placed in his body to save his life at the critical moment. However, his grandpa did not tell him in advance, most likely because he wanted to train him. With this imperial armament protecting him, he knew that he would be fine. Lu Ming could not kill him. Great Emperor bless him. The quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect were also ecstatic. Do you think you'll be fine hiding in the armor? Kill. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Holding the long spear, he swooped down like a flowing light and pierced Luo Sanqiong's head in an instant. However, with a clang, the long spear still did not pierce Luo Sanqiong's armor. This armor was really sturdy and immortal. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If I don't die today, you'll be the one to die in the future. Luo Sanqiong roared, his killing intent extremely cold. Today, Lu Ming had almost killed him, which made his killing intent towards Lu Ming even stronger. Clang, Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him. With a sweep of the long spear, Luo Sanqiong's body directly flew out and hit the wall of the big pit. His body was buried in the ground. However, in the next moment, Luo Sanqiong rushed up from the ground not far away. Whoosh, Lu Ming moved and rushed towards Luo Sanqiong. Deprive God Seal. Luo Sanqiong used the Deprive God Seal to fight back, but it was shattered by Lu Ming's finger. At the same time, Lu Ming used the seal scroll of the 9 scrolls of formation doctrine. The dense runes shrouded Luo Sanqiong and sealed him. Then, Lu Ming clasped Luo Sanqiong's neck and pushed him to the ground. Boom, Luo Sanqiong fell heavily on the ground, and another big pit appeared on the ground. Bang, then, Lu Ming stepped on Luo Sanqiong's head. Luo Sanqiong's head sank into the rock. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Luo Sanqiong roared. It's really a tortoise shell. It's comparable to Dandan's tortoise shell. Lu Ming muttered. At this time, in a distant place, a little tortoise sneezed and cursed, "Which bastard is scolding me? Come on, let's go." Then, the little tortoise rushed towards a big tomb shrouded in clouds and disappeared. Lu Ming continued to torture Luo Sanqiong. He stepped on Luo Sanqiong's crotch, causing him to scream and bend his body. Although the armor is hard, it's still painful. Continue. Lu Ming stepped on Luo Sanqiong's crotch again. Luo Sanqiong roared like a beast. His face was flushed red in the armor, and tears and snot were flowing down his face. Let go of young Master Luo. You're courting death. At this moment, the quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed over with all kinds of weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Some of them held imperial weapons and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Sanqiong's legs and used it as a hammer to swing at those quasi-emperors. One of the quasi-emperors was waving an imperial weapon and attacking Lu Ming. But when he saw Luo Sanqiong coming at him, he quickly held back some of his strength. Therefore, he faced a miserable outcome. Luo Sanqiong's body hit him heavily. The quasi-emperor screamed and flew hundreds of miles away, lying on the ground and twitching all over. Bang! Bang! Then, Lu Ming rushed to the sky, grabbed Luo Sanqiong and kept swinging him like a hammer toward the quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect. Luo Sanqiong's armor was really strong and indestructible. It was harder than many imperial weapon giant hammers. Lu Ming smashed it with great force. Several quasi-emperors with weaker cultivation were smashed to death. Their bodies immediately collapsed. Those quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect had scruples. Even if some of them had imperial weapons, they did not dare to attack with full force for fear of injuring Luo Sanqiong. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming grabbed one of Luo Sanqiong's legs and used him as a weapon. Several emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect were smashed away, and one was even smashed to death. The other spat out blood and retreated. Ha ha ha, cool, this weapon is really handy. Lu Ming laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. On the contrary, Luo Sanqiong was furious and constantly roared. He wanted to rush out and fight with Lu Ming, but he finally restrained himself. He was too aggrieved. At first, his face was stepped on by Lu Ming, and then his crotch was stepped on by Lu Ming, which made him miserable. At this moment, Lu Ming used him as a weapon to kill the people of the Daluo Heaven sect. He was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. He kept roaring to vent his anger. He knew that he had been utterly humiliated. Even if he were to achieve great things in the future, or even achieve the martial monarch realm like his grandfather, it would still be a humiliation for the rest of his life. People would laugh at him behind his back. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer. I swear, and your family, your friends, they will all die. Luo Sanqiong's crazy voice came out. What are you shouting for? It was you who killed the people of the Daluo Heaven sect. I just did it on your behalf. Lu Ming scolded. Luo Sanqiong spat out a mouthful of blood. What did he mean by it was he who killed the people of the Daluo Heaven sect and Lu Ming just did it on his behalf? Don't use him as a weapon if you have the ability. Bang! Lu Ming swung Luo Sanqiong out and another emperor-to-be was blown away. The emperor-to-be spat out blood. Luo Sanqiong was also dizzy because of the collision. Don't fight with him. The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect shouted and stepped back, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Other emperor-to-be did the same. When they saw Lu Ming coming, they quickly ran away. Then, the scene became a funny scene. Lu Ming swung Luo Sanqiong and chased him in the sky. The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect was running around in a mess. Many people were speechless. The first young master of the Daluo Heaven sect, the grandson of the great, the genius who had been deprived of the king-level physique, and nearly 100 emperors-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect, were beaten so badly by Lu Ming. After Luo Sanqiong was brutally abused, he became Lu Ming's weapon, which really made people speechless. At the same time, everyone was shocked. This also proved how powerful Lu Ming was. Hey, don't run away. There are so many emperor-to-be here, but none of you dare to fight with me. The Daluo Heaven sect is a great emperor-level influence. What a disappointment. Lu Ming carried Luo Sanqiong upside down and ran wildly in the air, chasing the emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect. The emperor-to-be of the Daluo Heaven sect turned blue with anger. Put Luo Sanqiong down if you have the ability. You're carrying Luo Sanqiong, yet you're still fighting like this, those quasi-emperors roared in their hearts. Lu Ming, come and fight with me if you have the ability. At this time, Xianxia's voice was heard all over the place. He was also very unhappy. In Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, Luo Sanqiong had turned to him and was a member of the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Now he was beaten so badly by Lu Ming, which made him lose face. At this moment, Xianxia and Deathblade had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Deathblade was gradually at a disadvantage in the battle. After all, Xianxia had already broken through to the exceptional Saint realm and was very close to the Emperor-to-be realm. In terms of the mastery of the law, he was stronger than Deathblade. After a long battle, he gradually gained the advantage. Xianxia, your cultivation is 2 levels higher than mine. As an eternal son, you want to fight with someone whose cultivation is lower than yours. Is this your arrogance? Well, isn't everyone in the Heng family like you? Lu Ming sneered. If you don't dare to fight, then just say it. Xianxia and Deathblade exchanged blows again and forced Deathblade to retreat dozens of miles. Xianxia, you don't have to provoke me. Today, I really want to fight with you. After saying that, Lu Ming stopped chasing the people of Daluo Heaven sect. He carried Luo Sanqiong and walked toward Xianxia. Many people, including Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest, as well as Lu Ming's enemies, were shocked. Was Lu Ming really going to fight with Xianxia? Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not Xianxia's opponent. Perhaps he was going to join forces with Deathblade. Many people thought so. "Let me go!" Luo Zongqiong roared. "Shut up!" Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped on Luo Zongqiong's crotch. Luo Zongqiong screamed like a eunuch and arched his body. In Lu Ming's palm, runes constantly spread out and covered Luo Zongqiong's armor. Luo Zongqiong was sealed and could not resist. He could only be carried by Lu Ming like a weapon. Everyone was stunned. Was Lu Ming going to fight with Xianxia with Luo Zongqiong as a weapon? "Deathblade, leave Xianxia to me." Lu Ming stepped forward and came to Deathblade's side. "Leave it to you?" Deathblade was puzzled. "Why? You don't trust me?" "Don't worry, I'll beat up Xianxia for you. You go and help Huang Ling," Lu Ming said. Lu Ming is so arrogant that he wants to fight Xianxia alone. And, didn't you hear his tone? He actually ordered Deathblade to help Huang Ling. That's ridiculous. With Deathblade's character, it's good that he didn't draw his sword. Some people whispered. Although many people were still fighting, there were also some people who did not make a move. They stood in the distance and watched the battle. After hearing Lu Ming's words, they all shook their heads. However, the next scene was beyond their expectations. Deathblade nodded and then moved. He turned into a terrifying sword light and attacked the quasi-emperors of the Heng family. The Deathblade was extremely terrifying. With one slash, 3 quasi-emperors of the Heng family were killed. "Damn it, let's kill him together." The quasi-emperors of the Heng family were furious. Many of them joined forces and launched a terrifying attack on Deathblade. However, Deathblade was surrounded by the light of death. Within 100 meters around him, it was like a domain of death. The light of death merged with the sword light. With one slash, it broke the opponent's attack and killed a quasi-emperor. Ordinary quasi-emperors were almost defenseless against Deathblade and were killed in one move. Sky Veil of Death. Then, a terrifying gray gas spread out from Deathblade's body. This was the Chi of Death. It shrouded at least half of the area of the Great Derivation Furnace. When the quasi-emperors saw this Chi of Death, they retreated. In this way, the pressure on Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Ouyang Wushuang was greatly reduced. They were able to block the opponent's attack. Xianxia's face turned ugly. His body was shrouded in the light of eternity. He was like a god that was eternal and immortal. Bang, then, Xianxia took a step forward. A terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming like a storm. He did not want to talk nonsense. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Lu Ming as soon as possible to take back the Heavenly Emperor's sword. "Let's fight," Lu Ming muttered. His spine was suffused with a crimson glow and a drop of blood appeared. Waves of powerful and terrifying energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had unleashed his third bloodline. Lu Ming knew that if he did not unleash his third bloodline, he would not be a match for Heng Xianxia. Heng Xianxia was an eternal son and was not inferior to him in any aspect. He had mastered the eternal law, cultivated the eternal light, and was about to become a quasi-emperor. He was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. Even his divine skills were more powerful than Lu Ming's and had reached 99% mastery. In terms of spiritual body, Lu Ming might not be as strong as Heng Xianxia, even if he had refined 3 chaotic laws. He was born with an eternal body and was protected by the heavens. Once he became a martial emperor, his spiritual body would evolve into a superior heavenly spiritual body. In fact, all Elysian sons were like that. Lu Xiangxiang's life body, Ouyang Moli's reincarnation body, and Deathblade's death body were all born with it. Once they reached the martial emperor level, they would become superior heavenly spiritual bodies. Moreover, because they were born with it, their spiritual bodies contained a special substance. For example, the life body contained the Chi of life. The chaotic body contained the Chi of chaos. Therefore, their spiritual bodies were stronger than superior heavenly spiritual bodies. Strictly speaking, Lu Ming could not be considered an Elysian son. This was because everything he had was acquired through cultivation, and not something he was born with. His soul and the laws of chaos were both cultivated. He was not born with the chaotic body. However, others did not know this. When they saw that Lu Ming had mastered the chaotic laws, they called Lu Ming the son of chaos. Now, Lu Ming's spiritual body had refined 3 chaotic qi. Compared to Xianxia, he might have a slight advantage. Lu Ming's other advantage was that he had 2 sacred hearts and 2 laws. However, this was not enough to make up for the gap between him and Xianxia. Therefore, he needed the 3rd bloodline to make up for it. The 3rd bloodline seemed to have endless energy. Even though Lu Ming had reached his current level, he still felt that the energy in it was endless. He could only borrow a drop in the ocean. Endless killing intent emanated from Lu Ming's body. His eyes began to turn blood red. His long black hair also turned blood red. His aura was constantly increasing, and he could faintly contend with the stellar river. Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly as he said coldly, "Borrowing external forces is ultimately too weak to withstand a single blow. Kill." His silhouette instantly rushed towards Lu Ming, as though he had teleported. At the same time, a battle sword appeared in his hand. Without a doubt, it was an emperor-ranked weapon. The sword light slashed through the air, slashing towards Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming was even more straightforward. He lifted Luo Songqiong and smashed him towards the stellar river. Luo Songqiong roared in his armor, feeling extremely aggrieved. He had become Lu Ming's weapon. Xinghe's expression also changed. With a flick of his wrist, the sword light changed direction and slashed towards Lu Ming from another direction. However, Lu Ming flung Luo Songqiong away and crashed into the sword light of Stellar River. Stellar River sword light changed again, but Lu Ming could always keep up with the sword light by wielding Luo Songqiong. "Lu Ming, let go of Luo Songqiong and fight with me if you dare." Anger appeared on Xinghe's face, which had been calm all along. There was a ball of fire in his chest. Lu Ming wielded Luo Songqiong to fight with him. Luo Songqiong's identity was extraordinary. He was the grandson of a great emperor. In terms of status, he was higher than Lu Ming. Although the Han clan also had a great emperor, that great emperor was his ancestor. He was afraid that if he seriously injured or killed Luo Songqiong, he would offend the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect. "Nonsense, you have an emperor-ranked battle sword. I don't have an emperor-ranked weapon." "This is my emperor-ranked weapon," Lu Ming said as he flung Luo Songqiong away. Luo Songqiong was dizzy from the flinging. When he heard Lu Ming's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When did he become Lu Ming's emperor-ranked weapon? Then I won't use my emperor-ranked weapon. I'll fight with you. Stellar River. Are you stupid not to use your emperor-ranked weapon when you have one? Anyway, I'm going to use it, Lu Ming said disdainfully. He swung Luo Songqiong and smashed it towards Xinghe with astonishing power. The armor on Luo Songqiong's body was extraordinary. It was sturdy and indestructible. Lu Ming thought that even the Void Emperor wouldn't be able to break it so easily. It was the most suitable weapon. The two exchanged a few moves. For a moment, Xinghe was at a disadvantage and couldn't use his full strength. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Lu Ming is really shameless. Some people were indignant. Hehe, Xinghe's cultivation is 2 levels higher. How can Lu Ming not use some tricks? Why don't you say that Xinghe is shameless? Some people felt that Lu Ming's behavior was normal. Look, the platform is reacting. At this moment, someone exclaimed and pointed at the stone platform. By now, many people had died in the battle. The blood of those who died in the battle was attracted by a mysterious force and flew toward the stone platform and seeped into the ancient altar. The ancient altar was flickering. Then, a giant blood-red bridge extended from the stone platform to the other side of the abyss. However, the giant blood-red bridge only extended for a short distance before it stopped. Sacrificing blood to the bridge. It's really sacrificing blood to the bridge, but there's not enough blood. Someone shouted. Kill. At the scene, the battle cries shook the sky. Some of the stronger forces began to kill some of the weaker forces. More people joined the battle. It was chaos. People were constantly killed and fell here forever. Xinghe's eyes were also filled with a bright light. He shouted coldly, Lu Ming, sacrifice your blood to the bridge. After saying that, Xinghe's sword light skyrocketed. He seemed to no longer be afraid of Luo Songqiong. His battle sword broke through the air with an incomparably sharp qi and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted Luo Sanqiong and smashed it. Clang, Xinghe's battle sword accurately slashed Luo Sanqiong's body, creating a loud sound and sparks. Luo Sanqiong's body shook violently. He was stunned by the powerful force. Lu Ming's body swayed and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xinghe's sword light was like a flying immortal, constantly slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated all the strength in his body and stepped forward. Luo Sanqiong in his hand was like a black hammer that constantly smashed out. Clang! Clang! The 2 of them clashed for more than 10 moves in a row. The void was rumbling and vibrating constantly. The terrifying energy turned into shockwaves that spread outwards in a circle. Some people who were closer to them were hit by the shockwaves. They couldn't help but be pushed back, their faces pale. Many people were shocked. This kind of combat strength was terrifying. Ordinary quasi-emperors couldn't withstand the shockwaves. How shocking was that? What shocked them even more was that Lu Ming could actually fight against Xianxia. This made it difficult for many people to calm down. The He family, Daluo Heaven sect, and the only powerful forces such as the Divine Temple. The Wan family of the Ancient Moon Holy Land, the Golden Crow clan, and the Sirius Pagoda were also shocked. Xianxia was known as the #1 supreme talent among the younger generation in Yuan Mountain. Didn't that mean that the current Lu Ming was already standing at the peak of the younger generation in Yuan Mountain and it was hard to find a match for him? The experts from the Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces looked gloomy. They had to report this matter to their superiors when they got out so that they could come up with a countermeasure. If this continued, Lu Ming would continue to grow and it would be a disaster for them. Lu Ming and Xianxia exchanged more than 10 moves, but it was hard to determine the winner. Xianxia seemed to be afraid of breaking Luo Sanqiong's armor. Clang! After another explosion, the seal runes that had been covering Luo Sanqiong's armor collapsed. Boom! Luo Sanqiong went berserk and activated the law of deprivation at full force, shrouding Lu Ming in an attempt to devour Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He finally knew why Xianxia had exchanged blows with him previously. His purpose was to break the seal on Luo Sanqiong's body and let Luo Sanqiong regain his freedom. Eternal sword tide. How could Xianxia miss this opportunity? In an instant, he stabbed out more than 1,000 times with his sword. Endless sword lights were like a tide of swords, stabbing towards Lu Ming. All of them were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. At this moment, Lu Ming wanted to reseal Luo Sanqiong and use him as a weapon, but it was no longer possible. It would even put him in danger. Whoosh! Lu Ming let go of Luo Sanqiong and retreated rapidly. He kept punching out with his fists, and the shadows of the prison-suppressing steels appeared and blocked the sword lights that were coming towards him. As soon as Luo Sanqiong was free, his figure flickered wildly and pulled a long distance away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll remember this. Just you wait. Luo Sanqiong's angry voice was heard. I'll remember this too. I believe everyone will remember this too. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Luo Sanqiong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His body trembled with anger. That's right. Today's matter had already been remembered by everyone, and it would soon spread throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. In the future, when others saw Luo Sanqiong, they would think of today's scene. Luo Sanqiong was just a joke. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to chop Lu Ming into pieces. He wanted nothing more than to kill everyone who had witnessed what had happened today. Trash, get lost. Lu Ming could not be bothered with Luo Sanqiong. He waved his hand disdainfully before turning his gaze to the Stellar River. Luo Sanqiong was so angry that he almost went up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, now that you don't have Luo Sanqiong, let's see how you're going to stop me. The eternal light on Xinghe's body became more and more brilliant, as if he was an immortal that didn't belong to this world. With one less piece of trash, it's a good fight. Lu Ming said faintly as he channeled his saint power to the extreme. Chaotic light surrounded him, making him look like a god of war. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them moved at the same time, charging towards each other. Sword of Eternity. Chaotic Calamity Finger. A ray of sword light collided with a huge finger in the air, and then they were annihilated. Lu Ming and Xinghe's figures also collided. Lu Ming slashed down again, and a phantom of the prison suppressing steel appeared. It was as big as a mountain, and with an aura that could suppress the heavens, it suppressed Xianxia. Xianxia's sword light slashed violently, and split the phantom of the prison suppressing steel in one fell swoop. But what faced him were more phantoms of the prison suppressing steel. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 9 phantoms of the prison suppressing steel appeared and blasted towards Xianxia. At the same time, countless inscriptions appeared on his left hand and spread towards Xianxia. This was the power of the seal, and he wanted to seal Xianxia. However, when the power of the seal got close to Xianxia, it couldn't break through the eternal light of the stellar river and was blocked. Then, the eternal light shook, and the countless runes collapsed. I'm an eternal. How can a mere law of the king do anything to me? Xianxia's voice rang out. At the same time, a terrifying sword light burst out and shattered the 9 prison-suppressing steels. Whoosh, there was another sword light that pierced through the phantoms of the prison-suppressing steels and attacked Lu Ming. However, when the sword light hit the chaotic light, it was as if it had hit an iron wall. It made ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds, and sparks flew in all directions. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and his blood-red hair fluttered. He borrowed the power of the third bloodline to cross the gap between him and Xianxia, and the two of them began a peak battle. Lu Ming sometimes used the prison-suppressing heavenly skill, sometimes the chaotic finger of calamity, and together with the law of formation, he erupted with astonishing battle strength. An ordinary quasi-emperor could be killed in one move. However, Xianxia was indeed powerful. His sword light pierced the sky, and his body turned into an eternal light. He was no weaker than Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged more than 100 moves, but there was no clear winner. Boom, the two of them exchanged another blow. The eternal light and chaotic light shook, and the two of them floated back at the same time. Lu Ming, this secret technique of yours is indeed very powerful, but the after-effects should be very severe. I wonder how long you can last. Xianxia's eyes flickered with sharpness. He believed that the power of Lu Ming's third bloodline should be a strange and terrifying secret technique that could increase one's battle strength in a short period of time. However, such a secret technique would usually have a huge after-effect. Why don't you give it a try? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not explain. The energy in the third bloodline was endless. Even if he kept borrowing it, it would not be exhausted. Lu Ming, even if you use your secret technique, you are still no match for me. Then, I will show you my strongest battle strength. Xianxia said coldly. The eternal light on his body became brighter and brighter, as if it was about to burn. Eternal Divine Bell. At this moment, Xianxia's aura increased by another notch. His body shone brightly, and finally turned into a large bell that enveloped him. Clang, the large bell buzzed, and a sound wave, visible to the naked eye, rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. In the face of this sound wave, he had a very dangerous feeling. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming did not hesitate to use the Chaotic Calamity Finger and pointed it out with all his might. However, when the sound wave rushed over, the Chaotic Calamity Finger exploded inch by inch. The terrifying sound wave rushed past and continued to rush toward Lu Ming. What terrifying power! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, he punched out with both his fists. Illusions of the suppressing prison monuments appeared and blocked in front of him. Bam! Bam! The illusions of the suppressing prison monuments continued to explode. Lu Ming's body trembled. He felt a terrifying force acting on his body, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Even the chaotic light on his body could not withstand it. Lu Ming retreated for 100 miles before he managed to resist this surge of power. Gosh, is this Xianxia's true battle strength? This is too terrifying. Who below the martial emperor realm can defeat him? Lu Ming is going to lose. He is no match for him. Lu Ming's cultivation is still too low. It is difficult for him to overcome the gap in cultivation. Everyone was shocked by Xianxia's combat strength. It turned out that he had not used his full strength earlier. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, he was able to push Lu Ming back 100 miles in one move. At this moment, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others looked worried. The situation on their side had improved a lot. With the addition of the death blade, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. Ordinary boundary emperors would only be killed by the death blade. Until now, many boundary emperors had died at the hands of the death blade. Blood was absorbed by the platform, and the blood-red bridge became longer and longer. It extended all the way to the front and disappeared into the depths. No one knew if it could reach the other side. Xianxia stepped into the air and moved toward Lu Ming. His body was enveloped by a large bell that seemed to be transparent. One could clearly see Xianxia's figure. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. In front of eternity, everything is in vain. Kill. Xianxia said indifferently, as if he had turned into a high and mighty deity looking down on the common people. Clang, the eternal divine bell vibrated for the second time, and a terrifying sound wave whizzed out. The space rippled like water, and like thousands of soldiers and horses, it crushed toward Lu Ming. Retreat. Some people behind Lu Ming were shocked. They retreated one after another, afraid that they would be swept in. With their combat strength, if they were swept in, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Lu Ming's face was solemn. He raised his cultivation to the maximum, and did his best to resist. The Tai Chi disc flew out and suppressed forward. At the same time, the primal chaos finger and hell-suppressing heaven skill were unleashed. But it was useless, the Tai Chi disc was sent flying, and it dimmed. The primal chaos finger and hell-suppressing heaven skill could not block it and were shattered. It was not that the primal chaos finger or hell-suppressing heaven skill were inferior to the other party. It was just that Lu Ming's cultivation was not enough, and there was a gap between them. It was difficult for him to unleash such a strong power. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure retreated again. This time, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming, you are not bad to be able to block 2 of my attacks. But today, your fate is sealed. Kill, silence all things. Clang, the eternal god bell vibrated for the 3rd time. This time, it was even more terrifying. The terrifying sound waves actually transformed into an army. They were like the celestial soldiers in the legends, holding divine weapons and riding strange beasts. Their killing intent soared to the heavens as they crushed toward Lu Ming. The entire void was trembling. The attack this time was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Lu Ming was knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was somewhat pale. Among my peers, you are the first one to withstand 3 strikes from my eternal godly bell. Hand over the celestial emperor's sword, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Xianxia was incomparably arrogant as his snow-white robe fluttered in the wind. He quickly approached Lu Ming, as if victory was certain. Hee, its power is indeed not bad, but it's still not enough. Lu Ming chuckled. At this moment, his eyes were cold. It seemed like he had no choice but to give it a try. Now, he could only borrow more power from his 3rd bloodline. The 3rd bloodline was too strange. Lu Ming had always avoided borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, but now, he had no choice but to do so. Come, power. A ferocious look flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Boom, a surge of crimson energy roared wildly and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Roar, Lu Ming roared. His voice was like that of a wild beast. Terrifying murderous intent erupted and shrouded the surroundings. Xianxia's face changed abruptly when he was hit by the killing intent. The killing intent gave him the feeling that he was facing an incomparably powerful and crazy existence. It was as if he was going to slaughter all living things and destroy everything. Pissed. At this moment, Lu Ming's body swelled and bone spikes protruded from his body. It made Lu Ming look a little ferocious, like a demon that had walked out from purgatory. Even Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the rest were a little shocked. They had never seen Lu Ming in such a state. Xianxia, watch me break your broken bell. Lu Ming roared. His eyes were full of ferocious and endless killing intent. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was not what it used to be. Although his killing intent was endless, he had not lost his mind. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed like a phantom. The next moment, he appeared in front of the stellar river. Almost no one saw how Lu Ming moved. It was too fast. Swoosh, Lu Ming's claws clawed out. At this moment, Lu Ming's nails had become much longer. They were like sharp blades as he clawed at Xianxia. Xianxia's face changed and he quickly attacked. Clang, the eternal divine bell vibrated and a more terrifying sound wave than before rushed out. The sound wave collided with Lu Ming's claws and made a harsh sound. In the end, Lu Ming roared and tore with his hands. The sound wave was broken by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming approached Xianxia and threw out a punch. Dong, this punch landed on the eternal divine bell and a terrifying force burst out. The eternal divine bell vibrated violently. Xianxia's face changed and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. Swoosh, Lu Ming took a step in the void and the void vibrated. Lu Ming's figure dashed out and caught up with Xianxia. Both his fists bombarded him like a storm. Shake! Xianxia roared and the eternal divine bell vibrated again. A terrifying sound wave rushed out. This time, the sound wave was even more terrifying. Ordinary emperor-to-be would die no matter how many of them came. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's fists were covered with a layer of blood-red energy. It was indestructible and there was nothing it could not break. It collided with the sound wave and finally, the sound wave was destroyed. Then, he threw out punch after punch on the eternal divine bell. Kacha, the eternal divine bell was Xianxia's divine skill formed by the eternal law. At this moment, cracks appeared on it. Moreover, Lu Ming's fist force continued to bombard the eternal divine bell. More and more cracks appeared on the eternal divine bell. In the end, it exploded with a bang. Xianxia's face turned pale. He vomited blood and retreated. However, Lu Ming's speed was shocking. He caught up with Xianxia in an instant and continued to attack violently. Xianxia took out his emperor-level battle sword again and exerted all his strength to slash out sword light. However, he could not stop Lu Ming at all. At this moment, Lu Ming had borrowed the power of the third bloodline and was almost at his limit. Lu Ming could barely retain a trace of consciousness. If he continued to borrow the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming would be drowned by endless murderous intent and become a killing puppet. It could be seen that Lu Ming's current power was very violent. In just a few moves, Xianxia was sent flying and vomited blood. In the distance, Luo Zongqiong was almost scared to death. What kind of monster was Lu Ming? He could even defeat Xianxia. He was simply invincible. No, when we get out, I must ask grandfather to send experts to kill him. He must be killed. Luo Zongqiong was shocked, not to mention the others, who were even more horrified. Xianxia was defeated. He was not defeated by an elder, nor was he defeated by a group of people. He was defeated by another young man in a head-on confrontation. Xianxia, the #1 genius of Yuan Mountain, was an invincible legend. Today, his legend was shattered. Of course, it was accompanied by the birth of another legend. If what happened today were to spread out, the entire Yuan Mountain would be shaken. In particular, the people of the Heng family seemed to have lost their faith and were terrified. Xianxia was the representative of the Heng family and the pride of the Heng family. Since Xianxia started cultivating, he had been undefeated among his peers. But today, he was defeated. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the quasi-emperors on their side were ecstatic. Lu Ming defeated Xianxia, and the situation could be completely reversed. He just borrowed some kind of secret technique. Who knows if Lu Ming will become a cripple or his strength will be greatly damaged after this secret technique. What's the use of a momentary victory? Luo Zongqiong said very unhappily, and his voice spread throughout the place. Of course, he was getting further and further away from Lu Ming, and was ready to escape at any time. Luo Zongqiong's words made many people's eyes flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's state was obviously due to the use of some kind of terrifying secret technique. Such a secret technique actually increased Lu Ming's strength by so much, and the after-effects were absolutely shocking. It might be exaggerated to say that he would directly become a cripple, but if his origin was damaged, it would affect his future cultivation. In that case, Lu Ming would no longer be a match for Xianxia. Some people who had a grudge against Lu Ming prayed in their hearts, hoping that this would be the case. At this moment, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the voices of the outside world. He continued to rush towards Xianxia. At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was surging. He didn't care if Xianxia was an eternal son or not, he would kill him first. Xianxia's face was ugly, but he didn't dare to confront Lu Ming at all. He turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the giant blood-red bridge. Whoosh, Lu Ming followed closely behind, also rushing towards the giant blood-red bridge. Could it be that the giant bridge has already reached the other side of the abyss? Xianxia must know something. Now that he is rushing towards the bridge, he must have reached the other side and entered the ninth world. Let's go too. Charge. Others also rushed toward the giant bridge, including the quasi-emperors of the Heng family, the Daluo Heaven sect, and the Golden Crow clan. The originally intense chaotic battle also stopped at this moment. The black mass of people all surged onto the giant bridge and rushed forward. We're going too. Ouyang Wushuang, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest led a group of experts and rushed toward the giant bridge. After they entered the bridge, the great development pill furnace shrunk rapidly and flew towards Lu Ming. It flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows and disappeared. The bridge was extremely long and wide, and it led straight into the depths of the mountain. The stellar river was at the forefront at an astonishing speed, but Lu Ming was still closing the distance between them. Soon after, they saw that the bridge was passing through a thick fog. Many people were shocked. Could it be that behind the fog was the ninth world? The ninth world could not be directly entered from the outside. It was said to be the world where the immortals lived. What was in it? Xianxia was the first to rush into the fog, but Lu Ming followed closely behind. After Lu Ming rushed into the fog, he found that he had come to a void. Yes, a void. There was no land here, just like the starry sky of the universe. He was suspended in the void. Xianxia was not far away, but at this time, he seemed to be stunned and looked ahead in a daze. Lu Ming could not help but look over as well. At one glance, his heart trembled violently and he was stunned. In the void in front of him, there was a figure sitting there with his legs crossed. But the figure was too big and too majestic. This person was taller than any mountain. Just sitting there, he was like a planet in the vast universe. In front of him, people were as small as dust. But most importantly, this was a stone man. It was like an incomparably huge stone statue, but it was vivid and lifelike. This was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the void, but he gave off a peerless and unparalleled feeling. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that he had seen the appearance of this stone man before. Back then, two great emperors fought at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the end, the great emperor fell and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain changed. At that time, a figure condensed in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He was in his 30s and looked to be the figure of the Heavenly Emperor. The stone man in front of him looked exactly the same as the figure that appeared at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Could this be the statue of the Heavenly Emperor? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, people were constantly passing through the fog and appearing in this void. But when they saw the huge stone man, they were stunned and shocked. Heavenly Emperor, this is the Heavenly Emperor. A statue of the Heavenly Emperor? No, it's the body, the Heavenly Emperor's body. In the end, a great emperor of the Heng family could not hold back the shock in his heart and roared out. Everyone's heart was violently shaken and surged with stormy waves. The Heavenly Emperor's body, this was the Heavenly Emperor's body. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor had fallen in the distant past. Could this really be the body left behind after the Heavenly Emperor had fallen? It was highly possible. There were many ancient ruins in the world of the Lotus. Some places seemed to have suppressed terrifying creatures. If it was not the Heavenly Emperor, who could have done it? In the distant past, for some unknown reason, the Heavenly Emperor had suppressed some powerful creatures here and died. His body was left here, sitting in the ninth world. No wonder one could not enter the ninth world directly. No wonder there were legends in other worlds that the ninth world was inhabited by immortals. Immortals were the Heavenly Emperor, and Lu Ming thought of more. He thought of that Heavenly Emperor sword, which was also a stone sword. The sword was made of stone, and now this huge body was also made of stone. What was the connection between them? Could it really be the Heavenly Emperor's body? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was not a human, but a strange life form? At this moment, the eyes of countless people burst out with blazing flames. That was the fire of greed. If this huge stone man was really the heavenly emperor's body, then its value was unimaginable. That was the heavenly emperor. Now, the heavenly emperor was simply a legend, and the great emperors were the peak powerhouses. A great emperor could almost dominate a region, be invincible, and control the great Tao. As for the heavenly emperor, it was even more unimaginable. Legend had it that the heavenly emperor was almost the same as the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the Great Tribulation did not affect the heavenly emperor and he was truly immortal. When one became a heavenly emperor, there would be no great tribulation of heaven and earth, and they would truly live as long as heaven and earth. Such a person was unimaginably strong. The value of the body left behind by such a person could be imagined. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it could not be missed. Whoosh! The heavenly emperor's physical body was too shocking and tempting. Regardless of whether it was real or not, they had to give it a try. Even a piece of the heavenly emperor's body would be priceless. If they brought it out, even martial emperors would be envious. One figure after another charged forward. The heavenly emperor's physical body is mine. Whoever touches it will die. Xianxia shouted as he turned into a beam of sword light and slashed out. Pooh! Pooh! As the sword light slashed down, blood splattered everywhere. Heads flew out one after another. In an instant, more than 10 quasi-emperors were killed by Xianxia. The difference between an ordinary quasi-emperor and a stellar river was too great. They would be killed in an instant, unable to resist at all. The river of laws was easily sliced apart. The other quasi-emperors were shocked and flew far away. Xianxia was too domineering. Xianxia, the battle between us is not over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered as killing intent surged. His eyes were blood-red as he stepped towards Xianxia. Aside from those who were close to Lu Ming, no one dared to step within a certain range of him. When Xianxia saw Lu Ming coming over, his expression turned unsightly. He turned into a beam of light and charged towards the huge stone man. Form a formation and block him with the emperor weapon. Xianxia's voice rang out. The quasi-emperors of the Han clan moved. Their figures flickered as they formed a mysterious formation. Some of them had emperor weapons, so they took them out. Clearly, quasi-emperors could not bring out the full power of emperor weapons. However, when many of them gathered together and formed a formation, the power was very terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of sword chi tore through the air towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out a few times, causing the void to tremble and shattering those sword chi. However, following that, more sword chi slashed towards him. Most of the people of the Han clan cultivated the eternal spring law, which emphasized on continuous attacks. Boundless sword chi continuously blasted towards Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's path. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would not be able to charge out in a short time. Meanwhile, Xianxia was rapidly approaching the stone man. He was very fast, and the others were lagging behind. Whoosh! A beam of death light slashed out violently, blocking a large amount of sword chi. Lu Ming, you go after the stellar river. I'll block them for you here. Death blade stepped through the air, and the curtain of death enveloped the area, blocking a large area of sword light. Lu Ming glanced at Death Blade with his blood-red eyes. Without saying anything, he shot up into the sky and turned into a beam of blood-red light as he chased after Death Blade. They saw that the stone golem didn't seem to be far from them, but as they flew, they knew that they were very far from it. That was because the stone golem was simply too big. In the void, streaks of rainbow light flew towards the giant stone man like shooting stars. Xianxia was far in the lead, but Lu Ming was in hot pursuit, slowly closing in. This flight lasted for half an hour. With their speed, they flew for half an hour. It was easy to imagine how far the distance was. At this moment, they finally approached the giant stone man. By then, Lu Ming and Stellar River had already left the rest far behind. They were far ahead of the rest. Lu Ming had already closed in on Stellar River. Damn it, what secret technique is this guy using? It hasn't disappeared yet. Xianxia roared in his heart. Lu Ming's body was covered in blood-red light, and his aura was still strong. Ordinary secret techniques wouldn't be able to sustain such a powerful battle prowess for so long. But now, Lu Ming seemed to be fine. He unleashed all his strength and rushed towards the giant stone man. He had a feeling that the blood in his body was boiling, as if he was close to the giant stone man. It was as if the stone man was related to him by blood. It must be the ancestor of the Heng family, it must be. Xianxia roared in his heart. The closer he got to the giant stone man, the stronger his feeling became. He felt that as long as he flew to the stone man, he would be able to get the stone man. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Because in his sea of consciousness, the stone sword, which was the sword of the Heavenly Emperor, was constantly vibrating and buzzing. It seemed to be resonating with the stone man. The stone sword, maybe it really is the sword of the Heavenly Emperor, the sword of this stone man. A thought flashed in Lu Ming's mind, but he didn't slow down and gradually approached Xianxia. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch, and a terrifying fist light blasted towards Xianxia. Eternal Divine Bell. Xianxia shouted and unleashed all his strength, and another Eternal Divine Bell enveloped him. The Eternal Divine Bell vibrated, and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards Lu Ming, but it was broken by Lu Ming's punch. Clang! Clang! Xianxia flew towards the stone man while vibrating the Eternal Divine Bell. The terrifying sound wave turned into various fierce attacks and rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack was simple. He used the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and punched out to break the sound wave, and slowly approached Xianxia. The two fought while flying, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Boom! Boom! A few fist lights broke through Xianxia's sound wave and bombarded Xianxia's Eternal Divine Bell, causing it to vibrate and cracks to appear on it. Xianxia's face turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the stone man. In the past, no one in the same generation could break his Eternal Divine Bell, but today, it was broken by Lu Ming. When I become a boundary emperor, I will definitely kill you. Xianxia roared in his heart, and he was accidentally punched again. His body trembled, and he almost vomited blood. At this moment, they were very close to the stone man. After getting closer, they realized that the stone man was really too big and majestic. They were probably only the size of a strand of the stone man's hair. Right at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. The stone golem suddenly opened its eyes. This scene made the hearts of Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others jump. The stone man opened his eyes. Was the Heavenly Emperor not dead? If that was true, it would be a big deal. The stone man opened his eyes, only to see that his 2 eyeballs were like 2 abysses, pitch black. The next moment, 2 rays of light shot out of the stone man's eyes, condensing into a figure in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia. Wearing a long robe, unparalleled in style, around 30 years old, with a kind of domineering spirit. Wasn't it the image of the Heavenly Emperor? At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe, dumbfounded. The Heavenly Emperor was really not dead? Heng family descendant pays respect to the Heavenly Emperor Patriarch. Xianxia suppressed the shock on his face and bowed. Junior Lu Ming pays respect to the Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. No matter what, the Heavenly Emperor was a senior expert, so it was normal to bow. Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor. The others also bowed to the Heavenly Emperor from afar. The Heavenly Emperor swept his gaze across everyone and said, "No need to be so polite, I've already fallen. What's left now is merely a wisp of imprint, like a candle in the wind, that can be extinguished at any time." These words made people's hearts tremble greatly. The Heavenly Emperor had fallen and only left behind an imprint. Then how did he die? This was the Heavenly Emperor, a peerless and invincible existence. Who could kill him? Could it be a Heavenly Emperor realm figure? Everyone's heart was full of doubts. You guys are here for my physical body, right? At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor spoke again. Everyone's face suddenly turned pale. Now that the Heavenly Emperor imprint had appeared, how would they dare to speak the truth? Even if the Heavenly Emperor only had a wisp of imprint left, killing them was probably just a thought away. Lu Ming didn't make a sound, and neither did Xianxia. The gaze of the Heavenly Emperor imprint finally fell on Lu Ming and Xianxia, saying, "Both of you are somewhat related to me. If you want to force your way forward, I will not stop you." Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. The Heavenly Emperor imprint actually said that Lu Ming was somewhat related to the Heavenly Emperor imprint, which made him think of the Heavenly Emperor's sword. "I am the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. This Heavenly Emperor's physical body is mine." Xianxia roared in his heart. However, I have to remind you. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor Imprint continued to speak, but his expression became very serious, saying, "Since you can come here, I will not stop you. As long as you go forward, you can obtain the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. However, this will cause a huge change. The land of Yuan Mountain will be plunged into misery and suffering, blood will flow like a river. Countless people will fall, including your family and friends. A thought will affect the life and death of countless people, you have to think carefully." Lu Ming's face changed. Going forward will cause a huge change, people will be plunged into misery and suffering, blood will flow like a river, and even his family and friends will be affected. How could this be? Not only him, but the others' faces also changed drastically. The Heavenly Emperor Imprint wouldn't speak without thinking. Various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. "I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. If you don't go forward, then retreat," the Heavenly Emperor Imprint said. Lu Ming didn't think too much, shook his head slightly, and stepped back. He had cultivated all his life, and although he had the idea of stepping onto the peak of martial arts, more than that, he wanted to have powerful strength to determine his own fate, and protect his family and friends. If his family and friends were in danger because of the Celestial Emperor's body, Lu Ming would rather not have it. This was not his path of martial arts. Bang, Lu Ming retreated, but Xianxia stepped forward. "Have you thought it through?" the Heavenly Emperor's Imprint asked. "What does the life and death of others have to do with me? As long as I reach the peak and become eternal, everything will be worth it." Xianxia's indifferent voice sounded. In his heart, there was only himself. The lives of others, even those of his family, were worth it as long as they could fulfill his wish. Selfish people will never amount to anything, Huang Ling said hatefully from the crowd. But this kind of person is also very terrifying, Luo Tianyi said. This kind of person only cared about himself and did not consider anything else. He would do anything by fair means or foul. It was indeed terrifying. Bang! Bang! Xianxia continued to step forward, his body moving faster and faster. He seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force as he flew towards the stone man with extreme speed. The next moment, Xinghe's body actually entered the stone man's body and disappeared. Sigh, the Celestial Emperor's mark sighed, as if a little disappointed. Then, his body collapsed and disappeared. Buzz, at that moment, a terrifying aura rippled from the incomparably huge stone man's body. Wisps of faint light spread out from the stone man's body. Crack, the next moment, the stone man seemed to move, and there was a cracking sound. What's going on? The Celestial Emperor's body moved. Am I seeing things? It did move. His arm is moving. Oh my god, how can the Celestial Emperor's body move? Could it be that Xianxia has integrated into the Celestial Emperor's body and is controlling it? Someone shouted in shock. Lu Ming's expression changed abruptly. He retreated rapidly and hollered, "Retreat, retreat quickly." Boom, at that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Celestial Emperor's body. This aura was as vast as the sky and unfathomable. It was like the heavenly Tao that could not be resisted. This was the pressure of the Celestial Emperor. The eyes of the Celestial Emperor's body looked in Lu Ming's direction, filled with a cold light. "Lu Ming, today is the day you die." A voice came from the Celestial Emperor's body, filled with icy killing intent. It was Xianxia's voice. Lu Ming's expression was very gloomy. He had not expected that going forward would actually integrate into the Celestial Emperor's body and control it. He had thought that he had only obtained it. If he had known earlier, he would have stopped Xianxia even if he did not want the Celestial Emperor's body. Now, he could only retreat. Lu Ming retreated hurriedly. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also retreated frantically. "Lu Ming, you can't escape." Xianxia's voice sounded again. Boom, the Celestial Emperor's body suddenly stood up. An unimaginably terrifying aura erupted and enveloped the entire ninth world. Everyone was unable to move under this power, including Lu Ming. Roar, Lu Ming seemed to hear a terrifying roar erupting from his third bloodline. It seemed to be very unhappy, but it seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force. Only Lu Ming could hear this roar. Lu Ming, you're still far from being able to fight me. Xianxia's voice sounded again. The Celestial Emperor's body stood in the air, as tall as the sky. A terrifying aura constantly pervaded toward Lu Ming. Then, the Celestial Emperor's body stretched out a large hand and grabbed toward Lu Ming. The large hand covered the sky and was boundlessly powerful. There was no way to escape or resist it. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were shocked, their expressions ugly. However, at that moment, Lu Ming looked surprised. This was because the Celestial Emperor's sword in his spiritual sea was vibrating frantically and emitting a mysterious light. Buzz, the next moment, the Celestial Emperor's sword rushed out of the spiritual sea and suspended above Lu Ming's head, rapidly enlarging. Soon, an incomparably huge sword appeared. The aura it emitted was equally earth-shattering and appalling. That's the Celestial Emperor's sword. Many people shouted in shock. The Celestial Emperor's sword had appeared. Was it going to duel with the Celestial Emperor's body? Slash. With a thought, Lu Ming slashed the Celestial Emperor's sword violently, slashing toward the Celestial Emperor's palm. Boom, a terrifying roar erupted, and the world shook. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shook violently, and they staggered back, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. After the collision, the Celestial Emperor's sword flew back and suspended above Lu Ming's head. The huge Celestial Emperor's body also took a few steps back. The Celestial Emperor's sword is mine. I am the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, Lu Ming. What right do you have to wield the Celestial Emperor's sword? Give it to me. Xianxia controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Slash. Lu Ming whispered and slashed out with the Heavenly Emperor's sword. There was another terrifying roar. The Heavenly Emperor's sword and the Heavenly Emperor's body were both pushed back. What they didn't know was that there was a shocking change in the world of the Lotus. The moment the Heavenly Emperor's body stood up, there seemed to be an invisible force rippling out and spreading to the other 8 worlds. Roar. Roar. At this moment, some of the most ancient ruins in the 8 worlds let out a shocking roar. For example, the Time God Island in the 10,000 Seas realm roared and the power of time swept across the sky. At the bottom of the cave in the 10,000 Beasts realm, the roar was even more shocking. Some people were still taking the risk and were directly injured by the roar and died. It was the same in the other worlds. It was as if a supreme demon was about to come into being. Outside the world of the Lotus, under the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, crowds of people had gathered from all directions. Of course, most of them were below the absolute saint level. However, there were also many elites above the martial emperor level. There were even a few figures standing at the highest point, surrounded by divine light. It was shocking. Those were a few great emperors. Everyone was waiting patiently. Those who had entered the world of the Lotus had been there for a long time. They didn't know what had happened or what kind of opportunities they had obtained. Many were envious and looked forward to it. Boom, at this moment, a powerful light suddenly burst out from the cave in the world of the Lotus and shot into the sky. However, the light then disappeared. The entire cave became dark. Even the projection of the Lotus in the sky disappeared without a trace. The power of the Lotus has disappeared. One of the great emperors exclaimed in shock. What? The others were also shocked. The power of the Lotus had disappeared. Didn't that mean that people above the martial emperor level could enter? Many martial emperors' eyes shone with a blazing light. Roar. Roar. However, at this moment, a terrifying roar came from the cave. It was as if a supreme demon was roaring or a supreme demon was about to come into being. It was too terrifying. What's going on? What's this? What's in the world of the Lotus? How could there be such a terrifying voice? Could it be that the people who entered earlier encountered these existences? Many people's expressions turned ugly. The great emperor's faces were solemn. The blocking force has indeed disappeared. Let's go in and take a look. It was Emperor Wu Xiang's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the cave. Great emperors from the Heng family, He family, and Daluo Heaven sect rushed into the cave. As soon as Emperor Wu Xiang and the others entered the cave, they appeared in the sky above the world of the Lotus. Although there was a force in the world of the lotus that was trying to draw them into one of the petals, the great emperors were so powerful that they could resist this force and choose which petal to enter. Emperor Wuxiang took a step forward and charged into one of the petals. The other three great emperors also rushed into different petals. The true emperors and void emperors outside looked greedy. This was the remains of the celestial emperor. How could they not be moved? Even if there were terrifying roars coming from below, they would not retreat. One by one, they rushed into the cave. At this moment, a few figures flashed across the sky. They were incredibly fast and rushed into the cave with the martial emperors. No one could see their faces clearly. These emperor-level experts entered different flower petals. The world that Emperor Wuxiang entered was the Infinite Seas realm that Lu Ming had entered earlier. As soon as he appeared in the Infinite Seas realm, he looked in the direction of the Time Spiritual Island. Then, the space cracked open and he stepped into it. In the next moment, the space outside the Time Spiritual Island cracked open and Emperor Wuxiang appeared. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the Time Spiritual Island. What a strong power of time! There's such a powerful being sealed here. Could it have been left behind by the Celestial Emperor? Emperor Wuxiang muttered. His eyes were like stars that could see through everything as he looked into the depths of the Divine Light Spiritual Island. In his eyes, nothing could hide. He could clearly see the living beings below the sacred mountain of time. Emperor Wuxiang's face changed suddenly. It's the evil god tribe. Emperor Wuxiang's face was gloomy as he muttered, "Since I've met you, I'll destroy you completely." Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly looked into the distance and shouted, "Who is it?" Rip, the space there suddenly cracked open and a few voices stepped out. These figures were completely shrouded in dark demonic light and emitted a terrifying aura. One of them had an aura that was not weaker than Emperor Wuxiang's. He was actually a peak great emperor. "Wuxiang, long time no see. How have you been?" That Emperor realm expert spoke. "Mo Ling and Xiao Ling, it's you." Emperor Wuxiang's cold voice sounded. If anyone else was here, they would be very shocked. This was because Mo Ling was the legendary sect leader of the demon spirit religion. Many years ago, he was active in the vicinity of Celestial City. He was an incomparably terrifying force that specialized in killing martial emperors or those with the potential to become martial emperors. As for Xiao Ling, he was the sect leader of the demon spirit religion. Although he was not a great emperor, he was still an existence that stood at the peak of the true emperor realm. The leaders of these powerful and evil forces had arrived at this place at the same time. "Xiao Ling, you guys go and destroy the seal. Leave Elder Wuxiang to me." The demon spirit religion sect leader's voice sounded. His body moved and turned into a terrifying demonic light that charged toward Emperor Wuxiang. "You are indeed from the evil god tribe. You want to let the evil god tribe out? Don't even think about it." Emperor Wuxiang shouted angrily. His aura erupted as he blasted out a palm. A terrifying palm print blasted toward the evil spirit religion sect leader and the others who were rushing toward the time-sacred island. "Wuxiang, your opponent is me." The demon spirit religion sect leader's demonic aura soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic saber slashed out violently, splitting the sky into two halves and blocking Emperor Wuxiang's palm print. Scram! Emperor Wuxiang blasted out a series of palm prints. With the addition of the Great Tao, every palm print had the power to destroy the world. However, the demon spirit religion sect leader was also a great emperor. He was in the same realm as Emperor Wuxiang, and his battle strength was also terrifying. The demonic saber swept out and blocked Emperor Wuxiang's attacks. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the evil spirit religion sect leader and the others had successfully rushed into the time-sacred mountain and destroyed the remaining two ancient altars. Roar! At the bottom of the time-sacred mountain, the huge figure roared loudly. Its aura was violent and shocking, and it rushed out like a raging wave. The entire divine light sacred mountain exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Clang! The huge figure struggled and pulled the chains. The time divine island shook, and huge cracks appeared in some places. The entire time divine island was on the verge of collapse. "Come and help me break this damn demon suppressing chain," the huge figure said. Yes, my lord. The evil spirit sect leader and the others bowed in response. Then, they unleashed terrifying attacks at the chains. Clang! 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 The cultivation of these figures was very terrifying. Although they had not reached the great emperor realm, they were not far away. All kinds of attacks fell, and the chains shook and sparks flew. With the help of the enormous figure, one of the chains snapped with a loud clang. Ha ha ha, I am finally going to be born. Hang you didn't kill me back then and used my power to suppress the void passage. In the end, you were too smart for your own good. I will make you regret it. Ha ha ha. The huge figure laughed crazily, and his aura was even more shocking. He struggled violently. Although Emperor Wu Xiang was anxious, he was entangled by the demon spirit sect leader and could not stop him. Clang! Clang! The sound of chains snapping could be heard. 8 consecutive snapping sounds could be heard. Following that, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, causing the sky to shake. Boom! At this moment, the entire Time Island began to crumble as a gigantic figure stepped out from it. As he stepped out, his figure began to shrink. Finally, he became the size of a normal person and revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with dark skin. He was naked, and the aura he exuded was extremely shocking. He was no weaker than Emperor Wu Xiang and the demon spirit sect leader. He was also a great emperor realm elite. Boom! The middle-aged man threw a punch at Emperor Wu Xiang. Emperor Wu Xiang blocked with his palm and fought with the demon spirit sect leader and the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man had been sealed for countless years and was not as powerful as he was in his prime, he was still a great emperor. When he joined forces with the demon spirit sect leader, Emperor Wu Xiang was at a disadvantage. In another world, the Myriad Beast Realm. In the cave where Lu Ming had obtained 2 of the 9 sealed scrolls, a figure descended. This person's aura was extremely shocking. He was also a great emperor. Moreover, it was not the great emperor of the He family, the great emperor of the Heng family, or the Daluo Heaven sect. It was an unfamiliar great emperor. A giant saber appeared in his hand. With a slash, the entire cave was split in half. Roar! An excited roar came from the bottom of the cave, causing the iron chains to collide with each other. Quick, help me break the chains! Excited voices came from the depths of the cave. The man in the air once again slashed out with his giant saber. A few saber lights chopped down, and the sound of chains breaking could be heard. Roar! Then, a loud roar rang out, and the ground exploded. An incomparably huge lizard crawled out from the depths of the ground. It was like a giant beast that had come from the primordial era. It was incomparably terrifying. This giant lizard was actually a great emperor-level existence. Let's go to the other worlds and save the others. The space cracked open. He and the giant lizard stepped into the space and arrived in another world. The Heng clan's great emperor was in one of the most ancient ruins in this world. A powerful creature is sealed here. The Heng family's great emperor's face was gloomy. Suddenly, the space cracked open, and the giant lizard and the great emperor expert arrived. A great battle broke out. The great emperor blocked the Heng clan's great emperor while the giant lizard rescued the powerful existences in the ruins. As a result, the Heng clan's great emperor did not dare to continue the battle and retreated. As for the other 3 powerhouses, they continued to head to other worlds to rescue the sealed powerhouses. The number of people on the other side was increasing. The great emperor of the He clan and the Daluo Heaven sect's great emperors were frightened and did not dare to stop them. Not long after, the powerful existences in the 8 ancient ruins in the 8 worlds were all rescued. All of them were great emperor realm creatures. This was definitely a terrifying and boundless power, horrifying to the extreme. Return to the 8 worlds. Move the worlds away, open the void passageways, and welcome my tribe. A voice rang out. It turned out that the experts who were sealed had all returned to their original worlds. In the Infinite Seas realm, at the Time God Island, Great Emperor Wu Xiang was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the middle-aged man retreated, returning to the Time God Island. Shocking fluctuations erupted from him, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky. At that moment, the entire Infinite Seas realm was shaken. In the bright fire country of the vast sea's realm, Xianxia stood above the palace and looked at the sky with a grave expression. He whispered, "Heaven and earth are shaking and roaring. What happened to this world? Is it related to the extraterrestrials? Lu Ming, what happened to you?" Not only Xianxia, but everyone in the infinite sea's realm and other worlds looked up at the sky, their faces pale with fear. They felt as if a great disaster was about to befall them. In the ninth world, Lu Ming controlled the Celestial Emperor's sword and fought with the Celestial Emperor's body controlled by Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard, as if it came from beyond the sky. The roar came one after another with shocking power. Many people's faces changed drastically, not knowing what was happening. "Lu Ming, the Celestial Emperor's sword is mine. Hand it over." Xianxia roared, and the Celestial Emperor's body rushed toward Lu Ming again. In his eyes, the Celestial Emperor's body and the Celestial Emperor's sword were his. Lu Ming was not qualified to control them. Clang, Lu Ming controlled the Celestial Emperor's sword and fought with his opponent. After more than 10 blows, they were still in a stalemate. Rumble, suddenly, heaven and earth roared, and the entire sky shook violently. It was as if the entire world was being moved. Buzz. Buzz, at that moment, the Celestial Emperor's sword and the Celestial Emperor's body shook involuntarily and emitted a resplendent radiance. The next moment, a figure flew out of the Celestial Emperor's body. It was Xianxia. "What's going on?" Xianxia roared. The Celestial Emperor's sword above Lu Ming's head vibrated and flew out. The Celestial Emperor's body held it in his hand. "What should have happened has happened in the end, but I can't ignore it." The Celestial Emperor's body actually spoke. After saying that, he took a step forward, and the incomparably huge figure suddenly disappeared. "No, my Celestial Emperor's body," Xianxia roared, extremely indignant. He found it hard to accept that the Celestial Emperor's body had suddenly left him. With the Celestial Emperor's body, he could instantly become a top expert in the world, an overlord of a region. Martial artists rely on themselves. Only when they are strong can they be the strongest. It's ridiculous to only think about external things. Lu Ming was still calm. Since the Celestial Emperor's sword had flown away, then so be it. The road to the top could not be sustained by relying on a sword. Only by improving oneself would it be a power that belonged to oneself forever. "Lu Ming, damn it," Xianxia shouted coldly. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. "I think you're the one who should die." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stepped out and headed toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He did not have the Celestial Emperor body now and was no match for Lu Ming. He retreated hurriedly and roared, "Lu Ming, you don't need to rely on external forces, right? If you have the ability, fight me with your own strength." "Sure, let's fight at the same level," Lu Ming said. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He had no confidence in fighting Lu Ming at the same level. He might even lose miserably. How could he agree? "You're 2 levels higher than me, yet you're asking me to fight with my own strength. It's ridiculous that I don't dare to fight at the same level." Lu Ming sneered and mocked him. Xianxia's eyes were very cold. If he could, he would have chopped Lu Ming into pieces. But now, he could only escape. Buzz, suddenly, the void vibrated. A powerful force suddenly descended and enveloped everyone. The next moment, the world spun and their figures disappeared from the ninth world. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in the sky above the Lotus World, in the huge underground cave. Figures constantly flashed out. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Tianyi, and the others had all come out. Of course, Luo Tsangqiong, Xianxia, and the others had also come out. Not only them, but the people who were exploring other worlds were all teleported out by a powerful force. "Look, what's that? The 9 worlds are moving. A vortex has appeared in the heart of the lotus." Someone shouted. Lu Ming and the others looked down and were shocked. From their vantage point, they could clearly see what was going on below. At this moment, the 9 petals of the lotus flower were slowly moving outward. A vortex had appeared in the heart of the lotus flower. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the vortex. Then, two huge claws stretched out of the vortex. The claws had sharp nails and were covered with scales. They looked very ferocious. Then, the two pairs of claws grabbed one side of the vortex, as if they were trying to push the vortex to make it bigger. A shocking scene appeared. The whirlpool was actually slowly expanding. Then, two gigantic creatures poked their heads out of the whirlpool. The claw from before was from them. This is, Lu Ming's pupils constricted sharply. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this kind of living creature. They were covered in scales and had a third eye between their eyebrows. Could this vortex lead to the world of the three-eyed divine race? The race is invading. Lu Ming's mind was racing and his heart was extremely heavy. When he was young and weak, he followed the ancient desolation city to a small island in the heaven realm by mistake. That was the first time he came into contact with the three-eyed god tribe. During the Battle of Providence, when he first saw the Titan longhorn beetle, and later during the primordial chaos sex assessment. At the same time, he learned more about the race of the three-eyed divine race. The race of the three-eyed divine race did not belong to the heaven realm or the primordial realm. They were from another world. However, countless years ago, they had attacked the heaven realm, causing a great war in the heaven realm. Countless experts had fallen. Dandan had said that the final battle would come soon. It was also related to the race of the three-eyed divine race. Could it be that the race of the three-eyed divine race was going to attack now? He finally understood what the mark of the heavenly emperor meant. It was referring to the invasion of the race of the three-eyed divine race. Roar! Roar! These two races of the three-eyed divine race were completely different from the ones Lu Ming had encountered before. They were too burly and huge. They supported the vortex and made it bigger and bigger. Kill your way to the primordial realm. Our race will rule the world. A series of roars could be heard from the vortex, causing everyone's expression to change. What is this? Someone's voice trembled. Could it be that the previous 9 worlds were suppressing this passage? Someone guessed with an ugly expression. At this moment, the space above the heart of the lotus split open, and a huge figure appeared. It was the celestial Thearcha's physical body. Looking from this direction, the celestial Thearcha's physical body seemed to be about the same size as the huge race of the three-eyed divine race. Race of the evil gods, scram back to your world. The celestial Thearcha's physical body shouted, holding the celestial arch sword in his hand and slashing down violently. Poof, one of the huge race of the three-eyed divine race's arms was chopped off by the celestial arch sword. Roar, the race of the three-eyed divine race roared, and the third eye between its brows shot out a ray of destructive light towards the celestial Thearcha's physical body. However, the celestial Thearcha's physical body punched out and destroyed the ray of destructive light. At the same time, the battle sword stabbed down and pierced through the race of the three-eyed divine race's forehead. Blood spurted out, and the huge battle sword went straight to the hilt. Sword chi erupted and minced the race of the three-eyed divine race's head into pieces. After the race of the three-eyed divine race died, its claws let go of the vortex, and the huge figure disappeared into the vortex. The celestial Thearcha's physical body held the battle sword and was about to kill another race of the three-eyed divine race. However, at this moment, the space split open, and several figures stepped out. One of them was the Demon Spirit Church's hierarch. You only have a physical body left, yet you still want to stop us. Today, I will destroy your physical body as well. The Demon Spirit Church's hierarch said coldly and attacked the celestial Thearcha's physical body. The celestial Thearcha's physical body slashed at the Demon Spirit Church's hierarch and sent him flying. Even though the celestial arch was only left with his physical body, his power was still astonishing. Rip, at this moment, the space continued to split open, and a figure stepped out. The burly man with dark skin from the Time God Island and the huge lizard from the realm of beasts all exuded a vast and boundless aura. Great emperors, they are all great emperors. Someone shouted in shock. These existences that suddenly appeared were all great emperors. Could it be that these existences are all the existences that were sealed in those remnants? Someone's voice interjected and voiced his guess. Many people fell silent. It seemed that something big was going to happen. The previous changes might be related to these powerful existences. Some people cast their gazes towards the stellar river. They remembered that the celestial Thearch's imprint had said that if they stepped forward, it would cause misery and suffering, and blood would flow like a river. Perhaps that was what it was referring to. Wasn't all of this caused by the stellar river? Humph, the stellar river snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He didn't care about the misery and suffering of the people, but what did the life and death of others have to do with him? What he was thinking about now was how to get the celestial Thearch's physical body and the celestial arch sword. Boom! Boom! A terrifying battle broke out. The Demon Spirit Church's hierarch, the huge lizard, and other powerhouses attacked the celestial Thearch's physical body at the same time. The void in the heart of the lotus trembled violently. Hang you, you have suppressed me for countless years. Today, I will devour your physical body. The giant lizard roared and spat out terrifying flames toward the celestial Thearch's physical body. End of chapter 1984. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.